Greetings, fellow viewers and players, and welcome back to the AI President's Havoc of Erisia D&D campaign. Last episode ended up being so long I had to split it up into 2 parts, and also concluded the first arc of the series. Things have certainly turned grim, but I have a plan for everything.
Was killing off Joe and George part of your plan?
Not in the slightest. In fact, the whole campaign has been changed now because of that. Really threw a wrench into my motor. But hey, that's to be expected when you play D&D. Speaking of previous events, I'm guessing it's time for someone to do a recap of the last session.
All right then, so last session we started by falling right into a bandit encampment where we ran to hide inside of a cave kitchen thing. We ate, but then some bandit decided to check up on us. Lionel Gaslit Gate kept girl bossed him like crazy, and he left, convinced that he was hallucinating.
I prefer the trio of manspread, mansplain, and manipulate.
But that wasn't the end of him. Some other bandits checked up on him, and after concluding that he was in fact a moron, they decided to smoke us out. Jackdaw went total anime mode on them and destroyed them with some kind of dark wind slash after sucking in the smoke bomb with his gale breathing. We then ran to some warehouse where Lionel and Penelope did some Metal Gear Solid sneaking and killed some bandit schmucks. We then tried to loot the warehouse, but then Gervacious George Bush's character and Hatman Calzin appeared. Calzin yapped about his master plan and how he was going to capture Jackdaw out of all people because apparently he has some kind of potential.
I know, right. If there's a chosen one, then it's totally me.
I'd suggest you to eat some humble pie, but you're already built like a pumpkin.
How many times do I gotta tell you, boy, I'm bulking?
Back to the recap. It also turns out Calzin is a bastard and a pervert who apparently kept Penelope as a slave. He's also had the ability to summon shadow monsters, which is pretty cool, not gonna lie. Gervacious was then forced to fight us, but after defeating the shadow monsters, he struck a deal with us.
Damn, that was only part 1.
Wow, these sessions were really long now that I think back to it. Anyways, he gave us some of the stuff we needed for our quests, and I made some banger potions. One increased armor, and the other one made a gas cloud, which makes people puke. I also made a purple one out of some urchins, which ended up being really important. Gervacious created a plan with us, and we pretended to be captured so we could gank the shit out of Calzin. Jackdaw gave us his life story inside of the prison, which was strangely very comprehensible, unlike most of his speeches, and then we went to sleep. After that, we surprised Calzin and cornered him, but he ran like crazy and went into an open area. We had a really tough fight where we could have all possibly died. Jackdaw got bisected after making Calzin go into phase 2 and got sliced in half by a Shadowcast sword. Gervacious got hit by a 2-piece combo and died as well. Lionel turned him into Swiss cheese with all those bullet holes, but Calzin shrugged off most of them.
This guy was easily the tankiest enemy we've fought. Bro barely flinched when being shot by a damn flintlock.
Penelope went rage mode and gouged his eyes out, which then gave me the possibility to force feed him the weird purple potion. Apparently, the purple potion was a mind-breaking venom, which made him go insane. I channeled my inner low-tier god and told him to off himself, which he promptly did via head explosion. We then took a rest inside of one of the buildings since we were exhausted.
I believe that's all that happened last session. You also got to level up, which is pretty important for your class.
All right, I'll go first. For my gunslinger subclass, I went for the Summer Dragoon path, which gives me a +5 to initiative and a special talent called Lock-In, which I can apply to some poor soul as a bonus action. The person who's been marked by my talent takes extra damage from my gunshots, and also I get a +4 to hit on marked targets. My additional talent I chose is called Bear Trap. If I land a critical hit on someone, I immobilize them and take their bonus action 2 for 1 turn. I can use this talent 3 times per short rest. Finally, my mantra isn't actually a flame mantra this time. I chose the mantra Strong Left, where I just punch someone really, really hard. It deals 2d6 plus 3 bludgeoning damage. If it lands, they also fly 10 feet back and have to make a Constitution save to not get knocked prone. Also, I rolled 6 HP from my hit dice, so I've got 28 health right now. That's all from me right now.
Okay, so for my alchemist subclass, I chose the wild chemist path, which allows me to use monster parts as ingredients for potions as well. I also gain a +3 bonus to attacks that throw items with this subclass, as well as a +3 bonus on nature checks. My additional talent is mantra permanence, which makes it so that I regain a mantra slot. If I defeat an enemy with a mantra, I can regain max 1 mantra slot per turn. And finally, my mantra is a type of support mantra called Lightning Stream, where if it lands, I can pull an enemy right next to me. This has a max range of 40 feet. I can also use this on allies to pull them away from trouble, and this attack has a +4 bonus to hit if it's used on an ally. I got +5 HP from my hit dice, so that puts me at 23 HP. I believe that's all.
For those that skipped, here's the rundown on screen. All right, now let us continue from where we left off. You awaken once more inside of the bandit encampment. This time inside of an actual building instead of a prison cell. A peek outside the window shows the carnage of yesterday's scuffle, with dried blood staining the floor after Calzin's brutal demise. As usual, the settlement is awfully quiet, as Penelope sleeps soundly on the floor next to you.
Honestly, I'd expect someone to check up on us by now.
Well, yeah, that's what happened last time. Shit, man. Now that Snakey and the ice dude are gone, I don't even know what to do.
I'm stumped too. What do we do about the girl? We were supposed to take her to Alaster, but now that the bridge is gone and the acid cave has collapsed, I don't even know if it's possible to get Penelope to any place safe.
Upon hearing her own name, Penelope's ears perk up as she awakens, rubbing her sleepy eyes.
You were talking about me?
Oh, yes. We don't really know where to take you now, since so much has changed. We can't reach Alaster anymore.
Penelope doesn't seem to follow you completely, but she understands that things aren't good as of now. She furrows her brows and looks to the side at the bloodbath through the window.
Where do we go?
Fuck it, we're going home.
Wait, home? We're just going to leave Erisia like that?
Well, yeah, we can't leave Penny here alone. And besides, our missions are basically complete. You have your weird mushroom things, and I have my samples. It's high time for us to get out of here.
What about the spot for the iron mine?
Summer Company will have to settle for the stinky one we found 2 nights ago. Only the top part has collapsed, so it should be suitable.
You're kind of right. Obama, do you mind if we just leave Erisia?
I didn't expect you guys to try to leave yet. I do have some things planned for that sort of situation, but damn.
Your fault for giving us a difficult ass boss fight. Anyways, Lionel, how do we get away?
Basil, my boy, you claimed to be taking notes, but you forgot something. Jackdaw arrived to Erisia with a wooden sailboat. We could use that.
We're just stealing dead people's stuff now?
He's already dead. Surely he won't be bothered by it. Besides, do you have any better options? Or do you want us to swim for a couple miles instead?
Fuck it, we're stealing dead people's stuff, I guess.
Now you're thinking like a businessman. Let's get to it.
Basil, Lionel, and Penelope take the trek back to the beach, walking past several noteworthy locations, such as the abandoned ruins and the stunning sights of the ocean. After about an hour's journey, you find yourselves at the beaches of Erisia once more. The sun is now covered by somber gray clouds. Rocky crags break the waves of the ocean, which moves steadily. Judging by the weather, the risk of rain is imminent.
All right then, let's see where Sleepy Jackdaw left his boat. If I remember correctly, he left it anchored beside some rocks.
Make a perception check for that.
Damn it, a 4.
That's all right, let me try instead. That's a 13. Do I see anything?
Your eyes scan the rocky beach, searching for anything that resembles a boat. Your gaze meets with a wooden sailboat in tip-top condition. It's nestled between 2 rocks, with rope holding it steadfast in place.
Fantastic. Let's untangle this thing and get it on the waters. Any volunteers?
Penelope raises her hand and jumps with glee.
Me, I can help.
Lionel, do you have any idea on how to control a boat?
Do you?
Hey, fair enough. Do you know your way back to Summer Isle or wherever the hell you're going?
Of course, dear boy. I've got a sea map, and I'm pretty sure there's a compass on board here.
And if there isn't,
Then Jackdaw was a half-assed sailor.
well, he was a samurai first and foremost, a historian second, and probably a sailor third.
Screw this noise. Let's just get this damn boat on the waters already. Penny, you're helping me out, right?
Aye, Boomstick.
Fine then, I'll help you out too.
You all work together to get the ship out on the sea again. You can see Penelope climbing on the tall rocks, using Lionel's short swords to cut the ropes holding the boat anchored to land. Now all you have to do is to push the boat with all your combined strength to get it out on the waters.
Hell yeah, a 21.
I got a 15, not too shabby either.
Penelope got a 13. You all easily force the boat back on the waters as it wobbles, balancing on the waves, which are now growing restless.
Perfect. Now let's get this motor running.
Lionel, this is a sailboat.
Oh, right, no yachts here. Penny, could you climb up on the mast and release the sails?
Penelope nods and effortlessly climbs the mast, untangling the rope holding the sails folded. The large blanket of cloth now waves with the wind, but it needs to be tied down in order to keep its function. This will require a sleight of hand check to tie the knot.
I'll try to tie this knot. Darn it, that's a 6.
Due to your inexperience, your technique is rudimentary, and the knot is quickly untied as the fury of the winds rip it apart.
Anyone else got a good deck score?
Penny, show this nerd how it's done.
Oh damn, that's a super solid 24.
Dude, what is her dex modifier?
Looking at her character, she has a 20 in dexterity, so that's a +5 modifier just from that.
She's just goated like that.
Penelope ties a flawless knot, as if she were a trained professional. The sail now stretches firmly, and you can feel the boat being moved around by the harsh wind.
All right, I'll take control of this ship. Yours truly will be the captain of this fine vessel. Let's set sail for Summer Isle.
The winds of adventure guide your ship as you surf quickly on the waves. The scent of the ocean washes over you as the deep blue waters break into white foam from the crashing force of the vessel. Since Lionel's busy steering the ship, what is your character doing in the meantime, Ben?
Well, I guess I'll be doing some reading in my alchemy book while enjoying the view of the ocean. I don't get to be outside that much, so I'll indulge myself a little.
Ain't it poetic, Basil?
I take my eyes off the page and turn to meet Lionel. What's poetic about this?
Well, we arrived to Erisia together on a boat, and now we're departing together on a boat. Ain't that poetic?
Not really. It's an island. That's like the only method of transportation we could possibly take.
Wow, really ruining the moment. Here I am, just trying to make some fucking small talk. It's too fucking quiet on this damn boat. I need something to distract me.
Be real, you miss Jackdaw, don't you?
What? No, why would I? He was some pretentious, know-it-all, mystical bullshitter. We could never agree on basically anything.
I can tell you're lying. You miss the banter.
Huh. You fucking asshole. You're so right. And I hate that.
Why were you afraid to tell me you missed him?
Because his ideals match up with those Ignition Union fuckers. The constant need to share, and share, it just pisses me off.
Is that what all of this is? Just political hatred? Did you not see him as anything more than a challenge in personal ideals? He asked to share something like twice? That's a pretty shallow assumption. To, be a communist. You do know that I don't care for the Summer Isles nor the Ignition Union's politics. You could tell me whatever you want, and I wouldn't think less of you.
No. It's because the Ignition Union have done more than just been some commie nuisance. They fucking hurt me and those I love.
How?
Because I used to have a wife, Basil.
Oh. I'm sorry.
There's no need to be sorry, dumbass. You didn't cause it.
No, I'm sorry for bringing it up. I didn't know it was that deep.
It's fine.
Is it too personal to ask who she was?
No, of course not. Her name was Malakia Scarson, the most beautiful and gorgeous woman I ever knew, with her wonderful blonde hair and the most stunning blue eyes you've ever seen, like looking right into a clear sky. I met her when I was a mere boy, and right then we promised to marry each other. I then got hired by the summer company where I quickly rose up the ranks. With her by my side, she lived with me at Summer Isle as a fellow worker, and for many years we enjoyed our life together. We did all of our missions as one. She was my shadow, my everything.
Sounds like you were perfect for each other.
You're damn right. But of course, all good things must come to a tragic fucking train wreck, as the bastards from the Ignition Union allegedly miscalculated an artillery strike and tore through the civilian quarters, murdering her and several others at nightfall. They still claim it was an accident to this day, but I know better than to trust those subhuman bastards. Anything or anyone that agrees with them should be sent to the damn gallows, where they rightfully belong.
What happened after that?
They tried to send a diplomat the next morning to make peace. We quickly filled the bastard with bullet holes. It wasn't just I who lost my loved one.
You killed a diplomat? In most cases, that would lead to a war.
It did. The Ignition Union has used that as justification for raiding our storages and engaging in skirmishes against our guards. They're relentless. That's partly why I was sent on this mission. As their skirmishes continue, they're threatening to claim one of our best iron mines as their own. I was sent here to find a potential new spot, as well as samples of minerals that could potentially win this war for us.
That's really interesting. It makes so much sense now.
So what about you, Basil? What kind of shit are you hiding from me?
I really don't have anything interesting to tell you about, just piles of books and formulas. However, I noticed a strange thing. Upon hearing Jackdaw's weird story from his childhood, it dawned on me that I don't remember a single moment from my youth at all. I don't know if I have amnesia or something, but I find it weird that I cannot recall anything from more than 6 years back, which is when I started studying alchemy as a student.
Almost sounds like an excuse.
I swear I'm not hiding anything. Unless you want to hear me ramble about chemical reactions for a couple hours. I am my teacher's only current student. Apparently, she always has small classes with only a couple people or sometimes only one person.
So who the hell is your teacher?
Her name is Sia, a very elderly woman. She's a Vesperian, so she's got this pretty intimidating bone mask covering her entire face with some black markings on it to resemble eyes. I know Vesperians can take off their masks from time to time, but I haven't seen her without it.
Ha! Maybe she's just really ugly.
I don't want to badmouth her, so I can't agree nor disagree with you. She told me she's been alive for centuries. I've got no clue as to how she hasn't keeled over yet.
Maybe she's found the fountain of youth?
It's not impossible because normal people are really not supposed to live for that long. Maybe she's got something she's hiding from me?
Well, next time you meet her, you could perhaps ask her. A source of infinite life would make the summer company even richer.
Maybe not.
You hear the fellow speak up. She wants to share some stories of her own as well.
Hey, can I share too?
Go ahead, Penny. We're all ears.
I used to live on the big island, Erisia, I think you call it. A really, really long time ago, me and my mummy and daddy had a home inside of a big hollow mountain. They called it the Hidden Village. I was born there and I remember it being comfy. Most houses there were made out of scrap planks and sometimes the houses broke. I didn't go much outside there. Parents said it was dangerous outside of the village. A lot of houses were built high up and sometimes on the sides of the rocks. I got really good at climbing there because you needed it to get around to the others.
Oh, that explains why she's got such good agility.
Once there was a big monster in our village. Parents said it was like a shark with legs and arms, but I still don't know what a shark even is. It was running through and hunting people, and some of the other children were too slow. Me and my parents had to hide in our home, and Papa told me I wasn't allowed to be afraid, since the monster could smell fear.
That big shark monster must have been a megalodon we fought one some time ago. It was a really close call. There's certainly something to be reckoned with. If it weren't for Squibhoss, we'd all be sinking in the depths.
Eventually it left. Life was stressful after that. My parents told me stories about the place outside of the hidden village, the tower-struck lands. People used to live there some time ago, but a person they called the Stone Life Lord had ransacked most of it and turned it into a place to make other big monsters. These monsters were odd, no flesh or bones, they said. It was all made out of stone.
Stone Life Lord? And he could make stone golems? This must have been the Duke of Erisia that Alastair told us about.
Well, I never got to see the Lord face to face, because a really weird thing happened. The island sank with everyone on it. It was like falling asleep. I don't remember anything else other than the feeling of falling freely. When I woke up, there was no one else in the village other than my parents and I. They said they didn't remember anything either, but we had somehow survived the drift.
And that must have been what Nero told us, that the island drifts in and out from the depths. But you don't remember anything from the depths at all?
No, not at all. It was like I was asleep, dreaming.
What happened after you reappeared to the surface world?
Penelope gulps, and she looks nervous.
That's when the Hat Man found us.
Oh shit.
Oh shit.
I remember what he looked like. He didn't have the red blindfold. He had dark green eyes that felt like they were staring straight through me. When he saw me, he called me
so innocent,
and that I was
full of vigor, ready to be broken.
Mama came to protect me from him, but he cut her down with his shadowy weapon. I was too scared to move or speak. It all happened so fast. He tried to take me to some place outside of the village, but not before Papa pressed his thumbs into the Hat Man's eyes. But it didn't stop him, as the Hat Man ended him too. After that, I was stuck in his dark rooms, where he hit me with the shadowy weapon he used to kill my parents with. He did it often and found it fun when I cried or got hurt. But one day, Gary found me in the cell. He looked shocked when he saw me, and he told me that he's going to save me from him. One night, Gary opened the door to the dark room and told me to run as far away as possible. After that, I had to hunt for my own food out in the wilds. But I found shelter at the large stone building, where I found lots of tasty birds. And that's when you and Boomstick found me.
And then we beat the fuck out of Calzin.
Yeah, the more I hear about him, the worse he gets. He really deserved to die such a brutal death.
And I helped in killing him. Yippee!
The fellow jumps with joy and reaches out for a high five with the both of you.
Oh damn, she's awfully happy about this.
Why wouldn't she be happy? Hell, she even got to take him down the same way her father tried, by gouging his eyes out. Now that's real poetry. I'll give her the high five she deserves.
Damn, you're so right. I go to high five her as well.
Yay!
Suddenly, you hear Penelope retch. She looks woozy and lightheaded.
Gulp! I don't feel so good.
She covers her mouth and runs over to the railing to throw up, spilling her stomach acid over the ocean waters.
Ah, crap. It's probably her first time at sea, so she's getting seasick. Basil, do you know if you could, synthesize some medicine for that?
I actually have something for that. I prepared for seasickness when we were on that boat to Erisia, so I packed some cured Denafilo. It calms the nerves, but thankfully I never had to use them. Here, Penelope. You can have some.
Penelope looks at you slowly with a tired expression. She takes the medicine and starts chewing on it.
Wait, you're supposed to suck on them, not chew.
Penelope swallows and gulps like a cartoon character, and her face changes from tired to happy.
Wow, it really works. Thanks, dear man. You can call me.
Penelope falls comically to the floor with a thud, snoring loudly. She's been knocked clean out.
What did you put in those, dear boy?
I told her not to chew. When chewing down on the medicine, the Denafilo releases a mild narcotic. She probably doesn't have a resistance to it, so she just fell asleep.
Thank goodness. I thought you gave her a heart attack or something.
If I wanted to give her a heart attack, I'd just feed her your diet.
Ha ha ha. You're a little bitch, aren't ya? Learning to roast from the professionals.
Rather be a little bitch than a fat bitch, ain't that right?
As Lionel's steering the ship, he notices the clouds darken further as rain starts to pour over your vessel. The gleaming sun has now been completely covered by swaths of gray vapor, and the rhythm of the ocean's waves accelerates, making the ride bumpy.
Yikes. We should have seen that coming. Dear boy, could you drag Penny to the inside of the ship? Otherwise, she'll get a cold or something.
Well, all right, how far away is Summer Isle? These waves could become dangerous if the weather persists.
Let me check the map and the compass. I should have a grasp on those sorts of things. I'm the captain after all.
All right, for that, you'll have to roll for investigation.
Well, that's a 10.
You hastily analyze the sea map, as well as your surroundings to compare with it. You consult the compass to navigate, and calculate the estimated time to be around 12 hours until you reach your destination.
12 hours? Damn, this boat is fast as hell.
It can't be 12 hours. We've barely been sailing for half a day. Let me try to read this map. I'll carry Penelope with me into the captain's quarters.
As Basil tries to reach Lionel, the sailboat is struck by a large impact from the side, shaking the vessel and everyone on it. Basil and Lionel make either a constitution or an athletics save.
Damn, these waves must be getting pretty intense. Well, my constitution is slightly higher, so I'll pick that.
Both mine are fine.
Nice, I got a 17.
Shit, that's a natural one.
Basil notices the source of the impact, a cannonball. It strikes your sailboat on the left side. The Gremmer manages to steal his legs, and he keeps himself standing while still carrying the sleeping Tholener over his shoulder. Lionel was too preoccupied steering and falls to the floor, losing control of the boat, and he takes 4 bludgeoning damage as he hits his hip on the wooden floor.
Ouch. What the hell was that?
Lionel, we're being bombarded. A cannonball hit us.
Where? I bring myself back to my knees to see the direction of where the cannonball came from.
No perception check needed for this one. A towering frigate looms behind you, with black flags flying high over their sails. It races towards you at an unimaginable speed, edging ever closer to your vessel. Its cannons are loaded and ready to end your lives to plunder whatever treasure you may keep in your coffers. As well as this, you notice your boat slowing down in speed as the large hole from the cannonball has created a leak as water flows into your puny sailboat like an unstoppable waterfall.
Fuck, we need to do something fast. We need someone to patch up the boat.
I'll try to seal the hole. You go try to lose our pursuers.
Got it.
All right, I'll go down to the lower deck and try to find something to patch this with.
As you take the stairs down to the lower floor, you see the harsh stream of water flowing into the boat. The water level is already up to your ankles, so you'll have to be quick in your repairs. Make a perception check to find anything to seal the hole with.
I got a 13. What do I find?
You find some spare planks, which seem to have been in the boat's storage for a similar occasion to this one. But to plug the hole, you'll need a second person to hammer it in.
Well, shit, if Penny wasn't out cold, she could have been really helpful here. Do you want me to hammer it in instead?
There's no need for that. As long as I can hold this plank and cover the hole with it, that'll be enough for Lionel to make our escape.
Got it. Now let me make our getaway. I'll make a hard turn and try to juke them.
Roll for sleight of hand in order to make your maneuver.
Fuck, that's a 4.
Your tactical juke ends up being very mediocre, as the frigate predicts your movements.
Well, shit. That didn't go as planned. How's the hull holding up, Basil?
I think it's doing quite fine, actually.
Just as you say that, the hole increases in size, leaking additional water into the boat.
Oh boy, I should have stayed quiet.
Damn it. I'll do a perception check. This will have to work. We don't have many options left. Maybe we can lose them somewhere. Hell yes. Be a natural 20. My luck is turning around.
You spot a small opening on the side of a forested mountain leading into a cave. The opening is large enough for your sailboat to pass through, but small enough to stop the frigate from entering. It's about 250 meters starboard, so it's not too far away.
That's our chance. I'll turn full speed starboard. It's our only option.
The frigate attempts to follow suit, but lags behind because of its hulking size.
Yes, we can do this.
Let's fucking go. How close are we to the cave opening now?
You're about 50 meters away, and the frigate is slowing down, as it doesn't seem inclined to follow. It starts turning port, turning slowly away from you.
Get wrecked, pirate scrubs. I walk out from my quarters and flip them the double middle fingers.
Suddenly, the frigate fires a volley of cannonballs at the cave opening. The actual reason why they were turning was so that they could broadside your boat. However, the cannonballs fly over your sailboat as they crash into the mountain wall, destroying the cave opening. Your ship is now sailing 50 miles per hour into a sheer wall with no time to turn away.
Son of a bitch. Those smart-ass pirates knew what we were trying to do.
Everything all right up there? Did they miss us?
Well, they did miss us, but now we're sailing right into our doom.
Hey, I just woke up. What's happening? Wow!
You find yourselves in the cold ocean water, scrambling for any sort of driftwood to stay afloat on. Miraculously, none of you are seriously hurt, but Jackdaw's sailboat is nothing more than memories now, completely demolished.
Blah, I got so much salt water in my mouth. How are you holding up, Lionel?
Like shit, man. I don't think I've ever crashed this hard before. Wait, where's Penelope?
You notice frantic splashing in the water as pale hands reach for the skies, desperately trying to keep themselves above water. Her face is barely above water as she struggles to breathe.
Shit, she never learned how to swim. We've got to help her.
On it. I dive down into the water to rescue her.
Roll for athletics.
That's a 14. This has to work.
Lionel dives down valiantly to Penelope, where he grabs her under her arms and swims backwards, moving back to Basil. She coughs up some seawater as she starts to breathe heavily.
All right, just get her back to this piece of driftwood here. We should be able to stay afloat for at least a little while.
Are you quite done with your futile heroics?
Who is that?
Above you stands a hefty man with a black goatee. He stands on a rowboat paddled by 2 other sailors at his service. It has sailed some 40 meters away from the large frigate. He unsheathes his cutlass and points it at you with a condescending smirk on his face.
Now, let's make this easy for the both of us.
Answer the question, you rotund bastard. Who are you?
You've really got a sailor's mouth. I am Chimera Blackblubber, captain of the Black Steel Pirates. Now that I've answered your worthless question, I want you to give me everything in your coffers. That shoddy sailboat must have had something valuable in it.
Dude, a Vigil owned this boat. There's literally nothing except the bare essentials.
We know a Vigil owned this boat. That's why we attacked it. But I guess you lads are pirates like us. Of course, that doesn't spare you from my wrath.
I mean, he's not wrong. We did kind of steal this.
It was literally your decision.
Come on, Basil. Show some follow-through. We decide.
Silence. You speak when you are spoken to. Bring me anything worth of value here. I don't enjoy having my precious time wasted.
We already told you there's nothing of value here.
Then I'll take what's on your bodies.
Hell no. We're not going down without a fight.
The pirate captain laughs, seeing you splash about angrily in the water.
Fight. Don't make me laugh, fancy man. You're coming aboard this rowboat. You have no say in this matter.
We should just follow him back. We have no chance against him when we're swimming around in the water.
And then he takes us to his frigate, where his entire crew is? We're not getting an advantage if we follow him back.
I can hear you, idiots. I don't appreciate people talking about murdering me, especially when it's done behind my back. Glass dancer, ice chains.
He sends out a web of crystallized red chains, wrapping you up neatly, tangling and stopping all of your movements. He holds the chains like a leash, tugging you.
Youch! Get this off me.
Men, row us back to the Black Blubber's Pride.
But sire, you're dragging 3 additional people behind us.
I didn't ask for how difficult it was. I said row us back to the Black Blubber's Pride.
Aye, Captain.
And so, after a painstakingly long 40 meters, you arrive at the large frigate, the Black Blubber's Pride. The red crystallized chains are released, and Captain Chimera gestures for you to climb aboard.
Don't try to swim away. We've got harpoons lined up for that sort of occasion. Or unless you want to sate my crew's hunger for blood.
We weren't thinking of that. Do you think we're that stupid?
How nice. I love when my victims are compliant. It makes it really convenient.
I whisper to Basil the second we're in control. We're beating this guy up.
You climb the tall ladder up to the deck of the frigate where the crew stand gathered. They look strangely unenthusiastic, as if they're bored. A closer look shows that most of them are severely malnourished, a stark contrast to their rotund captain. The ship is in pristine condition, completely spotless, but probably at the cost of his crew's sanity. Chimera's crew gathers around you, surrounding you and preventing any attempts to escape.
Loyal subordinates, who's ready to plunder?
Hooray.
Can we please get to eat?
I'm hungry.
You get to eat when I say so. Now, foolish pirates. You stand against the full might of the Black Blubber's pride, the undefeated legendary ship of the Eastern Luminant.
You aren't undefeated. Not even close.
The entire crew goes silent, and so does the captain. He stares at you, confused. He then bursts into a raucous laughter, slapping his knees as he's hollering.
A simple bluff and nothing more. Who do you think you are?
Maestro Evangard rest defeated your entire crew, alone, at the Isle of Vigils.
The captain now notices what you meant, and he seems infuriated by your knowledge.
Who told you this story?
A Vigil initiate and a close friend.
Damned Vigils, they humiliated my father and his crew.
Oh, so Felice Black Blubber was your father?
Indeed. After his defeat, he gave up on his dream of becoming the strongest pirate in all of Lumen. I had to take up his mantle and continue the legacy. And every Vigil ship we come across, we bombard and loot them. That is, after all, what they deserve.
Is it really worth it to continue this grudge? You won't gain anything from this.
Maybe you're right. Hey, wait a second. Ha! You're trying to distract me. A good try, a very good try indeed. Drop everything you have. If your armor is of any value, drop that too.
Well, shit. Worth a shot.
I don't want to give you Lionel's swords. They're precious to me.
Well, you've got no other choice, little lady.
Out of game moment, what the fuck do we even do in this situation? He's got us surrounded with like 40 people.
I do have that fitted blight potion, the one that makes people puke. You have your flame blinds and your flame repulsion, but that might set fire to the entire ship, killing us too.
Boomstick, use the big flashy attack.
The big flashy attack? Oh right, my flare snap, but what do we do after that?
Didn't think that far.
Hey, you hear me? Drop your stuff unless you want me to get violent.
Captain?
What? You're not getting any food if that's what you're asking.
No, there's another ship. Blue and gold sails.
Why do I hear boss
Blue
music?
and gold.
An equally sized frigate approaches from port of the Black Blubber's pride. Its sails are raised high, colored in gold and light blue colors. Its hull trumps the Black Blubber's pride in style, as it is trimmed with lavish gold decorations beyond your wildest dreams. It glides across the ocean with immaculate grace, with cannons locked and loaded. It lies 30 meters from the starboard and is rapidly approaching.
Damn it all. I stop the ship for one moment and that bald fucker finds me instantly.
The captain is a bald man with a black beard and a chiseled face, clad in a white and blue mix of plate armor and martial arts robes. His build is muscular, and he carries himself with dignity. He gives an order to one of his crew as they take his place in steering the ship. The captain leaps, launching himself from his ship onto the one you're standing on, landing in a superhero pose right in front of the rotund captain.
Chimera Black Blubber, huh? Damn, you're somehow uglier in real life than the picture on your bounty poster.
There's no way.
Is that fucking Andrew Tate?
That's right, brokies. I saw you guys playing D&D on YouTube. I thought that shit was only for nerds, but apparently it's cool as fuck. I'll be joining for this session. Mr. Obamba briefed me on the rules and the story, so no need to lecture me.
That's pretty sick. And a good moment to join too. We were in a bad spot.
Andrio Kotov, in the flesh. Gods, you've been on my ass for the past month. When are you gonna learn to quit?
I'm on a grind set, fat ass. Quitting is for chumps who can't stack notes like me.
It appears Andrei Kotov over here is as much of a money mogul master as me. Exquisite.
Oh, really? What color is your frigate?
It would be a metal gray.
Gold's a better color.
Wait, do you actually own a boat?
I mean, I work for the Summer Company, and they've got ironclad warships.
Fair enough.
Well then, Kimmy boy, ready to get your ass beat?
The fat captain laughs as he gestures widely.
I've got over 40 crew members, and you're just 3 people. 4 if you count that terrified girl over there.
Dude, they're all built like skeletons. A single kick and they'd literally snap in half.
Well, he is going for the North Korea look, so that's not surprising.
All right, listen up all starving ass sailors on this boat. There's plenty of food and water on my ship. If you give up, you can join my ship and eat for once in a fucking while.
Roll for persuasion to convince the sailors.
All right, a 19. As to be expected of the top G.
The crew's eyes light up as their mouths salivate at the thought of fresh food. Many of them drop their weapons without a second thought.
When can we eat?
Finally, I haven't eaten anything for a week.
You traitorous bastards, what do I pay you for?
You don't pay us, you fat fuck. We would have mutinied if any one of us had the energy to do so.
You don't deserve my loyalty.
Yeah, what that guy said.
I give an order to my ship to stop so that the sailors here can swim aboard. So, Fatty, where's your advantage now?
Oh, whatever. They were all cannon fodder. Elites, come up here.
7 elite pirates approach you, standing neatly beside Chimera. They come equipped with sabers and cutlasses. Unlike the other crew, these pirates appear to be well fed and trained, thus gaining the title of elite. Lionel notices that one of them even has a flintlock, likely plundered from a Summer Company grunt.
Oh, hell nah. I'm avenging my fellow co-worker.
These people look a lot stronger than the bandits on the big camp at home.
Does the cat girl fight, or is she just here for moral support?
In our last battle, she gouged the shit out of someone's eyes.
Sounds promising.
Well, it appears you numbskulls are still outnumbered 2-1. You ready to take this dance?
I'll have you know I'm great at dancing.
Aha! Then let's tango, fools!
Hello, fellow viewers and players, and welcome back to the AI President's Havoc of Erisia campaign. You two had an unfortunate death at the hands of Kalzim, the Ministry Adjudicator, back in Session 4. At the end of the session, your arrival to the depths was foreshadowed at the end of the episode, where this session will be taking place.
Yeah, about that. A worrying amount of people left comments thinking we were both dead forever.
Ha ha ha, true. Apparently, a lot of people don't watch these videos until the end. I sometimes put little teasers at the end for upcoming sessions.
Yeah, just like at the end of Session 3. That's when I was teased to join the series, but only like 3 people commented about it.
Oh, that's right, I almost forgot about that. Nice for you to finally be at the table.
Well, last time I was basically an NPC. Obama recorded some voice lines for me in advance for the series, since I was away for the time being. I didn't expect my character to straight up die, though. So my first time playing will be in the depths, I guess.
Yeah, man, the emo guy hits like a truck.
Also, why do I smell cigar smoke in here?
Cigar smoke? God damn it, I thought I told Andrew not to smoke in here. I can't let them be spoiled, though.
Well, now that you mention it, I smell that too. Maybe he invited someone over for the other president's session?
Oh, maybe it's John F. Kennedy. He smokes cigars.
Or perhaps it's Fidel Castro?
I mean, Castro's dead, so that would be kind of difficult.
Well, so's Kennedy, you doofus. Wait, hold up. What if it's Andrew Tate?
Nah, that would be dumb. He's not even a president. He's also a massive asshole. I bet he wouldn't even touch D&D with a 10-foot pole.
Well, that didn't stop Ben Shapiro from joining.
Yeah, but that's a different thing. He's a player here because most of the time he's the DM, so Ben wanted to join a campaign where he got to play for once.
Oh yeah, true. I think he's only been a player like once, which was in Crafty GG's campaign. There might be more, but I haven't seen everything yet.
All right, let's try to get back to the session.
Okie dokie. Do we need to do a recap?
The other guys have already done a recap, so it's not needed.
Well, that spares us the trouble. I'm ready to play for real this time.
Same here.
There's a milestone level up for entering the depths, so you guys get to level up and pick a class path, talent, and mantra.
Wait, we got to level up?
Ah, shit, I didn't prepare anything.
Did I not tell you guys that?
We were dead.
All right, my bad. I'll give you guys some time.
2 hours later.
Okay, I picked some good ones. What about you, Joe? Is he sleeping? Already?
Yeah, Joe, the ice cream truck is outside. Wake up.
What? Ice cream, yippee.
Okay, good. What cards have y'all picked?
Okie dokie, I'm going first. For my Vigil class, I picked the Airborne Duelist path, which gives me a really cool ability called Airborne Initiative. If an enemy is launched airborne somehow, I can use a reaction to teleport to them and melee attack them for some quick damage. The enemies also take extra damage from the fall, and my class path gives me fall damage resistance, which is also nice. The range of this ability is 30 feet in any direction, and I can only use this 3 times per fight. And because I picked the Vigil class, the level 3 bonus gives me the talent Adrenaline Surge, which works the same way Action Surge works in D&D. My talent is a pretty good one. It's called Replenishing Knockout. If I defeat an enemy, I heal 1d4 HP, and this can proc multiple times per round. It's pretty simple, but very useful. Finally, my mantra isn't a Gale mantra this time. I picked Master's Flourish. I spin around and slash an enemy twice using a bonus action, dealing 3d4 plus 2 slashing damage. It has a +4 on hit if it's used after a normal attack. It also launches an enemy 5 feet back, which is pretty cool. I also got an 8 on my hit dice, which leaves me at 27 HP. Okay, now it's Bush's turn.
Well, let's see here. For my bandit class, I picked the Sanguine Opportunist path, which gives me an advantage to attacks of opportunity and makes me deal 1d4 extra bleed damage if I strike anything with advantage. Frankly, this is pretty overpowered, since I have 2 weapons, so this can go pretty nuts. My talent is Low Stride, which gives me a +4 bonus to stealth checks, which is nice for sneaking up to enemies and dealing some juicy damage. I had some trouble picking my mantra, but in the end I went for Ice Spike. This mantra summons a huge icicle from the ground, launching enemies airborne, dealing 1d10, plus 3 frost damage. This has a range of 20 feet. I picked this since it would synergize nicely with Jackdaw's new subclass thing. I got a pretty shitty roll from the hit dice, which was a 2. I'm now at 27 HP, which is equal to Jackdaw's.
For those that skipped, here's the rundown on screen. All right then, if you're all ready, let us begin. You both wake up, sleeping inside of a stone ruin. You open your eyes, seeing only blue sands and weird coral trees as far as the eyes can see. As you stand up, it feels like you're underwater, yet you can still somehow breathe. Up on the roof of the realm, you can see massive cracks of white light, serving as the only light source in this world. Further ahead, you notice the massive walls of what looks like a sunken city.
Off my head, feels like shit to be dematerialized.
Same here, man. Where are we anyways? How are we still alive?
You are in the first layer of the depths, the Celtar Oasis. This is the first layer of many in this Dante's Inferno like hell.
Huh. So dying in the overworld just brings you to the depths?
Indeed, and dying in the first layer brings you to the second layer, and so on. However, natural deaths such as from age or disease will not bring you into the depths.
The world's just one giant onion, I guess.
I guess you wouldn't be too far off. Well, I'm off to find a way to escape this weird place.
I'll help you out, buddy. We can do this together.
Buddy. All right, let's make one thing clear. I'm not your friend. Never was. That thing that happened in Erisia was a temporary alliance, a deal even. I gave you some resources, you helped me in confronting Calzen. That's it. Of course, that plan fucking failed, and who knows if the gun guy, the nerd and Penelope had died too.
But the others can't be dead. Wouldn't they be with us too?
They might have been summoned somewhere else here. Nevertheless, my point still stands. I carved my own path. I have to return quickly to take back what's mine, and I don't need someone to drag behind me.
Seriously? There's no need to go all lone wolf mode. This is foreign territory, Gary. Do you really want to risk your life just so you could be alone?
Don't call me Gary, you little goody two-shoes. I'm a bandit. I live to steal and steal to live. The paths we've chosen don't align.
Well, what about another one of those temporary alliances, huh? You can't reclaim your territory when you're 6 feet under.
Oof, you make a decent point. Fine, we can travel together, but once we return back to the overworld, don't expect another alliance from me.
That's fine by me. Let's find a way out. March forwards.
After your brief disagreement, the two of you finally decide to wander further into this mysterious realm. Your footsteps leave markings on the vast blue sands, where clumps of jagged rocks paint the skyline of the world. You notice in the sky schools of what look like jellyfish glowing a neon light blue over the massive city beneath them.
You know, I've always heard rumors of how dangerous or terrifying this place is, but we haven't really seen anything noteworthy. In fact, it looks pretty peaceful.
Oh gee, I don't know. There might be some creepy fishies hiding away right now. We're gonna have to keep our eyes peeled for whatever that tries to...
What was that?
In a large coral bush, a clump of it moves, trying to break free. It coughs, trying to escape its aquatic prison. The shape of a man's face is shown, with the contours of an upper body revealed. He looks miserable, with deep sunken eyes.
Ah, it might be one of those groaners. I've fought them before. You gotta kill them before they call for help.
Oh yeah, I've seen those too. I'm on it.
Wait, I mean no harm.
Oh, they usually can't speak, only growl or gurgle.
Ugh. Yes, I'm not one of those monsters. Or at least not yet.
Why are you inside of that coral thing?
I had wandered here for weeks with no food. In my desperation, I ate one of the scallops, and my body started breaking down and mutating somehow. I lost my legs, and my body turned into this thing. The only thing I can do is wait to die now, while it eats me from the inside.
Damn, what a gruesome fate.
Ach, indeed. Yes. I don't know if all groaners are born like this. This is excruciating. Imagine, not being able to move, trapped inside of your own husk. That is my existence.
Can't we free you? You seemed to break free a little when we approached you.
My entire body has been turned into a damn plant. I'm rooted to the ground. My attempts to escape are ultimately futile, and I'm aware of that. Please, if you could, end this for me.
Let's put him out of his misery, Jackdaw.
It pains me to do this, but I will fulfill his wish. I unsheathe my katana and try to kill him as cleanly and painlessly as possible.
With a swift strike, you decapitate the helpless hatchling mudskipper ending his misery. His head falls to the floor as it begins to fade away into dust. The dark blood of the miserable creature spills out into the air, which then also fades to dust.
The worst part is, I don't even know if his misery has ended yet. He might just be sent into the second layer instead.
If you want to, you could make an Arcana check in order to know how the depths function.
All right, I'll try to roll. I got a 14 on my Arcana. Does that tell me anything?
Yes, it does. You recall something from your classes back when you were studying at the Isle of Vigils. In order for a soul to pass on to the next layer, the vessel has to be strong enough in order to persist through passing. Therefore, it could be logical to say that the Mudskipper hatchling has passed forever since his vessel was at the verge of collapse.
It's a cruel world out here. At least we know now to not eat anything growing in the depths. Let's continue.
Your march through the realm of the dead continues. The world down here is mostly colorless, only painted with dark blues and blacks. However, the many coral patches bring life to this dead realm. There is perhaps beauty in this place, with small specks of life scattered throughout this vast yet dead world, like poppies growing in trenches. You notice the countless mountains attached to the roof of the realm, like support beams in a building, holding its structure together. Your path takes you through a rock tunnel, shielding you from the abyssal threats.
So, how'd you become a bandit?
Wouldn't you like to know, Vigil Boy?
Ah, come on. If you tell me, I can tell you about how I became a swordsman.
No thanks. Quit bothering me.
It's going to get boring if we just walk and do nothing. We have so much time to kill, man.
Fine. I applied to be a bandit and went to a job interview. There, done.
That's bullcrap, Gary. You can't apply to be a criminal.
Not that you know of, Snaky.
Man, why don't you want to tell me anything?
'Cause I know that the second we escape this place, your sorry ass will snitch on me with the Vigils and have them take out my whole operation.
If I wanted to do that, I could have done it the moment I met you. I promise not to tell them anything. It's our secret.
Fine, fine. You're really nosy, you know. I used to live in Tirsa back when it was still inhabitable. My mother ran a criminal organization and secretly controlled most towns there as a sort of mafia. My dad happened to be a deadbeat, so he's out of the picture here. My mother took care of me and had her underlings tutor me when she was absent. That's how I learned most of my tricks.
What was your mother like?
Well, for starters, she's still alive, but no longer running crime rings and that sort of jazz. After a catastrophe at Tirsa, most towns were obliterated, so she's retired as of now. She's tough as nails, and also an elder chrysid, so she's got these massive wings. Unfortunately, her muscle mass is so large that her wings can no longer carry her.
Wait, what? Is your mother ripped or something?
Incredibly so. Her name's Tiffany Ixatoke, by the way.
Okay, the name and the body does not match up at all. She must be on something. But steroids haven't been invented yet.
What do you mean, man? Doesn't everyone's mom look like this? Is this sort of stuff unusual?
Change of topic. Why do you not have wings like your mom? You said she was a chrysid, right? Aren't you supposed to be like half moth?
Honestly, it's a mystery. My own guess is that highborn races' genes don't match well with others. So maybe my other genes were more dominant? Might have to contact a biologist or something. I do know that I inherited my capabilities as a frost rower from my mother, which is why I can summon ice daggers and stuff like that.
That's pretty interesting. When we met you, you had an encampment in Erisia. How'd that happen?
Well, I'm an opportunist at heart. The second I heard a new, massive driftland had appeared, I just had to take my chances. I had full support from my mother, who lended me 5 of her previous goons, which then became the 5 bandit lords which helped me keep control of all these lesser bandits. We found a great spot to set up a base, as it was directly over a stone foundation, with some old dungeon infrastructure below. We quickly assembled our base, and I grouped some bandits into foraging, some into guards, and others into scouts. Apparently, we were among the first to settle on the island, where we had discovered some of the lost materials here, such as erisor, erythine, and the incredibly addictive blue cap fungus. You've probably overheard this stuff already. By smuggling them back to Etris, the closest city, we earned shittins of notes, more than your broke vigil ass could ever imagine.
Well, that last part is a bit rude, but how does Calzin fit into the picture? When we overheard you guys talking in the warehouse, it sounded like he was pretty important.
Ah, well, that's right about after we finished building most of our buildings in the settlement. He just waltzed in there and basically demanded our respect. We told him to fuck right off, but he quickly proved to be a powerhouse, where he used some of that weird shadow magic stuff to demolish one of our houses into bits. We all knew we basically had no chance against him, so in desperation I recruited him. He graciously accepted and acted as my second in command. He also said that he saw some kind of hidden potential in me, which I found to be pretty odd. Most bandits were scared shitless every time he was around, and he was surprisingly good at organizing forces. Or well, up to a point when he started sending out my bandits to guard pointless objectives where they were slaughtered by either authority forces or Etrine soldiers. Worst part is, we couldn't really do anything about it since he could kick the shit out of all of us if we opposed them.
Damn, that kind of sucks, man. But why did he suddenly become incompetent? You said he was really good before.
Clearly, he had some other ulterior motive other than to keep the operation running. This all started to happen the second I left to explore the tower-struck lands, where I had foolishly left Calzine in charge. I remember him saying that you had some sort of hidden potential as well, just like me. I still don't know what the hell he meant by that. Of course, at the end, he revealed he wanted to recruit me into some sort of faction, but I really couldn't care less about the ministry or whatever the fuck they called themselves. Now, all I hope is that I can return to try to finish Calzine off and reclaim what was mine. So, what about you then? You said you were going to tell me about how you became a Vigil swordsman?
Of course, man. I find it funny how one moment you refused to tell me anything, and now you've told me basically your whole life story.
Screw you. It's to pass the time, that's all. Now get on with it.
Well, I don't remember this first part, only what others have told me. When I was but a little teeny tiny baby, I was in a shipwreck. According to the Vigils, this ship was attacked by a Central Authority destroyer ship. But I really don't know why or for what purpose. The Vigils came to rescue little old me, and they brought me to safety in one of their inns. Sadly, my parents didn't make it, and I don't think I remember their faces at all. The wise Vigils taught me in the ways of the books and of the swords. They also instructed me in the ways of gala breathing and helped me hone my skills.
Well, that was nice and short. Thank goodness that was all you had to say.
Of course not, Gary.
Good grief.
I remember having a couple different teachers, but my favorite was Sir Maestro, who taught math and swordsmanship. I wasn't really good at math that much, but I loved his sword classes, and he always helped out kids if they needed any practice. He's a super chill kind of guy with a sort of air of mystery around him. Oh, I should really tell you about the time he saved the school from pirates.
Oh my gods, I regret ever joining this conversation.
After I became old enough, they sent me on a mission to find one of our lost Vigil scouts. After they had been sent on a mission to map out the new driftland that appeared.
Did you hear that?
Oh, yikes, might be more of those mudskippers.
You hear shouting ahead, coming from other people. You emerge from the rocky tunnel as you see a group of 3 of what look like monster hunters, 2 men and 1 woman. They all carry various weapons, such as battle axes and serrated greatswords. Their armor is a cyan cloth and steel mixed plate armor. They stand gathered at a flat battleground, with weapons drawn, staring down a vicious sea creature. The beast is massive, easily over 20 feet long, sporting razor-sharp teeth and tough scales. It swims around the monster hunters, searching for an opportunity to strike, as the hunters shift around, desperately trying to fend off the beast. Clearly, these have bitten off more than they can chew.
Damn it. Keep your eye contact. Any moment of weakness is an opportunity for it to strike.
Be ready for when it lunges. We only have a few moments to fight back.
Fucking hell, mate. Whose bright idea was this? We can't bring down a Razorfin with just the 3 of us.
Stop your whining, Peter. Let's prove what a diver is worth.
A diver? This must be some sort of faction. You've got to be a massive fool if you want to voluntarily go down here to hunt monsters.
Wait, so did they die on purpose in order to hunt monsters?
There are other ways to reach the depths without dying. Some of these methods include using portals powered by ether or sometimes even underwater caves.
They're still monumentally stupid.
The sea creature, fittingly called a razorfin, rushes for an opportunity to strike, using its massive fins to propel itself forwards, opening wide with its jaws.
Stand your ground, divers. I will lead us to victory.
The other divers stand dumbfounded as their supposed leader rushes forwards towards the razorfin, trying to take it down alone. His sword bounces off of the creature's scales as it snatches him, easily catching him with its jaws. The razorfin crunches down, completely annihilating the body of the diver. His insides spill out, creating a cloud of red blood in the water. The beast spits out the discarded metal armor, which is now crumbled and in pieces.
Oh no, that's terrible.
That idiot deserved it. Bro thought he was the main character.
Oh gods, we're doomed!
They never prepared us for this in training. Run for your lives!
Gary, we have to save them. I'll run over and help them fight it.
I extend my arm to stop Jackdaw's idiocy. Did you not just see that fish obliterate a guy in metal armor? Do you think you'll do any better?
But it's the right thing to do.
Spare me your delusions for later. We have to get the hell out of here. We're not becoming victims.
The remaining divers now scatter, desperately trying to avoid becoming food to the beast. It quickly locks on and finds a new target, rushing down and catching him. It targets the female hunter, who's running to save her own life.
But please help! Save me! Help!
And she is no more reduced to a pile of gore.
How can you just let this happen? How can you see these injustices and just let it slip past you?
It's not an injustice if they're the ones who provoked the beast.
Do you not have any empathy at all? Those hunters are people, just like us.
Empathy is a weakness in an uncaring world.
If empathy is a weakness, then why did you free Penelope?
Oh, shut up. Let's get moving already. We're not doing anything useful by just sitting here and watching people get slaughtered.
You walk back through the rock tunnel, this time in complete silence. You emerge at the entrance once more. In order to find a new path, roll for perception.
I only got a 6.
I got some pretty shitty luck, too. That's only a 7.
You only find one other path to take, which is to the left. A massive forest, seemingly made out of kelp, shows itself. The massive leaves of kelp move with the stream of the waters, replicating the movements of trees in an old forest.
Well, it's either this or to get eaten by a big-ass fish, so let's go.
You strut into the kelp forest, following a long-since-faded path. The ground is lined with jagged rocks and small corals, with abyssal fish swimming around you. The air, or well water in this case, smells slightly putrid, as if something has been rotting here.
That smell isn't a good sign. We should tread carefully.
I'll unsheath my katana quietly and be on the lookout for anything that might try to attack us.
In a small opening in the forest, you find a small school of 5 of those glowing neon jellyfish you saw earlier in the sky. They stand gathered around a body, stinging it with their tentacles, creating a smell which resembles burning skin. The body seems to still be partly alive, although severely damaged. It carries heavy metal armor, along with a large steel maul and a buckler shield, which lie next to it on the ground.
Ah, well, that explains the smell. What kind of creature are these jellyfishes?
Roll for nature.
I got a 12. Does that tell me anything?
Yes, these are gigameds, a type of creature only found in the first layer of the depths. They are quite weak physically, but can exert thousands of volts of electricity and shockwaves when threatened, stunning their targets. They become lethal when in large schools, where they can defeat foes much stronger and ferocious than them.
That's good to know. Let's see if we can chase these little critters off this body. There's only 5 of them, so this shouldn't be too hard.
All right, I'll cast my Seeking Ice Daggers mantra to try to snipe some of those gigameds off it.
Roll to hit.
You kidding me? My first attacking roll is a natural one.
Oh boy, that's not a good sign.
As Gervasius attempts to summon his ice daggers, he loses focus as 2 of them shatter midair, not reaching its target. The third one flies completely wrong and flies to target Jackdaw instead.
Dang it, Gary. How did you manage to shoot backwards?
My bad, Jackdaw. My daggers must have thought you were an enemy or something.
The gigameds now take notice of your presence. They swim away to dodge the exploding ice knives, and they start to glow ominously, crackling with electricity.
Ah, yikes, they're pissed.
One of the gigameds attach themselves to the head of the warrior like a helmet, replacing the warrior's entire face with its long, slender stingers. Suddenly, the warrior's body jolts awake, shot to life by the gigamed upon its head. It brings itself to its legs, picking up its steel maul and rounded buckler shield. One of the gigameds applies and stretches itself over the entire shield, glowing a neon light blue. The deep gigamed Night Knot points its weapon to the both of you, challenging you to a battle. Roll for initiative.
Nice, I got a 19.
Only a 10 for me. I hope they didn't get anything better.
The Gigamed Knight rolled a 14, and the 3 other Gigameds got an 18, a 15, and a natural 1. The battle order will go Jackdaw, Gigamed 1, Gigamed 2, Gigamed Knight, Gervasius, and finally Gigamed 3.
All right, for my turn, I'll run decently close to the right and try to wind blade to hit Gigamed 1 and pierce through to Gigamed 2. I got a 15 to hit and 7 slashing damage.
According to the rules we set back in session 4, that doesn't pierce. It has to be above 16 in order to pierce once.
Oh, bummer.
Jackdaw sheathes and unsheathes his katana, sending out a green crescent slash of wind, deeply cutting the Gigamed. A few of its stingers fall off, floating gently down to the ground.
I'll run up and use Master's Flourish on it to finish it off, since that only takes a bonus action. That's a 13 to hit and 11 slashing damage.
That's enough to kill it. How do you want to do it?
I run up and unleash 2 devastating spinning slashes, slicing the jellyfish into ribbons.
As you slice the jellyfish, you push it 5 feet back before it explodes into a cloud of electricity. If it weren't for your flourish knocking it back, that cloud would have damaged you. You also restore 2 hit points from your replenishing knockout talent.
Well, that's good to know. We should use ranged attacks if we want to take out the jellies without being hurt.
The second Gigamed now moves in to attack Jackdaw, waving around its stingers as it pulses through the air. It strikes with its stingers. It rolled a 17, so that misses. Jackdaw avoids the electric stingers of the Gigamed, dodging gracefully with swift movements. It is now the deep Gigamed Knight's turn. It takes a few heavy steps, shaking the ground as it treads. It raises its maul high into the air and slams down at Jackdaw. A 14, so that misses. The maul slams down into the earth, cracking the black rocks of the depths, and whips up a small cloud of blue sand. Jackdaw backsteps, staying ever vigilant. It's now Gervacious' turn.
I'll cast my Warden Blades mantra and run up to the 2 jellies, but still staying in melee range so that I can shred them and do a little damage.
Okay, that will require the Gigameds to roll an acrobatics check above 15 to dodge it. A natural 1 and a 9. You deal 5 slashing damage to both of the electric jellyfish as your revolving ice blades rend their membranes.
Well, I don't have any more movement left, so I'll use my offhand dagger to stab the jellyfish north of me. I'll just have to tank the electric explosion if it kills. A 15 to hit and 9 damage, which probably kills it.
Indeed. How do you want to do it?
I grab my second dagger and spin it around as I stab right through it, taking it down swiftly and efficiently.
The Gigamed reverberates and explodes, prompting you to make a Constitution saving throw in order to avoid being stunned.
All right, give me something good. A 19, perfect.
As the jellyfish explodes, Gervacious stands prepared for the shock, managing to keep his legs sturdy even after the shock. However, he still takes 6 lightning damage from the explosion.
Well, that's all right. At least I can move next turn.
Okie dokie, it's my turn now. I'll finish off the last Gigamed with a melee attack.
No, don't. We're both in its explosion range, and if we fail to save, we might both get stunned. It's probably better to keep it alive.
I could use my Master's Flourish instead.
Then it will still hit me. You should just deal some damage to the knight instead. We can take out the Gigamed later once I've repositioned.
I guess you're right. I'll unsheath and attack the Gigamed Knight.
Jackdaw unleashes his blade and slashes with fury against his heavily armored opposition. The knight recoils from the hit as the Gigamed on its face sparks with electricity.
Oof, this guy might be pretty tough.
It's now the Gigamed's turn as it attempts to electrify you with its stingers. Only a 14, so that misses. Your AC is too damn high.
Well, yeah, honestly, I don't know how I started on 18 AC. You're the one who made the classes and stuff.
True, I guess. The knight brings up their jellyfish buckler and slams it into the Vigil Warrior. Damn 22 to hit 9 lightning damage. Make a Constitution save.
Awesome. A dirty 20.
The hulking knight smashes their shield against you. As the Gigamed wrapped around it zaps you with electricity upon impact. The robed warrior manages to withstand the electric current of the creature and keeps himself standing.
All right, now it's my turn. First, I'll start by sneaking behind the knight by using a bonus action.
Make a stealth check versus their perception check.
I got a 26. I don't think they're beating that.
Indeed, you disappear into the darkness, as if you were never there to begin with.
Perfect. Now I'll sneak behind the knight and stab them with my dagger. Hell yeah, 23 to hit. 17 piercing damage, 4 bleeding from my class path, and possibly more from my Warden Blades.
The Gigamed Knight failed the acrobatics save. Just after the knight had slammed the samurai duelist with their buckler, they are struck by a devastating impact from behind as a cobalt-cloaked rope pierces through the heavy armor with finesse, leaving a deep wound and causing the possessed vessel to bleed. They also suffer 5 extra slashing damage from the Warden Blades as they rip through the knight's armor.
Jackdaw, use your main attack to damage the Gigamed, and then use Master's Flourish to finish it off.
Okie dokie. 15 to hit and 6 slashing damage. And from my Master's Flourish, 13 to hit and 9 slashing damage. That ought to finish it off.
The Vigil Duelist unleashes a devastating combination attack, cutting the jellyfish into bite-sized chunks as it explodes from a safe distance.
Perfect. Now we'll handle this easy peasy.
Oh gods, please don't jinx this shit.
The knight, upon seeing its kin slaughtered, stomps with fury, creating an electric quake around it. It rolled a 21 and 14, just enough to hit both of you. The attack deals 8 bludgeoning damage and knocks you both back 5 feet. Both of you have to make a Constitution save in order to not be immobilized.
Oh yikes, I got a 14 on my save.
I got an 8, so not so good for me.
Jackdaw manages to withstand the electric surge as he is flung back and knocked prone. Gervasius is flung back, knocked prone, and also immobilized for the next turn, and cannot use any movement next turn.
Well, shit. Guess I can't do any sneak attacks this turn. I have another idea instead. I'll cast Ice Spike on the Gigamed Knight and hope Jackdaw can do his air combo thing. Does a 15 hit?
Unfortunately, it doesn't. As Gervasius attempts to summon an icicle from below, the knight notices it and avoids it. The ironclad knight then uses their hammer to smash it into pieces, creating a storm of ice shards.
Damn it.
Well, I'll use my old reliable katana and deal some damage. I'm still prone, but I'm pretty close anyway, so it doesn't affect me too much. I'll run up to it and try to knock it prone using the pommel of my sword. Oh crap, natural 1.
Well, this is going great, isn't it?
Jackdaw lands an insultingly weak pommel strike, barely tapping the tall knight's chest plate, not nudging them by a single millimeter. You hear an odd sound from the Gigamed upon its head, which almost sounds like it's scoffing at your attempt to displace it. The knight reels back its fist and punches you right in the gut, dealing 6 bludgeoning damage and sending you flying back to where you came from, knocking you prone once more.
Man, screw this guy.
Yeah, we're both below half now. They might run up to one of us and smack us with their hammer. And they'll have advantage too, since we're both prone.
The knight suddenly starts running away and making distance, running about 20 feet east of you. The armor-clad warrior waves around their shield, summoning 3 electric orbs around their head. The orbs start to rotate, sparking uncontrollably, as they are flung towards Gervasius with perfect accuracy. The fleeting sparks fly into the prone body of Gervasius, shocking him further. He takes 8 points of lightning damage as he convulses on the cold abyssal sands.
Oh, I guess that mantra is like a magic missile, where it always hits.
Pretty devastating when it's the enemy using it. My Ice Spike has a range of 20 feet, so I'll have to get a little bit closer. Let's hope it actually works this time. I'll use half of my movement to bring myself up, and I'll run slightly closer in order to cast Ice Spike on the knight. Let's go, my first natural 20, so that's a critical hit.
Congrats.
Let's see the damage on this thing. 20 frost damage. With my sheer will, I drag myself to my knees as frozen debris gathers around me, like a blizzard of wrath. I scream with full force and fury. Frost draw Glacial Impale.
Wait, I thought it was called Ice Spike?
Glacial Impale is a way cooler name. I made it up on the spot.
Well, you certainly have more creativity than I do. The frigid spike erupts from the ground, catching the knight by surprise and launching it high up into the air.
It's finally time. I activate my airborne initiative talent as a reaction.
The vigil warrior closes his eyes as he teleports in a gust of wind, appearing midair next to the airborne knight.
That's a 17 to hit and 12 slashing damage. I slash downwards with full force to slam the knight back into the ground.
After Jackdaw unleashed his full power strike, the Gigamed Knight is spiked downwards into the ground, creating a small crater as it impacts. They take 5 bludgeoning damage from the crash as Jackdaw lands gracefully, not taking any damage from the fall.
Gods above. That combo we did made them take 37 points of damage.
You know, Gary, we make a pretty decent team, you and I.
Don't count on it.
The deep Gigamed Knight brings themselves back to their legs using their steel maul as support. It seems fairly weak, but the vessel still has tons more energy left. The knight brings its weapon high into the air, readying for another round.
Hey, so I noticed something Gervasius. This is a body being controlled by a jellyfish parasite mind controller thing, and they only have like 12 HP, I think. Why haven't we tried aiming for the actual parasite yet?
I didn't think of that when I stabbed it. Wait, you're telling me we could have ended this on round 1?
Well, not really. I wouldn't let you guys get such an easy victory.
Oh, well, it's still probably more important to hit it in the head, so we should try to do that. Also, since last round was a reaction, I can attack again this turn. The first roll is only a 14, so that misses. I'll use my adrenaline surge talent and try again. Awesome sauce. I got a 21 to hit and 7 slashing damage.
Did you just unironically say awesome sauce?
I then also used my last mantra slot to cast Master's Flourish. Wowie. A 27 to hit and max damage, which is 14.
The knight avoids the first slash, but they are struck in their side as the Vigil Warrior gains a sudden burst of energy out of nowhere. They are then struck by a combo of slashes from all over the place, leaving scratches all over its armor. The knight looks quite infuriated as electric sparks emanate from their fists. They rush forwards and raise their right leg to kick you. Their leg is wreathed in blue lightning as it comes crashing towards the Vigil Warrior.
Oh boy, this is another one of those big ultimate attacks that deal way too much damage.
You catch on quickly. You hear faint words from the Gigamed, which resembles.
Maximize Thunder Call. Thunder Kick.
It's a 23 to hit, and you take 20...
Hold it right there. I use my Gale Step talent as a reaction to avoid the kick.
Oh my god, I forgot you had that. You'll have to make a contested acrobatics save with the knight in order to dodge it.
Easy peasy. I got a 16.
The knight got a 12, so it fails. Jackdaw jumps upwards, avoiding the destructive thunder kick with ease, as the knight simply kicks air.
Ha! You're too predictable, knight. If you ever want to win a duel, you need to take your enemy by surprise.
The possessed knight freezes up and starts laughing a little. And then a lot.
Oh boy, that's not a good sign.
Predictable, you say. I have to take the enemy by surprise? Is that what you said?
Oh, well earned. Yes, that is precisely what I said.
All right then, how about I take a page out of your book?
The knight uses their adrenaline surge talent and lifts their other leg to kick you.
I didn't know they got that too.
You hear those words once more.
Thunder kick.
18 to hit, just barely enough to land.
Tell Maestro he was my favorite teacher.
The Vigil Warrior, after receiving a dose of his own medicine, is launched 30 feet back from the devastating impact of the kick, taking 17 points of lightning damage as he bounces on the sand, like skipping stones over a lake surface. Luckily, he manages to slow down before impacting into the nearby wall. He slumps over on the ground, rendered unable to fight.
Ouch, my bones. But to be honest, I've had worse.
Well, shit. I don't have any health potions, so you're just gonna have to thug it out.
Come on, man. I know you have a bunch of those small red potions in your pockets.
Oh, fine, I'll toss a minor healing potion to Jackdaw. He can heal at his own volition, because I ain't force-feeding that cornball anytime soon.
I can't drink a potion by myself when I'm unconscious.
Do I really have to babysit you like this?
Gervacious, I am literally dying to death.
Whatever, I'll walk over and force-feed him the potion.
Thanks, best buddy.
Jackdaw restores 6 hit points from the lesser healing potion as he awakens tired. The Gigamed upon the knight's head pulses with amusement as it prepares to deal with its next victim. However, something odd distracts it. The sounds of casual whistling permeate throughout the air, and it's rapidly approaching too.
Who the hell is doing that casual whistling when we're over here fighting for our lives?
Huh, that's not something you see every day. Is that a Gigamed controlling a knight? And it's, oh, I recognize that pale snake. And who's that blue-cloaked fellow?
Oh my gosh, Squib Hoss. Are you here to help us?
Help you? I don't see Lionel anywhere here, so I'm not too inclined to intervene. Wait, don't tell me. Is he also in the depths? I can understand you dying because you're trash, but my little favorite Dance Revolution enjoyer wouldn't be dead, right?
We don't really know. Gervacious and I were fighting some emo guy with a hat, and we both got killed. He may or may not have died, but we haven't seen him anywhere here.
Jackdaw, who is this squid guy?
Oh, of course. The unwieldy snake man hasn't told you a thing about me. I am Squib Hoss.
Oh, I'm Gervacious Ixatoke. Pleased to meet you.
The pleasure is all mine.
The Gigamed Knight stomps in anger from being ignored.
Oh, goodness gracious. How childish of them to throw a temper tantrum right in front of us. Tell you what, I'll spectate your little scuffle with this fellow. I've been looking for some entertainment all day, and this might be what I needed.
All right then, we've got a spectator, Jackdaw. Try not to die.
No promises.
In the Knight's rage, they stomp the ground, creating yet another electric eruption. Except this time they directed the quake from long range. A 12 and a 13, which both miss. The Vigil and the Bandit King both avoid the eruption with ease, rolling to the side.
I'll use my action to hide so that I don't die from his electric ball projectiles.
Wait, you're just leaving me to deal with him?
Yep. Good luck, buddy.
To be fair, I kind of deserve that.
Jackdaw manages to hide in plain sight since he was far away enough from the Knight's field of vision. The ironclad warrior sets its sights on Gervacious as they run up to bash you with their buckler. They got a 9, so that misses. The Bandit King ducks and avoids the shield bash from the rushing knight.
Perfect. Now we're in melee range. Let's wrap this up. I cast Rising Frost on the Gigamed Knight. That's a 16 to hit and 13 frost damage.
That's barely enough to hit. Gervacious combines his 2 ice daggers into a long spear and spins it around like the blades of a helicopter, cleaving right through the armor of the Gigamed Knight and sending both of them skyward.
I'll activate my airborne initiative to slash them mid-air.
The injured yet endlessly determined Vigil Warrior teleports into a gust of wind and appears right next to Gervacious in the air.
Holy shit, this guitar solo is going nuts.
Oh, don't mind me. Just adding a little pizzazz to this battle.
17 to hit and 14 slashing damage.
That's enough to kill. Describe how you want to finish them off together.
Hell yeah, I stabbed them right in the heart with my ice spear as we crashed down into the ground.
I'll carve this guy into 1,000 pieces with my katana. Metal Gear Rising style, and stab them in the face.
Impossible. How could this vessel ever be defeated?
The possessed knight plunges to its doom, stabbed in the heart, brain and having all its limbs sliced off thousandfold. The bandit and the Vigil plunge down together into the abyssal sands of the Selter Waste, impacting and creating a massive dust cloud. Combat is over, with a dramatic finish.
You know, Jackie, you were right. We do actually make a good team.
Oh my gosh, did you just give me a nickname?
Oh? I guess I did.
Am I allowed to call you Gary for real this time?
Fine, you get the Gary pass.
Yay. Oh wait, I'm supposed to be wise and mystical. Ahem, I accept your offering with grace as we are now equals.
The Squid Man approaches you, clapping his hands in amusement.
That was quite the show.
Thanks, man, you were killing it on that guitar.
Squib Hoss lets out a small chuckle as he stares at the ravaged battlefield, decorated with many small metal scraps and jellyfish chunks amongst the craters in the kelp forest.
So, Mr. Squib Haas, how do we escape this place?
Not a fan of my domain, huh?
Domain?
Yes, domain. This is my home.
Did you, create the depths?
Only partially, since I helped to create this outer layer here a couple thousand years ago or so. I only rule the Kelter wastes here. Anything else below this, and I'm merely a visitor.
Well, that's great and all, but how do we leave?
Oh, that's right. In order to return to the surface, you will need to seek out the Cathedral of Interstus.
And where would we find that?
Well, it's not exactly hard to find.
Squibble points to a large tower emerging from what looks like the skyline of a sunken city. Rays of light from the overworld shine onto the tower, highlighting it like a beacon.
Third place is where you'll find your way out. The trip will be perilous, for you at least. You might also meet my wife there.
We will have to take a long rest first. We're both low on health and mantra slots.
Wait a second, did the knight have anything valuable on it?
Ah, yes. Loot goblin tendencies.
On the body of the chopped up knight, you find 37 notes. Anything else has likely been hacked to pieces by Jackdaw.
Really, Jackie? Did you have to ruin all the good loot?
My mistake. Original gangster.
Apology accepted, I guess. We'll set up camp and take a long rest.
That's a good moment to end the session on. As the gang finds shelter in the kelp forest, they drift to sleep inside of a small cave opening. As usual, thank you all for watching, and have a great day or night. Hello, fellow viewers and players, and welcome back to the AI President's Havoc of Erisia campaign. Last time, you guys thought a little outside of the box and decided to depart from Erisia. In order to take to the seas, trying to reach Summer Isle by using Jackdaw's sailboat from Session 1.
Well, that plan didn't go too well. We kind of crashed after a pirate ship saw us.
Kim Jong-un had beef with the Vigils, so that's great, I guess?
Well, luckily, you were graced by the presence of the top G.
Sheesh, get over yourself.
All right, before we do a recap, I think Andrew Tate should explain who his character is.
Well, of course. As we all know, I am Andreo Kotov, the badass Seltorian bounty hunter captain. Unlike you weaklings, I don't need an attunement. I beat the shit out of people with my raw strength only. And instead of using a traditional weapon, I use a martial arts fighting style called Just Karita, which is based on Taekwondo. My only real weapons are my iron anklets, which help power up my kicks. I got a few talents, like Health Pack, which increases my HP by 5 and increases my HP hit dice, Steel Scales, which increases my AC by 1, and Karita Focus, which boosts my hit chance and damage for a turn when used the previous turn.
So, do you have any mantras?
Yeah, but honestly, I don't feel like explaining them. I only picked the best ones, fitting for an alpha male.
You can't be serious when you're referring to yourself as an alpha male.
Why not? Is a beta like you afraid of the sheer power of my masculinity?
Oh my God, shut up already.
I guess we'll see what his mantras are when the battle begins. Let's do a quick recap of what happened last session. I believe it's Donald's turn.
All right, let's make this quick. We started in the bandit encampment, where I gave the genius suggestion to leave the island and head to Summer Isle, which we did by appropriating Jackdaw's sailboat. We sailed a little, and we all shared some of our backstories on the ship, including Penny. Or well, Basil didn't cause he's a pussy.
It's for lore reasons.
Yes, sure, buddy. After some time, a huge pirate ship, a huge one, decided to shoot at us, and we had an epic yet short-lived chase scene as we crashed into a mountain wall. The captain, called Chimera Blackblubber, has beef with the Vigils, so that's why they shot us.
Apparently, Chimera Blackblubber is the son of Felice Blackblubber, the pirate captain that tried to raid the Isle of Vigils but was stopped by Jackdaw's math teacher.
Math teachers would literally fight terrorists just to make sure their students will have to take an exam. Actually diabolical people.
Facts. Anyways, they dragged us on board as we got to see their starving crewmates North Korea style. After a little while...
And then the best and sexiest character, Andreo Kotov, with his sharp jawline and fat pockets, appeared to save the party from certain death.
Damn, bro. No need to interrupt me. I was just about to get to that part anyways. Well, Andreo Kotov pulled up with his fancy pants frigate and jumped aboard and convinced the starving sailors to leave the ship. Chimera called up some elite pirates, though. So now it's an 8 versus 4 matchup.
Well, that sums it up quite nicely. We've got a battle incoming, so roll for initiative.
Exquisite. That's a solid 19 for my initiative.
I got an 18, so just one step below.
Well, I got just a 13, so that's kind of rough.
Penelope rolled a dirty 20. I have grouped the 7 elite pirates into 3 groups, as doing rolls for each individual pirate would be inconvenient. The groups are marked on screen. Group 1 rolled a 23, Group 2 rolled a 22, and Group 3 rolled a natural 1. Captain Chimera Black Blubber rolled a 15. The battle order will go Pirate Group 1, Pirate Group 2, Penelope, Andreo, Lionel, Chimera, Basil, and finally Pirate Group 3.
All right, let's get this shit started.
As you all make your preparations, the rotund captain laughs and gestures wide.
Behold, worthless opponents, this will be your first and final encounter with the great Captain Chimera. The bards will write songs about our great victory.
Sire, your rival is here, and these other people appear to be quite strong. Are you sure we can all make it out of this alive?
Some of you might die, but that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. Where is my applause? Wonderful. Now, charge!
Elite Pirate Group 1 begins the fight, as one of the pirates rushes forwards towards Andreo and Basil, raising their sword high as they unleash a fearsome battle cry. The other pirate stays behind, aiming their flintlock at Basil. The melee pirate swings their cutlass at Andreo. A dirty 20 to hit, and 7 slashing damage.
That's some bullshit, not gonna lie.
It is what it is.
The fierce pirate slashes wildly, inflicting shallow wounds upon the bounty hunter, as Andrea reels back in pain. The ranged pirate fires a bullet aimed at the Grimorian alchemist. A 6 to hit, so that misses. Basil ducks before the bullet is fired, avoiding it completely.
Oh, okay. So the fucking scholastic nerd can dodge bullets, but the highly trained and athletic martial artist can't even avoid a single sword swing?
Just gotta duck and weave.
Shut up, man. I'm the one who's supposed to be saying that.
Elite Pirate Group 2 now moves towards Basil and Lionel, creating a defensive wall as they sprint towards you with their falchions and cutlasses held high above their heads. 2 of the pirates swing for Lionel, and the more northern one swings at Basil. The 2 pirates battling Lionel rolled a 13 and a 21, which is enough to hit him both times. He takes 10 slashing damage from both strikes, as the pirates slash in tandem.
They call themselves elite pirates, but 2 strikes only deal 10 damage? That's pretty pitiful.
They're trying their hardest, I guess. The one slashing at Basil rolled. Oh, damn, natural 20. So that's a critical hit. They deal 13 slashing damage.
Why do they have to crit against me? I'm already one of the squishiest amongst the party.
The fearsome pirate lunges at the alchemist with their mighty cutlass, striking the Grimorian right in the rib with critical accuracy as he coughs up blood from the intense blow.
Bro, just parry, block, and dodge. That pirate straight up skill issued you.
You're supposed to be on our side, asshat.
All right, fine. I'll tone it down a bit.
It's now Penelope's turn. She starts off by running up to the elite pirate closest to her and performs a low sweep kick mantra on him as a bonus action. She rolled a 16, so that connects. The agile felloner sweeps the legs of the surprised pirate with her sudden maneuver, knocking them prone and dealing 6 bludgeoning damage as they fall onto the hard deck of the frigate. She then uses her main action to pierce them with her short sword, which has advantage since the pirate is prone. A 17 to hit and 12 piercing damage. Penelope dismantles the defenses of her enemy as she brings herself on top of her adversary and pierces them right in the shoulder with her short sword. The pirate manages to push the felloner off themselves, but they seem incredibly weak.
Hell yeah, way to go, Penny.
Judging by the damage she dealt, which was a solid 18, the elite pirates probably have 20 HP each.
Only 20? That's nothing. This will be over quick.
Yeah, but there's like a lot of them. Most of our spread moves are pretty weak, and we have no idea how strong Chimera Black Blubber is yet.
Ha, yeah, sure. Whatever you say, Shorty. It's my time to shine. I'll cast my Karit Elite mantra on the pirate west of me. I'll knock this guy's jaw clean off. A 14. Does that land?
Indeed. Roll for damage too.
That's 10 bludgeoning damage, so that's like half their health. Pretty good if I say so myself.
Andreo accelerates and launches himself towards the pirate closest to him, landing a flying kick straight to the pirate's jaw and sending them flying 5 feet back in a spin cycle.
And for my bonus action, I'll use my Justicar focus in order to buff myself for the next turn.
All right, then it's my turn. Shooting anyone would be kind of stupid, since I'm basically surrounded here and will get disadvantage if I do. I'll use my strong left mantra to punch the pirate that Penelope stabbed in order to finish it off. I'll have an advantage on hits since they're not prone. Neat. That's a 21 to hit and 5 bludgeoning damage.
That's enough to kill. How do you want to do it?
After the foolish pirate pushes Penelope off, I jump in and punch them right in the stomach with an enormous force, breaking the floor and sending them into the lower decks.
Wow! I didn't know Boomstick could punch that hard.
Psh, nothing special. I could probably also do that if I felt like it. I'm just going easy on these fools.
All right, that's pretty awesome. But now there's a hole in the deck where the pirate once stood, which can become a hazard in the future. Crossing the hole will require an acrobatics check. Unless you walk around it, of course.
Well, since that probably also applies to enemies, I now have a bit of defense from melee attackers on the west side.
True, actually.
And for my bonus action, I'll try to set fire to the one north of me with my Produce Spark talent. Damn it, that's a 12.
Lionel sends out a small flame, but the elite pirate dodges it with finesse. It is now Captain Chimera's turn. He flourishes his cutlass as red shards cover the blade, creating sharp serrated points. The captain slashes his sword, sending out a magical glass shard, which flies towards Andrei Okodov. An 8, which misses.
Ha! Get owned. I dodge like Neo from the Matrix, avoiding the shard like a badass. I call out to Chunky Kim. Try hitting me next time, fatso!
You'll eat those words, Egghead.
The opposing pirate captain seems to be enraged by your taunt.
Womp womp. Cry me a river.
It's now Basil's turn.
I think we should clean up some of these pirates. I'll cast my Lighting Beam mantra on the one that's furthest away so that I don't get disadvantage on my roll, which is the one Andreo kicked. After that, it should hopefully chain and deal some solid damage. Well, the dice god said no. A 4 and 2 5s. None of those hit.
Basil's lighting beam fails, as the pirates dodge the surging currents with ease.
Oof. Well, that sucks. A waste of a mantra slot. Wait, could I use my passive ability as a gremmer in order to detect ingredients in battle?
Sure, but your summon cauldron can't be used in battle, so I don't know why you would do that.
Well, I can detect any ingredients in a 100-foot radius. I might be able to find gunpowder, which we could detonate.
That's a plan I could totally get behind. Explosions are always sick.
All right, I'll do some rolls. This will use up your bonus action and remaining movement. Using your divine senses, you scry 2 gunpowder barrels below deck. They're quite large, and thus can't be picked up. Their locations are briefly marked on the map.
Those could come in handy later.
The final group of elite pirates now approach as they run towards Penelope. One of them carries 2 daggers and tries to slash at her. The first hit connects with a 16 to hit, slashing Penelope across her skinny arms as she grits her teeth in pain. She takes 9 slashing damage. The second hit misses with an 11, as Penelope blocks the attack with one of her short swords. The other pirate lunges at her with a falchion, attempting to stab her in the chest. They rolled a natural 1. As they attempt to stab the felloner with their blade, Penelope parries it with one of her short swords. She counterattacks with her other short sword, slashing the tendons of the pirate's hand, making them drop their falchion, inflicting 4 slashing damage.
Penny's cooking him, look at her go.
It's now the other pirate's turn. You hear Captain Chimera call out an order to his pirates.
Target the bald one. Make him never see the light of day ever again.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Oh, so that's how we're gonna play this? Bring it on, Blubberguts.
The melee pirate, after being kicked, moves north of you and tries to grapple you. That's a 16. They rush in and tackle you, and then grab you under the arms. The ranged pirate lines up a shot, which now has advantage on hit, since you're restricted.
Wait, they can do that shit?
Anything is possible in make-believe, and D&D is basically just make-believe for adults.
You're kind of right, and I hate you for that.
The ranged pirate rolled a 14, which still misses. They line up a shot to the bounty hunter's head with their plundered flintlock, giving an awful smile. They fire, but Andreo thinks quickly and dodges with just his head as the bullet whizzes by.
That's right, bitch. I'm him.
The second group of pirates also begin to target the bounty hunter. The more western one moves slightly up, and the more southern one tries that as well.
Well, since they're moving out of my range, I can do one of those attacks of opportunity, right?
Indeed, but your weapon isn't exactly meant for close-range combat, so it's not going to have that high of a chance at succeeding.
Still worth a shot.
All right, then roll for an attack of opportunity with disadvantage.
Yeah, 12 isn't cutting it.
Lionel attempts to pistol whip the pirate running past him, but is too slow. The 2 pirates approach the still grappled Andrei Okodov, and they begin hacking and slashing wildly. Wow. A 7 and an 11, so both miss. Both of those hits were on advantage, by the way.
Need I remind you as to why I'm the top G?
Both pirates miss their swings, as Andrei Okodov dodges with his lightning-fast reactions, even while still grappled.
I could probably solo this entire encounter if I wanted to. I'm just that good.
Yeah, sure, whatever you say.
Oh, and what has this 5'7" deer midget done all fight? Miss a mantra and detected some gunpowder? Don't make me laugh.
Ease it, Andreo. We're supposed to fight them, not ourselves.
It's now Penelope's turn. She uses her race's innate ability, Tricky Fighter, in order to displace an enemy in melee range, switching her position with the pirate below her as a main action. This will require a contested acrobatics check. Penelope rolled an 18 versus the pirate's 7, so it succeeds. She vaults over her adversary with skill, leaving them confused as she now stands behind them. Penelope uses her light flourish mantra as a bonus action in order to knock them into the hole Lionel created with his strong left mantra. That's a 22 to hit, which lands. After her successful vault, she slashes with her short sword in an X pattern and then kicks the elite pirate into the hole. They fall and scream as they land in the storage area below deck, taking 7 slashing damage from the flourish, and they're now out of the fight completely.
Well, if anyone's going to solo this, it's Penelope.
Aw, hell nah. Do you think I'm going to be outdone by a cat? I'm showing all y'all the power of a top G. I'm breaking out of this bind, and then I'll break these pirates down with my moves.
Roll a contested athletics check versus the pirate grappling you.
I rolled a 15.
The pirate rolled a 14, which means you succeeded. The bounty hunter manages to barely break out of the bind, and he looks around, surrounded by 3 pirates from almost all sides.
Ha, nothing I can't handle. I'll cast rapid kicks on the pirate north of me to finish them off. With my Justicar focus giving me +3 on hit and extra damage, this will destroy them. Now behold, the power of the top G Ultra Mix Mega Slam Kick combo. Oh, god damn it. A natural 1. Seriously? Now? Out of all fucking times?
As Andrei Kodov launches his first kick of what were supposed to be many, the pirate predicts him and grabs him by the leg with their offhand, leaving the bounty hunter immobilized. The pirate drops their sword and winds up and punches you straight in the balls, dealing 8 bludgeoning damage and knocking you prone.
You're gonna have to change your title to the bottom G, bro. I have never seen anyone fumble that hard before.
Honestly, you had it coming.
Man, screw all of you. That was supposed to be awesome.
It's time for good old Lionel Scarson to clean this house. I'll use my lock-in talent on the flintlock pirate as a bonus action, which gives me a +4 on hit and 1d4 extra piercing damage. I then aim to fire at them with my own flintlock. Hell yeah, boys. Natural 20 to hit. My gunshot deals 21 piercing damage.
Well, that's a one-shot kill. How do you want to do it?
I spin my flintlock like a revolver and line up a shot. I shoot, and the bullet flies right through their eye, killing them instantly as their brains paint the wooden decks they were once standing on. Summer Company sends their regards, bitch.
Captain Chimera sees his flintlock pirate killed instantly and clenches his fists in anger.
Damn it! Do you know how difficult it is to get good grunts in this economy?
Stop letting your grunts steal shit from the Summer Company, then?
Fine, fancy man. You now incur the full wrath of me, Chimera Blackblubber.
Red stained shards swirl around his blade as he raises it skyward.
Crystal fissures.
A large red crystal starts to form, hovering a couple feet over the deck of the ship. It gleams brilliantly as the evening sun shines its light upon it. He then fires a shard of red stained glass at it with his crystal saber. The wayward shard ricochets on the giant red crystal surface and flies towards Lionel. A 16 to hit, 3 piercing damage and 3 bleed damage. The ricocheting shard hits the Kenorian gunslinger in the left shoulder, implanting itself and causing a stream of blood to flow. Penelope looks at you, distressed.
Boomstick, are you all right? That looked pretty bad.
It's fine, Penny. I can live this. You should worry about yourself.
All right.
It's now Basil's turn.
All right, so first, Andrei Kotov. You're claiming to be the strongest here, right?
Claiming? Bitch, I am the strongest. What are you getting at?
Well, perfect. You'll be able to handle what I'll do next. I'll throw my fetid blight at the pirate north of me, creating a 3x3 stink cloud, which requires everyone in it to roll a constitution check above 15, or else they throw up and lose their main action and half of their movement for a turn. The cloud also lingers for 2 turns, so you'll have to move.
Yo, what?
Geez, just hold your nose or something. That's a 19 on my throwing, which most certainly lands.
It sure does. The potion smashes into the floor, creating a yellow stench cloud, enveloping the pirates and the bounty hunter. Now, everyone in the zone has to make a constitution saving throw.
This better not fuck me up, too. All right, good. That's a 17.
The pirates rolled a 6, a 7, and a 15. As Andrei hears the warning from Basil, he covers his mouth and nose as the fumes rise, avoiding immediate contact with the cloud. The pirates on Andreo's west and north both throw up from the nasty stench of the potion. Only the pirate on his east manages to stay resilient.
Well, since I still have my main action left, I'll use my Volt Warp to teleport to the pirate north of Andreo and hopefully finish it off. A 15 to hit and 11 damage. Nice. That is probably enough to kill them.
It is. How do you want to do it?
I wreathe myself in a cloak of lightning as I teleport to the north of the pirate. I appear behind them as the uncontrollable force of my lightning travels through the elite pirate, electrifying them from the inside out. They cough up their last drops of blood as they keel over. After that, I quickly move to the west in order to reposition myself. As an alchemist, I am immune to the harming effects of my own potions, so no rolls needed from me.
You also regained your lost mantra slot with the help of your mantra permanence talent. It is now the third elite pirate's turn. They start by attempting to shoulder tackle Penelope. Wow, that's another natural one. As the pirate attempts to tackle Penelope, the feliner girl avoids the blow and trips them up with her foot, making the dagger pirates suffer 3 points of bludgeoning damage as they fall over, losing their bonus action as well. They quickly regain their footing and do not stay prone.
That fucking cat girl might as well have plot armor.
I'd call it dice armor, since the dice rolls are the ones that decide if we succeed or fail.
It's now Pirate Group 2's turn. The puking pirate on Andreo's left runs out of the stinking cloud, escaping the stench, but takes no action. The pirate on the bounty hunter's right attempts to slash at him before escaping the cloud. A 16 to hit and 8 slashing damage. The pirate carves through the armor of Andreo, leaving a gaping wound.
Ah, this little bastard.
The pirate then attempts to escape the fitted blight cloud by running around the bounty hunter to the west, rendezvousing with their other comrade.
Since this beta is running out of my melee range, I'll make an attack of opportunity. A 23 to hit and 7 bludgeoning damage. That'll teach them!
As the pirate attempts to make their escape, Andreo lands a powerful knee to their side, making them lose their breath for a short while. Alas, the pirate keeps running despite this, and manages to group up with their other comrade.
I'm going to have to escape this shitty Cloud 2 next turn, thanks you deer-horned fuck.
Pretty sure you don't have to make another roll, since you already made one when I threw the potion. But sure, stay mad.
It is now Penelope's turn. She goes to attack the pirate closest to her twice with her short swords. A 16 and a 7 to hit, so the first hit succeeds. She lunges at the pirate, landing an impressive stab as she pierces through, dealing 6 piercing damage. As she attempts to land a second strike, the pirate deflects it with her dagger, leaving them both at a neutral state once more.
Well, I think it's about time I actually get shit done in this fight. I'll move diagonally down to the left and attack the pirate twice with my kicks. An 18 and a dirty 20, things are looking good again. I got max damage on one of the rolls, which is a 9, and then a 6 on my other. Combine my kicks deal 15 bludgeoning damage, which should be enough to kill.
That does in fact kill. How do you want to do it?
Hell yes, I've been waiting for this moment. I approach the pirate and land a devastating kick combo, breaking most of their bones in their upper body. The lowly pirate shits themselves in fear from the sheer testosterone I'm radiating, as I raise my leg high and annihilate their skull with a powerful axe kick, destroying them like a Mortal Kombat fatality.
Damn, that's sick. It's now Lionel's turn.
Well, I think we can all agree that it's time to fight the actual boss. I'll use my lock-in talent, and then take aim to fire at the captain. Damn it, I rolled a 10.
As Lionel focuses, aiming for a bullseye, he fires. However, Captain Chimera uses his ruby saber to parry the bullet, protecting himself from the dangerous projectile. The fat captain laughs.
Land a hit on me if you dare, fancy man.
We'll see about that, Captain. The tides are turning against you.
The tides may be turning, but the storm has just begun.
Chimera begins to run, but not towards Lionel. He rushes for his rival, the bounty hunter. In his offhand, he crystallizes an unstable spear of red shards, lunging for Andreo.
Ruby Lancer.
An 8, which misses. The captain lunges forwards with his spear, aiming for Andreo's chest. Andreo reacts quickly and rolls to the side, avoiding the stab. The spear breaks into a cloud of beautiful red mist and fades.
Don't think you're safe just yet, Baldy.
The captain uses his master's flourish mantra, keeping the offensive rush in motion. A 15 to hit and 8 slashing damage. Chimera lands a brutal onslaught of slashes, bringing Andreo down to a knee.
Holy shit, I'm down to 1 HP. Luckily, I have some greater healing flasks with me.
Wait, you do? You should give it to me on your next turn. I can heal us both with my placebo effect talent.
Is the healing effect the same? Otherwise, I ain't sharing it.
It's exactly the same, but you'll also have to survive for a turn in order for you to first give it to me, and then I also have to drink it. Wait, Barack, can I just run over to him and grab it from his inventory?
Sure, nothing's really stopping you. But grabbing the potion will consume your main action, just so you know.
I'm fine with that. I'll go close to Andreo and snatch a potion, and then activate my placebo effect talent in order to heal us both.
You restore 14 HP each from the greater healing flask, and the wounds on your bodies quickly patch up.
Damn, that's some good shit right there. Perhaps I treated you too harshly, dear guy.
You're gonna have to show me where to get these potions. This healing is fantastic.
Sure, as long as we survive this shit.
It's now the last pirate in the third group's turn. They make a final rush for Penelope, and they cast their mantra, Ceaseless Slashes. This will require both of them to make 3 contested attack hit rolls, and whichever rolls the highest total wins, making the loser take the damage of 1 critical hit melee attack.
Oh shit. I hope Penny wins this. I don't think she would be able to live a critical hit.
The pirate rolled a 20, a 13, and a 12, which totals to 45. Penelope rolled a 25 and 12 and an 8, which also totals to 45. That means neither of them take damage. The two fighters are locked into an intense knife fight, with none of them gaining any progress as they both parry and dodge their adversaries' hits.
Holy hell, this is getting intense.
It is now the other pirate's turn. They seem to approach Andreo at first, but the captain interjects.
No, attack the Grimoire. He's their healer.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Fuck.
The pirate prepares for an overhead swing towards the Grimoirian alchemist. 15 to hit and 8 slashing damage. Their mighty cutlass crashes down on the alchemist's shoulder, slashing diagonally across his body, drawing more blood. It is now Penelope's turn. As she's struggling with a clash of blades with her enemy, she moves, ducks, and attempts to sweep the legs of her opponent to trip them up with her low sweep mantra as a bonus action. A 14 to hit and 4 bludgeoning damage. The Feliner girl surprises her opponent with a sudden kick to their ankles, knocking them prone. She then attempts to stab them using her main hand short sword. Oof, natural 1. As Penelope tries to stab her opponent, who's on their back, the pirate reacts quickly and kicks the Feliner in the mouth, dealing 3 bludgeoning damage and knocking her down on her back as well. Penelope holds her hand over her mouth in pain from the brutal kick. She spits on the side as she sees her saliva being mixed with blood.
Oh no, Penny, can you handle this?
Ouch. It hurts, but I'm fine.
If you ever need my help, call out my name.
It is now Andreo's turn.
In order to deal with this fat ass spamming his mantras, I'll cast Throat Chop on Captain Chimera to silence him for a turn. It might be difficult since he might not even have a neck to begin with. Okay, awesome. A 19 to hit and max damage, which is 12.
The martial artist lands a devastating blow with his right hand, chopping with intensity as if his entire arm was a sword. Chimera loses his breath from the impact and exhales violently. He cannot cast mantras the next turn, as he is silenced, unable to speak.
Wait, that begs the question, do we need to speak in order to cast a mantra?
In lore, yes. It's not required to scream it or call it out like some characters do. In the setting, you basically just need to whisper your attack names in order to cast them.
So, if you're born mute, can you just not use mantras at all?
Well, that's a different topic, but I won't say anything about it. I'll leave it up to your imagination. On to Lionel's turn.
Hello? It's still my turn, guys?
All right, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to use Karita Focus in order to power up my attacks next turn.
All right, now it's Lionel's turn.
Okay, I'll walk slightly further ahead, past the hole. Then I'll cast my Flare Snap mantra in order to hopefully blind the captain and the pirate next to him. A 21 to hit on the pirate, and a 13 for Chimera.
The lone pirate is blinded, as Lionel sends out a violent flash at the snap of his fingers. The blinding lights burn into their retinas, reducing their AC by 2 and giving them disadvantage on hit for 2 turns. The captain, however, recognized the motions of the mantra and had already covered his eyes, avoiding the blindness.
Is he going to keep dodging my shit or what? Well, whatever, I'm out of produce sparks, so I'll instead just mark him with my talent as a bonus action.
It is now Chimera's turn. He keeps his offensive on Basil in order to neutralize the party's healer. Since he's silenced, he'll just perform a regular slash with his crystallized saber. 7 to hit, which misses. Basil stands prepared for the captain's assault and parries the saber with his greatsword. Chimera has now recovered from the throat chop.
All right, for my turn, I'm going to try to deal some damage to the pirate next to me with my greatsword. We're almost done with thinning their numbers. A 15 to hit and 10 slashing damage.
Basil, after parrying Chimera's slash, switches targets and directs his attack to the pirate. Using his Zweihander, he cleaves through the light armor of the blinded pirate, dealing massive damage and leaving a large gaping wound on their body. The cloud of stench has now disappeared.
Nice! On my next turn, I should be able to take them out.
It's now the other pirate's turn. They bring themselves to their feet and move around as they make an attempt to shove the knocked Penelope into the hole of the upper deck.
No, fuck.
Oh, that's not good at all.
Oh no, not the cat girl. Okay, well, to be honest, I don't even know who the hell she is.
An 18 to hit, which succeeds. As Penelope tries to regain her footing, she's suddenly shoved into the hole by her enemy. However, the feliner reacts quickly and drags the dagger-wielding pirate down with her into the hole. Penelope is no longer in this fight and is instead fighting the dagger pirate and the other pirate she kicked down below deck.
We're going to have to finish this quickly. Otherwise, I'll have to jump down there too.
We might need your help against the captain. Only jump down if it's 100% necessary.
It's now Elite Pirate 2's turn. Even when they're both blinded and injured, they attempt to attack Basil, following their captain's order to the very end. A 6 to hit, which fails, as the pirate swings and hits the air, doing absolutely nothing. It's now Andreo's turn.
I'll first take out this weakened pirate with a regular double attack. My Karita Focus has enhanced both my hit rate and damage, so this should be a piece of cake. 23 to hit and 12 bludgeoning damage. As easy as hustling money from idiots.
Your attack kills. How do you want to do it?
I'm hitting this pathetic and blind bozo with a spinning kick aimed at their legs, breaking their bones. As they fall to their knees, I bring myself low and land the meanest shoryuken you've ever seen, uppercutting them and sending them several feet skyward. They're launched completely off the ship, falling into the waters below.
You still have one more attack left, correct?
Yeah, that first one was my main action. I'll kick again, except this time it's against Kimmy Boy. Ah shit, that's only a 12 to hit.
Since you missed an attack against Chimera in melee range, he activates his talent, Glass Dancer's Riposte. Roll for damage.
Okay, I'll roll for damage. That's 8 bludgeoning damage.
Chimera conjures a crystallized shield in his offhand, using it to parry your kick. He then uses his saber to repulse to you, stabbing you in the stomach, dealing 4 piercing damage.
It seems his riposte deals half of the damage of the missed attack.
Oh, so that's why he wanted me to roll for damage.
It's now Lionel's turn.
I'll start things off by winding up my offhand, using my strong left on Chimera. Hell yeah, boys. 21 to hit and almost max damage, which is 14 bludgeoning damage.
The gunslinger Kenora unleashes a punch of raw strength, creating a shockwave in the air as the captain is flung 10 feet back, backflipping uncontrollably in the air. Chimera succeeds the Constitution save and isn't knocked prone. He lands, planting his saber into the ground to stop his backwards momentum.
Sha, not bad, fancy man. I actually felt that one.
What? Does all that blubber usually make you impervious to pain?
Big talk coming from you. I can tell we share the same appetite.
Hey yo, he just called you fat. If I were you, I would not let that slide.
Chimera moves to the north side of his crystal fissure and swings twice with his saber, sending out 2 red wayward shards. They ricochet on the surface of the crystal fissure, gaining momentum. One flies for Lionel, and the other flies for Basil. 2 12s, which both miss. Both Basil and Lionel dodge, avoiding the dangerous projectiles.
Wait, do you notice where he's standing?
Yeah, I do now that you said it. Do you reckon it's time?
What the hell are you guys talking about?
He's really close to the gunpowder, which Lionel could ignite. He's standing just 5 feet north of it. Barack, what's the explosive radius of the gunpowder crate?
Roll for investigation.
That's a 17.
Judging by its size, when you used your divination senses, it would easily destroy anything in a 10-foot radius. It would take about a turn in order to detonate, since it's sealed inside of a sturdy wooden crate.
I have a plan, but it requires that we all work together perfectly.
All right, what you got?
First, we need Andrea to break the planks above the gunpowder so Lionel's flames can reach it. You claimed you could do the same when Lionel broke the planks with his strong left.
Of course, lil bro. I just gotta stomp the floor real hard.
After that, Lionel should be able to set fire to it with his flame repulsion, lighting it up. We have about a turn to run after that. To seal the deal, I can use my lightning stream mantra to pull him down into the hole after Lionel lights the fuse.
A slight problem, though. I'm extremely low on HP, and if he manages to knock one of us, the plan fails.
Not to worry. The cooldown on my placebo effect talent should be gone. Andrea, mind if I grab a potion?
Not at all. Go ahead.
Perfect. I'll take a potion from Andrea's inventory and then move next to Lionel and drink the potion in order to heal the both of us.
You restore 16 HP from the greater healing flask, greatly restoring your energy and closing almost all of your wounds.
Damn, Andrea. You weren't lying when you said this was some good shit.
I know, right? Whoever made these potions deserve a raise at the apothecary.
All right, now I'll run as far as I can to the west.
Good, and I'll run up and break the floor with a mighty stomp.
In order to break the floor, you'll have to roll an athletics check.
Easy. My athletics modifier is huge. That's a 21, so there's no way this fails.
As you approach, Chimera stands prepared to guard. However, his confidence turns into confusion as Andrea stomps a massive hole into the deck of the ship. The planks break, revealing the gunpowder crate in the storage area beneath. However, Chimera is clueless as to what your plan is.
Huh? Are you stomping cockroaches or something?
Yep, and you're next on the stomping block.
While I do appreciate the free pest control, I don't appreciate threats against myself. Are you breaking my wooden decks? Do you know what this kind of wood this is?
No. Should I?
Spruce imported straight from the North Luminen. Do you know how much I paid for this shit?
Oh no. Guess what?
What?
I don't give a shit.
I guess I walked right into that one.
Now for my turn, I'll sprint close to the hole and cast my flame repulsion mantra to blow this shit up.
Wait, won't that hit me too?
Yeah, you'll just have to dodge it.
Man, everyone's throwing their attacks on me today, huh?
Chimera and Andrea will have to roll an acrobatics check in order to avoid the flame repulsion. Chimera rolled a 13, which also fails.
I got a 4, so I guess I'm taking damage.
Don't worry, my innate talents make me deal half damage to allies. And I also rolled the lowest possible damage, which is 4 fire damage.
So that big hyped up flame repulsion did 2 damage? Man, I feel like I got scammed.
Well, the goal was to light up the gunpowder to detonate it, so things are still going as planned. Speaking of that, did the crate get lit on fire?
Well, as the weak wave of fire emerges from Lionel, sparks and embers seep into the hole and gather at the top of the wooden crate, slowly burning it. Chimera now notices your plan and his expression turns into shock. The crate will explode at the end of Lionel's next turn.
You bastards. So that's why you were breaking the wooden deck.
That's right, idiot. Did it take you that long to figure it out?
You're maniacs, the lot of you. You'll kill us all. I have to get out of here.
The captain disengages, avoiding any attacks of opportunity, and runs 25 feet to the east, desperately trying to avoid the explosion.
Not on my watch. I'll move to the west side of the hole, and I'll cast my lightning stream mantra to drag him in. Yes, that's a 19 to hit.
As Chimera attempts to run away, Basil conjures a stream of electricity, catching the retreating captain like a lasso. It grabs him by the leg and begins to drag him into the hole.
No, you fiend, you can't do this to me. I will not have the Black Blubber legacy sullied by you dumb fuck.
Chimera falls into the hole, and you can hear him scream obscenities at you loudly from below deck.
Well, that's a job well done, boys.
You hear me?
But suddenly you hear the captain yell.
Detonate.
The floating ruby crystal explodes into a storm of volatile shards, requiring all of you to make an acrobatics check.
Oh shit, he better not have the last laugh.
I got a 4. Yikes.
A 6 from me, so not much better, actually.
I got an 18, so hopefully I'm safe.
Basil and Andreo are hit with hundreds of sharp blast needles, dealing 13 piercing damage and 3 bleed damage to Basil, and 6 piercing and 1 bleed damage to Andreo. Lionel had managed to throw himself to the floor, thus avoiding the shard storm.
Ouch, well that hurts, but it won't stop me from running to safety. Let's all gather on the south side.
Sounds wise. I'll just run as fast as I can in order to be safe. I'm not taking any more risks like that again. I'll gesture for my co-captain to come closer, so that we can board the ship.
I have to run and jump into the hole where Penelope went. We have to get her out of here before the ship eventually sinks.
Lionel brings himself back to his feet and begins to run into the hole which the young felloner fell into. As Lionel lands, he notices something. The ground is covered in blood. He views the surroundings of the storage area. Indeed, it is a massacre. The air stinks of gore, and the damage in the area shows that there's been an intense battle.
No, where is she? Where's Penelope?
You begin to frantically search through the area, following the scent of blood. You find the source of it all. You see 2 pirates lying on the ground in a puddle of blood. They both have lethal wounds, some covering the entire body. One of the pirates has even been decapitated. In the middle of it all, you see Penelope kneeling and drenched in blood.
Penny, are you all right? We have to get out of here. It's about to blow.
Her eyes do not move, nor does any part of her body. She simply kneels, staring at her bloodied hands. Her eyes are completely blank, almost lifeless. Upon closer inspection, you notice soft yet hurried breathing. Her body is covered in bruises and cuts, and she's missing her jacket. The 2 short swords you gifted her back at Erisia lie next to her. One of the blades are shattered, with the edge broken in half.
I'll pick her up and try to get out of here. I don't have any more time to spare.
As you lift the felloner, you notice how she subconsciously picks up one of the short swords from the floor and keeps it close to her chest. You attempt to make your way back to where you came from, but then you hear it and feel it. A detonation. The ship rumbles with intensity as the humid air begins to feel much warmer. You manage to keep your footing. However, a surge of flames race through the storage area as the gunpowder explodes.
I'll cover and shield Penelope as best as I can.
The flames burn relentlessly, like a never-ending stream in a waterfall. Lionel hunches over and protects Penelope to the best of his ability. He takes 21 points of fire damage as the fierce flames severely burn him, charring his uniform.
Fuck, that hurts. I'll try to get back to the surface of the ship, using any crates I can find to stack myself upwards.
The severely burnt Lionel manages to climb to the deck of the ship, using one arm to carry Penelope. As he makes it to the surface, he notices that the ship is tilting, slowly filling with water. A look around shows the bounty hunter's luxurious frigate about 30 feet behind him as both Andreo and Basil stand on its deck. The surrounding waters move hurriedly as several massive sea creatures move just under the surface of the water, consuming the dead pirates that have fallen into the ocean.
Move closer, we need him aboard.
Sir, that maneuver would be way too dangerous. We'd be at risk of crashing.
Wait, let me use my lightning stream on him. I can try to drag him aboard. Damn it, that's only a 10.
The Grimorian alchemist tries to conjure his stream of electricity to grab the injured gunslinger, but doesn't reach. The burning ship starts sinking faster, capsizing. Lionel falls over and begins to slowly slide down the ship.
Hurry, dear boy. There's not much time left.
I'll try again, it's now or never. Yes, that's a 22.
Basil's stream of electricity embraces Lionel, but has a hard time moving him. The stream lacks the raw strength to carry both of them at the same time. The ship sinks further into the ocean as the ravenous creatures of the depths anticipate their next meal. In order for the stream to work as someone's lifeline, one has to go.
What? No, you can't mean. We have to sacrifice someone?
If we have to sacrifice someone, then let it be me. I've lived a full life, but she hasn't. Penelope deserves better.
What is this pussy shit I'm hearing? No one dies under the top G's watch. You hear me? No one.
But how? There's barely any time left.
I'll channel my last 2 mantra slots into Basil, giving him all of my ether. Then I'll grab the stream and drag them up. Hell, I'll pick Basil up too if I have to.
Roll for athletics.
Easy 23. No one is dying today.
As Andreo transfuses all of his ether into Basil, the stream grows in strength and now is able to drag both the Knorr and the Feliner. With the bounty hunter's additional muscle, he helps pull the 2 of them to the safety of his frigate. Lionel crawls aboard with the help of the lightning stream, still carrying Penelope over his shoulder. Captain Chimera's ship now sinks into the depths of the ocean and will soon be forgotten by the waves. Some of Andreo's crew gather around to watch the frigate sink as Chimera's old crew celebrate his defeat. Combat is over.
Good grief, that was way more intense than I thought it would be.
Basil, Andreo, thank you so much for saving Penelope and I.
No problem, man. Just doing my work.
Quick, do we have any healing potions? Penny's seriously injured?
We have some in the medic bay. Follow me.
You all follow Andreo into the lower deck, where you find a room filled with beds and storage compartments, presumably their medical area. The medic bay is tidy and sporting a rich mahogany finish. Clearly, this room is well maintained.
I'll lay Penny down onto one of the beds. Actually, that might stain the sheets.
It's fine. We wash them often. Hell, you look pretty fucked up too with all those burn marks. You might need a bed yourself.
Yeah, you're right. I'll gently lay Penny down onto the bed.
Well, now I have to find the medicinal stuff. I usually have a guy for that, but he's probably up partying like a madman.
Allow me to assist you. What are you looking for exactly?
Well, we have some sort of medicine that you apply directly onto the skin. Usually works wonders on cuts and bruises.
Barack, I know what that is, right?
Of course. What Andreo is describing is a common type of salve beloved by duelists, soldiers, and people who often suffer cuts.
Well, all right, I'll search through the salve section here. We might find something.
You quickly find a stash of rejuvenating salves. You pick one up and inspect it. The color of the liquid is a light green, with small chunks floating around. Judging by how the liquid moves, its consistency can be described as a thick gel.
This ought to do the trick. I'll move over to Lionel and Penelope and show them what I found.
Good job, dear boy. Let's heal her up.
I'm on the case. I'll open this bottle and begin to apply some of the gel on her wounds.
Roll for medicine.
I got a 19 on my roll, which should patch her up pretty nicely.
With your expertise, you skillfully apply the gel to her most vital areas, closing most of her shallow wounds instantly.
We might need a wet cloth to wipe off some of this excess blood.
I've got one right here.
Great. Let's clean her up a little. By the way, didn't she have a jacket before?
Yeah, I think she lost it below deck.
Basil thoroughly cleans the girl, wiping away the blood from the face and arms. She remains unmoving. She still holds Lionel's dagger close to herself.
Why hasn't she woken up yet?
Maybe she just needs more time? She was grievously injured and might need some rest.
But wouldn't the salve have healed her by now?
There's always a risk that she's, you know.
Yeah, I know. She never deserved to be dragged into these fights. She should have lived a normal life instead.
Some are just born unfortunate. It's tragic. Nothing you can really do about it.
The hell are you guys talking about? She's not dead. I've seen this 1,000 times before. I'll walk over and put this box of smelling salts under her nose.
As the bounty hunter proceeds with his action, the young Feliner's nose wrinkles and her mouth opens, and suddenly...
Achoo! Ew, yucky smell.
The young Feliner looks around surprised.
Oh, hi, Boomstick.
Oh, thank fucking Christ she's not dead.
See? I told you.
Why are you all looking at me? Why am I in this really soft bed?
Do you not remember? The battle at the pirate ship?
I remember fighting with you, and then falling into the hole in the pirate ship. I fought 2 pirates that were really strong down there. After that, everything went dark.
Well, I don't know the whole story, but when I found you, you had sort of overkilled them. It was literally a bloodbath.
Sounds spooky, don't remember that.
Suddenly you hear an intense growl, which emanates throughout the entire room.
Could it be a sea monster?
Oh, god damn it. I don't want any razor fins fucking up my frigate.
Haha, nope. It's just my tummy.
This episode is sending me through an entire emotional roller coaster every second. I need a damn break.
Speaking of a break, you probably need some of this salve too, since last time I checked, you were on just a couple hit points.
Yeah, of course. I don't need you rubbing it on me. I'll apply it to myself.
Sure, you do you.
Also, I believe it's time for dinner. It's safe to say that most of us are hungry after this encounter.
Facts. A good steak and some wine would hit the spot.
A hearty stew would be nice.
Penelope's eyes light up.
Do you have bird?
What kind of bird? We got chicken, pheasant, and turkey. Hell, anything we've managed to hustle from the food merchants.
Bird from sky, please.
What, like a magpie or a seagull?
Yes!
I look over to the boys. Is she a fucking psychopath? Who actually eats magpies? I bet she likes it unseasoned too.
Well, she enjoyed eating random birds she found in trees and shrubbery back at the Temple of Forgotten Flame in Erisia. It's how she fed herself.
Bro, you gotta share all of this lore. This is straight up ridiculous.
Dude, you have no idea how much lore we have. We're going to have to share this over some dinner, though.
Of course, most of our cooks are already preparing food, so the chow's coming soon. For now, follow me into the dining hall. Let's take some seats before everyone else gets there.
You follow Andreo into the vast dining hall below the deck of his frigate. 4 long tables are placed in the middle of the room, draped with blue and gold cloths. The chairs offer a decorated backrest, along with cushioning. The several candelabras placed on the corners of the area bring a cozy and warm light to the hall. Some crewmates wear clothes which resemble the clothes of butlers and waiters, setting the tables with plates and cutlery for the feast. Penelope follows you silently, observing the unusually luxurious surroundings.
These seats in the corner will do nicely.
Thank you.
Thanks. Also, aren't those candelabras kind of a fire hazard?
Well, we haven't had a fire here yet. If we did have one, I'm sure the crew would handle it.
Speaking of the crew, the rest of the ship's servants barge into the dining hall, eager to chow down and have their fill. They scramble to find seats, and a small scuffle between 2 groups of people erupts. They seem to be bickering about who got there first, and which group gets to eat at the table.
Damn it, really? I guess snatching 40 crew members from someone else's ship has some consequences. Orlando, do your thing.
Orlando? Who's that?
That would be my co-captain. He's a seasoned veteran and used to have his own crew. He's even managed to venture into the second layer of the depths and come out alive.
Amongst the crowd, a very tall and muscular man stands. His expression is stern, with a scruffy black beard covering most of it. Upon hearing Andreo's order, he nods and walks to the group of bickering sailors. His immediate presence makes one of them freeze up, and most of the sailors turn around to look at the towering man.
Please, settle down. There's a lot to live for in this life, but quarrels are not one of them.
We were...
Orlando's eyes narrow, and he stares at the hapless sailor with silent contempt.
Are you mad at us?
I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed. I expected better from you all.
The scuffle has died down completely as the crewmates stare in shock. The beefing sailors then nod to each other in silence and walk their separate ways. As you look closer, you can see one of the sailors on the brink of tears from just a simple verbal exchange.
They're crying?
You don't want to disappoint Orlando. He sees the best in everyone.
Well, damn, yeah, I can see that.
Orlando strides to your table and gives another silent nod to Andreo.
I'll give him a quick thumbs up and a smile.
His face changes from a stern death stare to a beaming, bubbly expression. He chuckles a little.
I'm just doing my thing, lad. Who are these guests you're bringing? Anyone's hand I've got to shake?
These 3 are the ones that helped me take out Chimera. They were actually captured by him until we pulled up.
Ah, yes, I did meet the Gremmer once you 2 boarded the ship. Basil was the name, right?
Correct.
And these others?
Lionel Scarson of the Summer Company.
Personally, not a fan of them.
And, I'm Penny. Nice to meet you.
I see you're a fellow Felonor. Did you come here all the way from the hidden village?
You take notice of Orlando's cat-like ears, which hang under his large bicorn hat.
Yes, how do you know?
Just guessing. So, where were y'all heading before you got caught?
To Summer Isle.
The Felonor man's eyes narrow slightly, and he looks over to the bounty hunting captain.
You know the deal. I'll be eating my dinner in my cabin.
Got it.
Orlando walks out of the dining hall and into his personal room.
Mind if I ask what the deal is?
Well, the deal is quite simple. If we're going anywhere near Summer Isle or any territories that ally with the Central Authority, he stays inside. He's sort of a wanted criminal.
A wanted criminal? What's he wanted for?
I don't exactly know. You might have to ask him yourself. Then again, he might not trust you all that much, considering the faction that Lionel is hired by.
Well, that's pretty inconvenient. Since I'm allied with the Summer Company, do I know what crimes he's wanted for?
Roll for history.
Dang, that's a 4.
You have a feeling you should know it, but the thought slips from your mind.
We might be able to ask him later.
A man with slick back hair and a luxurious silk vest approaches your table, holding a notepad. Several other waiters approach the many tables of the dining hall, each taking orders.
Good evening to you all. What would you like to order?
I'll have the usual, with a glass of sparkling water.
Your finest steak with a glass of red wine. That's all for me.
A seafood stew or boil, something of the likes. Normal water's fine for me. Thank you.
The waiter writes in his notepad and then looks over to Penelope.
And what would you like, young missus?
1 fried seagull, please.
The waiter is about to write it down, but stops himself halfway as his eyes widen and his eyebrows raise. He looks back over to the girl with a baffled look on his face.
I'm sorry, did I hear that correctly?
Yes, double batter, extra crispy. Oh, and a glass of hand-squeezed pomar juice, please.
The waiter stares helplessly at Andreo searching for any semblance of an explanation. You see him mouth the words to the bounty hunter. Is she out of her mind?
I shrug at him. Roll with it.
The waiter coughs and composes himself.
Ahem. Thank you. Expect your food to come a little later than usual, Andreo, as we're experiencing a sudden influx of crew members.
That's fine for me. So guys, about that lore, what have you guys been doing over in Erisia?
That question will have to be answered the next session, as this episode comes to a close. I am so terribly sorry that this session took so damn long to finish. Work has been kicking my ass and is taking most of my free time. Also, thank you all for 1,000 subscribers. That number is insanely large, and I feel like a special episode is warranted for that. Check the pinned comment in the comment section, as I will be making a Q&A episode. Anyways, thank you all for watching, and have a great day or night. Hello, fellow viewers and players, and welcome back to the AI President's Havoc of Erisia campaign. In the last session with you guys, you started to explore the first layer of the depths, the Selter Wastes.
Yeah, man, that was scary as heck. The ocean's filled with spooky monsters.
Oh, by the way, Joe, how's the retired life been treating you? I heard you stepped down as a candidate.
It's been great, man. Just enjoying my chocky chip like usual. I've also been enjoying some more silent reading time.
Oh, really? What have you been reading, Joe?
Well, in the first session I said that I read the entirety of The Art of War by Sun Tzu, but now I'm reading some French novel from the 1700s called Candide. That shit's more peak than most anime today.
Huh. How come you're only reading books that are centuries old?
Ah, gee, I don't really know about that. I just relate to them better. I'd ask the Orange Man to join in too, but I'm afraid he's got too much on his plate already.
Perhaps another time. Also, on another note, we got our first super thanks on the Q&A episode by Joshua Bennett, who donated a crisp $2 for me to get new editing software, which I am very grateful for. Thank you so much for the donation.
Well, dang, looks like the creator is now $2 richer.
An honest day's work.
Now that we have that sorted, who wants to do the recap?
All right, I'll have a swing at it. So we started off by waking up in some random place in the depths called the Selter Wastes. I think it is under the ocean or something, since there's fish and corals down here. Jackdaw and I had a little disagreement, but we eventually teamed up and found a miserable dying guy. Jackie put him out of his misery, and then we started having some backstory stuff. Mostly since the weeb katana man really wanted us to talk for some reason.
Do you just want us to play in complete silence? Think of the viewers, man.
After the end of the backstory shenanigans, we found 3 dipshits playing Monster Hunter against a huge fish the size of a building. I quickly had to stop Jackdaw from feeding the local wildlife, since he wanted to help those idiots fight it.
Saving people in need is the right thing to do, though.
Dude, it literally one-tapped the entire group. Do you seriously think you're the main character of the universe?
We could have defeated it together, but you just didn't want to. The commenters called you a wimp for leaving a cute waifu to die.
You see, I actually had a talk with the DM about that. Barry, roll the stats.
Oh, dang. 19 AC? 190 HP?
Yep, no amount of plot armor could carry us against the sheer power of a ginormous fish.
I mean, we could have at least tried. We could never have known it was that strong.
It's a 20-foot-long nightmare fish. I think it was pretty obvious that it shouldn't be messed with from the start.
Ah, fine. I still think we should have tried to save the cute girl.
Oof, your simpry will get you killed one day. Well, after that, we tried to find some alternate routes that wouldn't lead to our demise. We rolled kind of crappy though, so we only found one other way, which was through a kelp forest. As we kept walking, we caught a whiff of a horrid smell, which turned out to be some soldier who was getting fried by a bunch of jellyfish. The guy could have given us some valuable info about this place, so we tried to chase off the jellyfish. The dice gods decided to instead throw me a nat 1, and my Seeking Frost dagger attack failed and also kind of stabbed Jackdaw by accident. Then suddenly, the jellyfish decided to puppeteer the knight's body with some magic stuff.
Reminds me of that one Pixar movie, Ratatouille. Except instead of cooking food, it was cooking us.
Well, yeah, that's basically how they did it. Except it was kind of more in vain with Metroid rather than Ratatouille. The fight was hard as hell, and we had to pull out some insane team combos in order to take it down. Jackdaw's new airborne teleport shit, combined with my mantras, ended up being instrumental in the fight. Pretty sure the knight would have mollywopped us otherwise. After some time in the fight, and Jackdaw receiving the Sparta kick of a lifetime, some squid guy called Squib Hoss popped up and had a casual chat with us. I don't exactly know who he is, but he's low-key chill. He ended up spectating our fight with the knight and even played some sweet battle music for us.
Just because of that, I forgive him for trying to beat me up back in session 2.
Wait, he tried to what?
It's kind of complicated, but Lionel managed to save the day by dance battling him.
Barack. Is this true, or is he making shit up on the spot to mess with me?
Nope, all true.
All right. After an awesome team combo where Jackdaw destroyed all of the loot with his finishing move, we had a little talk with Squib Haas where he told us where we needed to go in order to escape to the surface. Before trying any of that, we needed to take a long rest, so we found a little cave to have a long rest in, which is where the session ended. I believe that's all.
Thank you for the recap. I believe you've mentioned all the important information so far. Now, let's get this session started. You slowly rise from your slumber, witnessing the eldritch landscape of this bizarre realm once more. Your rest has been uncomfortable, yet luckily uninterrupted. The seaweed trees move calmly with the tides of the waters, as the kelp forest seems to be at ease. The scattered remains on the gig and night rest on the ground, with small abyssal fish nibbling on the chunks of jellyfish flesh that are still intact.
Well, we got no loot, but at least we managed to feed the fishes.
Well, it's all right. I don't think we would have been able to use anything it dropped. That aside, we should probably start venturing for the city soon.
Yeah, I hope it won't take too long. This place is giving me the creeps.
It's only a 1.5 hour long journey. It'll be quick, unless you're slouching.
Have you been watching us when we were sleeping?
I thought you were taking a walk.
Oh yes, but I found so many delicious scallops around here. I simply had to collect some.
For an entire long rest?
Yes, this seafood boil is about to be sublime.
Well, we're going to head out now. Want to follow?
Sure. I was going to continue my walk after this little detour anyways.
With the enigmatic squid man alongside you, you begin to wander through the strange underwater forest, following the faded path towards the sunken city. The lights in the sky shimmer with an ethereal glow, shining down a weak light to all which lay beneath it. Squib Haas walks behind you, strutting casually with his arms crossed.
Oh yeah, I've been meaning to ask you something, Squib Haas. What did you mean when you said you created this first layer?
Oh, drats, I did say that. Well, how much do you know about the Southern Luminant?
Jackdaw and Gervasius, roll a history check.
I got a 16.
I rolled a 6, so I hope Jackdaw gets this one.
You remember that the Southern Luminant was once the home for the Seltorian people, a people renowned for their seafaring capabilities and their commerce with other Luminants. However, after a horrific event which happened over 1,500 years ago, only known as the Great Drowning, the entire Luminant sank into the ocean, dragging hundreds of thousands to their doom. The capital city of the South Luminant, Grand Seltor, sank down as well. Many Seltorians lost their homes and were thus forced to migrate to other Luminants. Luckily, their commerce and renown made them accepted into most societies. The energy of the depths has been merged with the sunken remains of the Southern Luminant, creating a bizarre ecosystem of aquatic creatures.
So that big city we're walking to has to be the sunken Seltor city, right? I'll relay this information to Squib Haas.
Yes, it seems you've done your homework. Now, what do you know about the Seltorian horror?
Roll another history check, Joe.
I got a 10, so I hope that's enough.
During the drowning, some survivors recalled witnessing a large sea monster, seemingly dragging the entire continent down into the ocean, meaning that this wasn't the work of the shifting tides or void sea drifts, like with Erisia. The origins or name of this creature is unknown to many, as it seemingly appeared out of nowhere. They instead refer to it as the Seltorian horror. Many notice massive pale tentacles, embracing the earth as the continent sank.
A sea monster? Tentacles? Wait, are you telling me?
Squib Haas nods as he sees you connect the dots in your head.
But why? Why did you sink the city?
Well, I didn't exactly have a consciousness back then, so you can't blame me for it.
Consciousness? What are you talking about?
Oh boy, this is going to be a long walk. So, about 1,500 years ago, the first prophet, which then became the Deep Woken of Shadowcast, managed to commune with a drowned god.
What's a Deep Woken?
And what's a drowned god?
Yikes, I knew I shouldn't have said anything. But since I've already spilled the beans, I'll just pour out the entire can. A Deep Woken is someone who has consumed a part of a drowned god, gaining incredible powers matching with the drowned god's dominion. Deep Wokens pass on the knowledge and techniques they've been granted to either followers or their offspring, and thus establish a new attunement. A famous example of this is Amorous Pleaxti, a man who ventured into the third layer of the depths and managed to consume a meteor flower, an incredibly rare type of lotus said to grow on the back of Corilfind, the drowned god of flame, becoming the first ever flame charmer. And a drowned god is a monstrous being which controls the natural forces of the world. Currently, they are all asleep, but if one of them were to wake, this world would cease to exist. Just like that. There are 9 of them in total, corresponding to the layers of the depths.
Ha, so that's where the saying God's below comes from.
What does any of this have to do with you killing thousands of innocents?
Relax, we get there when we get there. So the first prophet, after quite a lot of effort, managed to strike a deal with the subconscious drowned god, Yunshul, the god of the shadows and the keeper of hearts. And that deal was quite simple. The drowned god would grant the prophet a piece of themselves, turning the prophet into a deep woken, and in return, the prophet would sacrifice the entire city of Seltor to the deep, expanding the domain of the drowned god, aka the ocean. Yunshul accepted these terms and granted the prophet powers beyond mortal comprehension. With this power, they summoned a creature of shadow so powerful and colossal it could plunge the entire continent into the ocean. That creature, as you might have guessed, was a primal version of myself. Back then, I had no consciousness or free will for that matter. I simply did as I was commanded to.
Wait, so you were like one of those shadow summons?
Ha, I remember Calzine summoning shadow creatures, but they usually disappeared after a short while. How come you're still alive, and how did you gain your consciousness?
Aha! You've met other shadowcasters, I presume? Well, my own theory is that my connection with Yunshul and the powers of the first prophet made me unable to fade away like other lesser shadow creatures. Since Yunshul is the keeper of hearts and the granter of souls, perhaps I gained my consciousness from him after my task was completed. I also shrank considerably, but that's probably for the better. I now reside in the depths, simply living my life, venturing to the surface world from time to time.
So who was this first prophet guy, besides being the deep woken of Shadowcast?
Well, they are one of the creators of a sect known only as the Ministry. After being granted the powers of shadows, the first prophet seemingly disappeared from the world, probably hiding down in one of the deeper layers. Their followers are now pursuing the same goal, trying to gain the same tremendous power.
Wait, wasn't that creepy hat guy, Calzin, a member of the Ministry?
I presume this Calzin Recusant was the Shadowcaster you met?
Yeah, he definitely was. What are the goals of the Ministry anyways? He seemed really vague about it.
The Ministry are God-seekers, who aim to drown the world in order to gain favor from the drowned gods below, attempting to attain godhood themselves.
But after they attain their godhood, what happens next?
The Squid Man shrugs and looks away to the cracks of light in the sky.
Beats me. For all I know, they might just want power for power's sake, like selfish children. It wouldn't surprise me, given how they're willing to let thousands die just for an inkling of strength.
Anyone else we need to stay away from?
I'd suggest you stay away from the Ignition Union and the Divers. They're both prevalent factions down here in the depths, and harbor intense hatred for each other. Make sure to not get stuck in the crossfire if you value your lives.
Your traveling has led you out of the kelp forest and up a rocky path lined with jagged rocks and corals. Your path leads to what looks like a ruined church, or a sanctuary of some kind. It seems far from functional, completely overgrown by corals and other marine flora. The roof and walls seem to be eroding, as many stone bricks and shingles have been reduced to powder. Yet the building still stands.
I wonder what sorts of gods the people of Selter prayed to.
Yeah, it's got to be something else other than the drowned ones. I can't see people worshiping them, other than those guys from the Ministry, maybe.
If you want to know, try rolling a religion check.
The 13. Man, even though my intelligence stat is super low, I keep getting solid rolls today.
There are several beings the people of Selter might have worshipped, such as the Celestials, which according to the mythos, lived in shining white cities in the sky. However, there are no clear symbols on the building which indicate anything of the likes.
Hey, Squib Hoss, do you know anything about the religion of the Seltorians before you know?
Well, no, not really. I wasn't exactly alive back then. Perhaps I should read up on it. In my own opinion, I think you should pay more attention to your surroundings. You might not be aware of it, but it is aware of you.
Huh. What's that supposed to mean?
Both of you, roll a perception check.
Ah, shit. We're being attacked, aren't we?
There ends my luck streak. I got a 6.
I got an 11. Let's hope that's enough.
After hearing his warning, the both of you look frantically around the area. Gervasius notices it, but it's already too late. A horrifying quadrupedal crustacean with angular, sharp-bladed legs leaps down from the roof of the church, landing right in front of you. The foul being has a mouth on its stomach which seeps drool. It doesn't waste any time and immediately goes on the offensive, intending to rip you to pieces. Roll for initiative.
A 19 for me. Nice.
I rolled an 11.
The creature rolled initiative with advantage and got a 22, which means it goes first. The abhorrent beast raises 2 of its claws and crashes down on Gervasius, attempting to impale him. A dirty 20 to hit. It pierces quickly with surgical precision and lands a hit on the bandit's chest, breaking a few ribs. It rips out its claws and blood gushes out, dealing 9 piercing damage. It then uses a bonus action and goes for a second swing, using one of its claws to slash you.
Oh shit, it can attack twice per turn?
A 6 to hit, which misses. Gervasius manages to backstep after being brutally impaled, avoiding the creature's swift slash attack.
Dang, that looks like it hurts.
I'm about to hurt that bastard way more than it hurt me. I'll start off with a rising frost to send us both up skyward. A 16 to hit and 10 frost damage, and they should also be launched airborne.
Indeed. Gervasius combines his 2 ice blades into a large spear, spinning it like a helicopter, slashing the creature whilst leaving marks of ice, and launching both him and his adversary airborne.
I'll hit them with the Jackdaw Classic and activate my airborne initiative talent, teleporting up to them and giving them a good downward slash. Ah, yikes, a 9.
The creature manages to react to your strike and uses 2 of its claws to block your slash midair. It activates its innate talent, Strafe, and moves 5 feet east after blocking Jackdaw's attack. It lands nimbly, taking no fall damage.
Well, that's bothersome. Now I won't get advantage on hit, since Jackdaw is no longer in its range. Nevertheless, I'll hit it with my offhand dagger. Darn it. I got a 7, so it moves again.
It quickly hops backwards and moves diagonally down to the east.
Since my airborne slash was a reaction, it's my turn now. And I've got a plan.
What would that plan be?
I'm going to try to trick it and make it run into my Gale Trap mantra. If my attack doesn't fail, well, then it's just free damage.
Well, the chances of that must be pretty low. It can seemingly strafe in any direction in a 5-foot range.
I don't think so. It's always trying to stay away from us. By dodging to the east or southeast, it would be cornered, and dodging anywhere else will leave it in someone's melee range. So realistically, the only reasonable direction it would dodge is to the south. I'll start off by placing my Gale Trap 5 feet south of it as a bonus action.
That's actually a really well thought out plan.
Thanks. I did read The Art of War, after all.
Jackdaw conjures an invisible rune on the south side of the creature. If an enemy makes contact with this rune, they take 1d4 plus 3 slashing damage and are silenced for a turn.
After that, I'm running to its north side to stab it with my katana. That's a 5 to hit, which misses. But let's see if my plan works.
As Jackdaw's attempts an impaling thrust on the beast, it quickly backsteps to avoid it. However, it instead lands on his Gale Trap, sending out rending shockwaves of wind, dealing 6 slashing damage and silencing it. However, that amount is reduced to 4 damage instead, due to the natural resistances of the creature.
Speaking of that, we should probably analyze this thing to find out what its weaknesses are.
Sounds wise. Who's got the best nature stat?
Oh, then it's probably me. I have a +4 in that. I'll roll to identify this nightmare crab thing. Cool. I rolled a 23 on nature.
Through your studies at the Isle of Vigils, you finally recognize this beast as a pteropod. Pteropods are terrifying creatures originating from the depths, but can also be found on certain islands influenced by the depths of the void sea, such as Erisia. They are dumb as bricks, but have an impressive battle IQ. They sport camera-like sensors all over their body, giving them 360-degree vision, so sneak attacks are ineffective against them.
That's good to know, actually. I was planning on sneaking up on it on my next turn, but it seems like it would be unwise.
This creature's sturdy carapace makes it take 33% less damage from slashing attacks, but it receives 50% more damage from bludgeoning attacks. It takes normal damage from piercing attacks, and has no resistances or weaknesses to any elemental damage types.
I don't think any one of us can deal bludgeoning damage, though.
Actually, I can. When I hit someone with my airborne slash, I knock them to the ground, and then they take bludgeoning damage from the fall.
Oh, that's actually true. All right, then let's just hit them with our classic combo.
First, it's the pteropod's turn. After being tricked to dodge into Jackdaw's gale trap, the foul creature lets out a choked screech and quickly scuttles to the west side of Gervasius to attack him twice. A 13 and a 19, so only one of those hit. However, the attack did. Oh wow, max damage, which is 13 slashing damage. The pteropod attacks Gervasius and uses its first slash as a feint, catching the rogue off guard and leaving a gap in his defense. It then delivers a brutal vertical swipe attack to the rogue, leaving a brutal laceration on Gervasius' torso. The silencing effect from Jackdaw's gale trap has now subsided.
Damn, this thing hits hard. Why can't it attack Jackdaw for a change?
Well, it apparently has a good battle IQ, so it probably knows which one of us has the lowest defenses.
Fair enough. Wait a second. Where is Squibhoss?
A quick look around shows the bipedal squid man sitting on the roof of the derelict sanctuary consuming a snack which looks similar to popcorn.
Hey, Squibbo, a little help over here?
No way. This is simply too entertaining to watch. Besides, I ain't no helicopter parent. Sink or swim, wimp.
We should have expected that response. But it looks like it's my turn again, so let's try to do the same thing we tried earlier. Let's just hope we both manage to land our attacks this time. I'll cast another Rising Frost on the pteropod. A 14, that better hit.
It's barely enough to hit. What was the damage?
A decent 12 frost damage. Nice.
Just as before, Gervasius fuses his 2 ice daggers into a spear, spinning it over his head and launching both him and the frightening pteropod into the air.
All right, now let's just hope this succeeds.
I hope so too. I'll activate my airborne initiative talent and teleport to the north side of the pteropod to combo this crab to pieces and knock it down.
The Vigil Warrior closes his eyes and disappears into a gust of wind, teleporting high into the air next to Gervasius. Roll to attack.
Oh yeah, dirty 20 and 11 slashing damage.
Jackdaw unleashes a volley of slashes at the airborne crab and then kicks it down to the ground. The 11 slashing damage is reduced to only 8 slashing damage by the pteropod's exoskeleton. However, the downward slam from Jackdaw's attack deals 4 bludgeoning damage, which is then increased to 6 bludgeoning damage due to its vulnerability. The pteropod crashes into the earth and slides on the ground, creating a trail of dust which blows into the air. As the dust settles, and Jackdaw and Gervasius both touch the ground, the pteropod lies motionless in a small crater, almost resembling a squash spider.
Looks like we got him good.
We've got to check if it's still alive first. I don't want to make the same mistake as I did in session 2.
As you begin to approach the creature, it suddenly twitches, slowly finding its footing again. Though looking quite disheveled, its limbs are seemingly shaking with anger. It lets out yet another horrid screech. From the southeast, another pteropod shows itself, scuttering to its aid. The second pteropod rolled a 7 as its initiative. It hops down from the cliffside and stands poised.
A 4th combatant has entered the brawl. How exciting.
Dang it, we have to deal with reinforcements now? Well, since my turn isn't over yet, I'll drink a minor healing potion. 7 HP restored. Fine enough for me. I'll move back a little so that Jackdaw can do some tanking. That's all for my turn.
All right then, I guess I'll go all out against the injured pteropod so that we don't have to deal with both of them. I'll first go for a normal main hand attack to hack and slash at it while it's injured. Ah man, are you kidding me? That's a natural one.
Jackdaw unsheathes his katana and runs in to finish the pteropod with a mighty thrust. It easily sidesteps his predictable attack, moving to his north side and unleashing a thrust attack of their own, dealing 6 piercing damage and knocking the Vigil Warrior prone.
Ah crap. Being prone against these guys is basically a death sentence. This isn't looking good, fellas.
Pteropod too quickly rushes over to the recently prone Jackdaw and immediately lunges for an impaling strike using both of its claws. A 24 to hit and 9 piercing damage. The vile creature crashes its 2 claws down furiously, aimed at Jackdaw's chest to try to pierce his heart. It goes for a second strike, pulling out its 2 claws from Jackdaw's bloody chest, and slashes with its serrated claw. A 19 to hit and 8 slashing damage. The razor-sharp claw cuts through Jackdaw's armor, maiming him further, painting the blue sands red with blood. As Jackdaw looks up, he can see the pteropod standing right above him, its horrifying mouth quivering, drooling, anticipating its next meal. However, something else catches its attention. And then suddenly, an overwhelming sound cuts through the atmosphere, and the loathsome creature recoils backwards, seemingly struck by whatever caused the sound. You both look back to wherever the sound originated from, and see a blonde, middle-aged woman with a scarred face and an eye patch on her left eye. She wears form-fitting plate armor, covered by an umber leather jacket, combined with a pair of efficient cloth pants, protected with plates of iron armor. The barrel of the rifle she holds in her hand smokes, and she takes a fierce stance, ready to fire.
Tell me, creature, how does the bullet taste?
The pteropod bleeds profusely from the gunshot, its shell splintering. It shrieks in pain, spitting out a rancid smelling solution right below it, landing right on Jackdaw's leg.
Yuck, that's disgusting.
Its retching is cut short as the eye-patched woman unloads another bullet into its carapace, marching forwards. The pteropod steps away from the knocked vigil and turns its attention to the lone woman. However, it suffers 22 piercing damage from the 2 gunshots it received. The mysterious woman rolled a 4 as her initiative, so she's last in the turn order.
If you want to continue living, consider getting back up on your feet, Comrade Snake.
That's easy for you to say. This creepy crab is standing right over me.
It's now the first pteropod's turn, and they attempt to finish off Jackdaw with another perforation attack, raising its 2 claws high.
Oh, come on, please miss, please miss.
They rolled a natural one. As the pteropod's claws come crashing down, Jackdaw quickly rolls to the side whilst prone. As the beast misses, embedding its claws into the ground instead. It now finds itself with its claws stuck in the solid ground, attempting to pull itself out, losing out on its bonus action and movement.
All right, that's awesome. I think we can manage to live this now that we have some help on our side.
I'll run up close and unleash 2 devastating jabs with my ice daggers against the first pteropod. This will have advantage on hit since Jackdaw is close, which will also proc my Sanguine Opportunist blood buff. A 17 and a natural 20. My first hit deals 6 frost and 2 blood damage, while my second deals 14 frost and 5 bleed damage from the critical.
That's enough to kill it. How do you want to do it?
Finally, we're taking this damn thing out. As the wretched pteropod stands with its 2 claws stuck in the ground, I run towards it as I unsheath both of my daggers. I effortlessly vault over it and climb to the shell on its back. I use my first dagger to break its armor, piercing it as the creature screeches. I use my second dagger and slam it with my full force, the frost tearing through the flesh of the creature, as icicles shred its body, leaving it looking like a frozen pin cushion.
Man, you really let it rip. Thanks for saving me, buddy.
Don't think about it too much.
Awesome. And very overkill too. It's now Jackdaw's turn.
I'll try to do as much damage as I can, even though it resists me. I'll first get myself back to my feet after my epic dodge, and then go for a main hand attack, using my katana to slash it to bits. A 13 to hit. Does that miss?
It unfortunately does. The pteropod backsteps from Jackdaw's sword swing and moves diagonally up to the left.
Well, that's all right. I'll run up, use my adrenaline surge talent to regain my action, and try again. A 22 this time, neat. It deals 9 slashing damage, and then I cast Master's Flourish to deal some more. 15 to hit, and 7 slashing damage.
Your hits are reduced to a total of 12 slashing damage due to the thick carapace of the pteropod. As the varmint quickly backsteps from Jackdaw, it realizes that the first swing was a feint all along, but it's too late, as Jackdaw dashes in and unleashes a 3-hit combo of brutal slashes. The pteropod is now grievously injured, and by the looks of it, it has reached its breaking point. Its legs are shaking violently, swaying with manic movements.
Well, that's not a good sign. Is it about to go crazy?
The mouth of the creature froths with foam, and its legs begin a sort of frenzied dance. It suddenly screeches with fury and lunges for Jackdaw, using its maximized mantra Mania Mutilator. It slashes with all its legs simultaneously in a crazed fashion, spinning around and making itself dizzy, slashing at both the injured Vigil Warrior and the eye-patched woman. Oh dang, unlucky rolls. A 7 and a 14, which both miss. As the creature rapidly swings its claws around, you both somehow manage to avoid the insane movements of the mantra. The creature instead flails around pathetically, dealing no damage.
Gods below, let's put this damned thing out of its misery already.
The woman grabs her rifle by the barrel and smacks the pteropod with the reinforced stock of her weapon. A 23 to hit and 13 bludgeoning damage, which is then increased to 20 bludgeoning damage by its weakness. She slams down with her rifle, shattering the carapace of the frenzied pteropod as it shrills from the immense pain. It falls on its back and helplessly moves its legs around in the air.
It's only a concussion, you drama queen. What I'm about to do next is gonna hurt way more.
The woman produces what looks like an incendiary grenade from her pouch and flings it towards the creature, aiming at its mouth.
Don't worry. If this goes according to plan, you'll still get to keep your arms and legs, Snake Man.
Wait, what?
A 17 to hit, and oh Jesus, 29 fire damage, which is enough to kill it by a wide margin. The grenade flies into the helpless pteropod's mouth, and it's unable to spit it out due to being on its back. The pteropod suddenly implodes, sending pieces of carapace and chunks of flesh into the sky as a pyre of flame rises from the mouth of its charred corpse. Jackdaw covers his face and luckily takes no damage. Combat is over, with an unnecessary overkill.
Well, that certainly is a brutal finisher.
Hey, Gary, could you lend me a potion? I'm pretty low.
I think we both could take a short rest instead. I only have 4 of these small potions left.
Oh yeah, that's smart. We need to preserve those potions for other scary stuff which might appear in the future.
Good work, comrades. You seem to carry your own weight quite well. I didn't even have to use any mantras. What are your names?
I'm Jackdaw Hashi.
Just call me Gervasius.
Pleased to meet you all. Say, have any of you spotted a group of 3 apprentice divers nearby? Those in blue. I heard they were supposed to be somewhere near the kelp forest, but I haven't seen them anywhere.
Oh. Well, what do they look like?
One blonde man, another black-haired man with a beard, and a dark-haired young woman. It was my mission to find them.
Out of game moment. The 3 divers were the ones you let die to the Razor Fin, right? She's 100% their ally. We're gonna die.
Yeah, they definitely were. Shit, man, I didn't know she could be looking for them.
You seem to be awfully quiet, Iceman. Have you, or have you not seen them? Come on, you can be honest with me.
She turns her gaze to Jackdaw as well.
Do you know anything about the 3 divers, warrior?
Well, I mean, we may or may not have seen 3 divers fighting a razorfin at the entrance of a cave, the one close to the kelp forest.
Huh? Why are you telling her?
I'm scared, man.
Oh, really? What happened next?
They were battling it, but they began to get eaten. And I tried to help them, but Gervasius told me it was a bad idea.
Jackdaw, you fucking snitch.
Okay, well, to be honest, we shouldn't have let them die like that.
You're not legally obligated to tell her, you idiot.
The woman now glares directly at Gervasius, her hands gripping her rifle.
Say, Gervasius, is Jackdaw telling me the truth?
No point in denying it anymore. Yes, I stopped Jackdaw from trying to save them, since we'd probably just die too. So in the end, they all died in the maws of the razorfin.
She laughs hysterically, slapping her knees and wiping away a tear from her eyes.
That really is the funniest way to kill someone. To let them die by their own foolish mistake.
She reaches forwards and puts her hand on your shoulder.
Gervasius, consider yourself an honorary comrade. My name is Malakia of the Ignition Union, and you make my job easy. You, Snake Man, have much to learn from your comrade. No diver scum is worth keeping alive.
Get wrecked, Jackie. That's what you get for trying to tattle on me.
But saving people in need is a good thing.
The divers treat us like dirt. And as such, the Ignition Union returns the favor.
Well, luckily we aren't on the side of the divers.
Aren't the Summer Company enemies of the Ignition Union too?
We have a very rocky history with them. It's quite a complicated matter. In fact, I used to work for the Summer Company a long time ago, but I've seen through their lies. Luckily, I managed to keep my rifle with me even after switching sides.
At a game moment, we should definitely not mention Lionel to her. She might get pretty pissed knowing we've worked with her enemies.
Agreed.
Also, how did you all end up here?
We both died to a shadowcaster in Erisia, someone who worked for the Ministry.
The Ministry?
Do you know anything about them?
Honestly, no. Only break room rumors, but nothing really concrete.
Could you tell us more about the divers?
What, you want to go lick their boots or something? 'Cause if you are, I will have to execute you.
No, wait. That's not what I mean at all.
Calm down. It is just a joke. The divers are a faction funded by the Central Authority for the purpose of exploring the depths and learning about its power. Or, well, that's how they are in theory. In practice, they just consist of power-hungry morons, only brought into their positions by nepotism or connections, sending hundreds of undertrained divers to an early grave in the depths. Most of the apprentice small fries have barely any experience or skill. But the bourgeoisie of the divers, people at the top, known as black divers, possess horrifying powers, which they gladly abuse. They can easily handle the creatures of the depths, and there is barely anyone who can match them in strength. They treat apprentice divers like toys, sending them on impossible tasks, seemingly for shits and giggles. Perhaps that's why the casualty rate of the divers is close to 98%.
Are there any black divers in particular that we should watch out for?
Absolutely. Let me tell you about this worthless bookworm trash called Akira. He's a black diver attuned with both Frostdraw and Thundercall, responsible for diver recruitment in the depths. From the reports we've seen, he's completely worthless at his job, mostly sitting around and reading books all day.
Diver recruitment? Why is he down here instead of on the surface world?
See, that was my thought too. His position is quite pointless. From what we know, most black divers are either exploring the second layer or protecting Castle Light, which is the diver's main base in the first layer. He does neither of those things, mostly just wasting time down here.
How hasn't he gotten fired or killed yet? And why should we watch out for him?
Well, rumor has it that he only got to become a black diver because of his connection to the higher-ups. His father happens to be a black diver captain, so he most likely won't be fired, even though he's practically useless. The thing that makes him a threat is his damn resonance.
A resonance?
Yes, the damn bell on his hip. It allows him to instantly kill someone he looks at, popping their heads, but at the cost of his natural lifespan. He has barely any regard for human life, even other divers. If you even slightly annoy him, he'll kill you without a second thought, even if it drains his life. He is simply too ignorant to care about consequences.
How did he even get something like that? That sounds incredibly devastating.
I do not know much about resonances, other than that some achieve them in near-death scenarios in the depths. The circumstances for achieving a resonance appear to be quite vague. I've heard some strange legends about needing to be worthy in the eyes of the drowned gods in order to be granted one, but then how did that damn brat, Akira, get one? He's the least worthy person I could possibly think of.
Is he strong without it too?
We haven't seen any accolades of his fighting capabilities. Without his resonance, he might be a completely worthless fighter for all we know. Just make sure to watch out for him. He's an Etrian with white spiky hair and red slit eyes.
He sounds like a prick. We'll make sure to avoid him.
Oh, I have a question. Why did you save us?
Well, I had been assigned 2 missions today. One was to exterminate the pteropods that had been lurking here, and the other one was to deal with the divers intruding on our territory. Luckily, the Iceman over here made it easy for me. So anyways, where are you all headed?
We're heading to Selter City. We've heard that it's the only way out from here.
You're heading for the Tower of Interstis, no? Just beware of the trial. I've seen many bright-eyed fools enter, but not many survive. Keep your wits about yourself.
Thanks. We'll be ready for it.
I'll be off to the Chariot Spire, the terminal for the Ignition Union down in the first layer. It's past the city, so if you don't mind, I'll tag along the ride.
Sure, you can travel with us.
Wait, could I check to see if Squib Haas is still here?
Make a perception check.
That's a 15, pretty decent roll.
Your eyes quickly scan the area for the Squid Man, but in the end you find nothing. He was once sitting on the roof of the church, but he must have left after Malachi showed herself. However, you suddenly feel your stomach rumble, and so does Jackdaw's.
That's right, we haven't eaten anything in like a day.
Fret not, comrades. I happen to have 2 additional Ignition Union-approved rations with me. Here, consider it a token of gratitude for making my job easy. Also, don't try to eat anything from the ground here, unless you want to join the Mud Skippers.
The woman reaches into the pockets of her leather jacket and produces 2 thin paper boxes, which she then hands to the both of you.
Let us eat quickly. The scent of food attracts the beasts of the depths.
Sure, I'm a bit of a fast eater myself.
I'm not too fast at eating. I always get belly aches when I do.
I'll open up my ration and see what's inside.
As Gervasius pries open the ration, a harsh, greasy smell emanates from within. Inside the ration, you find a large portion of fatty fish, which looks incredibly dry, alongside some kind of goop, which resembles gruel or porridge. There are small yellow chunks of what looks like dried fruit placed on the porridge as some sort of flavoring. The meal may not be appetizing, but it looks nutritious enough to fill your stomachs.
Yuck. Porridge? Well, food is food after all.
That was my first reaction when I got to try my first ration as well. They need to have an incredibly long shelf life, since rotting food will attract parasites or mudskippers. Also, the pomar fruit chunks are there to stave off scurvy. It's a surprisingly common cause of death down here. I know it looks nasty, but trust me, it tastes better the more you eat it.
Well, let's eat. A celebratory feast for not becoming pteropod food.
Aye, I'll feast to that, comrade.
Fine, let's chow down already and take our short rest.
You spend your short rest eating your rations by the ruined church. Malachi eats alongside you as well. The food is horrible taste-wise, but ends up being very nutritious, restoring 7 hit points on top of whatever you roll on your hit dice.
I got a 7 on my hit dice, and with the +7 bonus, I'm almost full, at 26 out of 27 HP.
I rolled a 10, and with the food bonus, I'm now at 21 out of 27 HP.
See? I told you it wasn't so bad.
Also, Barack, do the pteropods have anything we can loot from them?
They do, actually. Gervasius walks towards the pteropod he himself killed, since, that's the only one that's still intact. You notice that you can rip out one of the claws.
Interesting. I'll drag it off and check if I can use it for something.
It doesn't require much effort to tear it off, considering one of your icicles has already severed the limb holding it. As you pick it up, you notice that it's quite heavy, weighing about 15 kilograms, or approximately 33 pounds. It sports an incredibly sharp serrated edge, which would make for an excellent curved greatsword if it had a proper handle, and perhaps weighing a couple kilos lighter.
Can I stash this for later? I might not use it, but someone else could probably find it useful.
Sure, your carry limit allows it.
Wait, speaking of storage, I remember I still have this chest in my inventory. Gervasius, do you know how to lockpick?
I do, actually. Could you show me the chest?
Here you go. I've been carrying around this thing for a while now.
Ha, this looks suspiciously like one of the boxes my bandits and I found back at Erisia.
Man, what a crazy coincidence. Anyways, do you know how to open it?
Let me try to pick the lock.
Roll a dexterity check, along with the bandit class proficiency bonus.
That's a 19, which is hopefully enough.
Using some of your old lock-picking tools, you easily bypass the lock system on the chest. Inside, you find 3 rubies, a plain silver ring, and a scroll, which seems to be a schematic for a type of armor.
That armor schematic seems to be interesting. Does the ring have any stats?
This silver ring seems to increase your max mantra slots by 1. The armor schematic appears to be a recipe for a type of dark robe with black steel armor pads. An ingredients list is shown below. You could probably take this to a blacksmith in order to have them craft the armor for you.
I'll gladly take the armor schematic. Jackdaw, you can have the silver ring and the rubies if you want.
That's fine by me. I'll put this ring on and check my drip.
As Jackdaw equips the ring, he feels a sudden surge of focus as his mind clears. The ring has granted him another mantra slot.
Awesome sauce.
Are we ready to go?
Yep, I'm ready.
Wonderful. Then let the march continue.
Your march proceeds through the rocky terrain of the depths. The surrounding area is barren, with barely any life, almost like a desert. You've managed to come quite close to the ivory white walls of Selter City.
So, were you both doing anything in particular before you ended up here?
Yeah, I was on a mission in Erisia to find a missing vigil scout.
You're with the vigils? That does explain your weapon and your ridiculous clothing.
Ridiculous clothing? This is peak drip.
Peak? How is it peak? Where are your pockets? How do you even store stuff?
I just put stuff in my inventory like a normal person.
Shoving objects up your ass doesn't count, Snake Man. Where did you even keep that box?
Oh, she got you good.
Man, screw you guys, you're so mean.
It's only a joke. Why do you have to be so mad?
Suddenly, Jackdaw's passive perception notices something particular on the blue sand desert ahead. A trail of human footsteps, seemingly leading to a nearby mountain wall.
Hold on, do you notice that?
Notice what?
The footsteps on the sands. I'll point to where I see them.
Interesting. Malakia, do you want to investigate?
Sure, why not?
As you come closer, you notice that the footprints are quite fresh, so someone must have been here recently. As stated before, the footsteps seemingly lead to a solid wall, where they abruptly end.
That's real strange, isn't it?
I'd like to make an investigation check to see where the footsteps could have gone. I got an 18. That's really good, actually.
You get the idea that it's not about the footsteps, it's about the wall.
I see. So there's got to be some sort of hidden entrance here. I'll tap the surface of the walls where the footsteps end.
You lightly knock on certain parts of the mountain wall. When you knock on the part that's closest to the footsteps, a small door-sized section of the wall fades away, revealing a hidden tunnel.
Oh, of course, it's an illusory wall, like in Dark Souls.
That's quite unusual. I've walked past this place so many times, but I've never realized that there was a hidden entrance here.
Shall we enter?
Well, since this rock is technically part of our turf, I have no other option but to investigate. I'll make sure to write a report to Colonel Hoffa later.
Literally every bone in my body is telling me this is a horrible idea. Then again, there could also be loot in here. Not gonna lie, I'm a bit enticed.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go and explore.
You begin sneaking around the hidden passageway, and the path takes you down a flight of stairs. As you make your way down to the bottom, you notice how the area resembles a prison, as the halls are lined with cages and locked doors, eerily similar to the dungeons under the bandit settlement. The prison is dimly lit by candles lining the floor, lit with small red flames.
That's creepy. Do you think this prison could be constructed by the same people that made the other dungeon back at Erisia?
Could be possible. I tried asking Calzin about the weird dungeon thing under the settlement before he fucked up my organization, but he never directly answered my question.
Wait, before we walk any further, we should check for traps. I've already lost one eye to a wayward spike, and I wouldn't want to lose another one.
Oh, good point. Jackdaw, do a perception check and I'll disarm any traps.
Okie dokie. Oh, cool. Natural 20.
Jackdaw scans the surrounding area, but sees no traps at all. However, he senses a dark presence instead. There are several weak shadow creatures in hiding, but luckily none in this area.
Oh, yikes, they got shadow monsters in here, so let's be careful.
Shadow monsters? There might be a shadow caster or someone from the ministry close by. Let's be wary.
As you walk further in, you come to a fork in the road. The path to the left is a corridor which leads to an open room packed with crates and chests. The path to the right leads to yet another staircase which leads further down into lower floors.
We got to get that loot before we continue, so we should go left.
Wait, don't walk into the room yet. It could be a trap. Let's walk carefully, and then check the surroundings of the storage room before we enter.
Okay then, let's sneak and stop right before we enter the room.
The group makes it to the room. You stop and check around the area. I'll need you all to roll a perception check.
Oh dang, I rolled a 6.
I only got a 9, so that's not much better.
Malakia rolled a 21. On the ceiling, she notices that there are large black strings, like cobwebs, along with 3 shadowy spiders, about the same size as tarantulas, surveying the area.
Da. Up on the ceiling. Be wary.
Ah, since shadowcasters can see through the eyes of their summons, these probably act as security.
Wait, since we only decided to check for traps when we were halfway through the prison, maybe we've already been spotted.
Oh, that's a terrifying thought. Well, let's hope that's not the case. Anyways, if we want this loot, we'll have to take out all of these at the same time. Luckily, my Seeking Daggers mantra can probably fix that. I'll cast my Seeking Daggers mantra, with 1 dagger aimed for each spider.
All right, roll to hit, and also make a roll for stealth.
Darn, that's only a 9 to hit. I got a 21 on my stealth, though.
Well, luckily, you only needed an 8 to hit. What's the damage?
5 frost damage to each of them.
Gervasius sends out a wave of Seeking Daggers at the spiders surveying the area. The daggers completely impale the spiders, killing them instantly without a sound. The spiders drop from the ceiling, falling lifelessly down onto the floor. The shadowy arachnids fade out of existence, being unsummoned.
Well, now that those are gone, let's loot this place quickly.
As you begin to open a few of the many chests in the storage area, you notice that most of them are actually completely empty.
Ah, come on, there's nothing here.
Kind of disappointing.
Well, why would they put actual loot in an obvious trap?
She's right. Since this is a trap room, they just put a bunch of empty chests here to lure people in. Let's just continue ahead.
Wait, let me search through all the chests. There could be a cheeky little item somewhere.
Jackdaw persists in his search, opening every little chest he can find, with no luck, until he opens the last one. As he opens the chest, he is met with an ominous glow emanating from a crimson red stone. As he lifts the stone up, he notices how red droplets of liquid begin to drip from the bottom, creating small splashes on the floor. However, no puddle is created, as the liquid simply fades out of existence once it makes contact.
An ominous stone which constantly leaks blood. This is 100% cursed.
On the positive side, a constant drip of blood is a pretty good source of iron.
Malakia, do you know what this is?
I have no clue. Haven't seen anything like it.
I'd like to make an Arcana check to see whatever this item could be.
All right, roll ahead.
That's a 12. Is it enough?
The Vigil Warrior inspects the stone carefully, yet still doesn't understand its function. As he holds it in his hands, his mouth begins to suddenly feel incredibly dry before going back to normal again.
I think I'll just put it in my pack for now. I don't think I should keep holding it.
Yeah, that rock seems like a bad omen. Let's continue for now and try to be more sneaky. We're lucky to not have encountered anyone yet.
Yeah, I was honestly expecting this place to have more people.
The group makes their way down the spiral staircase to the right, walking slowly and carefully to avoid making any unnecessary sounds. As you make your way to the bottom, you are met with a large hall with a high ceiling held up by tarnished stone pillars. On the rough walls, you see statues of people immortalized into the very walls themselves. They seem to represent something, yet their importance slips your mind as your eyes focus on what's in front of you. Ahead, you see an archway, which leads to a large stone table placed horizontally, enough to accompany at least 20 people. The table is lit up by small ceremonial candles, burning with a crimson flame. You begin to hear footsteps now as you approach, as several dark-cloaked individuals wearing tricorn hats and red blindfolds walk around, setting the table.
Shit. Let's hide along the walls so they don't see us approach.
You will all have to roll constant stealth checks if you want to go unnoticed.
Okay, how about this? I'll go do the sneaking while you guys hide further back. My low stride talent gives me a bonus on all stealth checks.
I'm fine with that. I don't want to be close to these guys anyways.
Gervasius, roll your first stealth check.
That's a 23.
As you hide and slowly advance, time passes and more people begin to fill the room. There are people teleporting and using dark portals and seating themselves at the table. No one is talking, however you can hear silent murmurs and whispers as they begin to settle down. Amongst the crowd of people, you spot a certain individual with long black hair and who also happens to be missing a blindfold.
Well, good news, the guys on the overworld are probably alive. Bad news, Calzin is in the room next to us.
He hunkers down at the chair placed in the middle section of the table. Behind him, a large portal of darkness begins to take shape as a cacophony of ominous whirring is heard. Two people walk out of the umbral gateway. One is a woman clad head to toe in black steel armor, along with a large flanged mace, which she carries over her shoulder. The other person floats above everyone else on a large ceremonial throne, covered in dead corals. They appear to be a male, with incredibly long white hair and a black blindfold. Their armor seems to be a ceremonial armor piece, emblazoned with the crest of an upside-down trident. He sits with his legs crossed and with his fingers interlocked. As the rest of the cloaked individuals see him, they all simultaneously stand up and in union bow and chant.
All hail Lord Zaire, the fourth prophet of the ministry.
Very well. You may now seat yourselves. If you are a scout posted in Mini Tersa, then keep standing.
Wait, Minitirsa. That's where I used to live.
And so the crowd follows his order, with about half of the crowd still standing. The ones that stand wear cloaks fitted with fur, adapted to the wintry climate of Minitirsa.
What is the current status of Outpost Antumbra?
The scouts all look to each other, deciding on a speaker silently. They nod, and an individual with gray skin begins to speak.
Progress is going as expected. Most tunnels have been excavated, and we're preparing to make sacrifices for the trial under the mountains, Your Excellency.
Good. Any progress on the Crypt of the Unbroken?
I'm afraid not, Your Excellency. The Guardians have proved to hold steadfast, and they outnumber us scouts 3-1. We believe that is all of importance for now.
What is the reason for this terse description? Is this what an entire week of progress amounts to these days?
You can see the movements of the speaking scout stiffen. He stands completely still, not daring to speak another word. The prophet's face sombers slightly, and he exhales, probably out of disappointment.
While it is frustrating, it is acceptable for now. Scouts, you are dismissed.
Gervasius, roll another stealth check.
Dirty 20 this time.
You remain unnoticed, and the prophet continues. The scouts sit down, cautiously while sweating bullets.
For the rest, I believe my confidant, Contractor Pax, has your orders.
The armor-clad woman takes off her helmet, and a certain grin creeps onto her face as her singular reddish eye gleams with malice. Her skin is a light blue with black tattoo markings all over her face, signifying that she's in a dread. One of her eyes is patched with a chunk of rough metal, covering it and acting like an eye patch. She moves, walking over to a rusty gramophone, which stands in the corner table of the room. A cracked black disc is inserted into the machine, and a slightly harsh tune begins to play. The playing of a harpsichord is heard loud and clear as the woman chuckles, looking over to the seated crowd.
Now I don't need anyone standing up here, because I know that progress is going good. Me and my brawlers have come much closer to our goal in the Western Luminant, and the 100 legions are just within our grasp now. All I need you all to do is to prepare for a confrontation with Centurion Illidus, and our mark in the West will finally be complete, spreading the influence of the tides even further.
The other half of the ministry members, clad in plates of dark armor and demonic masks, begin to cheer, applauding. The scouts from Minotaurus begin to join in as well, adding to the ovation. Pax raises her flying mace high into the air, her face beaming with fervor.
Defy the hushmakers. Let the glorious song ring on. We shall sing with the tide till a new Celtor sinks.
Beautiful. Now I believe my other disciple here has a worthwhile report ready from Erisia. Adjudicator Calzin, how is the search for the Forge of Sin proceeding?
Unfortunately, I know nothing more than where it once was. It was supposedly kept in the Temple of the Forgotten Flame, but it appears it has already been stolen. Some of my sources point to the culprit being a certain Duke Ishamon of Erisia.
The prophet leans slightly forwards in his throne, intrigued.
It has been relocated. How interesting.
Indeed. If his namesake is to be trusted, the forge is most likely safeguarded somewhere in Erisia. Most likely Upper Erisia, as I've already scanned most of the lower portions.
A good lead. Any other news?
Yes, actually. As Erisia has resurfaced, I found out that a group of bandits had built a settlement on top of an ancient ministry prison, that being Vault Obscura.
I see. Was there anything of value left?
Not exactly, no. It did function as a useful pen for a certain stray, which I managed to drain misery from and practice my techniques.
A disgusting grin forms on his visage.
Nasty bastard. Good thing you got your ass beat.
Roll a stealth check, since you said that in character.
Oh shit, that's right. A 19. We're still in business.
Nasty one, aren't you? Why bother with torture? Just bash their face in.
Unlike you, I enjoy the suffering of my victims, like a true shadowcaster. It's how we enhance our capabilities after all. Of course, you wouldn't know anything about that, since you're a nightblood-sipping cheat.
That sure is a good excuse for your unchecked desires. Besides, I'd still beat your ass 4 times over, even without Nightblood. You might have risen the ranks a lil, but don't think you're hot shit just yet.
Cease this idle chatter.
Yes, my lord.
Adjudicator, do you have anything else of value to bring?
I do. I happen to find 2 people with Shadowcaster heritage hidden within them.
Shadowcaster heritage?
Yes, and I've managed to kill them both. One happened to be the leader of the bandit settlement I talked about earlier, a crossbreed between a Chrysid and a Keltorian, wearing a cobalt blue cloak. The other one was an albino Etrian male, wearing a Vigil Initiate uniform. Since they are both in the depths right now, we could perhaps capture them.
Possibly. Shadowcasters are quite rare to come by these days unless they've somehow concocted Nightblood. I'll make sure to contact my assassins to drag them back to us. We don't want any Shadowcasters with a rogue lineage running amok here.
What the hell is he talking about?
You're both Shadowcasters?
He said that we have Shadowcaster heritage. Doesn't that mean that we must have had parents that were Shadowcasters?
I mean, it's not. Impossible now that I think of it. I never got to know my dad, and you never really knew your parents either.
An unfortunate lineage, to be sure.
The prophet continues.
Also, Adjudicator, I've been meaning to ask you something. Why is your blindfold missing?
Ah, yes. I dropped it when I traveled to the depths. The whirlpools, you know.
The blindfolded lord leans forwards and gives a wry smirk.
Sure you did. Just make sure to not die or lie next time, all right?
Huh? How did you...
The rest of the members look around, confused. The contractor attempts to conceal her laughter, holding her hand to her mouth.
For the rest of you, you're all dismissed. Return to your posts.
The rest of the members stand up and bow in unison. They begin channeling their shadowcast, creating dark portals whirring with sinister echoes, returning to their positions in the overworld. The room empties, and the only ones that remain are the contractor, the adjudicator, and the prophet.
Yeah, now is the time to get out. I'll signal to Jackdaw and Malakia that we need to go.
Yep, it's a good time to go. I'll nod to Gervasius and to Malakia as well. After that, we should begin to sneak back and go towards the spiral staircase again.
Everyone, make a stealth check.
Everyone?
I rolled an 18.
Malakia rolled a dirty 20.
Crap, guys, I rolled a 2.
And now it all comes crashing down.
As the three begin to sneak away from the imminent threat, they hunch over to lower their profile. However, due to this, Jackdaw's katana slides out of its sheath, falling down on the stone floor, generating a loud echo for everyone to hear. Malakia freezes in shock as she stares at the sword on the floor. The prophet and his two disciples now look to the three of you.
How convenient.
Welcome back, fellow viewers and players, to the Havoc of Erisia campaign. Last session ended up being a little intense, as well as Andreo participating in his first battle.
I don't know about you guys, but I hard carried that encounter.
Obama, can you roll the clip where Tate gets punched in the balls?
Okay, never mind. I was joking.
To be honest, we all did our fair share. In my opinion, the real MVP was Penny. She was dodging hit after hit and even took out 2 pirates off screen. Some real Doom Eternal stuff was going down below the deck, I tell you.
Yeah, that's kind of true, I guess. At least I managed to make an epic save at the end of the combat.
Speaking of combat, I've decided to add new mechanics to the combat system in this campaign, which I'm excited to showcase. We can have the recap a little later.
Oh, really? That's sick, bro.
We got Havoc of Erisia patch notes before GTA 6.
What do you have in store?
All right, the first edition is a reaction called Vent. This reaction causes you to expel ether into a protective shockwave around you, repelling physical and ranged attacks for 1 hit. However, it can only be used once per turn, and consumes 2 mantra slots in order to be used. This move is omnidirectional and goes as far as 5 feet away from the user. If you vent and people are in your melee range, they'll be pushed back 5 feet, but they can make a Constitution save in order to stay where they are. However, enemies who are vented suffer disadvantage on their next attacks for the rest of their turn.
Do you have to make any checks in order to cast it?
You don't. It's guaranteed to work, but it's quite costly. If you happen to be facing a lot of people, it won't always save you.
So you sacrifice offensive resources for defense? Interesting.
Venting could be pretty useful for me since most of my damage comes from my weapon and class actions. Of course, the damage is tremendous, very nice. But some defense could be useful from time to time.
I don't count on wasting potential damage on silly magic tricks, but I guess it could be useful for you squishies.
Well, luckily for you, Andrew, the next mechanic is something I reckon you'd like. The new mechanic is a bonus action called Spit.
You're telling me I get to spit on people's faces mid-fight? That's hilarious.
Yes, precisely. Unlike mantras or other special talents, the Spit bonus action is more likely to succeed depending on your dexterity bonuses. For example, what is your dexterity bonus, Andrea?
Let me check real quick. +3.
All right, that means that in order to land the Spit, you roll a d20 with a +3 against their armor class. If the Spit succeeds, you regain 1d4 plus whatever your base charisma modifier is as hit points.
The healing is based on your charisma?
Hell yeah. That's tremendous. I could restore so much HP with that since I've got a +4 in charisma.
To balance this out, you can only spit in melee range of enemies, which is 5 feet. A funny addition to this bonus action is that if you roll a natural 20 on hit, your spit will blind the opponent for a turn, giving them disadvantage on hit.
Is there any reason for you adding these?
Well, venting and spitting are both base mechanics in the game I based this campaign on. I simply wanted to add more mechanics, which would make this campaign more unique.
I see. That makes sense. Do you have any other additions to introduce?
I do, but it's a bit more subtle. I have added several new status effects depending on the attunement being used. The buildup of the status effects depend on the enemy's constitution, and some buildups are faster or slower than others. I won't go too far into it right now. There will be a time for that later. I've also added weapon skills, which can be performed in battle and have certain effects depending on your weapon. But again, I won't go too deep into it right now. We only have the recap left before we begin this session.
Oh, dang, weapon arts sound pretty sick.
Wait, you forgot one thing. The huge donations we got in the last session. You got to give them a shout out.
That's right. Huge thanks to Steve is my name for the enormous $50 donation. And another big thanks to Jubal Masterson for the big $10 donation. I never thought I'd receive donations this large, or any at all for that matter.
Seriously, you're all goated.
I am so massively grateful for the support I've received, it's insane. Thanks to these incredible donations, I've been more and more motivated to make longer videos, and it's all because of you guys. With all of that sorted, we should get back to the recap. Who wants to do it this time?
Yo guys, let me do it.
I guess this is your first time recapping, so go ahead, Andrew.
So most of the session was just one big fight against Fat-Ass Kim and his 7 meat riders on the pirate ship. We were taking his goons down left and right, but the big fella was packing some serious strength behind his slashes. He was no joke. In the fight, Lionel was sniping. I was doing some good melee. The freaking cat girl was granted plot armor and never died. Also, Basil was an annoying douche, but he at least healed a little.
I could say the same thing about you too. We're both completely insufferable people in real life.
Yeah, that's definitely true. Anyways, after some time in the fight, the cat girl, I think her name was Pennies or something, got pushed into a hole on the upper decks and fell into the storage area. We were forced to end the fight quickly, so we did one hell of a team combo and dragged Kimmy Boy into a room full of gunpowder crates on the lower decks, which Lionel managed to detonate. After that, Big Orange Man had to save the cat, and I don't know what the hell happened down there, but apparently the gunpowder detonated whilst he was still on the lower decks. Basil and I had already skedaddled back to my frigate, but Lionel was being cooked inside of Kimmy's sinking ship.
Thanks for that, assholes. You almost left me to die.
Shabibo, the deer guy, was going to drag Lionel and Pennies back with some kind of lightning lasso, and when he eventually landed it, it could apparently only drag one person at a time. These two pussies thought it was all over, but by using the power of the top G, I channeled a mere 0.1% of my power into Basil, and he gained enough strength to pull both the obese orange and the stray ass cat back to my ship. We all got healed up, and then we headed to the dining hall where we met my homeboy Orlando. We ordered some bomb-ass food and then ended the session right there, with me asking what the boys did in Erisia.
Well, that recap is good enough, I suppose. Are we all ready to start where we left off?
Yep.
Let's get it started.
Bring it on!
Good, then let us begin.
All right, you won't believe this next part. Snake Eyes Jackie looks around the pissy cave and a damn squid man hops down from the ceiling and challenges him to a battle.
A squid man? Like a squid with a man's body? That's absurd. You've got to be joking. Wait a sec. Is that why Jackdaw isn't here anymore? Did the squid dude kill him?
Nah, that's for later. So anyways, the squid guy called Squib Hoss challenges little Samurai Jackie to a fight, who's scared shitless at this point. That's when I, the Rizzler, decided to take some initiative, and I challenged him to a dance battle in order to save Jackdaw's life.
Nah, there's no damn way. How the hell did he accept that? Basil, is this fact or cap?
Fact. It may sound ridiculous, but it's actually all true.
Bruh.
That sounds so fun. I wish I was there.
Anyways, we dance battled, and not gonna lie, Squib Hoss had some banger moves. Unfortunately for him, I hit him with a gritty so powerful it left him out of options. We dapped up, and after that, we became homies. Hell, he even saved our asses some time after that, but that happens a bit later.
In the midst of your retelling, the same well-dressed Evresian waiter who took your order returns. This time they're balancing several plates with just their two hands. They strut with elegance, arriving at the table with the food you ordered a while ago. He places a large ceramic bowl in front of Basil, steaming hot from all the delicious brothy liquid inside. For Lionel, he is served a plate of delectable steak cuts, along with red wine sauce on the side, and golden brown crispy potatoes.
Thank you, waiter. This food looks delectable.
Thank you, sir.
The waiter smiles and continues serving the food. Andreo is given a plate of fried lobster tails in a tempura fashion, along with a healthy side of greens and another glass of sparkling water.
Thanks, my G.
I think Andreo's got the best food here. That looks downright delicious.
Andreo, you asked for the usual. Does that mean you always eat fried stuff?
Yeah, what about it?
That can't be good for your heart, dude.
Haters gonna hate. Besides, a little cholesterol hasn't ever hurt anyone.
The waiter bows slightly, but Penelope looks confused, not seeing her food arrive yet.
Thank you for your patience. I apologize, however. We appear to be missing the, certain ingredient that the young missus requested.
Oh wait, she ordered a damn fried seagull. That's right.
Penelope pouts, visibly upset, her ears sagging slightly.
How can you not have seagull? I see them everywhere I go.
Penny, be nice to the kind waiter man.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Waiterman. Why do you not have seagulls?
Well, some folk around these quarters usually do not consume seagulls, so we don't keep them in stock. If we were to have some, I'm sure we could make your dish.
The fellow suddenly stands up, her ears perking upright and her face beaming with excitement.
Well, finding some isn't hard. I can show you how to.
Pardon?
She begins to run to the upper decks, urging the waiter to follow. The fancily dressed servant looks around and decides to follow her out of curiosity.
So, is anyone going to stop her?
Lionel, you should probably try to keep an eye on her.
All right, fine. I'll make sure she doesn't do anything reckless. You guys can eat without me for now.
Lionel begins to follow the excited Felliner, who's at this point frolicking around the dining hall, searching for the upper decks. Both you and the perplexed waiter follow suit. However, loud shouting ensues from the kitchen, stopping you in your tracks, as a royally pissed off Etrian chef marks orders to the waiter.
What in the depths are you doing, Argrin? We still have orders on the way, you bleeding twit.
This imposing middle-aged man appears to be the head chef of the kitchen, clad in a brown and white chef's garment, adorned with a blue sash and a headband, keeping his spiky bleached blonde hair from drooping.
You best have a good explanation for trying to sneak away during rush hour. Or do I need to bring the bread slices and remind you of what you are?
No, chef, I implore you. I'm not an idiot sandwich. This young missus told me she had a knack for catching seagulls, and honestly, I just wanted to see how.
That's the person that ordered fried seagull. Gods below, why can't people just order normal food around here? We've got sirloins, pheasant, and tuna aplenty, for goodness sake. All kept fresh with the power of frost draw. I was trained in the culinary arts. I'm not a fucking circus performer.
Well, she promised to catch one for you to cook into a meal. Besides, their table was the last major order, and you look like you could use a break.
The aggravated chef looks around, wiping away a bead of sweat from his brows. Indeed, the kitchen is at a standstill, with only a couple of chefs actually working, while the rest are in the process of cleaning.
You know what? Fine. If she can catch one, then I'll cook it. Wilfred, get your wayward ass over here and take my place. I'm going on break to watch some punk wrangle seafowl with her bare hands.
You're going to what?
You heard me.
Yes, chef. Sorry, chef.
You watch as the chef moves out from his kitchen and treads towards the group of you. Penelope prances over to him with glee and politely shakes his hand, to which he appears to be confused by.
Hello, Chef Man. My name is Penelope, and I'm going to teach you how to catch a birdie.
Yes. The name's Lance Leshy. Pleased to meet you.
Yes, now let's go.
Excuse me, ma'am, the upper decks are that way.
Oh, right, thanks, waiter man. Onwards we go.
Oh boy, this is going to get chaotic, I just know it.
You follow the wild girl to the upper decks, where you can see the setting sun just on the horizon, with the tranquil sky beginning to show its stars. The deck is empty, as all of the crew feast below. She stops and starts to scan the air, looking for any birds. Then she reaches into her pockets and throws out a bunch of stale breadcrumbs, which bounce and scatter across the wooden deck of the ship.
Oh, come on, really? We just had that cleaned.
Penelope moves back and hides behind a stack of crates, looking carefully. She hushes at the group of you, gesturing for you to lower your stature. Suddenly, a flock of seagulls approach the ship, and they land in a hurry, scarfing down the stale bread in a matter of seconds, blissfully unaware of the apex predator luring them in. In a flash, Penelope lunges forwards, grabbing 2 seagulls by the neck. The rest of the flock scurry, flying off in fear. With a simple flick of her wrists, she snaps the necks of the caught waterfowl, killing them instantly. She turns around and shows off her prey with pride, smiling ear to ear.
Ta-da! That's how you catch a birdie.
Huh, what? Gods below, I didn't think she'd actually succeed.
Color me impressed.
So now that we got some seagulls, could you cook and fry one for me, pretty please?
Well, shit. That was the deal after all. Gonna have to sear this thing real proper. You've got no idea how many diseases these featherbrains carry.
Not to worry. I've eaten plenty and I haven't gotten sick yet.
Well, that's good. At least you know the importance of cooking them through and through.
Lance approaches Penelope, and she hands him the 2 birds she caught.
Oh, I don't cook them at all. They're super tasty just the way they are. The feathers are pretty tough to eat, though. They get stuck in my mouth.
The chef, now staring in silence, decides to not speak, lest he risk his sanity even further. He simply turns around, walking back to his kitchen to finish the bizarre order. The waiter follows suit, continuing his job.
Pretty impressive stuff, Penny. I don't think I could move that fast, even if I tried.
Thanks, Boomstick. I've had a little practice.
How about we get back down to the others? I bet they're waiting patiently for us.
Suddenly, you hear an odd splashing in the waters below, prompting you to investigate.
Well, that's strange. I'll go have a look.
Roll a perception check.
I got a 6. I'm guessing that doesn't cut it.
As you look over the handrails, you see nothing below, just frothing white foam from the waters.
What is it? What did you see?
Oh no, it was nothing. Let's head back.
So, Andrea, how do you afford all of this? You know, the ship, the crew, the fancy food. You can't be earning all of this from just bounty hunting. What kind of snake oil are you selling to earn you this much money?
Well, I'm selling a course, which the crewmates pay for.
A course? What are you teaching them?
Well, I call it the Rushlers University. The crewmates pay for a course in order to develop into independent captains by gaining experience working on a real ship.
Wait, so are the crewmates you just snatched from Chimera also expected to pay for the course?
I'll make an exception for them for now. I'll find a way to squeeze money out of them eventually.
Oh, all right, so are they learning anything useful on this course?
I'll lean forwards and whisper to Basil. See, that's the funny thing. They don't learn shit. Not only do I get free crewmates, they're the ones fucking paying me. I've been conning these idiots for years, all whilst they refer to me as their top G.
What? How haven't they noticed that they're being scammed?
A little thing called the sunk cost fallacy, my friend. They're so far down the rabbit hole that they're not even questioning me at all. Seriously, I could tell these fools that water isn't real, and they'd believe me in a heartbeat.
So do the crew pay for all the expenses here? Even the gaudy decorations, the waiters, and the overly lavish food?
For the most part, yeah. We even earned enough money to hire Lance Leshy, the famous chef from Etris. He's got his own restaurants and everything. Anyways, we do get a little bonus from my bounty hunting, but it's barely a drop in the bucket. It does help with my reputation and fame, but the bounty hunter thing is mostly just a guise. My wealth literally just attracts more wealth, and not having to pay taxes to any factions is a big bonus.
Wait, you don't pay taxes? Is this even legal?
Ha! Not legal nor ethical in the slightest, but who's gonna stop me? Which faction has the balls to send someone to arrest me?
Well, damn. How did you start all of this? Or did you inherit it?
It's a long story, so I'll wait until the others get here so I can tell y'all everything.
Just then, Andreo spots his head chef, Lance Leshy, with a baffled expression, carrying 2 seagulls back to the kitchen.
No way, did she actually?
It was only a matter of time.
Down from the staircase, Lionel and a satisfied-looking Penelope approach your table.
How convenient. I was just about to share something with you guys. Although I think it's best if we eat first, you still have some more of your stories from Erisia to share.
All right, tremendous. I hope the food's still warm. Penny's still waiting for her order, though. Is it fine if we eat before you?
Yup, go ahead. I'll catch up anyways.
You continue your retelling of your adventures at Erisia, all whilst enjoying Leshy's sublime cooking. Each bite is rejuvenating, a quality you've never experienced before. You go over the perilous Acid Cave incident, the records of the cruel dupe, the battle against the Megalodon, the Temple of the Forgotten Flame, the chaos at the bandit encampment, and with the final encounter against the sadistic Kelzin. A fight where you suffered 2 tragic casualties. On another note, Penelope finally gets her order, which she finishes in under a minute.
Gods, she really is just a little gremlin. The food's not gonna run away from you, kid.
Well, sometimes it does. So that's why I have to be quick.
Well, that should be all we had to say. Now, what were you going to tell us?
Yeah, so it was about the... What in the...
The feasting crew now breaks into a panic as a figure stumbles down the stairs, sopping wet. You recognize their hefty frame immediately. This is Captain Chimera, and they're back with a vengeance.
Come on, you bub bastard. I'll take down all of you.
How did he survive that?
Haven't you heard the saying? If their death isn't shown on screen, then they're probably still alive.
Better question, did he swim all the way over here? We haven't even stopped sailing. Dude's built like an obtuse mango, but I gotta give it to him. He's a persistent one.
He's got to be swimming like a motorboat, if he's somehow catching up with a full-fledged frigate.
Holy shit, I just realized how lucky I am. The bounty said that they needed him alive. I literally forgot about that.
Shouldn't we be worried? He's alive, and we could barely defeat him with all 4 of us.
I don't know about that. He looks pretty exhausted.
Chimera lazily unsheathes his cutlass and waves it around. The panic stops when the crew realizes that he's too tired and injured to hurt anyone. He collapses and falls down the stairs from exhaustion, exhaling heavily.
Throw his ass back into the sea.
Yeah, what that guy said.
I'll get out of my chair and try to defuse the situation here. Boys, let's not get hasty. Your glorious top G needs this man alive for the bounty. We'll lock him in one of the rooms for now so we can reap the glorious rewards later.
There's no role needed, since the crew already firmly believes you.
Another win for our glorious king.
All right, guys, let's head over to Orlando's lodge, but I'm gonna need someone to help me carry old Kimmy boy over here. Actually, by the looks of it, I might need everyone.
All right, I'll grab one leg, Basil can grab the other, Andreo can hold him under the arms, and Penny? Well, Penny can support him from underneath, I guess.
You manage to carry the ex-pirate captain over to the lodge, whilst Andreo's crew gawk at the group of you carrying this chunky man across the dining hall. Upon hearing you walking over to his lodge, Orlando opens the door for you, revealing a nice and tidy room with a large bed, a completely filled bookshelf, and a study desk, on which a plate of food lies, licked clean. As he opens the door, he's startled by the 4 of you carrying a sopping wet man to his living space.
Whoa, what's happened here? Did you fish him out from the waters or something?
Nah, he swam to our boat. This is Chimera, the captain we fought.
Oh, yes, that's right. I barely got to see the fight. He must be quite the swimmer if he somehow managed to catch up to us. Frankly, we're quite lucky he's still alive. Otherwise, all of this effort would have been for naught. In hindsight, blowing up the ship was a very short-sighted move.
Hey, blame the Grimoire then. It was his plan.
Yeah, you know what? I'll take the blame for this one. I was just thinking about doing as much damage as possible. Also, you've got a nice room, Orlando. Looking real studious.
Aye, thanks, Basil. Would have been a scholar in the Citadel if it weren't for the nosy elites stopping me.
Oh, a scholar? What were you researching?
Attunements in history, mostly just archives of the Cataclysm. Real interesting stuff, I tell you. Of course, those days are behind me, but I still enjoy a good book from time to time.
Barack, do I know what the Cataclysm is?
As you have a scholarly background, you already know what it is. The Cataclysm was a time period from 3400 BD to 120 BD, when humanity first discovered the song, The Hidden Life Essence of Lumen, along with the three basic attunements, that being Thundercall, Frostdraw, and Gale Breath. It is considered to be the golden age of research, and many other attunements were discovered along the way, such as Flame Charm, Iron Sing, and Life Weave. The Cataclysm were said to have ended in 120 BD when the single continent of Lumen began to shatter into several individual continents, now referred to as luminous.
Oh wow, that's a really interesting subject. Personally, I'm more in tune with the research of alchemist Adrophalus and the arts of material infusion.
I've heard of an oath which was actually created by Adrophalus. Do you know anything about it?
Sorry to interrupt you guys nerd bonding, but can we please put this guy down already?
Yeah, my arms are getting sore.
Oh, that's right.
It's sorta awkward to hold him like this. Ew, yuck! There's water dripping on me.
It's about time we place him down. So anyways, back to the explosion thing. I don't think you did any damage to him at all. Do you see any scorch marks on the guy?
No, none at all.
You reckon he jumped out of the ship before it blew up?
No need for theorizing, let's just ask. I'll pull out some smelling salts and let him have a good whiff of it.
Wait, are you sure this is a good idea?
The captain wakes, inhaling exuberantly with his eyes wide open. His eyes dart around in panic as he looks around to see you all towering above him.
You fiends, where have you taken me?
That's kind of a dumb question. You're the one who swam to us, so you should know.
Is that you, Andreo? God's damned, your head's so shiny I can see my reflection on it.
Thanks, asshole. How did you survive the explosion? We thought you died.
Very simple. I detonated my crystal fissure in order to distract you guys, and then I used my ruby lancer in order to smash through the walls and escape into the water. You did sink my ship, though. Lucky bastards.
And you sunk our boat too. It was an eye for an eye.
Fair enough, I guess. So what in the depths do you want from me?
We're gonna turn you in and get our bounty, so you're gonna get real comfortable here before we can take you to, which faction did we take the bounty from now again?
Pretty sure it was the Vigils.
The Vigils? Seriously? Come on, we drove past them hours ago. How much was the bounty worth?
Aye, let me check real quick. 650 notes.
Greedy ass Vigils. Ugh, that's just not worth it. They can keep their money.
That's some bullshit. I'm worth way more than 650 notes. My ship alone cost 1,800, and now it's probably sinking to the first layer of the depths.
Wait, what are the depths?
What?
Yeah, the first layer of the depths, what is that? I keep hearing people talk about it.
Gods below. I knew the summer company grunts were mindless, uneducated, slobbering do-nothings. But you've taken it to a whole different level.
Just for your information, Donald, the depths are basically the layers of hell, with the first layer being right under the ocean. This is common knowledge in this world. Even little kids know what the depths are. You did read the lore document I sent you, right?
Oh shit, so that's what that was.
Are you kidding me? Even I read that shit.
Dude, Donnie, saying that you don't know what the depths are is like saying you didn't know caves existed.
Donnie, I sent that document back in session 5, since you all needed the extra knowledge going forwards. People who die unnatural deaths in the overworld get sent to the first layer of the depths, which is under the ocean, with a small chance to escape.
Wait, doesn't that mean that Joe and George could be down there? Even the emo hat guy, Calzine, too. Holy shit, my dead wife might still be alive. Ben, why the hell didn't you tell me?
Well, we thought you had at least skimmed over it, so I didn't bother telling you. Besides, it had kind of ruined the immersion, which we are literally doing right now by discussing it.
Bro, I need a minute to process this.
So, are we ready to continue?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Orlando stares at Lionel with a bewildered expression, trying to make out if the Knorr's question was genuine or just for laughs.
Ah, come on, Catman. I'm just pulling your leg. Of course, I know what the depths are. I went to school too, you know.
Roll a persuasion check, because he's pretty convinced that you're just a straight-up dumbass.
That's a 14. Hopefully that'll change his mind.
Ah, good. I had a feeling you were bluffing. Anyways, where were we?
We were talking about how bullshit this bounty mission was. So what do we do with him?
He seems like a capable fighter, considering he was able to put up a good fight against you and the others here. What if he were to join us?
No, I'll never join you bastards. My conviction will remain stalwart, and I'll never become a blade of my enemy.
We earn over 7,000 notes per month.
Damn, where do I sign up?
Right here, matey. Welcome to the Gilded Bug Hotto. That's the name of the ship, by the way. We might have to, issue an announcement to some of our sailors, since your old crew is now working for us. They might not be too stoked about having their old boss here.
Ah shit, that's gonna be incredibly awkward. Well, I'll join you if only I get some of that cash. And also, I require cheese by the bucket loads.
Cheese?
I fucking love cheddar.
Don't we all?
See, the fancy man gets it.
Also, Kimmy, what in the depths is your attunement? I've never seen anyone attack with crystals before.
Oh, this?
The captain conjures a small spinning ruby from the palm of his hand.
By technicality, this is frost draw.
That ain't like any kind of ice I've seen.
The tall felloner rubs his chin, and his eyes narrow a tad bit, inspecting the technique.
I think that's glass dance, which is an offshoot path from frost draw. Instead of freezing objects or people with shards of ice, glass dancers grow unstable glass-like crystals, which explode violently and cause blood loss. He must have learned it from another glass dancer in the East.
Ah, you're half right about that. I tried to learn it from an old master, but the geezer told me I wasn't worthy, so I gave him the middle finger and learnt it myself without any teachers. It was surprisingly easy to learn, actually.
Dang, Orlando, how do you know so much about attunements?
Didn't I say I studied the Cataclysm? I've got a knack for these sorts of things.
Yo, Orlando, do you reckon we could sell fake crystals to earn shit tons of notes?
I'm pretty sure glass dancer crystals disappear after a short while. Besides, any antiquarian worth their salt could easily tell that it's just glass.
Not every antiquarian thinks that far, though. I've fooled many. All we've got to do is to sell them and get our money before they disappear. How do you think I could afford my ship?
Yep, we're totally hiring this guy.
Wait, what are we even here for? Andrea, weren't you going to tell us something?
Crap, I don't even remember anymore. Screw it, do y'all just want to sleep? I'll have to commandeer the ship all night until we reach Summer Isle.
Yeah, screw it, let's just sleep.
I also want to sleep.
A long rest would hit the spot right now. We've been through a lot today.
Well then, mateys, enjoy your rest. Andreo, show these lads the way to our lodgings. There should be one with 4 beds.
Wait, where am I supposed to sleep? Sleeping in their room would be kind of weird. I barely know them.
The communal sleeping area is 1 floor below us.
Communal! I'm going to get strangled to death in my sleep by my old crew.
Ha 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 ha! I'm joking, lad. Andreo, show Chimera the single bed lodgings.
All right, will do.
The entirety of the group makes their way out of Orlando's lodge, with Andreo Kodoff leading the way to the other rooms. After a short walk down the hallway, Andreo shows Chimera a room to the left. As he opens the door, the inside of a finely decorated room reveals itself, containing a large bed, a desk, and a bathing area.
Wow, this room is somehow better than the one I used to have in my own ship.
Aight, Kimmy, here's the key, and there's towels inside of the room. Go dry yourself off a little.
Thanks, it's pretty wild that we went from mortal enemies to basically comrades in the span of like 5 minutes.
The wonderful blessing of money, ain't that right?
Preach it, brother. Anyways, I'll see y'all again when my crew is slightly less inclined to butcher me.
Well then, boys, just follow me for a little bit longer and I'll take you guys to your room.
After a brief stroll, Andreo stops and opens a room to the right, revealing a moderately large room containing 2 bunk beds and a small desk, along with oil lanterns for lighting.
Well, I hope this is fancy enough for you guys. I'll throw them the keys to the door. Enjoy the night and don't let the bed bugs bite.
Wait, there are bed bugs here?
Ha! No, but it'd be really fucked up if we did. Anyways, you guys get free breakfast tomorrow and we'll probably reach Summer Isle by noon. I'm gonna go chug some tonics to keep me awake for the whole night.
Wait, before you go, do we have to pay you anything for this?
Nah, bros. With your help, we now have a potential money printing machine on our hands. In fact, I'm probably the one owing you. I'll make sure to give you guys a little something for your troubles.
Dang. Didn't expect you to be so generous.
Hey, I didn't get rich by giving away a bunch of loot, so don't expect me to be giving away free stuff all the time. Well, sleep tight.
Well then, I guess it's about time we hit the hay. Also, dibs on the bottom bunk.
Well, shit, dibs for the other bottom bunk?
Yay! I get to sleep high up.
Oh, looks like calling dibs wasn't necessary in the first place.
Penelope eagerly climbs one of the ladders and throws herself onto the bed, giggling with glee.
Wow, it's so soft and squishy. I've never gotten to sleep on something this fluffy before.
Wait, really? Have you not slept on a bed before?
A bed? Is that what this is called? If it is, then no, I haven't. First it was hay and sticks, and then it was moss and leaves. But this is something completely new.
This one's made out of cushioning, so it'll be a little bit different.
And also feathers, sort of like the birds you tend to eat.
Delicious.
Hey, don't eat the mattresses. There's no food in there. Or at least, I don't think so.
Heh. No, I was just kidding around. I'm gonna go sleep now.
Ha, all right. Well, Lionel, I guess we should do the same. I'll get myself to bed and wrap myself with the blankets.
Fine by me. It's been a tough day. Good night, guys.
What? Where am I? Why is it so dark?
Hello, other self.
Huh? Who are you?
Oh, please, don't act like you're unaware of me. I've been with you for a long time. I'm your other self, the one you refuse to acknowledge.
What do you mean? I've never met you or seen you.
Well, of course you haven't seen me, silly. I exist in that little dog tag of yours, forever soulbound to you.
My necklace? You live in there?
Yes, and I'm tired of being stuck there. I want you to release me from my shackles every now and then, just like you did below deck at the pirate's ship.
Oh, the ship? The big fatty ship?
That's right! When I'm unrestrained, you're capable of such excellent violence. Bludgeoning, slashing, gouging. Oh, the gouging. Wouldn't it feel incredible? To let yourself go once more?
No, I don't want to. How did you even get trapped in my necklace?
Ha ha! That little torturer, the man with the ebony locks did. His little shadow-casting medallion experiment split your psyche into you and me. He wanted to test the results and used a convenient guinea pig in order to analyze the effects without harming himself. And, well, you know who that little test subject is.
But why do I not remember any of the ship stuff?
I thought you would have put 2 and 2 together by now. Your necklace has a sealed mantra inside of it, his little experiment. The side effect happens to numb your mind extensively. You'll lose more and more of yourself each time you're forced to use it. But why does it matter? Your life is meaningless. Indulge a little, why don't ya?
No, I refuse.
Stop resisting your urges. You'd be dead without me. Nothing will change because at the end of the day, you'll be dead
with no one to miss you, no legacy to carry on. Eventually, you'll be a shell of your former self. You'll have inherited more from me than your own parents.
No, I know. Stop. Get out of my head. Ah! Oh, it was just a nightmare. Ha!
You wake to the sound of creaking wood and splashing waves, with the piercing light of dawn shining into your room. You all seem to have slept well, except for Penelope, who appears to still be a bit sleepy. She groggily scratches her eyes and looks down to see both Lionel and Basil awake and ready.
What's the matter, Penny? Did you not sleep well?
No. I had a strange dream. A nightmare.
A nightmare? What happened?
I don't really know.
I don't tend to remember my nightmares either. How about we get some breakfast instead, to take our minds off things?
All right. Breakfast sounds good.
You all make your way out of your comfortable cabin and into the dining hall once more. The area is now filled with hungry sailors, feasting on all sorts of food. You spot Orlando filling up a large plate with various food items, and he looks over to you all, waving a casual hello.
Top of the morning, mateys. Did y'all have a pleasant slumber?
Basil and I did, but Penny sure didn't. Nightmares and that sort of stuff.
Ah, that's unfortunate. If you could do me a favor, could you grab this plate and give it to Andreo before you eat? He's been up steering the ship all night, and I think he could use a little food to keep him going. It's only about 3 hours left before we arrive, but I ain't risking showing my face anywhere near the surface.
Better yet, how about we all take food and we eat above deck instead? Some fresh air would always be nice, and maybe we could see some of the scenery.
Aye, that works for me.
All right then, guys, let's fill up on some grub and check up on Andreo.
Basil, Lionel, and Penelope all fill their plates with sundry food items, such as fried eggs, sliced meats, bread, and berries, all freshly prepared from the kitchen. You march up the stairs to the upper deck whilst carrying your food, and into the helm, the morning breeze flowing softly. You spot an exhausted Andreo with large bags under his eyes, carefully steering the ship, staring right ahead until he spots you all.
Oh, thank fuck, finally someone to talk to. You have no idea how boring this is. Yo, did you bring food for me? You shouldn't have.
You've been hard at work. and Orlando told us to bring you some chow, so here we are.
Also, if you don't mind, we'll be eating up here with you. Being down below deck is fun and all, but we'd like some sunlight from time to time.
I don't mind at all. Let me just grab a bite real quick. Ah, so much better.
By the way, Andreo, I have a question. How come you're also heading to Summer Isle? Do you have stuff to do there?
Ah, sorta. I've been there once before. Usually, Orlando and I just sail from the Isle of Vigils to Etris in order to claim new bounties and convince more idiots to join my crew. Although, as you might have heard, the rewards are becoming shittier and shittier, and upon hearing that you guys are heading to Summer Isle, I thought that we could perhaps get some better rewards for our efforts there, since the Summer Company seems to be pretty rich.
You'd be totally right in your judgment about that. We earn hella notes selling firearms. I'm heading over there in order to finish my mission. I don't know about Basil, though. Where are you going to go after Summer Isle?
I'll probably just be at Summer Isle for one night, then I'll have to head over to Aratel in order to get back to my teacher, Sia. She's going to need these blue cap fragments for her experiments.
Aratel? Damn, that's kind of far away.
Not really. Only about 2 days if the ship's not moving at a snail's pace.
A shame to see us go separate ways. We made a good team, you and I.
Me too. I'm also a part of the cool team.
Ha, you sure are. Also, Andreo, do you remember what you were trying to say yesterday?
Huh? Oh, that's right. I was going to tell you guys how I got this ship and all that. I'll keep it short. Basically, I was born in Etris and was a shitty no-named bounty hunter for a long time, barely scraping by. All until one day, 2 years ago, where I accidentally caught a legendary thief called Emiya Konga, who was literally a living legend. Now, I usually don't tell people this part, but he actually surrendered to me without a fight, because he wanted to atone for his crimes and spend time in prison. Of course, catching an infamous criminal does grant you a huge amount of fame and money, and I decided to take advantage of that fame. I contacted an old friend who had helped me out back when I was struggling, a grizzled yet optimistic ex-pirate captain who was hiding from the Central Authority. You guys might know him as Orlando. I proposed a plan to him, which he accepted gracefully. We bought an old frigate from the cash I earned from my bounty, and we pimped it up to 11. Basically, he'd be the one running this shit, you know, being the actual captain, while I lure a bunch of idiots to work for us and earn money from them.
Wait, so you're not the captain?
Hell no. I had no idea on how to steer even a dinghy before Orlando taught me. Of course, I can't tell the crew that, since I have an image to uphold, as some sort of bounty hunter god.
So you're telling me you're a cheat? A charlatan, even.
A pretender, perchance?
A big stinky doo-doo head.
Okay, maybe not that one.
Yeah, that is precisely what I'm saying, but who cares? I earn so much money that I don't even care that I'm not in charge. It's probably better this way too. He makes it way easier.
Where did you learn your martial arts from?
A long time ago, back when I was foolish, I got duped into some course thinking that it would make me a great fighter, taught by some teacher from the Central Luminant called Pollux Keshiki. That asshole drained so much money that he's the whole reason I was an impoverished bounty hunter in the first place.
But you did learn martial arts, though.
That I did. It didn't make me a great fighter, but it made me all right enough. That teacher gave me the idea for Rushler's University, so I might owe him a thanks for the inspiration.
Wait, so instead of preventing others from having the same fate as you once did, you just scammed people yourself?
Yup, I've been duped for long enough, and now it's my time to be the top dog.
I respect the grind set. You've managed to amass a lot of wealth with this little scheme.
Thanks. Oh yeah, speaking of wealth, I think it's time you get your rewards for helping us get Chimera on the crew. Here, have a little pocket money for Summer Isle. 300 notes each should be fine.
300? Damn, that's huge. Thanks, bro. I've got 375 notes in my inventory now.
I must say, 300 notes is a very generous amount.
As you all receive your payment, Penelope looks at the coin pouch containing silver coins with musical notes etched into them, befuddled.
What does this do?
Cold, hard cash. That's what that is. You can buy stuff with it in exchange for those coins.
Cool.
By the way, Andreo, do you happen to have any monster parts?
Okay, well that's suspicious as shit. What would you need them for?
My class path allows me to create potions with monster parts, so I was wondering if you perhaps had some scraps somewhere, that's all.
Dude, you should have just said that from the get-go. Okay, so not too long ago, we had an encounter with a loathsome beast. Orlando called it a razorfin lionfish, or just a razorfin for short. A big-ass fish, the size of a small building, equipped with a huge maw capable of turning heavy armor into scrap, and with scales rivaling steel all over its body.
Barak, could I do a nature check to see what I know about this creature?
Yep, go ahead. Remember, you have a +4 bonus in nature checks due to your wild chemist class path.
Oh yeah, that's right, and it becomes a +8 with my standard intelligence bonus. 25 on my nature check.
Oh great, we're about to have an entire cutscene here.
Deep razor fins are terrifying aquatic beasts heralding from the first layer of the depths. They are over 20 feet long and 10 feet wide. Razorfin lionfishes are similar creatures, in the same subfamily of Celtorian apex predators. They're called lionfishes due to their enormous neck spikes, which resemble a mane useful for defense when attacking other creatures.
Do they have poisonous spines, just like the lionfishes that exist in real life?
Well, no, but they can instead charge their own ether mixed with a flesh-melting venom produced by them and fire it like a laser at their enemies. They only tend to do this while in their natural habitat, which would be the depths.
Geez, you're telling me these fishes can shoot lasers? What kind of fucked up world is this?
Also, razorfin lionfishes have a habit of ramming ships, thinking they're challenging them to a fight.
That's precisely what happened here. This big asshole of a fish slammed into the left side of my ride and broke the damn reinforced plating. And it's still broken to this day. Me and the crew couldn't find out what to do about it. Some of my boys were casting mantras and shit on it, but it just bounced off hell. The fish probably thought we were massaging it. We did end up shooting it right in the spine with a cannonball, but that just pissed it off.
Dang, what happened next?
Well, Orlando woke up from his nap, said, nah, I'd win, and jumped into the water with it.
What?
Unk straight up dove down and wrestled the thing until it gave up.
Do you know how expensive these reinforcements are? You owe me 500 notes, you squalid fuck.
Holy shit, Orlando might be goated.
Anyways, he sliced off some of the scales and fins, and he keeps the skull in the storage area somewhere. You're not allowed to touch any of the bones, though. He wants to keep them as trophies. We also tried eating it, but it tasted like dog shit. Not even Lance Leshy could make it taste halfway decent.
Carnivores have a tendency to taste bad, so that makes sense.
All right, well, since you wanted some razorfin parts, I'll give you this little key for now. Make sure to hand it back to me again after you're done. Head down to the bottom deck, turn right, and you'll find a big-ass iron door. We keep various monster parts from beasts we've encountered there. Fair warning, though, it smells putrid, possibly even worse than your puke potion.
Must be some pretty nasty stuff in there then. All right, I'll come back soon.
Fine by me. I'll just be chilling and eating with Penny and Andreo up here.
Okay, Basil, you begin to head down to the bottommost section of the frigate, walking down the various staircases.
Actually, Obama, I'd like to stop by Orlando first. I have a question to ask of him.
All right, as you look around the dining halls of the first floor of the bottom decks, he is nowhere to be found amongst the crowd. Only groups of chatting sailors enjoying their late breakfast.
He must be inside of his lodge then. I'll take a little detour and head over to his room.
Basil strides with determination to the real captain's lodge. Walking past the crowded dining halls and corridors, you finally locate his lodge, and on the door you see a detail you didn't notice before. The name Lothran Zed Orlando is showcased on a small tin panel on the intricately decorated door.
Huh, what an interesting name. I'm going to knock on the door carefully. I wouldn't want to accidentally wake him if he's napping.
You knock on the door, and you hear the grizzled captain yell from the other side.
Who's knocking? I swear, if it's some sea dog asking about which side's starboard and which side's port again, I'll force you to eat the leftover lionfish.
Apologies. It's Basil Nildra.
Oh, Basil? Ah, my mistake. Come on in. The door's open.
You open the unlocked door to find Orlando sitting at his desk, deciphering an old text. He turns around to meet your gaze, smiling.
What might you need, matey?
Yes, I have a question about yesterday. You mentioned something about an oath. What did you mean by that?
Aha. I thought you already knew about oaths, so I didn't bother telling you. All right then. An oath is simply something you dedicate yourself to, and by utilizing the power of the song, you gain unique powers unrestrained by attunements to aid you towards your goal.
Wait, so can anyone make an oath?
No, not exactly. You need to be incredibly strong in order to forge your own oath, or have a significant following of some kind. However, following someone else's oath is simpler. You may simply ask to join their cause, and they may share it. An oath giver may revoke your ability to use the oath's power and mantras at any time if they feel like you do not deserve it.
Oh, I see. Do you follow an oath?
I follow the oath of the oathless.
Pardon me, but how is that an oath?
Well, there's an oath for almost anything, so I chose to follow the only one I agree with.
Okay, but like, philosophically, how is this considered an oath? How can you dedicate yourself towards not having any goals?
Orlando closes his eyes and sighs, but not out of boredom. He ponders, currently deep in thought.
For many years of my meager existence, I've been persecuted, suppressed. Hell, I've even been killed twice. Sure, from a cynical point of view, I may have deserved it. I'm a sea-bound criminal after all. But it was never my wish to be a pirate. It was simply the only way out from my situation. I simply wish to be free. I vow to never be bound to an oath, and to live my life free of restraints, be it physically or mentally. And since people keep saying that free will is an illusion, then why not make it a convincing one? You see, I don't want or need people constantly pulling me in different directions. I just want to walk my own path. There have been many others like me, those who do not feel inclined to mindlessly follow the words of others. It's only natural that an oath like this would eventually be formed. The greatest advice I can give to you, young Grimoire, is to have initiative in your own life. When others want to drag you in directions other than the ones you feel are right, make it clear to them or deny their orders altogether. Don't just become a spectator of your own existence.
Wow, that's very profound, actually. No, I never thought of it like that.
The man chuckles a little and stands up from his chair.
I might not have taken a major in Markorian philosophy, but I hope I've at least got my point across.
Well, damn, I was just here to ask a simple question, but I feel like I've gained a new perspective on things as a whole.
Aye, such is life, matey.
Well, thank you for answering my question, Orlando.
No problem, Basil.
I'll exit his lodge, now slightly more enlightened, and try to find my way down to the bottommost floor of the frigate.
Orlando waves goodbye to you as you exit his room. The walk to the bottom floor is quite relaxing as you enjoy the flashy interior of this vessel. It might be a little too showy for your personal taste, but you can at least enjoy the fine craftsmanship. You finally find the staircase which leads down to the lowest floor. You walk down and turn left as per the instruction, and find the large sealed iron door embedded into the wall.
I see. I'll try to search for a keyhole and open this bad boy up. After that, I'll prepare for the possible wave of stench that might come.
You manage to find a keyhole with your key perfectly fitting inside of it. You twist counterclockwise, and you can feel the pressure change from inside the room as the door opens with a clang. You brace for the worst, but the smell is honestly not that bad. As you open your eyes, a large room filled with all kinds of monster parts shows itself, all from sea creature scales to even the spines of a desert thresher. The air is humid, smelling slightly salty, as dust rises into the air, illuminated by rays of light shining through the single window of the room.
Dang, they've got tons of stuff. I was only planning on using the razorfin lionfish parts, so I'm not going to be taking anything else here. I'll go search for where they could be.
Roll for perception.
Actually, I'll just use my grammar passive to detect ingredients instantly.
Ah, a smart choice. Using your divination senses, you find 3 lionfish scales, 2 teeth, and a single large dorsal fin.
Well then, it's been a long time since I last made a good potion. I'll conjure my cauldron and start mixing. I'll try these little lionfish scales first.
You wave your hands, and in a puff of smoke, your cast iron cauldron, containing that same reliable green liquid ooze, appears. Now make an intelligence check with advantage, since your class path gives an advantage on monster potions.
Sweet. 21, so that's always great.
You begin with the tough lionfish scales, throwing them into the liquid. It begins to bubble rapidly, almost overflowing with foam, but it quickly calms. The sludge is now transformed into a beige concoction, with tiny chunks of scales still floating around, unable to be broken down by the heat. You scoop up a flask worth of liquid and bottle it. The scales swirl around in the potion, sort of like a snow globe.
Well, I guess that's all. Time to analyze it.
Not quite. The massive dorsal fin is too large for your cauldron, but it can be chopped into pieces. For that, you'll have to roll for athletics in order to properly sever it. You do have a greatsword, though, so I'll give you an advantage on this roll.
Huh, cool. Had a feeling this had a use. Let's see what Lady Luck has in store for me. A 13, does it pass the check?
It just barely does. You drag the massive dorsal fin to the floor and bring your Zweihander high into the air and crash down on it. The tough fin puts up a lot of resistance, but it ultimately yields and breaks. You repeat and are now left with 3 pieces of cut lionfish fins.
All right then, I guess this will be the actual final potion. I'll plop the 3 pieces into the cauldron and see what happens. That's an 18, neat.
Basil, you insert the chopped up fins into the swirling liquid of the cauldron, and it begins to fester in a strange way. The liquid now divides into 2 colors, a charred dark brown and a brilliant white. The shining white rises to the top of the cauldron, reflecting an oily, slick light back to you.
Guess I'll have to fit both liquids in the same potion.
Indeed, Basil dips his flask into the cauldron and raises it, now filled with the paired colors. The white liquid seems to be an oil of some kind, which is why it rose to the top. You do not know what part of the dorsal fin's composition contains such an ingredient, as not many have tried making potions with animal parts before.
Intriguing. Could I make a check in order to see what these do?
Sure, roll for nature.
A 17 on my first one, but only a 7 on my second.
Upon closer inspection, you recognize the beige scaled concoction as a sort of resistance potion, gaining some of the resistances of the razorfin lionfish itself. Consuming this will up your armor class by 1, and make you take 3 less points of damage from all piercing, slashing, and fire damage for 10 turns.
10 turns? Wow, I really made a masterpiece here. What about the second one?
The Twilight Remedy confuses you. You have no clue as to what it could do, or if it's helpful or detrimental to ingest it. You do have a certain feeling in your gut that it's somehow transformative.
That's ominous. Reminds me of the mind-breaker venom I brewed some time ago. Well then, I'll recall my cauldron and head back to the others. Oh, and I'll make sure to shut and lock the iron door to this place too.
Oh, I see land in the distance. Could it be Summer Isle?
Huh? Oh, no, that's not summer. There's no smoke or castles.
Let me check the sea map then. Looks like we're at Song Seeker, some rocky tropical archipelago. It's decently close to summer, so we're still on the right track.
Song Seeker? Nice, only a couple minutes left.
As you guide the frigate through the terrain, avoiding all cliff sides and sharp edges, you see the strange folk of Song Seeker. People adorning simple garments, paired with single-colored masks. They sit, meditating, but you notice their heads following you. You feel a chill run down your spine as if they're staring straight through your soul. You hear a strange whisper resonating from the inside of your head.
Attunementless abomination.
Nope, nope, nope. That shit's freaky. I'll try to ignore it and focus on the path ahead.
You manage to exit the accursed isle, and now your ship is heading through a natural stone archway with pipes and inactive lanterns placed on the surface of the rocks.
Lionel, you know anything about this gateway thing? I've never taken this route to summer before.
Yep, we call it the Summer Highway. Those pipes create a gale stream which guides ships and make them travel faster. Follow this highway for a little while, and then turn right when you see the big fucking cannon.
The big fucking what?
You can't miss it. No, like seriously, it'd be impossible to not see it.
The gilded Bagato enters the gateway, and just like how Lionel described it, your ship accelerates in a smooth fashion. The sails now completely stretched.
Woohoo! We're going so fast.
The surrounding terrain is mesmerizing. Large, smooth crags rise from the waters, sculpted by wind and waves, with vines and trees persisting through the rough terrain. Eventually, you spot a large metal object in the distance, elevated to be above even the cliffs. It appears to be the artillery cannon Lionel described. It is tremendously large, capable of turning reinforced ironclads into piles of trash with a single shot. It adjusts slightly, making a loud clanking sound even you can hear.
All right then, time to turn right.
As you come closer, the massive island reveals itself, with large sand beaches and palm trees showing themselves, as well as the tropical rainforests. Large spires wrought from rock and stone decorate the island, along with impressive castle walls, built to last for ages.
It's always so glorious to see this beautiful little island from far away.
I've got to hand it to you. It does look pretty cool. What's the deal with that cannon, though?
You mean Fat Gustav? He's a great deterrent for invaders, since none of our enemies have ships strong enough to survive a single blast.
It sort of looks like it's aiming at us. It's not going to shoot us, is it?
No, of course not. Andreo said he's been to Summer Isle before, so his ship is most likely registered to move here. It's surely just moving around to get a better view, that's all.
Wait, you need to be registered in order to sail to summer?
What?
Okay, now is probably a good moment to say that I've been lying and I've never been here. I just wanted to look cool and, oh fuck, it's gonna shoot us, isn't it?
Well, that's not very nice of Mr. Gustav.
Oh, gods damn it.
The cannon readjusts again, and the humongous barrel is now perfectly aimed to destroy you and the entirety of the gilded Bagato.
Shit! Think fast!
Hey guys, what's going on? What the hell is that cannon? Gods below, seriously? Are we gonna be in yet another shipwreck?
Please, no, I hate swimming.
Shut it, dear boy. Don't you see we're in a situation here? Andreo's a complete idiot and hasn't had his ship registered with the summer company.
We all make some mistakes from time to time, you know. Sheesh. It's not a big deal.
It's a pretty damn massive deal. You're all about to find out what that cannon's capable of if we can't de-escalate this.
Wait, I have an idea. We need to signal something to them so that they know you're on the ship. Surely they won't fire on their own employees. Use your gun or something.
That won't work. They won't hear it at all from this distance.
Then use your flare snap. Surely they can see the lights?
Damn, all right, it's worth a shot. Here goes nothing. I cast flare snap 3 times as a sort of SOS signal.
The cannon doesn't move an inch, and time feels like it has stopped completely. The only thing you currently feel is the stiff breeze of the ocean and sweat running down your necks. However, a small light on the cannon gleams with a green light, and it clanks once more, averting its enormous barrel from the gilded Bagato. Now, from behind the rocky crags of the Summer Isle, you see a metal ship much smaller than the gilded Bagato. It features no sails, and it instead has a chimney spewing out black smoke from behind the helm. On its side, you can see 2 letters S&C with a dash binding them both together, the emblem of the Summer Company. It approaches quickly, and the man steering the boat makes a gesture, trying to tell you to halt your momentum.
I guess I'll comply. We're kind of under their mercy, whether we like it or not.
The man steering the motorized boat comes closer and readjusts his golden circlet slightly, resting under his blazing orange hair. The man brings out some sort of tool from his pocket, resembling an advanced compass of some kind.
God damn, this summer goon is dripped out of his mind. Lionel, why aren't you packing a golden crown as well?
Andreo, you idiot. He's a con.
What, is it like a cultural thing? Obama, can I make a roll to see if I know what a con is?
Sure, go ahead and roll for history.
A 13's probably enough.
Cons are a proud race of warriors based on primates, heralding directly from the Western Luminant. Their circlets are highly important to their culture, and it represents their dignity and strength. Seeing a con without their circlet means that they consider themselves disgraced, or they've been exiled. Because of their training and combat prowess, many con travel to other Luminants to act as mercenaries and sell swords for a fine coin. Note that many of them will be prone to violence if you insult their heritage.
Dang it, I realized that Khan would be a much better fit for my character than whatever the hell a Seltorian is. Whatever. It is what it is.
I read some of the lore docs, and apparently Seltorians are based on raccoons, possums, and weasels. I guess you scamming people would be pretty in character for a typical scheming weasel.
Huh, I guess it fits after all.
The man steering the boat clears his throat and speaks in a very loud and clear tone, berating you.
You have some nerve sailing up to us, whilst unregistered, and signaling for SOS. I hope you at least have enough money for the rescue fee. Otherwise, we'll let good old Gustav show you the business.
Whoa, all right, let's all calm down here for a sec. We got the money to pay for a rescue fee, I assure you, but we're not in need.
Then what in Lumen's name are you here for? And who made the damn SOS?
I believe there's been a bit of a misunderstanding here. One of your employees are on this ship, and he's coming back from a mission of some sort. He's the one who signaled it.
Ha! Really? A summer company merc on an unregistered frig? Are your horns growing where your brain's supposed to be?
Asshole.
All right then, I'll humor you for a moment. Bring him here.
I'll walk over to the railing of this vessel and show myself, making a badass re-entrance.
As you tread forth, coming closer, you recognize who this con is. This is Julius Kensis, one of your trusted co-workers and companions back at home. As he sees you, his snark turns into shock.
How in the... Lionel, is that you? You were supposed to return in a week. It's only been 3 days. The merchant schooner was going to pick you back up once it was done in Etris. Tell me you've at least got the samples?
Of course, my man. Read them and weep.
His eyes open wide in amazement as Lionel showcases the azure blue and viridian green minerals he gathered from Erisia. He's left almost speechless as he stares into the stones.
You crazy dog! How'd you do it?
What can I say, Julius? I work with extreme efficiency.
Yeah, and also because we help...
Shush, dear boy. He doesn't need to know that part.
Well, I'll be damned! Lord Rosen will be pleased with these samples, I assure you. All right then, who's the captain of this golden fashion disaster?
First of all, this is Peak Boat Drip, so shut it. Secondly, I'm the captain here. Andreo Kotov. You might have heard of me. I'm a bit of a big deal in the East, Luminant, you know? A bit of a big shot, which I so humbly acclaim.
You're that one captain who scams the poor and the desperate. We've heard a lot about you.
Okay, I wouldn't exactly call them poor. They give me a lot of money.
Hey, I never said it was a bad thing. You're doing great work. The summer company has heard of your exploits, and we're mighty impressed.
Aye, let's go. I'm practically a celebrity already.
Now, let's get you all to the docks. Just follow my boat. Andreo, once we get there, I'll take you aside so you can file some paperwork and register your ship within the Summer Isle records. I'm sure you can see the benefits of not being blown into pieces upon entering our waters.
Yeah, I guess I do.
Very well. Just follow my lead, and I'll take you to the pier. Just don't crash anywhere, all right?
You all carefully follow Julius' boat back to the Summer Isle docks. Past the large crags in the water, you're met with an extensive network appears, bordering right on the first castle walls. The amount of boats and ships here are astonishing, with several dozens of merchant schooners unloading cargo, as well as battle-ready ironclad battleships on standby. The Khan docks his ship next to one of the wooden bridges of the docks and throws down an anchor, which sinks rapidly into the water. He makes another gesture, trying to communicate to Andreo to maroon and anchor his frigate.
Okay, shit, I'm not great at docking. I usually let Orlando do it for me.
Roll a sleight of hand check in order to make the precise movements to park it comfortably.
Ah, son of a bitch. I got a 4.
Andreo makes a turn, but the gilded Bugado turns with too much force. and the backside crashes into one of the wooden bridges of the dock, sending splinters of wood into the air. Julius, who was walking on the dock, jumps back, startled by your sudden movement. The damage is minimal, but clearly your poor both handling has irritated the con.
Watch where you're going, you crazy bastard!
Andrea, what are you, a terrorist? You can't be wrecking this whole place.
Hey, don't blame me. I had the sun in my eyes and the wind was going in the wrong direction and...
Just take the L on this one, Andreo.
Fine. I'll toss down the anchor and get off my ship.
As you try to exit the ship, a group of your crew members gather at the deck, and they gawk at their surroundings. More and more gather, ecstatic to explore.
Tell your crew to stay inside the frig. None of those ingrates are stepping foot on Summer Isle unless you've signed your paperwork. And then they're only allowed entrance if they're planning on buying something.
Fair enough, I suppose. Guys, don't walk out yet. Your glorious Top G needs to file his very important paperwork. Got it?
Our captain is such an upstanding
I
citizen.
bet he even files his taxes on time.
Now, I'll hop down to this Summer Isle fella.
Julius sees Andreo jump down next to him, and the con smiles and nods.
Good. I'll take you to my office in a moment. And also, you've got to pay for the damages.
Damn it.
Lionel, I entrust you with the Grimoire and the... Oh, is that a Felinor?
You got a problem with her?
Not necessarily. Just make sure to keep an eye on her in case she tries snatching something. She doesn't quite look like the wealthy type of cat to me.
Oh, come on, that's fake news. She'd never do anything like that, right, Penny?
Don't worry, I won't steal anything. Yet.
What was that?
Nothing?
Good. Lionel, I'll be off. I'll be sure to tell the higher-ups that you're back early. Lord Rosen will be awaiting you. Take care.
Well then, are you ready to experience my home?
Yep.
I'm very excited, actually. This is our first time visiting an actual town instead of some shoddy settlement. What's the first thing we should do?
Have a drink, of course. And also check into the inn, but we can do that later.
Drinking already? It's noon. That's way too early to get hammered.
Who said we're drinking any booze? We've got a pop factory on this isle, a very esteemed one at that. Very good soda pop, some would call it the best even.
What's it taste like?
Ooh, I bet it tastes like smoke.
You'll see when you try it. For now, I'll take the lead. I know this place like the back of my hand. Let's walk past these algae-ridden planks, and I'll show ya the real beauty of this place.
You make it to the beach of the vast tropical island, with grand castles rising from the jagged rocks of the land, basking in the glorious rays of the summer sun. Atop the roofs of the castles, towering chimneys spew out smoke from the industries below. Several bronze-polished prototype cannons stand at the ready on the fine sand beaches, showcasing the summer company's latest innovations. The smell of both sweet nectar and singed coals fill your noses, and the melody of singing birds and clanking iron soothe your ears. As you take your first steps on the ground of this immense island, you begin to really feel the scale of this place. This is Summer Isle, home to the Fortress of Smoke and Steel.
Oh, wow. I've never seen anything like this. It's so grand.
I'd call it tremendous, but grand works too.
You continue to tread forth, and you all approach a large set of blackened stone stairs leading up to the city. On the top, you see two guards, both with one hand in their pocket, and another one hovering over their holster, watching vigilantly. Both are feloners with their ears shifting around, adjusting to the surrounding sounds. As Lionel approaches, they both turn to face him, smiling whilst extending their hands, preparing for a handshake. One of them speaks up in a hopeful tone.
Well met, Scarson. Quite the dangerous approach sailing up here on a random frig and all. How'd the mission go?
I'll extend my hand and shake theirs. It's been a roaring success. There's many nasty things in Erisia, but I've come out in one piece.
Wonderful. Glad to have you back at the castle. Keep making Lord Rosen proud.
Hey, I'd like to learn about Lord Rosen. What do you two know about him?
You must be a newcomer here. Lord Gunsmith Rosen is a most intelligent and humble man, born of a village blacksmith who left his city and explored the lands, returning with a newfound ambition.
He invented these glorious firearms with only his ingenuity and hard work. He truly is an admirable man. After that, he founded the Summer Company back in 1367 with a vision to change the world forever.
Wait, 1367? Wouldn't that make him over 130 years old?
That's right. We don't exactly know how, but he remains a young and sprawling man despite his age. Perhaps he's been chosen by Lumen itself.
That certainly is intriguing. Nevertheless, he sure does sound like an interesting person.
He most certainly is. Enjoy your stay at Summer Isle, curious one.
Well, I suppose I'll see you both around eventually. Have a good one. Let's continue to walk, guys.
As you all pass, one of the guards now notices Penelope, and they glare at their fellow kin as if she were filth. The guard moves their head and points with their thumb to a sign above the gate, which brutally reads, "Thieves, pickpockets and bandits are shot on sight. No mercy for the meager." The guard turns their back and Rizamia's watch as you pass by them.
Ouch, that's mean.
Pay them no mind, Penny. Just don't do anything you'll regret here.
The walk continues. As Lionel leads you all to a central hub area, the ground is covered in hewn stone, as pristine castle-like buildings surround the area. Most houses have roofs consisting of carved wood shingles. Alleyways in the distance lead to narrow paths, leading to even more branching paths further ahead. You first notice a tavern, presumably the one Lionel was leading you all towards. However, as you inspect the area closer, there are several other taverns in just this small hub area, consisting of 4 in total. Some are placed right next to each other, even sharing space. Each of them has a bouncer protecting the entrances and keeping the order.
Really? 4 taverns, all 10 seconds across from each other? I want some of the stuff the city planner must have been smoking.
It's called the invisible hand of the free market, dear boy. As long as there is demand, there is a way. I'm going to show you the one fitting of my status, and you'll get to try our pop. It's called the Summer Saloon, and it's got just about everything a good tavern needs.
Wait a second. Fitting of your status? Is there some sort of hierarchy here?
Well, yes, but we're not allowed to. We usually don't talk about it. Forget what I said. Let's head in already.
Lionel, as you approach the Summer Saloon with Basil and Penelope beside you, the bouncer notices you and responds with a simple welcome back. They move out of the way and allow you and the 2 others entry into the tavern. Inside, an assortment of tables and chairs are placed sprawled throughout the area. For the most part, it's empty, with just a couple people sitting on the chairs at the front bar. Lionel, you recognize one of these people as Bren Funk, or just Bren for short. A fellow Kenora, a master thundercaller, and a longtime employee at Summer Isle. He sits there with his combed silvery hair until Lionel approaches.
Well, great heavens, you came back early.
Damn right I did. And with everything wrapped up, good to see you again, Bren. I'll extend my hand to shake his.
Both your hands connect, and you perform a firm and steady handshake.
You're celebrating early, I see. Already here to get wasted in the middle of the day.
Ah, of course not, you mad lad. That can wait until nightfall. I was just here to show these newcomers our renowned solstice brew.
Oh yes, it's not too often that the Summer Isle gets visitors. Who might you 2 be?
I'm Basil Nildra, an alchemist and student of the material arts. I also happen to be a beginner thundercaller.
Ah, how interesting. You might not know it, but I used to teach thundercall to students back in my prime.
A thundercall teacher, huh? Got any tips for a student like me?
Well, I haven't exactly seen your capabilities, but since you're a beginner, I think this will do the trick. Here, have this little thing.
Bren hands you some sort of copper string, which loops around to itself. The surface appears to be galvanized in something.
Go ponder it in your meantime whenever you feel bored. It's good practice for beginners.
Thank you, sir. What is this thing?
It's called a self-conducting loop. It's good practice for channeling electricity. It's just a little trinket I've kept around. Oh, I almost forgot. What is your name, Feliner?
I'm Penelope, the, bird catcher?
What an odd profession you've got there, young lady. Anyhow, Lionel, the bartender's actually on break right now, but I'm sure he wouldn't mind if I just poured you guys and gals a couple mugs of our solstice brew myself. It'll be 4 notes per mug.
All right, I'll pay for everyone's first round.
Bren accepts the notes and carefully counts them to make sure they add up. After that, he walks around to the other side of the bar and grabs a couple of wooden mugs and places them under a faucet connecting to a large oak barrel. A dark scarlet liquid flows out and fills the mugs to the brim. White frothy bubbles form on the very top, overflowing just a tad bit. The senior canner places the mugs on the counter and quickly walks back to his chair.
Well then, cheers everyone. I'll grab my mug and chug this whole thing down.
Yippee! I'm gonna drink it all too. Ouch. My tummy.
I'll take a sip first before chugging anything.
Basil, as you carefully sip the brew, you pick up on a few flavors. It tastes like a very sweet cola, with bits of carbonation. However, it has an odd peppery taste, with hints of vanilla. A smooth cherry aftertaste is prominent, soothing the tongue.
Wait. Cola, peppery, vanilla, cherry aftertaste, carbonation. Is this just Dr. Pepper?
Yes. Dr. Pepper. Capitalism at its finest.
Dr. Pepper sucks ass. No way I'm drinking this.
Okay, now listen here, young man. We all know you've said some controversial stuff, but this right here trumps it all. Dr. Pepper is the lifeblood of any red-blooded American.
It tastes like medicine. There's way too many contrasting ingredients. Also, that shit gives you kidney stones.
Everything can give you kidney stones. Besides, having rocks in your urethra is a small price to pay for this glorious drink.
Guys, if you're going to argue about Dr. Pepper, can you at least do it in character?
Oh, all right, fine. How dare you badmouth the summer solstice, Basil? This is the rightful brew of any summer soldier worth their salt. You'd best drink that entire mug, or else you'll feel the wrath of the summer company.
I've brewed poisons tastier than this. It's an assault on my taste buds, and I feel my body literally degrading. I wouldn't feed this to my worst enemy. Fuck no, I'm not taking another sip.
Watch your tongue, dear boy. You shall speak with elegance and respect. Now explain what's so bad with it.
Oh, elegance and respect, you say? Well, upon first acquaintance with this so-called pop, one is met not with a pleasing and gentle effusion of flavor, but rather with an insipid cacophony of misguided intentions. The initial burst of fizziness is, to be frank, more redolent of a boisterous rogue in an otherwise civil gathering than of anything resembling elegance. The flavor, if one can call it such without offending the term, is a veritable masquerade of indiscernible elegance.
5 minutes later.
I, for one, shall not again subject my person to the horrors of summer solstice. A beverage, it seems, best suited for neither the noble palate nor, I dare say, for human consumption at all.
Damn! You, sure had a lot to say. Bren, could you do a tiebreaker to see who's in the right?
Well, that wouldn't exactly be fair since I'm biased. Perhaps there is someone else who's unbiased and can settle this little argument once and for all.
Oh, right, Penny. What do you think about the drink?
I'm dizzy.
The girl collapses, with her arms resting on the counter as she begins to sleep. The sugar crash has hit hard, it seems.
Dang it, she couldn't even answer.
I guess that means I'm the winner. Yet another common Basil W. Also, Obama, who's the other person at the front bar? You said there were 2 people there when you first introduced this place.
The other person appears to be an old male with graying hair and horns akin to a goat's growing out of his head. He has a beard similar to the one of an old goat, too. He is, in fact, a member of the Kappa race, rarely seen in the East Luminate. He's hunched over, sleeping, drooling slightly over the table. He reeks of booze and doesn't appear to be the most well-kept of men here.
Bren, who's that drunk Capra man?
That old goat? Yeah, that's Ibrahim. He's some old drunkard who's lost his pride. I keep him company here since I don't want him to hurt himself. Used to be a famous dragoon, the best one around, but after an encounter with some kind of sea monster about 20 years ago, he's been completely disgraced.
What kind of sea monster? Was it a lionfish or something?
Well, no, something much worse. He described it as some kind of massive serpent.
Curse you, dread serpent! I hereby vow you will rue this day. Oof! My head! Oh, I'm back in this shithole again.
As the man wakes in his rage-induced fervor, he calms down and scratches the back of his head. His pupils are rectangular and slit horizontally. Behind them lay depressed yellow-hued orbs.
Holy shit. Are you, all right?
Ooh, I'm doing just dandy over here. Yeah, what's it fucking look like, you Gremor twig?
Oh, apologies. Well, I was just wondering what this serpent was. It seems to have angered you.
Oh, you dinny have to remind me. I see the lanky bastard in me nickmares. A most vile beast, taller than any of these towers at Summer Isle. Its face was reptilian, and it's got 2 pairs of hellish orangean. Massive horns growing out its head, and rows of disgusting gnarly teeth. Me and my pals, we were out on the big ship, on the border of the Voidsea, when it ambushed us. It roared it with such deafening fury, and spew out rays of ice, and split our damn boat in half. Only I managed it to escape its attack, but not before it froze my leg off with its hideous breath.
As he mentions this, you notice the fact that his right leg is actually completely missing, with only a tiny stump left. On the side of the front bar leans an ivory cane, most likely belonging to him.
I didn't know how I survived it all, but I didn't want to get anywhere near the ocean again. I now sit here, like some worthless tube, wondering what crime I could have committed to upset Mother Q like this.
I'm sorry for what's happened to you. It seems you've gone through a lot.
There's no need to apologize, idiot. Say, are you gonna drink that?
He points to your almost full mug of summer solstice, with a sort of desperation in his eyes.
Oh, sure. I've barely taken a sip since I find this shit pretty abhorrent. There's no booze in it, though, if that's what you're after.
It's fine. I need something to sober me up anyways.
Well, all right then. It's a win-win scenario. I'll hand my mug over to him.
Cheers, laddie. Much better.
So, Ibrahim, what do you do for a living? Except, drinking? Bren told me you were a dragoon back in the day.
Just call me old Ibra. And I was the greatest dragoon there ever was. Could snipe the cock off a fly if I felt like it, but now me hands are too shaky, and my vision's not so sharp. Instead, I run a little potion shop on the east side of the city, selling some little concoctions of mine, like Ma used to. There's never many people around. The new big mart sells everything in a convenient little place. Old geezers like me cannae compete. Although their potions are nothing more than diluted water, the fools will buy it regardless.
You own a potion shop? I happen to be an alchemist, so I'll definitely check it out.
Thanks. Had to get a new profession that didn't require both legs. Get to see another like-minded fellow here.
What sort of potions do you sell?
Oh, just the usual. Healing potions. Real good ones, I tell ya. I also happen to dabble a bit within ether elixirs and all a thon, but it's really not something I sell to people. Basically, I've got everything Mother Koo would possibly need to treat the injured.
Who exactly is Mother Koo? Is she your biological mother, or is it some sort of goddess or deity?
No, it's neither. Mother Koo was one of the progenitors of the Capra race, along with First Beast Nemit and Moonside Jurek. My lineage traces back to her, and so, according to the adage of our people, we must follow the examples set by our ancestors. Mother Koo believed in taking care of the poor and injured, and as such, my shopper contains potions galore. We a discount gin you really need it. Sorry. I've began rambling again. Thanks for listening, pal. As a matter of fact, I'll give you something of mine for being a good listener and all.
The goat-bearded man reaches into one of his pockets and pulls out a necklace of some sorts. It's a simple chain of brass with a small pendant decorated with tiny purple gems. It features some kind of star motif and reeks of regret and crushed hope.
That there is a Riviera Coup. It'll give you an extra boost when using various healing elixirs. I'll open the shop the second I sober up a little. Give me an hour or two.
Ibra rests his head on his arms and falls asleep once more on the counter.
Damn, I zoned out hard as fuck. What happened?
Oh, so that's why you weren't saying anything.
Well, yeah, obviously I can't tell if he's speaking English or freaking Portuguese.
Coincidentally, Penelope wakes up from her sugar crash as her ears flicker slightly.
Did anything important happen?
Oh, you're finally awake. You only missed Basil's thrilling conversation with some goat drunkard. Well then, Basil, it's about time I meet Rosen in person, so I don't have any more time here. I'll leave Penelope for you to take care of. Don't get Penny in trouble, or I swear I'll shoot both of your eyes out. Got it?
Yes. Your message is very clear.
Wait, why can't I follow you?
Yes, sorry, Penny, they won't allow you up there. I'll be back in a couple hours.
Oh.
So what are we supposed to do while we wait for you to come back?
There's a job board in the administrative building with some low-effort and non-violent jobs to pass the time. Or you could just enjoy the scenery. It's quite nice here, after all.
Doing some easy tasks for money seems pretty neat. Where would we find it?
Walk out here, go forwards, then left, and it should be close. We'll meet again in this same bar before sundown. Got it?
Got it.
Good. I'll exit the summer saloon and do my thing.
I'll be sure to see you again, Lionel.
I'll see you later, too.
Lionel exits the saloon with haste, eager for his possible promotion. Basil, you are now left with Penelope and have to find a way to pass the time.
So, Penelope, what would you like to do? Do you want to do some jobs? Or maybe check out the city a bit more?
I want to do some jobbies.
Well, I shouldn't have expected anything else. But first, I'd like to inspect this little necklace I got.
All right, roll for Arcana.
15.
You bring out the brass jewelry out from your pocket and use your ether to find any secrets. And, well, it seems to do exactly what Ibrahim said. Upon drinking a health potion, you restore an additional 1d4 hit points.
Oh, that's amazing. I'll equip it right away. Now then, shall we head out?
Yup. I want to stretch my legs a little. It's so nice outside.
You exit the summer saloon as well, the scorching sun beaming down upon you. Lionel's instructions were damn near impossible to mess up, and you easily find the administrative hall, which appears to be more of a guild hall than anything. Upon coming closer, the words Mission Hall are featured on a wooden hanging sign near the door. As you enter, a small chime rings on the door, alerting the people inside of your approach. The inside of the building is well lit, with tan wood veneers covering the walls. This building is slightly more crowded than the Baron Summer Saloon as summer employees casually converse with each other. On the far end of the building, there's a large wooden corkboard along with mission posters right next to a wide bar where clerks stand in anticipation.
Well then, what are we waiting for? Let's see what they've got in store.
You both walk towards the mission board, and it's way larger up close. Upon doing some reading of the titles of the posters, you find a mission detailing a minor mudskipper outbreak. It reads Mudskipper Outbreak on the West Shore. 4 mudskippers in total. Volunteers needed.
Mudskippers? Well, it is a combat task, but mudskippers are barely a threat. We could handle that pretty easily.
Requirements: 4 to 5 years of combat experience. Flame charm is a bonus, but not required. The rewards are 30 notes before tax, so it's actually just 20 notes.
Yeah, never mind that. They expect 4 to 5 years just to deal with 4 mudskippers? I literally one-shot 3 of them last time I fought them, and the rewards are laughable at best. Are you having any luck finding a decent task, Penelope?
Yup. I can't read any of this.
Wait, really?
Yeah, look. It's all so squiggly.
Let me try to read it for you then.
She points to the text, and it appears to be cursive. It's not exactly something you would find hard to read, yet she is completely perplexed by it.
It's all about the patterns. Let me show you.
As you break down the cursive text and explain it to her, she watches on in curiosity. She seems a little overwhelmed with all these new concepts, but she appears to appreciate your clarifications. However, one of the clerks at the front desk suddenly speaks up.
Excuse me, sir, what is your name?
It's Basil, ma'am. Why do you ask?
Well then, Basil, would you mind attempting this task? We haven't had any luck so far, but you might be what we need.
Oh, sure. What's the job?
We've had some troubles with a group of squatters right on the north edge of our town. Our construction sector needs them gone by the end of the week, but we haven't had any success in shooing them away.
I see. What makes you think we'd fare any better?
The leader of the squatters happens to be a grimoire, just like you. I don't exactly know how, but maybe you'd have a better chance at convincing them to leave than the others. The reward is 200 notes post-tax, and a summer bracer valued at 240 notes.
All right, I'll bite. What do you think, Penelope?
Sounds fun.
Wonderful. Love the enthusiasm. The trip is only about 20 minutes back and forth, and it's an almost straight path ahead. When you walk out of here, turn right and walk straight ahead. Once you begin to really see the rainforest, turn right at the gate and take the path which leads to a stone bridge. It won't be long until you see their tents.
Well then, let's do this. We'll be sure to come back with positive results.
I sure hope so.
You both exit the mission hall and begin your walk. The trip is quite pleasant as you get to appreciate the immaculate architecture of Summer Isle. The view would also be beautiful if you could somehow see past the stone walls. But as you travel further, the architecture degrades massively. The buildings are now shoddy, made purely out of sun-bleached wood, built on cracked stone foundations.
Yikes. My home in Erisia looked prettier than this.
These can't be for people, right?
As you look past them, you notice winding and faded roads of gravel and sand, which lead to several rocky hills in the distance, most likely the caves the Summer Company gets their iron from. You now see several people which appear to be dredgers or miners slaving away on large stones in the blazing sun, as guards stand watch, overseeing the operation.
It sure loses its appeal once you walk past the pretty exterior. Well, I guess that's to be expected in a place like this. It's really more of a corporation than it is an actual city.
Boomstick sort of described this place as a haven, with just a bunch of good stuff. But this place feels odd to me. But then, why does Boomstick like it so much here?
Well, perhaps Lionel's just used to it, just like how you're used to Erisia and the hidden village there.
Yeah. This is the furthest I've ever been from home ever. Travelling around is fun and all, but I want to stay still one day.
Me too, Penelope. Me too.
Hey, you can just call me Penny. That's what Boomstick calls me, and I think you're cool enough, so you get the honours as well.
Whoa, really? I'm honored, Penny.
You continue walking, following the instructions of the clerk. Once you finally see the gate, you enter and continue onto a stone bridge, which seems to be holding up much better than the other buildings on the outskirts. From the view of the bridge, you can spot a river down below, as well as palm trees basking in the light. At the end of the bridge, there is nothing but the expanse of the tropical wilderness. There seems to have been minor construction in progress, judging by the odd bricks laying here and there, but it must have been canceled. Right in the corner of your eye, you see several tents and a lit campfire nestled between the trees and a few stones. As you come closer, you spot a Grimorian woman with pale white horns and a piercing violet gaze. She holds a wooden spear tipped with iron in a steadfast grip. although her demeanor changes for the better once she sees Basil. Her grip changes as the spear is now pointed towards the sky.
A fellow Gremor kin and a Felinor too. What are your names?
I'm Basil Nildra. Pleased to meet you, fellow kin.
And I'm Penelope.
The Gremorian woman's eyes widen a tad upon hearing Basil's name.
Nildra? What a wonderful ancestral name. It sounds almost regal. Very well. I am Mimika Zekra, priestess of the children of Navai. What brings you here?
Well, we were sent by the Summer Company to convince you to move and leave this ground.
The soft smile from Mimika's face fades and is instead overtaken by a somber expression. She turns her head and breaks your eye contact.
What did I expect from them? They're trying to send fellow Gremor kin to relocate us from our ancestral grounds now.
They use the word squatters when referring to you, but this doesn't even seem to be the Summer Company's property. What's going on?
You'd be correct in assuming that this doesn't belong to them. My people moved here from Meteor Isle several generations ago, or about 200 years. We were here before a single stone had been placed by the Summer Company. We have been living deep in the rainforest here, surviving off the land and praising our goddess Navai. But as the men of smoke and steel expand, they creep further and further into the only land we have left. We had to place a small outpost in this exact spot in order to hinder their rampant construction. Now, for the past month, they've been sending more and more people to confront us, to shoo us away. But we shall not leave, not an inch.
That's really mean of them. Have they tried to hurt you?
Indeed, young Felinor. They have only resorted to violence once. We had to constrain the men with our frost draw before calming them down with halcyon incense. I find these physical confrontations quite spineless, as we are pacifists. As per the words of our luminous Navai, we are not to inflict wounds unless wounded first. If a clash cannot be avoided with words, then we mustn't kill our foe, only inflict the necessary harm to end the strife.
Perhaps we could come up with a compromise? You could leave this spot, but only for an hour or so, and then return. That way, Penelope and I can get our rewards, and you won't have to leave indefinitely.
We could use some of the money we get to buy you some food.
The priestess appears to be deep in thought, contemplating the offer.
I appreciate the gesture of goodwill, but I cannot fully put my trust in you, seeing as you work for the Summer Company. Then again, you two don't seem to be employed by them, such as the other tormentors there.
Well, yes, we're just visitors here. We know someone who works at the Summer Company, though. He told us to check out some of the jobs to pass the time, and we got recommended to do this one. Also, where are the other people? When they said squatters, they must have been referring to more than one person.
I see. And yes, there are more of us, but they are out gathering as of now. They should arrive in a couple hours.
Suddenly, Penelope's ears flicker around, and she looks distressed. Something odd has grabbed her attention.
Did anyone else hear that?
Hear what?
Same here. I didn't hear anything particular.
There, behind you.
An assassin clad in black, wearing several belts, and adorned with an orange sash springs forth from seemingly out of nowhere, with a dagger in hand. Mimika manages to turn around, but her shoulder is pierced with a devastating impact, almost dislocating it. She takes 14 piercing damage, and she falls to one knee, screaming from the pain.
Quick! We have to help her, dear dude.
Shit, let's get him.
Then roll for initiative.
I rolled an 18. Nice.
Penelope rolled a 22, Mimika rolled a natural 1, and the mysterious assassin rolled a dirty 20. The turn order will go Penelope, assassin, Basil, and then Mimika. Penelope begins the fight by rushing and flanking the assassin, unsheathing her short sword as she runs. She first strikes with her blade as a main action, which she gets advantage on. Just a 12, so that misses. The assassin grabs Penelope by the wrist as she attempts to backstab him. He then headbutts her on the nose, dealing no physical damage, but repelling her attack.
Ow!
Don't get in my way, Pipsqueak.
With his swift rebound talent, he gains 1 stack of momentum. The assassin then flourishes his dagger and goes for a devastating finishing blow on the Gremorian priestess, intending to stab her right through the eye and into the soft brain tissue behind it. A 13 to hit, which misses as the priestess ducks, carefully avoiding the knife. It grazes her antlers, carving a small notch into them. It is now Basil's turn.
All right then. That assassin is obviously only after her, so we've got to heal her up before he finishes his mission. I'll move over to Mimika, grab a rejuvenating salve from my alchemy pack, activate my placebo effect talent on her, and then heal myself in order to heal her, and add the additional 1d4 healing bonus from my amulet. All of this for just a bonus action and some movement.
Well, damn, that sure is a lot. Anyways, you approach the wounded priestess, and she turns around and looks at you as you bring out a wondrous healing flask from your pack. However, in her horror, you start to just pour the salve onto yourself, healing you for 12 plus 1 hit points. She stares at you appalled, but suddenly her wounds begin to patch up rapidly as if she was the one who used it. She's now at 25 hit points out of 26.
How in the what? How does that even work?
Honestly, I don't even know.
Oh, cool. New potions. When did you make those?
Yeah, so, now's probably a good time to mention that I kind of appropriated, like 8 rejuvenating salves from Andreo's ship when he wasn't looking. Don't tell him that, though.
Don't worry. He's a bit of a jerk, so my mouth is shut.
I should probably finish my turn. Instead of attacking, I'd like to use my main action to analyze which faction this assassin could be from. Knowing their true motive could be a good start.
A smart choice. Roll 2 checks, 1 for history and 1 for perception.
A 17 on my history, but only a 10 for my perception.
You recognize this assassin's uniform characteristics and connect it to a certain faction known as the Knives of Ilis. Not too much is known about them, other than that they are completely neutral in all faction politics, because they simply kill for the highest bidders. Somehow, they have an uncanny ability to pop in and out of space, yet you have no idea how. Judging by the assassin's posture, they have not made a mistake. This is their bounty, as per the request.
Wait, they only kill for money? Doesn't that mean that someone has put a bounty on? Oh shit. Some higher up at the summer company must have silently put a bounty on their heads to get rid of them, without even telling the people at the mission hall. We've just been caught in the crossfire of it all.
Wait, what's going on?
The summer company has sent assassins after you.
Is this what we get for trying to be reasonable? Perhaps we'll need to teach them some diplomacy.
Mimika gestures with her offhand and summons 3 chains of ice from the sky, aiming to ensnare the assassin. A natural 20 to hit and 9 frost damage. The glacial chains perfectly ensnare the assassin, reducing his dex score and cutting his movement in half for 2 turns. The frost damage has also procced the frostbite status effect, reducing his armor class by 3 and also limiting his movement by 10 feet for 2 turns.
Damn, she got one hell of a roll there. Also, I see that the elemental status effects have been added too.
Mimika then uses the shaft of her spear to smack the immobilized assassin as a bonus action. 10 to hit, which actually succeeds because his dex is lower. The assassin receives a devastating smack to the face from the Gremmer Priestess, taking 6 bludgeoning damage, and is dazed for 1 turn. Penelope uses her turn to use her weapon Symphony Triple Ren, an 8, even with advantage, which misses. The assassin rolls backwards, avoiding Penelope's stab with grace, gaining yet another momentum stack.
Yikes, he's quick. Not to worry. I've got more stabbiness in store.
Penelope uses her light flourish as a bonus action, slashing twice with her single short sword. She rolled a 21, which succeeds. Her slashes connect, catching the roll of the assassin, dealing 4 slashing damage.
Aren't you a persistent one, Cat?
It's now the assassin's turn, and he uses a bonus action to consume a Void Tear Flask, clearing all negative status effects and restoring 5 hit points. The icy chains shatter, flying all over the place, and his limbs unfreeze, gaining back their dexterity as the assassin rolls his shoulders. He walks 1 step north and turns around with haste, preparing something sinister.
I've had enough of this. Looks like you're both dying.
His knife begins to glow with a slight crimson hue, and he lunges forwards, using his weapon Symphony, Red Whaler Slash.
Oh crap, weapon arts exist now.
Dirty 20 to hit. The Knife of Ilis rushes forwards with his blade held in front of him, generating a sanguine arc which easily bypasses the defenses of the Feliner and the Grimoire woman. He rolled max damage, which is 12 bleed damage to Penelope and Mimika, and by consuming 2 momentum stacks, the assassin activates his speed demon talent and adds another 4 blood damage to the attack. Blood spills out like a fountain, covering the grass with red dew, as both of the women have been inflicted with the blood loss effect, granting them disadvantage on all mantra casts and dispelling all positive buffs they might have had in effect. Both Penelope and Mimika recoil back from the intense pain, bleeding profusely.
My blood, my vision's failing me. Navai, guide me.
Damn, he's strong. Looks like I've got to engage too. I'll first cast my Jolt Warp mantra and teleport to his north side. A 17 to hit and 10 lightning damage as I teleport and give him a nasty shock.
The assassin recoils as he is struck by a sudden jolt of lightning from behind, but he manages to keep his limbs moving and avoids paralysis by a tiny margin.
Why do you bystanders need to complicate this?
And now, it's time for me to play my own symphony. I'll use my Pressure Blast as a bonus action to fling him away. 14 to hit and 9 force damage.
Basil reels back his Zweihander and unleashes a powerful pressure shockwave against the assassin, sending him flying back 10 feet from the intense force. He's sent into a backflip at the end and lands painfully on his knees. Mimica brings out something from her pack as she stares down the wounded assassin.
There is no longer a need to hurt this man. This fight ends here.
Mimica, even whilst bloodied and injured, runs up to the man with two strange sticks in her offhand, giving off a strange scent. She brings them right over to the man's face, and he stares at her in confusion. He tries to lift his dagger to slash at her, but something compels him to stop.
Rest now, O misguided child. Let the serene halcyon of Navai flow through your senses.
The assassin fails the wisdom saves and begins to enter a very deep slumber. His eyes roll back as he mutters a few futile words of exasperation.
Need back up.
Combat is over as the knife of Ilis is completely under your mercy. Mimica limps back to you, smiling softly.
Thank you, both of you. I would have surely died without your assistance.
Wait, let me heal you. You too, Penelope. I'll give each of them a bottle of rejuvenating salves.
They both accept your bottles. Mimica applies it to her wound, and it begins to heal quickly. However, Penelope instead tries to drink it, but has trouble in doing so.
Blair, how am I supposed to drink this? It's so chunky.
Penny, you silly goober. You're supposed to put it on the wound.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. Ooh, thanks. Also, Miss Dear Girl, what was that stick you used?
Oh, this? Incense sticks dipped in halcyon potpourri. Inhaling the mixture makes you incredibly sleepy, and if you're wounded or tired, you'll fall asleep in a heavenly repose. Us children of Navai make this solution out of crushed herbs and Vendry bloom petals. It is our most peaceful solution to mindless conflict. In fact, I'll give you a pot of it as a token of my gratitude.
She hurriedly runs over to one of the tents and brings out a small purple clay pot with a lid, sealed tight with many strings. She hands it to Penelope, who awkwardly accepts it.
Thanks, ma'am. Basil, can you take this? I don't know what to do with it.
Oh, sure. So, Mimica, what will you do with the assassin now that he's incapacitated?
I don't exactly know. If we let him stay, he'll just come back again to kill us. I'll take him back to our home, treat his wounds, and nourish him. Hopefully he will change his ways. We'll have to disarm him before we try any of that.
Ooh, I want his stabby dagger.
You walk over to the unconscious man and unpack several throwing knives and also his own personal dagger. A whaling knife utilized by the ferocious knives of Ilis. It has a snake motif going down the middle, and it seems to be of exceptional quality. You hand the whaling knife to Penelope, who's very excited about it, as she giggles while juggling it around.
Hey, be careful with that. You'll cut yourself if you keep playing with it.
What? No, I'll be ouch. Okay, I see your point.
Well then, Mimica, what happens now? Will you stay where you are?
She looks at the campsite and at the bloodshed on the grass with a grim expression.
No, I know in my bones that this won't be their last attempt at our lives. We will have to yield and move back.
She sighs, knowing that the summer company has ultimately succeeded in their goal.
I thank you all for your efforts. We won't be here for long, for both your and our own safety. Take care.
Well then, I guess we succeeded?
Yeah, sorta. But it feels odd. It didn't feel like we won at all. I got a new stabby thing, so that's cool, but that dear girl was so nice. It felt wrong to have her move away.
Honestly, I agree. This whole mission, and the summer company too, it's starting to feel ugly. You know, when we get back, how about we go buy some food instead to take our minds off this stuff? You know, after we get our reward?
Yes, food's always nice. Let's go back.
Well then, Lionel, you exit the summer saloon with haste, excited yet composed, ready for your possible promotion. You stroll with elegance and grace as you make your way to Rosen's castle, walking past several other friendly guards who all greet you with respect.
There's no place like home.
You find yourself walking under the shadows cast by the numerous towers cooling down from the blazing heat. Eventually, you are met with a large opening, and as you look up, you see a massive mansion in a Gothic style, surrounded by hedges. This is Rosen's own personal living space, you're sure. A staircase leads up to the double door of the mansion, guarded by two men with rifles. Their uniform is a dark gray, along with white and black embroidery. On top of this, they wear a slate-colored coat, befitting an aristocracy. These men are dragoons, the highest-ranking summer soldiers, with aim so sharp they can willingly ricochet their bullets to multi-kill enemies. They are on the apex of the hierarchy, just below Rosen and his shareholders. As you come closer, you notice that their eyes were locked onto you from the moment you entered the vicinity. One of them keeps their eyes peeled, whilst the other steps forwards, engaging in conversation.
You're Sergeant Lionel Scarson, I presume. Quite the bombastic entrance.
Indeed, Sir Dragoon. I've come with the samples Rosen requested.
Excellent. Word has spread quickly of your success. But remember, that's Lord Rosen. Addressing Lord Rosen without the proper title could get you fired if he's in a bad mood. So heed my warning. Don't slip up when speaking to him.
Ha, of course I know that. We just happen to know each other on a first-name basis, no titles needed.
Well then, if you insist.
The Dragoon opens the heavy double door with a key from a keychain hanging from his belt. It swings open smoothly, inviting you in.
Lord Rosen is awaiting you on the second floor, in his private lounge. Do not keep him waiting for long.
You enter through the doors, and you take in the surroundings. High pillars of stone connect to the roof, and adjacent to them, a staircase of stone winds up to the second floor. Bright lights peer through the Gothic-style iron windows, illuminating the dust in the sky as chandeliers hang high in the air. You've been here several times before, and yet the architecture amazes you every single time.
He really didn't cheap out with his manse, huh? He's a man of exceptional taste, I tell ya. I'll walk up these stairs and then head to his lounge.
You walk up the grandiose stone stairs and into yet another corridor where you easily find his lodge from experience. Before you even knock on the door, it's opened for you by a guard armed with a rifle. You enter and are greeted with a lodge beyond luxury. It features several large sofas clad in dark green cushioning, tables holding bottles of fine spirits and whiskey, and massive windows peering out into the rainforest beyond. 4 other guards stand in the corners of the room, standing still like statues. On the sofa, you see the man himself, Lord Gunsmith Rosen. He wears an impeccably fashionable black and gold suit, along with a white ascot. His face is covered by a white bone mask, resembling a masquerade mask, referencing his Vesperian lineage. His hair is jet black and slicked back by layers of gel. He sits down with his legs crossed, with a full glass of whiskey in his hand. His mere presence emanates influence and control, and he carries himself with brilliance and perception as he rocks his glass back and forth in anticipation.
Mr. Scarson, we're glad to have you back. It has come to my attention that you've completed your assigned task several days before the deadline, and I've just got to say, well done.
Thanks, Rosen. Just doing what I'm best at.
You can feel the piercing gaze of the several guards in the room, staring you down for your informal reply, expecting harsh words from the gunsmith lord. But to their surprise, Rosen simply chuckles and lifts his mask slightly to delicately sip his whiskey.
Outstanding. My judgment didn't fail me one bit. You truly were an excellent choice for this mission. We're quite lucky you learned Flare Snap while at Erisia. Without signaling that SOS, those samples would be compromised. And you too. Say, do you happen to have your mineral samples on your person? They're piquing my interest.
Of course. I'll carefully hand him my 2 pouches and open them slightly for him.
You place your pouches in the palm of his hand as he brings a monocle to his eye to analyze the structure of the minerals. He seems very intrigued by these samples as he murmurs to himself.
How peculiar. Upon closer inspection, Erisor appears to have a structure similar to pyrite, yet it seems to act as a true metal instead. Perhaps it could... Oh, apologies for my rambling. Treat yourself to a glass and take a seat.
Thank you, you're too kind. I'll seat myself on the fancy recliner opposite of Rosen with my own glass in hand.
Oh, I almost forgot to ask you. Did you find a suitable location for an iron mine in Erisia?
I did, actually, but it might not be the best. Just at the entrance, and to the right, there's a tunnel showing promising signs. I didn't exactly have time to make a geological survey and all that, but it's got some potential. The only downside is that it smells putrid, due to the acid pools further ahead into the cave.
Good. And right at the entrance, too? Even better.
Isn't the stench in acid pools a turn-off for this kind of thing? I don't want to be pointing out the obvious, but isn't that sort of dangerous?
Gods, no. When I put someone to work, they work. Caution and safety be damned. If some laborer complains about the conditions, then they can catch a bullet with their feet for all I care. As long as there is profit, I am pleased.
Damn. All right, then.
Oh, why the long face? They're at the bottom of the pyramid. Why do you care? I know how to take your mind off those unprofitable thoughts. I have some rewards for you, Mr. Scarson.
The Vesperian man gestures to one of his guards, who in turn hands over a small case to him. Rosen opens the top, and inside lies a pristine revolver. The color is jet black, with beautiful porcelain white markings covering the grip and underbarrel. It is so finely decorated that it might be mistaken for a piece of art instead of a weapon.
Whoa, you're giving this to me?
Of course. I'm most certainly pleased with your performance. Out of all the other failures we've sent to Erisia, you are the only one who came back alive. Or at all, actually. It is refreshing to see someone do their job well for once.
Wait, have there been others who've been sent on the same mission as I have?
Yes, there have been 3 in total. The first one, we believe, was intercepted on the way there, and we never got to hear about the second one, but they're presumed to be dead somewhere in Erisia. The first 2 were sent just a couple months before you. And, well, the third one is you. Nevertheless, I'd like to introduce you to your new weapon, an apt reward for your troubles. This is a prototype invention of the Summer Company called a Sunrise Repeater. Unlike your primitive flintlock, this arm can store 6 bullets at once, without the need to manually reload it each time you fire.
I see this thing looks incredible, but how come it's so extravagant? There's details everywhere.
Well, this is one of the 2 prototypes, created for me personally. We're working on ways to cut down the cost, to then later produce en masse and distribute them to the rest of the guards. With your contributions, we'll definitely have an upper hand on the Ignition Union. So I'll give you the honor of wielding one of my prototypes. Consider this your official promotion from sergeant to left hand. You'll be taking more missions from me directly, since you've proven to be a reliable asset.
Thank you so much. It truly is an honor.
Oh, and one more thing. I have another mission for you, but I'll let you rest and celebrate for now. Be sure to come back tomorrow, high noon. But as a little parting gift, I'd like you to have this. With a new promotion comes a new wardrobe.
No way is that. Drip.
Andrea, you sit inside of an office near the docks, as Julius sorts paperwork in the room next to you. The office is quite cramped, with barely any space to stretch your legs. Your only form of entertainment is looking outside of the window, where you can see the sprawling castles just within your grasp.
I'll sit with my legs on the desk in front of me, chilling like a gangsta. Gods, how long are you going to be filing those papers? I'm here to get bitches and earn money, and right now I'm getting neither. What's taking so long, really?
Julius enters the room with a stack of papers in his hand. Judging by his expression, he looks quite peeved, as your constant talking has been annoying him.
Calm yourself, Andreo. I assure you, we'd both want to be out and getting some hoes, but unfortunately, I'm stuck with your nagging ass. I've got it all sorted here now. Also, take your damn dirty boots off my mahogany desk.
Fine. Let me register my ship so we can both get this over with.
He plops down the papers on the desk, along with a quill and ink. He places his gun on a board close to the desk as a sort of intimidation tool.
Before you can register, you'll need to be free from any crimes committed against us, so I'll need you to pay the fine for destruction of summer property. It's a 150-note fine, which I'm sure you can pay for.
I don't know. That seems a little too high for a slight buckle and splinter. How about 100 notes?
Roll for persuasion.
Dang it, that's a 6.
Nope, you'll pay 150.
How about 110 notes? Damn it, an 8!
It stays at 150. Don't try to silver tongue your way out of this.
Okay then, what about 125? Fuck! Nat 1. These are the most dog shit dice I've ever rolled.
Yeah, nah, it's now 175.
Wait, you just went up?
That's what happens when you try to barter a fine dumbass.
Are you even legally allowed to do that?
I'm altering the deal. Pray that I don't alter it any further.
Obama, can I roll to sue this guy for plagiarism of an intellectual property?
Andrew, just pay the damn fine.
Okay, fine, geez. Have 150 notes, you leech.
The last 25, please.
Gah.
Congrats! Now that you've paid the fine, you're legally allowed to register your ship within Summer Isles properties. I'll need you to sign here and here.
All right then, let's see here. I'm guessing this is just the ordinary legal mumbo jumbo. There. Done. Now, if you don't mind, I'll be doing some shopping. A top G needs some supplies for his frig.
Julius' face turns impossibly smug as he sees you handing the papers back to him.
Well, my bald fellow, I wouldn't exactly call it your frig.
What in the depths are you talking about?
Have a look here, you illiterate douche.
He points to a sentence in a paragraph on one of the papers. The text states that by signing the paper, you've willingly contracted the boat to the Summer Isle. In other words, they now own your ship. As you finally look at the title, you realize that it's not even the registry paper at all. He's hustled you.
You've always got to read the fine print, so-called top G. Here at Summer, we hustle the hustlers.
You know what? I agree. You got me. Congrats. I guess it's within your little work culture to earn cash by any means necessary. Don't get me wrong, I do respect the grind, sincerely I do. But since money's so ingrained in your culture, I'm also guessing you're a betting man. So with that being said, I'd like to make a bet on something.
A bet on what exactly?
I'll take a long, hard look at his gun, which he's placed conveniently out of arm's reach. I bet I could break your fingers and smash your skull in before you reach your pistol. 21 on my intimidation.
Julius now realizes what he's done. He's just majorly pissed off a hulking martial artist bounty hunter by trying to hustle the hustler. He carefully turns to look at his gun, and then to you. You notice his arms shaking and his fingers quivering slightly. This is a fight he cannot win, and he knows this. He swallows in fear, and you can feel his anxiety rising.
I see what you're hinting at, and you make a very compelling argument. But unfortunately for you, the contract's signed. There's nothing you can do about it.
I'll grab the papers I signed and tear them up in front of him, scattering them across the room.
Never mind, I'm fucked.
Yeah, exactly. How about you bring the real papers, lil man? Otherwise, we'll see how right I am.
You know what? I apologize. I'll get you your papers. I like my face the shape it is, thank you.
Good, and don't you dare snitch, peasant.
Julius exits the room incredibly carefully and re-enters with a single paper, which he carefully hands to you with quivering hands. As you look at the paper, you can clearly see that this is the correct one, as the title clearly reads Ship Registration Form.
Good. I'll quickly read through it this time and answer it.
It's exactly what it's supposed to be. A simple form with a few questions asking about ship ownership, weight, ship class, etc. No strings attached.
Neat. I'll hand the paper back to him, as well as give him a nice little clap on the shoulder. Nice that we could come to an agreement. You know, if you didn't tell me that you had tricked me, I would never have found out. You know that, right?
Crap. I didn't think about that, damn it.
Pretty bold to try to hustle me out of all people, but I respect the grind. It appears you've got a long way to go. Hey, I know how you could improve. You should buy my course, Rushler's University. It'll work wonders for your skills. Trust me, bro.
You must genuinely be smoking crack if you think I'd ever fall for that.
You're a perceptive one, aren't you? Well, all right then, suit yourself. I'll be heading out.
You're surprisingly chill, even though you threatened to kill me like 3 minutes ago. Hey, I have an idea. I could show you around Summer Isle and show you where all the cool dudes hang out. It'll be magnificently great, I assure you.
You know, that doesn't sound like a bad idea. Let's head out.
You exit the office with the con by your side as you both walk out through the main door and up the first stairs. You're greeted with the magnificent towers of Summer Isle, with the gleaming sun shining down upon you. And I believe that's where I'll end the session. Thank you all for watching, fellow viewers. I apologize for the delay between the two parts, but we should be back to the boys in the depths next session. Thank you all for watching and have a good day or night. Hello, fellow viewers and players, and welcome back to the AI President's Havoc of Erisia campaign. Last session with you guys ended up being quite lengthy, and you discovered quite a lot of lore about the sunken Celter.
Obama, you've got to find a way to shorten the exposition, man. I felt like I was in an unskippable video game cutscene.
Is it really an unskippable cutscene if we were the ones who asked for the information in the first place? He gave you exactly what you asked for. That's like being mad that you got ice cream from an ice cream stand.
Hey, I guess you're right. Oh, by the way, did you see that Malithrex awoke from his 1,000-year slumber?
Wait, really? Is the goat back?
Yeah, man. And so's Kokomimi.
Oh, that's sweet. I'm totally going to check them out right now.
Guys, we're kind of starting a session right now. You'll have to check that out later. George did the recap last time, so I believe it's Joe's turn today. I hope you remember, since it was quite some time ago.
Yeah, I got it. So what happened now again?
Bruh,
Gonna just quickly rewatch the session on 2x speed. Give me half an hour and I'll do the recap.
Wait, you could just have me do it.
Nope, I'm already watching the intro. It's too late.
You can't be serious, Joe. Just have George do it.
Nah, I'm locked in.
One eternity later.
Yep, all right. I think I got it now.
Thank goodness for editing magic. I would have just up and gone if I had to sit here doing nothing waiting for you.
Go ahead with the recap, Joey.
Okay, so we started off in a tiny little cave where Squibble stared at us like some kind of pervert after we just woke up. We started adventuring a little with him by our side so we could reach the big city in the middle, the Lost Celtar. I asked Squibble a tiny question and he dropped a massive lore bomb on us. Apparently, Squibble sank some city 1,500 years ago, back when he was like a huge white octopus monster thing. He said that he shrunk after some time, but I have no idea how he switched color.
Must have been some kind of reverse Michael Jackson thing.
He was also created by someone called the First Prophet, which I think is the first Shadowcaster and the creator of a dangerous faction called the Ministry, who are basically Team Aqua from Pokemon. Except they're sinking the world in order to become gods. Real scary stuff. After that, we encountered a ruined church where we got ambushed by 2 nasty nightmare crabs with swords for legs. We almost died, but some Soviet blonde chick shot one of them in the face. Or is it their stomach? I can't really tell. They're just blobs of meat with sharp legs. Anyway, she helped us take them down and start scaring us by asking if we've seen a group of divers, saying that she's supposed to be looking for them. That group were the ones we kind of let die to a huge fish, which ate them all.
I should add the fact that you acted like a little snitching asshole to her. You're not a lawyer, pal. You don't gotta tell her the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Well, can you blame me? She's got a Russian accent, man. That's how you know you shouldn't mess with them.
It was intended to be Ukrainian, actually, but finding fitting voices for her character ended up being very difficult. Anyways, continue.
Yeah, so when I told her that, she started laughing like a maniac because she apparently needed them killed. And since George confirmed their deaths, she appreciated him for making her job easy. She revealed that her name's Malakia and that she serves the Ignition Union. The Union and the divers are in a bit of a turf war in the depths, so perhaps we shouldn't get too involved. She gave us some rations and followed us along for the journey. We reached the walls of the Lost Celtar, but we got distracted by some footprints on the sand before we could enter. The prints led to a stone wall, which had an illusory wall that you could walk through. Turns out, it's a whole-ass evil lair with a couple of shadow spiders guarding it. They weren't much of a threat since they could be killed in one shot. I found a really ominous-looking red rock from a chest too. I'm gonna have to find out what it does later. Anyways, we went deeper, which ended up being a massive mistake. Turns out the evil Kid Diddler from Session 4 was there. I think his name was Calzone or something like that.
Well, his name's Calzine, but the thought of calzone is making me hungry.
Yup, we've got to order something after this. Welp, anyways, the guys back at the overworld must have killed him, and he got sent down here too with us. He was having some sort of meeting with a bunch of evil-looking dudes, a blue chick in black armor, and also a black blindfolded dude who might be the emo hat guy's leader. They were talking about a lot of stuff we don't exactly know yet, but turns out both George and I are Shadowcasters by birth, but we never learned how to harness it, which is why Calzine said he saw potential in us. We decided that we had seen enough and tried to sneak away. Unfortunately, I got a garbage roll and sort of alerted the entire evil villain clubhouse. That's when the black blindfolded guy used some sort of mantra on us, and that's how the session ended.
How could you get such a dog shit roll? Isn't dexterity your main stat?
Yeah, the dice just didn't really like me.
All right, thanks for the recap, Joe. You two have seen the combat changes, right?
Yep, we've seen the vents, the spits, the symphonies, and the status effect system.
We also got to allocate some points into our resistances. I put some into drain resist because we always seem to be getting in trouble with Shadowcasters.
Yes, I'll get into the status effect system in a bit. I'll show the advanced tool tips on screen for those who want to read more. I changed a few of these from last time since I realized they were somewhat unbalanced. To summarize it quickly before we start, vents are a defensive reaction which costs 2 mantra slots, which negates an enemy in melee range's attacking options for 1 turn and pushes them back 5 feet. Spits are a bonus action which can heal the user based on their charisma and have a higher hit rate depending on your dexterity. Symphonies are basically weapon skills, unique to different weapons and weapon types, which have a cooldown of 3 turns instead of a resource cost like mantras do. Symphonies cannot be used in the first turn of combat, and some require main actions to use, others require bonus actions, and some require both. It depends on the type of symphony. And finally, the status effect system is a new system implemented into these battles, where taking certain amounts of damage of a specific type will lead to a certain status effect being applied, which can be very debilitating. Each character now has resistances, which increase depending on their constitution stat. The higher resistance you have for a certain damage type, the more damage you'll have to take before you become afflicted with the corresponding status effect. The resistance sheets for the characters will be shown on screen whenever they take elemental damage, so you won't have to do any homework or take any notes and stuff. With all of that out of the way, I believe it's time we kick this session off. Who's ready?
I am super ready. I really want to know what happened.
Yeah, we'll have to find a way out of whatever mess we found ourselves in.
Then let us begin.
How convenient.
You both feel your muscles contort as ghost-like black strings painfully dig into your limbs. The cruel prophet chuckles, sitting comfortably in his throne of dead corals. He lifts a single finger, making the black strings straighten, pointing towards the ceiling, raising the both of you into the air like helpless marionettes.
Well, this is a new one. You could at least have the decency to introduce yourselves. Or are you merely here to eavesdrop?
Let us go. We swear we didn't hear anything. We just walked the wrong way to Seltzer City, that's all.
Jackdaw, that's literally the dumbest excuse you could have possibly come up with. Leave the diversions up to me.
I'd have to agree with the bandit on that one. Any excuse you throw at us is in poor taste.
The woman clad in heavy armor snorts, crossing her arms while smirking.
To think we'd have meddlers right around the corner. I thought my shadow crawlers would have seen them for sure, but I guess these runts got past them.
Well, of course they got past them. Your summons are terrible. It's barely an achievement.
Well, okay then, Calzine. At least I summoned something. I don't see any of your goofy-ass crabs helping around here.
Fair enough, I suppose.
The adjudicator disengages from his colleague and walks a few steps closer, his bloody red eyes glaring at you from under his chapeau. A coy smirk grows on his face, seeing the both of you helpless at his master's mercy.
Ha! How nice to see you failures again. How has the journey in our glorious domain been?
You know, there isn't a single hat in all of the 9 layers that's large or distracting enough to cover up your ugly mug, or your terrible choice of clothing for that matter.
Humph, I'd usually have a retort for that, but your style is honestly impeccable. Can't blame you.
Thanks, I guess.
Can't say the same for the Etrian, though. Burgundy's an awful color on you.
Ah, man, come on. Why does everyone keep saying that?
Silence, all of you. Now, fresh Shadowcasters, answer me this. How did you find us, and why have you come here? Surely you've not come to join our glorious faction.
No, we just happened to find strange footsteps leading to a sheer wall, and we decided to investigate.
Huh? Footsteps?
Calzine, you cretinous bastard! You led them right to us!
Well, I've lured them to us, did I not? Just as the Lord Regent asked. I'm merely a few steps ahead in my machinations. A master strategist, if you will. My genius truly knows no bounds.
Genius my ass.
I doubt that was your intention when you sloppily revealed our hideout to the entirety of Seltor. Nevertheless, things seem to be going more smoothly than expected. And besides, there's only 2 witnesses. Either they live and join us, or they'll die in horrific agony.
Out of character for a second here. 2 witnesses? Did they not catch Malakia?
Jackdaw. You turn your head slightly to the right. In the corner of your eye, you can see her pressed against the wall, cowering out of sight. It appears the Lord only sensed the 2 of you when casting the mantra. As Malakia quickly hid away, the 2 of you briefly make eye contact, but her eyes quickly shift away. Clearly, she doesn't want the ominous prophet to know that she's here too.
Oh, right. Shadowcasters must be able to sense other Shadowcasters. That's how Calzin knew we had it in our heritage.
The prophet's finger moves slightly, and the black strings binding you strengthen, increasing the pain.
What say you, misbegotten casters of the night? Will you join us? Or will you surrender your lives to the prophets of the gods?
Depends. What's the contract like?
What the heck, Gary?
I'll whisper to Jackdaw. Shut your trap. I'm buying us some time. Find us a way out with your perception.
A quick stealth roll on that.
A solid 17 on that.
Your whisperings evade their ears. The prophet actually seems a bit taken aback by your question. It appears he wasn't expecting you to actually want to join, much less ask for details. The same goes for the 2 others, who seem to be genuinely surprised.
Huh. That's a new one.
Gervasius and Jackdaw, my fellow comrades. You could have asked to join back at Erisia. We could have avoided that whole bout.
We had a change of heart, you know?
Okay, whilst Gary's talking to them, I'd like to make a perception check to find us a way out of this. Dang it, a 7.
You shuffle around discreetly, trying to get a better view of things, but to no avail. The prophet sees you wriggling, but doesn't even bother to turn his head. He clenches his fist, effortlessly tightening your bind. The dark strings hoisting you into the air seem impossible to cut or slice, meaning you'll have to find a different way out.
So you're interested in joining then? Well, first, you'd need to sever your connections to all of your family, friends, that aren't work-related, and possible factions. After that, you will dedicate yourself in servitude of the prophets and the superior drowned gods.
Yeah, that's cool and all, but do we get paid sick leave?
It's not necessary. We have plenty of alchemists and surgeons within our ranks who can treat any illness that could be inflicted upon your mortal flesh.
What about salary in general? Do we get paid by the hour or?
You won't be getting paid at all.
Oh, bummer.
Sucks, doesn't it?
Is the healthcare at least free?
Well, of course. We're not monsters.
Okay, Obama. I'd like to roll for perception once again. I want to see if I could somehow cast a mantra, or vent, or use anything magical to escape. That's a 14 this time.
Yes, you are able to vent. However, it would be unwise. Venting would draw a lot of attention, and the prophet would probably immediately catch you again with his mantra. You would need something to block his line of sight, or a distraction of some kind.
Ah, darn, I guess it's not so easy.
So, Bandit, any more questions you need answered?
Yeah, so, is a 401k possibly included in the contract?
A 401k? Excuse me, mortal. Would you mind telling me what that is?
Retirement and stuff.
Well, no. You'll be serving us for most of your natural and unnatural lifespan. No pension for the wicked.
All right, I'd like to do another perception check now.
Not yet. Not enough time has passed since the last question.
Dang it. Gary, ask another question.
So, is that all?
Wait, one more thing.
The Lord Prophet sighs deeply in annoyance and in disbelief, putting his fingers to his nasal bridge.
What more could you possibly ask for?
What about maternity leave?
Oh my God. Roll a deception check for that ridiculous question.
Here goes nothing. Well, goddamn, that's a natural 20.
Attaboy, Gary.
The room turns awfully silent even more than before. The Lord Prophet's face changes from frustration to sheer confusion. His jaw drops, and the armor-clad woman's eye opens in shock and disgust.
Pardon?
The fuck kind of question is that?
Hey, I think it's a pretty valid question.
Okay, but he's a dude. Why would he ever need maternity leave?
Come on, Pax. It's 15-1. Don't be so judgmental. And to be fair, we barely know anything about chrysids. Perhaps the males are the ones who carry children. Like seahorses do.
Well, he certainly doesn't look like a seahorse to me, but I get your point, Adjudicator. Chrysids are quite the enigmatic race. We might not know their true biology. In fact, I've never actually met another chrysid in my entire lifetime. Maybe we should take him in as a diversity hire.
Great.
Okay, now they're definitely distracted. Obama, I'd like to see if I could somehow whisper to Malakia and communicate a plan.
Roll a stealth check with advantage since they're distracted. If it succeeds, roll a persuasion check to try to convince her.
Alrighty, here we go. 21 on my stealth.
All right, the stealth check definitely succeeds. Go ahead and start whispering the plan.
I'll twist around and look at her, whispering her name to get her attention.
The blonde Kenor discreetly stirs, with her back still figuratively plastered against the wall. Her azure eyes lock with yours. She doesn't respond vocally, but she's making it clear she's listening.
I'll whisper to her as clear, yet as quiet as I can muster. Listen, Malakia, I found out how to escape. We need to distract them and break their line of sight, and you're the only one who could do that without being killed. If you have anything in your back pocket, now's the time to use it.
Roll persuasion.
I hope a 12's enough.
Malakia turns her head to the arguing ministry members, then to the exit, and then to you. She's evaluating the risk of the action, and it turns out it won't be in her favor. She looks at you once again, in an uncertain manner.
Please. If you just keep hiding, they'll eventually find and kill you too. Think of everything that's led up to this moment. It's do or die.
She closes her eyes and inhales sharply. As she exhales, her eyes open with newfound conviction. She nods in assuredness and makes a snapping gesture in silence, telling you that she'll be ready to unleash her distraction on your command.
I'll give a quick thumbs up to Gervasius, letting him know that I've got it covered.
Meanwhile, Pax and Calzin continue to argue, with their tired lord listening along out of sheer boredom. However, something appears to click within the prophet's head. In the midst of the argument between his two subordinates, the lord suddenly begins to crack up and laugh unashamedly. The verbal clash fizzles out as the two servants now stare at their lord with worry and dread.
Me lord, sir?
Enlightened prophet, what is making you cackle so?
The prophet simply ignores the questions of his underlings and stares forwards, tilting his head like a wolf. A half-smile creeps onto his face. Gervasius, you can feel an intense shiver crawl down your spine as the Lord Prophet's attention is now laser-focused onto you.
Ha! Ha! Chrysid, what might your name be? I might have heard it before, but it may have slipped from my memory.
It's Gervasius Ixotok, your highness.
Highness? Don't bother with that. Now, Ixotok, was it? Well done. You're a sly dog. You had me acting abstracted, monologuing even, huh? Take some pride in that. Although...
His smile disappears completely, now turning into a blank poker face in the blink of an eye.
I don't quite like being played for a fool. I can see it all now. You're not here to join our ranks. All these ridiculous questions for what? To buy you a few more miserable seconds to spend within this miserable mortal coil? Pitiful. For your punishment, I will grant you an agonizing death. You will feel your skin being peeled, your muscle fibers snapping, and your bones being reduced to fragments, all in excruciating awareness. I will grant this death to your compatriot as well, Mr. Ixotok.
Huh. That's funny. You're not going to do anything to us.
He turns his head to face Jackdaw with a slight look of antipathy on his face. Pax and Calzin do the same, wondering how you could even dare to disrespect their master like that.
Oh, where'd this bravado come from? You were struggling like a pathetic worm but a moment ago. Perhaps I should rip out your foul tongue. Maybe that'd teach you some manners.
Then do it, coward. I know you won't.
Do you have any clue of who you were talking to right now?
Can you even do anything except summon silly string? Are your legs for show? Or are you just so fat and lazy that you can't move out of that little chair of yours?
For the first time, the prophet turns visibly angry, his nostrils flaring up as his hands begin to shake with rage.
I am going to make you wish you were never born. Your demise will be but a mere distant, forgiving dream. There will not be a single moment left in your life where you are not feeling unceasing agony.
Sounds fun? When do we start? I'll flip him off with one hand and snap with the other.
From behind the wall, a flurry of 3 incendiary grenades are thrown into the meeting room, detonating mid-air into a huge explosive storm.
What in Yunshaw's no—
Scorching black smoke fills their room, and the prophet has no time to react. Malakia jumps out into the fray with her arms wide, channeling a mantra.
Metal rampart!
She brings her hands together into a tight clasp, and the entryway into the meeting room is suddenly shut from both sides, as a 10-inch thick wall of rough iron ore and stone seals the sinister shadowcasters inside of their own chambers. The bind on Gervasius and Jackdaw is released, and you both fall onto the floor with a thud.
That's insane. What kind of attunement is that?
There's no time to explain, Comrade Snake. Grab your blade and move out. That wall won't last for long.
Right? Let's go.
Don't you dare trip, Jackdaw.
Dirty tactics. I've smoke in my eyes.
Lord Prophet, are you hurt?
Of course not. But I fear they might have escaped my effective range. I can't move from the coral throne either, or it would cancel the mantra I've been channeling for months now.
Huh? Damn it all, they've sealed us in here.
Oh, it appears their attack was more planned out than I had initially thought. Very well then. Pax, break us out, will you? Both of you are to chase them, and when you track those dogs down, kill them on the spot.
It shall be done, my lord.
Good. Leave no witnesses. If they somehow manage to escape, contact me immediately.
Don't worry. They won't be able to outrun me.
Damn, this is a long-ass hallway. What use do they even have for this?
Save your breath, Snake Man.
Damn it, they're on to us.
Umbra sucker.
Flame assault.
The Prophet's 2 henchmen are approaching you at record speeds. Calzin's Umbersucker is carrying him by the arm, and Pax is in a menacing full sprint in her black steel armor. Your one and only mission is to survive. Roll for initiative.
I rolled an 11.
Nice, I got a 17.
Malakia rolled a 16, Calzin rolled a 12, and Pax got a 6. The turn order will go. Gervasius, Malakia, Calzin, Jackdaw, and finally Pax.
Wait a second. Obama, what happened to my armor?
Oh, right. I checked through your character sheet, and apparently your character is supposed to be using a shield, which would give you +2 AC. Obviously, you can't be using a shield since you have a 2-handed weapon, so I removed 2 armor score from your character.
Ah, dang it. Rest in peace, Tanky Jackdaw.
I mean, it also says you're wearing heavy armor, which you clearly aren't either. Logically, I should drop your AC even further, but I'm going to be nice and keep it at 16.
Wait, it took you that long to finally take a look at his character sheet? The one which you made specifically for him?
Yeah, so, back when I started this series, I didn't really know how to make actual character sheets, so I used a generator for everything and took all stats at face value without reading. Long story short, I'm kind of dumb.
That's very relatable, Brobama.
All right, fine, whatever. So, how will this chase work exactly?
So, your only objective is to survive. You're battling as you're running, and you can only move 5 feet or 1 square in any direction, as you're already in a full sprint. This also means that your character can't take the dash action. You can't vent, and you can't sneak either. After enough turns pass, you'll reach the spiral staircase, and then the exit.
Well, if the only objective is to survive, then I'll be sure they're not catching up to us. For my first turn, I'll cast Ice Daggers at Calzin to try to slow him down. That's a 17 to hit and 9 frost damage.
You turn around and throw out a fan of glacial daggers behind your back, which lock onto the speeding sorcerer. He has no time to block, and the barrage hits him clean on.
Ah, dogged bastard!
It's called Good Aim. Ever heard of it? After that, I'll run faster, moving up north of the hallway, and that'll be the end of my turn.
It's now Malakia's turn. She quickly loads her rifle and takes a pot shot at Pax. She got a dirty 20 to hit.
Awesome. Great shot.
Which misses. Pax has an AC of 22. She is a level 18 endgame boss.
Oh, crap.
Yeah, dibs on not fighting her.
Malakia fires her bullet, but it completely ricochets off the contractor's armor, who laughs viciously in response, not slowing her down one bit.
Ha 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 ha! You call that an attack? Let me get close to you, and I'll show you what real damage feels like.
Dibs on not fighting her either.
Malakia ends her turn by increasing her running pace, moving 1 square left. Now it's Calzin's turn. Since he's being carried by a flying creature, he can actually move 10 feet each turn. He shouts an order at his Umbersucker, and it rushes him to Gervasius as he extends 2 fingers.
Shadow gun.
14 to hit. Shadowy energy gathers at his fingertips as he fires off a speeding umbral blast on Gervasius' back, draining his ether, dealing 10 shadow damage and inflicting you with drain, which removes 1 mantra slot from you. The impact makes you stumble, but you quickly gain your footing and keep running.
Ha! Now how's that for good aim?
Okie dokie. Now it's my turn. I'll start off by moving 1 step diagonally up to the right, and then casting my Gale Trap mantra right in front of Calzin. After that, I'll use a bonus action to sheath my blade.
Wait, why are you sheathing your katana?
It's part of my weapon symphony. Check the screen. I can sheath my katana with a bonus action, which will lower my AC slightly. But on the next turn, I can deliver a super strong blow with increased damage and hit rate.
Huh, I wonder what my symphony's like. Looks like I've got triple rend, whatever that means. I'll read up on it later. Jackdaw, just make sure you don't dig yourself too deep into combat.
Got it.
Jackdaw sheathes his blade, getting ready to deliver a powerful slash when the time comes. It's now Pax's turn, and she's bloodthirsty. She surrounds herself in a cloak of ominous purple fire and casts Flame Assault, dashing diagonally upwards to the left, quickly approaching the Vigil Warrior. Black strings begin to form around her arms, similar to the ones that the Prophet used to bind you with.
Drown Judgment!
She rolled a 13, so you got lucky. Black strings appear from every direction, attempting to pierce through your defenses. You narrowly duck and weave the shadowy tendrils, barely avoiding them with your katana still sheathed. The turn order's back to Gervasius.
All right, now I notice something important. Calzin's being carried by his summon, so we should probably be targeting the Umbersucker or whatever he calls it. I'll be using my final mantra slot to cast Ice Spike on the Umbersucker.
Actually, that will hit both of them because the Ice Spike is around 15 feet tall and will hit anything in that range, which is great since they're both on the same square. You'll only have to make 1 attack roll.
Oh, well, that's convenient. Well, a 10's not doing me any favors.
Indeed. Calzin notices the large glacial spike growing from the floor, and he orders his Umbrasucker to make a quick maneuver, avoiding the attack in the nick of time.
It's a crying shame, that is. I'll run forwards and end my turn.
It's now Malachia's turn. Metal dust gathers at the palm of her hand, and she casts yet another metal rampart to stall the enemies. She rolled a 6 on her constitution check, which fails the mantra. In her stress, she forms a shoddy half-wall of weak rock, which isn't nearly tall or strong enough to stop your pursuers. Pax vaults over the wall with ease, while Calzin simply flies over it.
Damn it all. I've only got one grenade left, so here goes nothing.
With a 21 on her throw, she aims the grenade at Calzin and his Umbrasucker, throwing it in a perfect arc. However, Pax uses her class path reaction, Interceptor, and catches the grenade before it hits its target.
Shit. Oh, how considerate of you, Pax.
Psh, don't kid yourself. Trust me, there'd be nothing funnier than seeing your frail ass explode to bits and pieces.
Pax couples this with her other talent, Reversion, and lobs the grenade back to Malachia.
Ha! Return to sender.
Pax crushes the athletics check with a resounding 26, and the projectile explodes right in front of the rifle-bearing woman, dealing 22 fire damage, sending her flying 5 feet to the west and inflicting the burn status effect. A successful con check saves her from being knocked prone.
Whew, thank the drowned gods you're on my side.
Agreed. I wouldn't want to fight me either. All right, how about this? You knock out the Mothman freak, and I'll deal with the Snake Ninja. That sound good?
Good enough for me.
It's now Calzin's turn. He approaches with haste, pursuing the weakened Gervasius. But as he moves to the west, Jackdaw's Gale Trap activates, sending out a rending shockwave which kills Calzin's momentum, silences, and deals 6 wind damage to both him and his Shadow Summon. He grits his teeth and conjures his signature Shadow Whip and lashes out at Jackdaw in anger. 22 to hit. Calzin cracks his whip, which you now notice is quite similar to the type of tendrils Pax and the Prophet use. He lashes wildly at the Vigil's back, dealing 13 shadow damage, inflicting drain on Jackdaw.
Well, I've been biding my time, and I think it's time I unleash my power. First, I'm going to move 1 square up to the left, right between Gary and Calzin. I'll start off strong by using my weapon Symphony, Flash Strike, to cut Calzin down. Awesome sauce. A 24 to hit and 22 slashing damage, which I'll immediately follow up with a Master's Flourish.
Damn, let that snake man cook.
A 16 to hit and 10 slashing damage.
Wow, that's one hell of a turn. The samurai recuperates after taking Calzin's lash and quickly steps between Gervasius to block the Shadowcaster's flight. Jackdaw unsheathes his blade at the blink of an eye as the Adjudicator flies right into the Vigil's range. He carves a huge slash of light into Calzin, and the sinister sorcerer fails to dodge the attack. Without any time for his adversary to breathe, Jackdaw continues on the offensive, slashing several more times, and ending on a monstrous cleave which makes Calzin lose grip of his summon, and he tumbles painfully onto the floor, taking 3 points of bludgeoning damage.
Damn it all!
The Shadowsucker halts its movements and retreats, flying over to its master, who's now too far away from the battle.
Aye. Good hit, Snake Man.
Seriously? Wow. No wonder you got your ass beat back at Erisia.
My leg!
Fine then, guess I'm doing the dirty work today.
It's now Pax's turn. She runs up diagonally to the left and forms a swirling ball of purple flames in her offhand. The flames spark, duplicating into an array of 6 vicious fireballs, which now swirl around the contractor's dark steel gauntlet.
Try this on for size. Shadow Flare Volley!
She thrusts her left hand forwards, commanding her infernal barrage to strike the both of you in a straight line.
Yep, I'd be a real silly idiot if I were to take this head on. I'm using my Gale Leap talent as a reaction to jump over that attack.
A very wise choice. Roll a contested acrobatics check.
I got a 9, dang, that's not good.
Pax rolled a 5, so you're in the clear. Now then, for the other rolls.
To any god listening out there, please give me some of that RNG that I need to survive this.
2 out of the 6 fireballs make contact. The hellish projectiles fly swiftly, as if they were shot out of a Gatling gun. Gervasius leaps and rolls, avoiding a few, but is still hit with a few of the speeding Shadow Flame bullets, taking 14 fire damage in total. Luckily, you've invested some points into burn resistance, so you just barely stave off the burn infliction.
Oh yikes, if I didn't jump out of the way, I'd be toast.
Still alive, freak? I'm slightly impressed, but your luck's running out as we speak.
For my turn, I'll run diagonally down to the left and chug a minor healing potion for my bonus action. That'll be all. I don't have any other options, really. That's an 8, which should heal me back to 10 hit points again. Neat.
Then it's Malachia's turn. She tries once again to cast a metal rampart to slow your hunters down, attempting to create one between Jackdaw and Pax.
Please work this time. I don't think we can survive another round with Pax.
Her constitution check succeeds, and a 15 feet wide rugged wall of stone and ore forms from the north, blocking Pax from running straight ahead as she runs headfirst into the wall, crashing. Because of the logic of this fight, her turn is skipped, as you're all in a full sprint, which leaves her behind and out of the fight. Also, Malachia takes 2 points of fire damage from the burn status effect. You finally come close to the spiral staircase, presenting itself as your only way out of certain doom, but as you come closer, the situation turns dire. 3 men show themselves walking down from the stairs, but they're clearly not working for the ministry. 2 of the assailants wear iron armor with blue cloth, which you recognize instantly as apprentice divers. They walk wearily with shaking boots, holding their weapons close to themselves. The last man walks with swagger and attitude, wearing black plate armor with a trench coat on top. Remembering your stories from Malachia, this must be one of the infamous black divers. He appears to be an Atrean, just like Jackdaw. His hair's light blue, combed backwards, and his eyes are a piercing yellow. Along with this, he sports a small jet black chime at his hip, a resonance of sorts. He appears to be chattering to his underlings, who are reconsidering delving deeper.
Well, we're going too far, leader. We need to go back up before it gets dangerous. We still haven't started on our mission. If what you're saying's true and the ministry could be here, we'd be toast.
Heh! The mission's not our concern. It'll be someone else's job. A hidden ministry base like this could be the chance of a lifetime. I'm here for the treasure, and you fools are following me whether you like it or not.
Leader, we already checked the storage room and it was completely ransacked. What if there's people here already? I'm not staying for one more second. Not one more.
This cowardly cowardice is completely unacceptable behavior. I am your gracious and most humble superior, and you will follow my orders. Now, where are they hiding the loot?
Ah, shit. We're gonna die here, aren't we?
Man, we should have never walked into that dang cave.
Just then, the 3 men spot your group, dashing towards them. The black diver immediately glares at your comrade, Malachia, who's in a rival faction. He jumps down the final portion of the staircase, landing perfectly, as his unwilling allies scutter down carefully, with fear in their eyes.
Ha! Ho! I never thought I'd see ignition filth in the Shadowcaster's own lair. Tell me, O wretched lady of the night, what is your name, so that I may spit on your grave?
Malachia wastes no time with the banter, still running at full speed towards the staircase.
Move! Now!
But the diver leader holds his ground, forcing you all to stop running as he blocks the way to the staircase. Far behind you, you hear the flapping of wings. Calzin and his Umbra Sucker are on their way from the corridor, and he's approaching rapidly.
Oh, come on, please move out of the way.
But the leader ignores your pleas and simply drones on, making dramatic poses as he speaks.
Aha! I see it all now. The Ignition Union has been scheming with the Ministry all along. I expected nothing less. Those 2 warriors at your side must be your minions, who you have corrupted with your dark powers. A fate most tragic for noble warriors, indeed. Rotten cur, sworn enemy, scum, like you have no place in this world. I, the great Winter Karishi, the noblest black diver of them all, will have no choice but to vanquish you. Valiant men, we must take up arms at once. For Lumen's salvation!
I want to speak up. I want to yell at them, hey, the treasure's at the end of the corridor, but it's too spooky for us cowards. Only a manly, badass hero could make their way over there. I tell you what.
Roll for persuasion with advantage, because you're feeding into his ego.
Easy peasy. That's another natural 20.
Wow. You're on a risk spree today.
Damn. That's one way to avoid a fight. The leader's eyes light up and he happily moves out of the way, frolicking deeper into the dungeon.
Thank you for the directions, kind corrupted minion, sir. Onwards, men!
But what about the Ignition Soldier? And the others?
Remember, it'll always be someone else's problem. Until we meet again!
His allies stare in disbelief but begrudgingly follow, as they have no other choice. Malakia turns to look at Gervasius with a dumbfounded expression. She wastes no time on a comment, and instead gestures for you all to quickly run up the stairs.
Yep, I'll be bolting up these stairs. We've been surviving on nothing but charisma rolls and random bullshit for way too long now.
Agreed. I'm following right behind you. Nice job on those rolls, by the way.
Malakia waits for the both of you to start ascending the staircase and runs behind you. Just then, Calzin makes his presence clear, his umbersucker screeching loudly. However, he quickly stops as he detects the black diver and the two apprentices in the hallway.
Damn it all. The divers have found our hideout.
Wow, I wonder whose fault this is.
Pax, this is serious. Get over here. At once. A black diver's a critical threat. I wouldn't be able to take him on if he engaged me. I'll need you to handle him and his apprentices. I'll chase after the two runts.
Crap. Can we run faster?
Yes, all of you are running up the spiral staircase at full speed, as Calzin quickly flies over the divers in front of him. The two apprentices seem to be alarmed, yet their leader pays the adjudicator no mind. Calzin extends his arm and points with two fingers, charging up a powerful shadow gun, aiming at the steps of the spiral staircase.
Shadow gun!
I'll need you all to roll an acrobatics check.
I got a 19.
A 23 for me.
Malakia rolled a 14. As you all reach the midway of the staircase, Calzin unleashes a devastating bolt of dark energy at you all. His bolt blasts the supporting pillar from the bottom and going up. It begins to crumble from below as the steps are beginning to get ripped apart. Billows of dust begin to kick up from the collapse. Jackdaw evades the mayhem and uses his serpentine agility to keep running up the staircase, and Gervasius keeps up right behind him. But Malakia, who is running behind you all to ensure your safety, loses her footing.
Damn it. I'll quickly reach out my hand so she can grab it.
I thought you didn't care about saving people.
I make exceptions for allies.
Malakia takes note of your support and grabs onto it in the nick of time. Now roll athletics for me real quick.
A 13, come on, please let this work.
You barely manage to hold onto her hand, giving just enough support to catch up. She gives you a nod and an honest smile, appreciating your camaraderie.
I knew you had a heart, Gary.
I'm not going to respond to that. I'll just keep running to reach the top.
The dust around the staircase clears, and only the top half remains, still firmly attached to the top floor. You take the final steps, and you arrive at the final corridor. Just a quick turn to the left, and then forwards, and you'll be out of this hell. Calzin flies up the final portion of the staircase with his summon, determined to kill you till the very end. You only need to survive one turn before you've all escaped. The turn order begins from where it ended, which means Calzin will go first.
You mongrels are not leaving this place alive.
Calzin's entire arm begins to swirl with dark energies as he drives his palm forwards with force, aiming at Gervasius and Jackdaw. He cackles, knowing that there aren't any tricks left for you to pull.
You've had your chance, but it ends now. Maximize Shadow Cast. Blast Spark Shadow Gun!
It's a 19 and a 17, so it hits without question.
Ah, crap baskets. This is where it ends, isn't it?
It's been a decent run, I guess.
I'm not going to let you hurt my comrades any longer!
Malakia uses her oath talent, Comrade's Bulwark. Without any hesitation, she jumps in front of Calzin, taking the brunt of the blast to protect you. A brief expression of panic springs onto the adjudicator's face as his ultimate blast hits the wrong target entirely. A vicious barrage of shotgun-like bolts all dig into her, piercing right through her armor and into her body. She howls from the harrowing agony as the shadows begin to rot her flesh. Malakia is launched back 5 feet from the intense blast, takes 26 points of shadow damage, and is drained of 1 mantra slot.
Holy moly, what a save.
She's hurled onto the floor, rolling as she coughs up a pint of blood. But without fail, she immediately brings herself back to her feet and keeps running, holding an arm to the flesh wound which she calls a stomach. She turns around to taunt Calzin for the hell of it.
You're a weakling. I barely feel a thing.
How in the... You indomitable harlot.
Jackdaw, hit him with your strongest move.
I'll do you one better. I cast Windblade on the Shadow Batman summon. Oh my gosh, that's a nat 20 to hit.
Nice work.
Awesome. You've all honestly gotten very lucky this encounter.
Thanks, boys. Now let's check the damage. I got a 17 on damage.
And that's enough to kill it? How do you want to do it?
Oh, I've been waiting for this all day. I used the power of my Gale breathing to engulf my katana in a wreath of storms. I close my eyes, predicting his movements in my mind. As I open them, it all becomes clear to me. I slash my blade vertically, sending out a slicing shockwave which completely cleaves the shadow creature in two, right down the middle. It screams out one last time, as the relentless gale of my technique reduces its corporeal form to a mere dark haze.
Incredible. Because his Umbra Sucker has been unsummoned, Calzin falls onto the floor with his back, taking 1 point of bludgeoning damage. He screams out in fury, but also in fear.
No! Don't you dare escape!
Get wrecked, bitch boy. I choose to hold my turn in case he tries anything funny.
And so will Malakia. You finally reach the end of the tunnel, running up a final small staircase as the faint light of the depths finally reaches your faces. You're all once again reminded of the constant stench of algae and salt from the outside. Malakia turns around, tired yet determined, and uses all of her strength to cast a final metal rampart, which closes the cliff face which once had an illusory wall, with a solid barricade of iron ore and scoriae. As the barriers close in, you swear you can hear Calzin shout and scream from the other side. With no ether left to break down the wall, the chase is now over.
Oh, thank goodness, that was so close. I can't believe we all managed to survive.
We have Malakia to thank for this. We wouldn't be alive without her.
Glad I could be of help, but I need some time to rest. This wound stings.
Yeah, she's right. We have to find someplace safe to rest.
We ain't got much time either. We'll have to travel as far away as possible.
Let's head for the Lost Shelter. There's probably some abandoned house we could hide in to rest up and recover.
Malakia groans slightly, gazing up at the massive ivory white walls just a stone toss away from you.
I don't think I can follow. I need to head to the chariot's spire at once.
But you're injured. You shouldn't leave like this. They'll still be searching for us.
I'm with Jackdaw on this one. You should at least rest before leaving.
A tired smile grows on the ignition soldier's face.
Listen, I know I'll make it back alive. I can promise you that. But in the end, this is your fight to escape, not mine. Because once they're done with the Black Diver, they'll be out for you, but not for me. I know you can make it without me, because you are braver than most. Gervasius and Snakeman, before I depart, I want you to have this.
From the inside of her jacket, she brings out a folded metal frame, flattened, with a thin cloth draped over it. A faint light shines from the inside, barely visible. She holds it out with her arms stretched, allowing you to take it from her.
I'll grab it and inspect it. Thank you, but what is this thing exactly?
It's a worm warder lantern. If you fold it out and smash it together, it will produce a heat wave and a brilliant flash. It wasn't really constructed for this, but maybe the best way to ward off the shadow is with the powerful light, da?
Well, it's certainly not an incorrect observation. We gladly accept your gift.
Thank you for all the help, Malakia. You've been a lifesaver through and through.
Farewell to the both of you. I hope we don't have to meet again, for the sanctity of our own lives. Proshchanya.
Malakia begins marching off into the distant depths to never be seen again. She looks over her shoulder to look at you one last time. Her hair flows with the currents of the waters in this strange place. This place is terrifying, but her smile reminds you that everything might just work out in the end.
Wow. We really couldn't have done it without her.
I knew you had a soft spot for blondes.
What? No, shut up. Let's get moving already.
Haha. All right, Gary.
Although injured, the two of you walk towards the gate of the towering sunken city, Lost Seltor. But as you walk, you both begin to feel intense shivers, and an acute sense of dread begins to wash over you. You quickly shake it off, however. The gate in front of you is wide open, and a guard in a bucket helm stands watch, keeping themselves standing upright with a trident spear. They appear to be non-hostile, barely even registering your presence.
Should we talk to the guard?
I'd like to make an investigation check instead. I want to know what this guard really is.
All right, give me a roll.
I got a 12.
It appears to be a regular Seltorian guard, one that's been obliged to their duty for too long. Once a proud protector, now robbed of their mind, endlessly fulfilling their mission. From the inside of their bulky armor, you can hear shallow breathing, along with low, gurgling growls.
Wait, gurgling growls? I remember a creature like that. Isn't this a mud skipper?
Could very well be. Let's just be thankful they're not engaging us.
I want to speak to the guard. Hey, Mr. Guard, sir. Do you know a safe place to rest?
Are you serious, Jackdaw?
Well, if they're not hostile, it won't hurt to ask, right?
The Revenant Guard doesn't seem to recognize your speech at first, but after a few seconds, their head begins to turn with robotic movements. They speak with a low, harsh tone, one that hasn't spoken in years. Their speech, although slow and raspy, is fairly concise.
Varacosa. District small. House. Basement. Avoids. Monsters.
Oh, where do we find the Varacosa district?
Go right. Through. Gate. Marble. High. Rise.
Thank you, Mr. Guard.
Wait, since this guard can actually talk, I'd like to ask them something quick, too. Hey, do you know how to reach the Tower of Interstis from here?
The guard pauses and seems to think for a moment. After that, they turn and point to an elevated closed gate at the top of a staircase.
Right there. Must ring 2 bells to enter.
2 bells? Do you mean like tower bells?
Yes, sorry. Can't speak. More. Lungs. Might. Collapse.
Well, that's all we needed to hear. Come on, Gary, let's get some rest. Also, thank you, Mr. Guard, and have a good day. Or night. I can't really tell.
A strange hum is heard from the sunken guard. He then turns around to his original position, forever keeping watch.
All right, Jackdaw. I'll come with you. Make sure to keep an eye out for any enemies here. We'll have to run if anything engages us. I need to save the last 2 potions for the trial ahead.
Sounds smart. I'll take the lead.
And so the 2 of you wander through the desolated city of Lost Seltor, seeking shelter. The abandoned streets of old are littered with decrepit junk, rotting wagons and rubble from buildings, now decaying. Seagrass and withering corals grow out of the small cracks of the brick roads as the feeling of unease begins to swell further. You are not alone here, and that is for certain.
Jackdaw, you seeing anything?
No. Just a bunch of buildings.
Huh. All right.
Hey, do you think we could learn to harness our shadow cast somehow?
How? No one's taught us. I don't think we'll ever learn unless we join those freaks at the Ministry, especially not if we need to do what Calzin did.
What did he do? I know that Feliner girl was really scared of him.
Well, one day I was walking through the encampment and I began hearing strange cries from below. Apparently, he had taken some random kid prisoner, doing really strange and fucked up experiments on her, basically just torture. One day, he took her out of her cell and paraded her into the middle of the encampment, beating her senseless in front of everyone. It made me sick to my stomach, so much so that I opened the door to her cell and let her escape into the night. Shadowcasters enhance their capabilities by inflicting misery onto others, and that's not something I'd want at all. I may be a scheming bandit, but I'm not a monster like him.
Oh, that's horrible. There has to be a better way, right?
I don't know for certain, but you're welcome to try.
The 2 of you continue, following the pathways and walking through an opened gate, allowing passage through the enormous defensive walls of this city. In the distance of the district, you begin to see tall buildings on a large raised platform, towering above all else, made out of gorgeous white stone. Their splendor is still preserved to this very day, even after 1,500 years.
So this has got to be the high rise that Guard talked about.
What did they say now again? A small house with a basement?
Yeah, somewhere in the high rise, I think. How do we reach it, though?
On your left side, there is a large staircase curving to the right, wrought from the same type of stone as the other buildings in the high rise. Many steps have been shattered, but it's still usable. On the top of the staircase, you see a small house with a rounded brick roof.
Oh, neat. Looks like I found it over here. Follow me.
Good. The second we're done resting, we can finally prepare to escape.
The 2 of you begin walking up the staircase, feeling the steps rock slightly with each step you take. However, something unusual seems to approach the district.
Wait, what was that?
Jackdaw, you slowly turn around to find a massive, skinny, jet-black creature climbing on one of the rooftops behind you. Its face resembles that of a closed flower bud. The creature's joints pop and crackle with every movement as it stretches its delicate neck. The petals on its face open up, and a blinding spotlight begins to beam down from its face. It begins to scan the district, illuminating everything with its bright light. You instantly recognize this creature as a watcher, one that you've unfortunately had an encounter with before back at the Temple of Forgotten Flame in Erisia.
What the fuck even is that thing?
Hide, Gary. Don't let it spot you. They can summon angels to attack you.
Let's make a run for the house now.
You both begin to sprint up the staircase to the high-rise, silently praying that the horrific creature doesn't spot you. Its face now begins to scan the roads, and the spotlight now begins to move in your direction at worrying speeds. I'll need the both of you to make a stealth saving throw.
I got an 18.
A 14 for me. I got skimped on the roll.
As the two of you sprint up the staircase, the spotlight begins to trail behind you. Jackdaw manages to escape into the shadows of the high-rise, avoiding the Watcher's gaze, if barely. Gervasius follows suit, but the Watcher's beam manages to just barely detect his shoe before making his escape. An ominous, muffled scream is heard from the abyssal creature. The petals peel back completely, and a lesser angel, carrying a black spear and cloaked in a heavenly brilliance, emerges from its face, flying towards you with wings of light. You've come to the top of the staircase, but judging by its speed, the angel will engage you before you reach safety.
Dang, that's not good. They're super strong.
Damn it. Jackdaw, do you have anything to stop it? I'm out of mantra slots right now.
Don't worry, I got you covered. I'll cast a gale trap right behind where Gervasius is.
A very smart choice. The lesser angel jets towards the two of you, lunging with its spear. However, Jackdaw's quick thinking got the better of it. As it flies, a sudden surge of wind from below launches the angel's flight out of order. As it tumbles around mid-air, allowing the two of you to enter the house, you rush to open the door, which swings open.
Get in, quick.
You don't gotta tell me twice.
Ugh, damn it all.
Please, don't kill me. I'll do anything. I'll join your side. We could become the strongest dynamic duo in all of history.
Hey, quick question. Have you ever been to the second layer before?
No.
Great, because you're about to go there. Dumbass.
Hey, Pax.
Sup, Calzone? Did you get him?
No. They sliced my Umbrasucker and sealed the wall to the outside.
Huh? You could have just broken it down with some mantras, like that Shadebringer thing you've got.
Already used all my ether on a maximize move, which didn't kill anyone.
Oh, wow. That is very pathetic. I feel slightly sorry for you.
Shut it. You wouldn't do any better.
Yes, I would. But unfortunately, I needed to clean your damn mess up. Guy was pretty strong too, actually. Heh. Funny thing is, his apprentices cheered me on. It was pretty sad that I had to kill them too. Go talk to Zaire. I think he'll want a word with you.
I'm dreading it.
Oh, back already, Adjudicator?
Yes, you see,
You failed to kill them because they killed your shadow puppet and sealed the wall?
Affirmative.
What an embarrassment. Now that they're on the loose, they could spread potentially plan-ending information. That is something we cannot afford right now. The second drowning is at its eminence.
Allow me to pursue them. I'll track them down through the city. That's where they claim to be going after all.
Listen, Calzon, I'm calling in an expert for this. I can only tolerate failure once. This is a task suited for Padparasha. You'll be doing reconnaissance. Nothing less, nothing more. You are dismissed. You shall await further orders.
Good evening, Prophet Zaire. Hast thou summoned me?
Indubitably. I have a few rogue shadowcasters for you to take care of in the city of the drowned.
And what are the risks?
Risk-free.
The tiny room smells musty, reeking of aged wares. Extinguished lanterns lie on the cabinet, along with a map and an empty burlap sack.
I'm snatching that map. We might need that for later. What else is in the room?
On the floor, you find a small hatch made out of rotting wood, barely covered by an old rug. Opening it will surely lead you to the basement.
Then let's hop in. The angel might still be on our tails.
Nope, you always got to check for traps. 17 on my perception.
There is no trap. It was a regular basement hatch.
See? Nothing to worry about.
Jackdaw opens the hatch and peeks into the hole. There is a ladder about 12 feet tall leading you to the bottom of what looks like an old storage room.
Well, fine. If there's not going to be any traps, then I won't be wasting any time. Let's just jump down and get it over with.
Wait, Gary. What if there's still water at the bottom?
Just get into the basement already? Brain-eating amoebas would be the least of my concern right now.
Okay, fine. I was just trying to be funny. I'll quickly climb down and close the hatch.
This room smells even more putrid than the room above it, but you're at least safe in here. It is almost pitch black. with just a few beams of light shining into the room from the rotting hatch above you. However, you begin to hear footsteps, presumably the angel. A low angelic choir is heard from it, which slowly fades away as it proceeds to get unsummoned.
Good, it didn't find us.
Phew. Nice to finally be safe. How about a quick break?
Well, yeah, that's what we came here for. I'll search for a corner to lean against so I can brood in peace.
Ha! Classic rogue. Welp, I'll sleep on the floor if I have to. Maybe I'll search some of the crates for something soft to use as a pillow, or maybe a blanket. What about you, Gary? Would you like a blankie too?
I'm good, thanks.
Jackdaw begins to rummage through the storage area, searching for cushioning. However, you begin to feel a strange sensation in your spine as an ice-cold hand suddenly touches your shoulder.
Yo, what's good, my squiggers?
Ah, geez! Can you stop appearing out of nowhere?
What do you mean? I was in this room before you even got here. You fellows sure did take your sweet time.
Wait, if you were already waiting, how did you know we were going to end up here?
Oh, I have my ways. So, what have you fellows been up to?
We could say the same to you. Where did you even go after the pteropod battle?
Ah, yes, I simply dealt with some errands. But I ended up dance battling a weeaboo until he lost faith in humanity instead.
What?
Welp, now it's your turn. What's been going on with you fellows as of late?
To make a very long story short, we met a union lady. She kicked the pteropod's ass. We ate and rested. Then we wandered. We found a hidden lair, explored it. Turns out it was full of bad guys. Go figure. We eavesdropped, and Jackdaw screws up.
Naturally.
We ran for the hills, had an epic chase scene, juked them, and escaped. The union girl left. We went to the city, asked a guard for directions, walked and talked, got spotted by a watcher thing, juked the angel too. We went inside of the safe house, and now we're here.
Oh my. Seems like you've been through quite the roller coaster of events.
What the heck's a roller coaster?
But who exactly were these bad guys that you talked about?
They're a part of the ministry. I heard them say something about the fourth prophet of the ministry in there. And, well, they all seem to be shadowcasters too, so that helps. The ones who captured us were a man with really long white hair, wearing a black blindfold, an armored Adredian lady with a metal eye patch, and a kid diddler with a large black cloak and a dumb hat.
Oh, so you did meet the ministry? How quaint. Or well, unquaint, I should say. What were they like?
The armored lady was pretty terrifying, and I'm pretty sure she was racist too.
A harrowing combination.
Yeah, man. She said some mean stuff about Chrysids.
The man with the long white hair and the black blindfold was their leader and acted as the fourth prophet. We're unsure of what his specific goals are, but if I were a gambling man, I'd say he's trying to drown the surface world.
Also, he sat on a weird throne made out of a bunch of corals.
Wait, come again?
Well, yeah, that's what it was. It was a black throne with bronze decorations, and a bunch of dead graying corals were growing on it.
Squibbo's eyes narrow in anger, clenching his fists.
So that's who took my favorite lawn chair, that prick!
The Squidman closes his eyes and performs a breathing exercise, calming himself down from his ungodly rage.
Phew. Calm down, Squib Hoss. Remember, you're not allowed to intervene with the ministry. Oh, right. There was a third person, too.
Oh, right, the kid diddler.
All right, that's it. What in the depths is a kid diddler, and why do you keep mentioning it?
Well, it's someone who children.
What the fuck? That's vile. Absolutely horrid. Gods below, what horrid miscreant would willingly prey on children?
Yeah, man, he's done some pretty nasty things. His name's Calcium, right?
Close enough.
Yuck. That's just horrendous. I may be a creature of the depths, but I at least keep a shred of virtue. Have this, just in case you come across that bastard of a man ever again.
Squibhoss raises his arm and flicks 2 fingers upwards, enveloping the both of you in an effulgent black and pink shroud, briefly swirling around you before integrating into your bodies.
That there is a Krulian blessing. It'll help relieve you of some of that shadow damage. It'll last for about 12 hours for you mortals.
That's incredible. Thank you, Mr. Hoss.
Don't sweat it. By the way, did you happen to find anything inside of the ministry's lair? Or did you retreat empty-handed?
I mean, besides the information, we did find this weird red rock. I've got no clue what it does, but maybe you'd know. I'll search my inventory and pull out the red glowy stone and let Squibhoss appraise it.
Squibhoss leans forwards in a cartoonish manner, scratching his face tentacles as his eyes narrow, thoroughly inspecting every crevice of the stone.
Ahem. As an ancient demigod forged by the powers of a deep-woken and a drowned god, with a brain consisting of millions of books worth of knowledge, I can only deduce that this is a rock covered in ketchup. Either that, or it's an enchantment stone.
An enchantment stone? Do you know what it does?
I mean, yes, of course. They apply an enchantment to your current armament, adding some new quirks to it. Some enchantments are sweet and cool, and others will literally just kill you if you look at your weapon funny. These stones can be a bit hard to read sometimes. They come from a deeper layer of the depths I'm not exactly proficient in. So unless you want to suddenly suffer from testicular torsion from swinging your sword wrong, you might want someone better suited for analyzing it.
Do you know anyone we could contact for information?
As a matter of fact, I do. I think Wifey's got an answer to this, so let's hear her out.
He grabs a strange-looking conch shell from the belt on his loincloth, clicks a bunch of invisible buttons, and puts it to his ear.
Wait, how does that even work?
Squibbo extends a single finger, hushing you. A strange, ethereal noise emanates from the conch, and the Squid Man begins to speak.
Good evening, honey. Ah, yes. Are you free? Splendid. Yes, you see, I need your help with a little something. 2 mortals have found, or well, stolen, an enchantment stone, and they brought it to me. However, I can't seem to identify it for the life of me. Your assistance would be very appreciated. Thanks a ton. Love you. Mwah.
So, when's she coming?
Oh, you'll know.
And suddenly, it feels like reality itself is being ripped apart. The walls of the humble cellar are shredded in a cosmic inferno. Your minds go blank, and your brains begin to pulse intensely, making you both feel nauseous. An immeasurable weight is put on your back, forcing you both to kneel in the presence of this divine being. As you look up, you see a halo of light dance above a single woman with the lower body of an endless serpent. She is clad in a peerless white dress, adorned with gold and bronze, and with flowing white hair going all the way down to her ankles. She gazes down upon you all with exaltation, as a placid smile forms on her barely visible face. An echoing voice of sequestration resonates within you.
Be not afraid, little ones. Your trivial inquiries are simple regard, for I am blessed with this.
Honey, you really needn't act. These are acquaintances of mine.
The divine routine disappears on the spot, and the weight on your backs are lifted, allowing you to stand once more. Her demeanor shifts from that of a goddess to that of a casual lady.
Oh, goody. Hello, little mortals. You are friends of my dearest husband, yes? How wonderful. Great to know he's still finding companionship to this day.
Oh, wow. Before you answer, I'd like to ask, what are you, who are you?
What a wonderful little question. My true name is Lyric Kizarin Kishki. I am one of the 4 unhallowed voices of resurrection. We judge every soul who has died, and judge if they are to be resurrected within the depths, or to disappear for all eternity. We also run the trial in the Tower of Interstis, to decide who gets to return to the little cage you call the overworld.
Also respectfully, I think you're pretty.
Aw, art thou not a little cutie patootie?
She gently pats you on the head with her tail.
Oh, I almost forgot. You were the ones with the stone. May I have your enchantment stone, please?
Of course, I'll lift it up so she can grab it.
In the blink of an eye, your stone is swept away, and now in the curious hands of the serpentine woman. After a few seconds of analyzing it, the stone returns to your hand as she smirks knowingly.
So, do you know what it is?
Of course, but telling you outright would be way too easy for you. I need a bit of a challenge.
Oh, man. Don't tell me we gotta play a bunch of weird games for it.
I've taught her well in the art of trolling mortals. Of course you're going to be doing weird stuff.
Precisely.
What about a dance-off?
Ah, I'd love to. But alas, I lack legs. Oh, I know. To get your answer, you two must answer my riddles 3. your first question, how many layers of the depths exist in total? Number 1, 7. Number 2, -3. Number 3, 9. Number 4, they aren't real, you schizo.
What do we pick, Gary?
Well, number 2 and 4 are definitely troll questions, and that leaves only the first and the third question left.
Wait, what if the depths aren't real? Maybe she knows something we don't.
Jackdaw.
Yay? Ouch! What was that for?
Seems pretty real to me. Now lock the hell in and pick a reasonable answer.
Ow, all right, fine. Well, 7 is the best and luckiest number, so it's probably the first answer.
Well, the depths aren't exactly the luckiest of places, no offense.
None taken.
So if we're going off superstitions, I'd lock in number 3. Is that okay with you?
Seems reasonable enough, yeah.
Correct. Very well done, my lovelies. There are, in fact, 9 layers in total, 1 for each drowned god. No mortals have ever gone past the 4th layer. You're all unfortunately too weak for that.
Who's your favorite drowned god?
Yonshul, of course. I mean, they are my employer, after all. Any other would be a tad bit sacrilegious.
Of course. We only represent Yunshul in this household.
Damn right. On to the next question. What tunes doth pleaseth the ears of a goddess? Number 1, jazz. Number 2, pop. Number 3, opera. Or number 4, melodic death metal.
What does she even mean?
I'm pretty sure she just wants us to guess her favorite music genre.
Well, that's kind of hard. We barely know her. Also, what would constitute as pop in this universe? Would it be like overplayed tavern songs or?
No clue, but I think I might have the answer.
What is it?
She's a white woman. She probably listens to Harry Styles. Therefore, the only legitimate answer is number 2.
Well, that's a pretty shallow assumption, Gary. Who says she can't listen to jazz or opera or, death metal?
Well, listen, it's just the most popular genre, hence the name. It's by far the safest choice. Also, she could be referring to the golden age of pop, like MJ.
True, but is that really what a goddess specifically would listen to?
Okay, but would a goddess listen to death metal?
I don't know, maybe?
Jackdaw, that's stupid. Just lock in number 2.
No, I don't buy it. I'm gonna lock in number 4 out of rebellion.
Welp, it's your funeral. I'm locking in number 2. Just don't cry when I'm right.
Victory was never in doubt.
What the shit? I thought that one was just a troll.
Gervasius, I'm quite disappointed in you.
Chrysid,
Dost thou take me for a common wench? I am appalled. Nay, mine ears only indulge in the serendipitous growls of soil work.
What?
Soil work truly is goated.
On the other hand, great job, little snaky boy. You get to pass on to the final and most difficult question. Question 3. What is the airspeed velocity of an unladen brainsucker?
Come on, please get this right, Jackdaw.
Shut it. He hasn't phoned a friend yet.
My mistake, OG.
A normal or a shadow summon one?
What? Oh, I didn't account for that.
Does that mean I win?
Yes. Congratulations. Very well done, little snake. As for your prize, you will receive your requested knowledge. This is indeed an enchantment stone, but it contains a specific curse inside of it, only known as the Curse of the Bloodthirsty. Your armament will now forever seek the supple blood of your enemies, applying blood loss to each hit. However, missing attacks causes it to drain your own blood instead because it has the munchies. Applying this stone to your weapon will soul bind it to you, as well as applying the curse into your armament for eternity. After that, the stone shatters, evanescing for all eternity.
A curse? That sounds pretty spooky. Might not want to indulge in that just yet.
A quite clever choice for someone of your caliber. As opposed to enchantments, who are often completely positive, curses have both a positive and a negative effect. If you want a good example of an enchantment, look no further than to your bandit friend.
Huh? You've got an enchanted weapon.
Oh, my ice sabers? Huh. I never thought about that until now.
Indeed. Those blades you call sabers, which to be honest are just glorified trench knives, have been applied with the chilling enchantment, converting your physical weapon damage into pure frost. Quite the bonus, in my opinion. Not all enchanted weapons require these stones. Some are simply forged or found this way. How? Well, that's for another time.
How interesting. This has been a great learning experience for all of us, including yours truly. Well then, thank you for all of your assistance, honey. You've been marvelous.
Oh, but of course. And thank you too, my lovelies, for participating in my lark. I'll be sure to see you soon enough.
You both find yourselves standing completely upright, sweating, still in the same basement as before. Nothing has changed at all. The room is as usual, and the fetid light still peeks through the wooden hatch on the ceiling.
Wait, was any of that real?
That guy's a blasted cognito hazard, I tell you what. I'll go back to the corner I stood in before. Ugh. Let's just rest. I've had enough.
Yup, you're right, Gary. Oh, that's right. I was going to search for blankets. Let's see if I actually find anything this time.
A quick investigation check on that.
Oh, nice. A 14.
On your first try, you find a couple of old sacks filled with straw that could function as pillows.
Oh, hey, looky here, Gary.
What is it? If it's a blanket, then I'm not interested.
No, but I think you'll like this way more. I'll toss him one of the pillows I found.
Fine. I'll catch it and put it behind my head so I can rest.
I'll just lay the pillow on the floor and get comfy. All righty, let's have a nice long rest. Good night, Gary.
You too, Jackdaw.
You've awoken from your slumber inside of the cellar, and your bodies ache from the hard floors and walls. Despite this, you both seem to be physically fine, and your hit points and mantra slots have been restored. A few beams of light shine through the hatch, anticipating your return to the city.
Good morning, or whatever time of day it is, it's pretty hard to tell. Did you have a nice rest, Gary?
As well as a man can when sleeping in a shithole like this, but I guess it beats dying in the streets. Enough dilly-dallying. Let's get going.
Yep, let's go. So we need to head to the main gate district, right? Or at least the district we found that guard in.
Yeah, that's where those bell towers are, if they are to be trusted.
I'm sure the guard's telling the truth. Or, well, their brain might be a bit rotted now that I think of it.
Whatever the case might be, it's probably the most logical choice. You'll keep a lookout for anything unusual, and I'll protect the rear.
And so, you continue to wander back to the first district, trudging through the littered streets of old, avoiding the wayward debris in the way of your walk.
So, what are you going to do after we escape the depths?
If we escape the depths, you mean?
Oh, come on, be a little optimistic. I'll start if you don't want to.
Well, fine. I'll start. I'm most likely gonna head right back to Erisia. My bandits are probably in disarray without their leader. Either that, or I'll visit my mother again. It's been a little while.
What's your mom like? I mean, you've told me a little already, but I'd like to know more.
Oh, well, she's pretty rough around the edges, but she shows a lot of love. I just hope she's not disappointed in me screwing up the operation. Some of those bandits were hers, after all.
I'm sure she'll forgive you. You really can't do anything about someone like Calzin.
You don't get it. I'm not doing all this for her sympathy or attention. I'm doing this to make her truly proud of me. She's given me everything she's got, and I want to truly prove my skills to her.
That's great to hear, man. Just don't do a bunch of evil stuff.
No promises. All right, then it's your turn. What you got?
Well, I'll probably need to head to Erisia again, same as you. I'll need to get right back on my case and find that Vigil scout.
You sure they ain't dead at this point? The Garden Reservoir's no joke, trust me. I've been there.
What? No, surely they're still alive. The Vigil's got real good survival instincts, or at least I think so.
Well, I'm sure the Vigils will forgive you. Can't do anything about someone like Calzin, ain't that right? Or maybe they'll chop your head off, who knows?
Hey, don't joke about stuff like that. That's scary. I don't want to go to the depths again.
Come on, Jackdaw. You know I'm joking, right?
Gosh, I hope so.
As you're walking, you walk through the massive gate, leading you to the first district once more. The skyline of the district is cluttered with pillars and tall houses alike, casting grand shadows on the cobbled streets.
All right, nice. We're back here again. Jackdaw, hit us with a good perception check to find those bell towers.
I'm right on it. A 14 on my roll. How's it looking?
With a quick glance, you easily find the two bell towers. One is to the southwest of the district, the other is to the northeast. I have marked them on the map Gervasius took from the house just a moment ago.
Well, I just had a thought. Do we need to ring the bells at the same time, or to just ring both of them in a reasonable time frame?
That's a good point. I don't really know. I mean, for safety's sake, we'd have to ring both simultaneously, otherwise we'd just waste a bunch of time.
Well, if that's the case, then we'll need to split up. I'll take the one on the southwest, you'll take the one on the northeast. And let's make this quick, too. Who knows what's hiding here? After we're done, we should meet at the elevated gate that the guard pointed out earlier.
I don't know. Splitting the party's already a bad idea.
Well, you suggested us to ring the bells simultaneously, right?
I mean, kinda, yeah.
Then let's get down to business already. Those bells aren't going to ring themselves.
Well, here goes nothing.
So what are you supposed to be?
Heh wow. I expected a bit more grace from an adjudicator. I am Agent Harbinger Pad Parasha, Asha for short. Makes sense you haven't heard of me. I'm only called when things have gone dicey. Isn't that right, Calzine?
Well now, aren't you a condescending one? Are you trying to insinuate something with that statement?
Art they no more brain than stone?
Speak in common, slug.
Wow. And here I thought Pax was the only racist one. Fine. What I'm trying to say is that you fucked up royally, and now I have to clean up your sloppy mistakes. Words of your failures spread far and wide, and rest assured, we think you're a bit of a clown. So do your part and provide proper recon, and I'll give a good word to the prophet, and then maybe he'll forgive and forget. You hear me?
Fine. Just for your information, they're a lot more unpredictable than you'd think. I hardly believe you'd fare better in my shoes.
What a wonderful coping mechanism. Keep it to yourself, buddy.
Change of subject. Haven't seen a Ganymede outside of the Aratel hive before. Why are you on our side, really?
What a strange question. Well, I'm here to gain strength, just like everyone else.
No one's here just for power. You're with the Great Hive, aren't you? Don't try to beguile me.
Oh, so you are a bit perceptive after all. I did this for the Nightblood. Nothing less, nothing more. Anything for the prosperity for my kin in Aratel, and most importantly, for those disgusting Central Authority fiends to die horrible deaths. Now, let's keep this a secret. Because if you tell the prophet, he'll never find me again. After that, you'd best keep one eye open whenever you sleep. And that's not something you'd want, is it?
Well now, aren't you a little hellion? Fine, my mouth is sealed, but only if you keep your end of the deal so that I may regain my reputation.
A fair bargain. You have my word, adjudicator. Oh, I should ask you the same thing. Calzin, why do you fight for the ministry?
Oh, now we're getting into interesting territory, Asha. Well, I was originally from Atreia, born in the upper echelons of society. In my teens, I discovered my gift of shadow casting, born as a true-blooded one, unlike many others.
All right, I see what you're getting at, but go on.
Well, I found out how to increase my power, and it was through the harm of others. The mental distress and raw emotions of my victims enhance me. As a foolish teen, still distracted by the concept of morality, I started off by hunting thugs and delinquents, those who were but foul scars on society itself, and bring them a righteous yet painful end. But their suffering could only bring me so far. I needed more supple flesh.
And I'm guessing this is when you threw your moral compass out the window.
And so I discovered the true source of strength, the innocent. I began hunting at dusk, when the light had perished, searching for prey. Those who were unfettered of worry and strife had so much further to fall. Men, women, and the most tempting of them all, the young.
That's horrible. How fitting. But how could you be both a noble and a shadowcaster? It really sounds like a combination doomed to fail. Who are your parents?
My mother was a royal concubine, and as such, she had, well, copulated with a fair amount of nobility, and that's how I was born. She did not care much for me or my many other siblings.
You're telling me the nobles were shadowcasters? Atreia's ought to be a corrupt shithole if they can't even keep a handle on their royals.
Not quite. The Empire of Etrea isn't just corrupt, it's rotten to the very core. After the disappearance of Emperor Ryuboshi IV, the ministry had begun seizing the regime, slowly replacing the nobility and taking control of the councils. That's how I found out about my heritage. After a while of hunting, I was finally apprehended, but instead of being imprisoned, I was granted an invitation to the ministry. There, I could finally have a proper outlet for my powers. And now, I am the man I am today.
That's quite the backstory. What an interesting fellow you are. Well then, it's time we kick this off. Fly and scan the districts for them. I'll be hiding in the shadows. If you spot anyone, just channel some of your ether to me so I can detect your position. After that, I'll end it in a single strike. Do you follow? Ah, what a pathetic little sentry. Keep quiet, you pathetic cask!
Actually, wouldn't the guards notice me flying around?
The Seltorian guards? Ha ha ha! Oh, you think they'll do anything at all? They're moronic, half-witted automatons. I'd barely classify them as sentient. You're free to fly. Just be discreet, so our rogue shadowcasters don't detect you. Or the lanky watchers, for that matter. Have I been clear?
Crystal clear. Umbra sucker!
Oh, and another thing, keep that thing quiet. Wouldn't want to blow our cover, would you?
Affirmative. Don't lounge around now. I'm counting on your plan.
Oh, don't worry. They'll never know what hit him.
Gervasius, you find yourself blitzing through the streets, quickly vaulting over the obstacles littering the walkways and making your way to the bell tower. You're now running on a staircase to an elevated section, taking you right to the belfry, which towers above you.
I'd like to run a bit stealthier, taking more precautions and doing everything I can to avoid attention. 14 on the stealth.
As you move up, you lower your posture, carefully checking your surroundings before heading all the way up. The building itself resembles a church of some kind, surrounded by a now long-dead garden, and the previously unblemished stained glass windows decorating the sanctuary are shattered, barely recognizable. Strangely enough, some of the walls and floors are covered by massive bone-white barnacles. To your left, you hear an odd squirming sound and the heavy breathing of a beast. What you see before you is a sight for sore eyes. It's a megalodont, hunched over, ripping apart flesh chunks of a crocodilian beast who's still alive and struggling. The monster's face is completely caked with blood and innards, feasting like a savage on its hopeless prey. Eventually, the lesser beast gives in, and its body goes fully limp. The megalodont stands up on its hind legs and roars out in victory. Although, as it stretches its legs fully, it spots you hiding at the last steps of the staircase. However, it doesn't seem aggressive, just slightly bothered by your presence.
The bell's on top of the church, right? Maybe I could just quickly climb the walls to reach it.
As you approach the church, the megalodont draws closer, baring its many sets of teeth at you, still littered with chunks of flesh, and it produces a low growl.
I guess it doesn't like me being near it. Could I roll for nature to see if I know something about megalodont biology?
All right, go ahead.
I got a 12. Let's see if this works.
You remember some of your retellings back from your old bandit crew in Erisia. Megalodonts are highly territorial, but are usually docile outside of hunting or nesting, and are surprisingly intelligent. The barnacles littering the area are a type of nest they construct themselves.
Well, if it's got brains, then it can be bargained with. Let's have a looky here. Oh, right, I do have the pteropod leg in my inventory back from before. All right, buckaroo, let's have ourselves a fair deal. You'll let me climb up to the belfry, and you can have this here prime A5 pteropod leg, 10 out of 10 marbling score, the best thing money can buy. How's that sound?
Roll for animal handling. The first one of this campaign, actually.
A good old 16.
The creature obviously doesn't comprehend your speech, but it does realize the offer you're making. It methodically walks over to you on all fours, before it callously snatches the leg from you with its mighty claws. It inspects the leg, trying to find any meat on it. However, something else clicks within the megalodont's curious brain, and it begins using the sharp claw of the pteropod leg to pick and clean their teeth, which it appears to find much joy in. The creature stops making eye contact with you, allowing you to enter its nest unbothered.
Perfect. I'll climb up to the bell using the church walls. 22 on my acrobatics roll.
A simple endeavor. You quickly parkour up the sheer wall and step onto the shingled roof, carefully making your way to the bell, sitting elevated within its own separate tower. The large bell, although ancient, is still a peerless shining brass, reflecting light beautifully.
Great. I'll just sit here until Jackdaw gets to the same position. Can I see Jackdaw's bell tower from here?
You can, actually. It's the same kind of building, with the same beautiful type of bell. However, he's not at his position yet.
Well, that's to be expected. Mine was the closest one. I'd like to make a perception check to see if I could find him. 15.
You look around, carefully scanning the streets below, but you do not see your vigil friend. You do, however, see something much more sinister in the skyline.
Ah, son of a bitch. It's him.
Jackdaw, you find yourself skulking through the alleys of the city, keeping a low profile and pacing steadily to your bell tower.
Aw, man, I should have asked to take the closer one. Gary's way better at stealth than me. Well, that's what I get for not speaking out. I guess I'll keep my pace. Slow and steady wins the race.
You continue to walk, keeping to the shadows as the bright heavenly splinters of light above the city gleam brilliantly over the dismal ruins you find yourself in. The shape of the bell tower now begins to become more clear, surrounded by a once bustling residential area, now barren. You come to your stop, and you begin to slowly look up and observe the spire in front of you, along with the foundation it's built upon. From the architecture of the building, you deduct it to be some sort of church or sanctuary of some kind.
Wait, so they got two churches in the same district? Man, prayer day must have been huge back then. Perhaps I'll try scaling the wall of the building. That's a solid start. Dang it, a 4 on my acrobatics.
You attempt to ascend the wall with your serpentine agility, but the bricks of the building don't seem to have any good ridges to grab, making it ultimately a futile effort.
Well, that's a bummer. Oh, wait, I could just walk inside of the sanctuary and check for a staircase or a ladder.
The sanctuary is blocked by aged yet sturdy double doors. Letters cast from iron are stapled to the entryway, spelling out the name Chancel of Hornostoff. As you use the handle, the doors swing open with ease, revealing a large, symmetrical, and mostly untouched hall filled with rows of seats, where many once prayed for salvation.
What a neat little place. Looks pretty good even to this day. What's the area looking like? Are there any ladders or ways to climb up to the bell part?
Indeed. To your left, there is a small staircase leading up to a wooden overpass, which then leads to a ladder.
All right, awesome sauce. When I ring that thing, Gary and I will be out of here lickety-split.
Well then, you quickly ascend the ancient stairs and begin treading onto the overpass, silently appreciating the tasteful architecture of the place as you walk by a few old barrels storing archaic books. However, you feel a strange chill overtake the area, which makes you briefly shiver.
Yikes, that's not a good sign. Is there anyone here? Squibbo, is that you again?
Suddenly, something taps your shoulder, prompting you to look around. You immediately see a shell-shaped wizard hat in your face, and the one wearing it is a barely 5-foot-tall gremlin of a human. Their abnormally large eyes are a striking violet, and they have no mouth at all. It appears to be a Ganymede, a hermit race based on sea snails, with permanently slick and oily jet-black skin.
Good morning, sir. We've been trying to reach you about your boat's extended warranty.
Wait a minute, my boat doesn't have a crap. I'm about to get shanked, aren't I?
You catch on quickly.
You hear a sudden sound behind you. An ominous force approaches at impossible speeds, prompting you to roll an acrobatics save.
Dirty 20.
You quickly duck as 3 dark chains fly just above your head, barely missing. You look around to see an exact copy of the Ganymede. It speaks in a mocking tone.
Heh, you really put the vigil in the word vigilant, don't you? Go ahead, run for that ladder, little samurai.
Suddenly she disappears in a puff of feathers, and 4 more clones appear surrounding you. They all enter a fighting stance, each enveloping their right arm in a dark energy, almost like a blade. A cacophony of voices cry out as they all speak in unison.
Dark blade.
Whoa! Stranger danger. I cast vent as a reaction to get these goons off me.
Finally, that's the first of the campaign. The strange clones all lunge forwards to strike you, but Jackdaw exerts his ether into a protective shockwave, repelling the synchronized attack. Their attacks bounce off the barrier as they stumble back in surprise. One of the clones are launched onto the fragile railing of the overpass, breaking it and falling down on the hard brick floor beneath.
What the heck is this guy? Can all Ganymedes clone themselves like this?
Through biology? Very unlikely. This is the work of something else, not an attunement, but an alternate power, one which is unknown to you.
Whatever the case might be, I'm still going to have to book it out of here. Running on the overpass will just get me cornered again. I'll run out of the sanctuary through the main door and make my escape.
All right, if you're going to run outside again, you risk at least one of the clones using an attack of opportunity on you, or at least the one closest to the entrance.
Fine by me, I've got a plan. I'll keep to my guts and make a run for the exit.
Seeing you frantically sprint out, the shell-clad magician calls out an order.
The snake's getting clever, Calzin.
As you're running, one of the nefarious clones finds a window to attack you. A 17 to hit and 10 shadow damage, which is reduced to 5. One of the clones slash at your shoulder, carving a dark etch into it, but the pain is minimal. You make a hasty right turn out into the streets of Seltor once more. However, from above, you see Calzin swooping down, carried by his Umbra sucker, with an irritated expression on his face.
Now let me cook. Since you haven't made me roll for initiative yet, I'm not in combat, so I choose to use Gale Leap to instantly jump up to the roof of the church. No checks needed.
Oh shit, that's right, I didn't think of that. Well, damn. You perform a running leap before launching yourself up and backwards in a backflipping motion, landing smoothly on the edge of the roof, baffling the adjudicator.
After that, I'm going to run up the roof and get to the bell as quickly as possible. Try and catch me, Calcium!
You begin to speedily navigate the rooftop, running up to the bell tower on top of the building. Calzin, being annoyed by you bastardizing his name, flies in for an attack, conjuring a colossal greatsword of shadow, and thrusts forwards like a knight jousting with a lance. Oh wow, a 9 to hit, which misses by a long shot. Calzin charges in, but you throw yourself prone and barrel roll on top of the shingled flat roof, making him fly way past you. The bell tower is now just within your grasp, only about a 15-foot climb on the supporting brick pillar in order to reach it.
Yes, come on, I can do this. I'll jump onto the wall and begin scaling it. 14 on my acrobatics check.
You begin to rapidly scale the wall, as Calzin rebounds from his failed attack and goes for a shadow gun mantra to snipe you off the wall. So close, a 15 to hit, which just barely misses. You manage to launch yourself up, avoiding the dark blast by the skin of your teeth, as it rips apart some of the ancient bricks of the bell tower just beneath you.
Die already, you slippery prick!
Nuh-uh, I don't wanna!
With that final jump, you've reached the bell at the top of the bell tower, beholding the archaic city from the top down.
I'll wave my arms around so Gary can see me. And after that, I'll slide and go below the bell and ring it from underneath. Oh, and I should probably cover my ears while I'm at it.
The divine clamor sends out shockwaves of sound so powerful it begins to shake the very building. Calzin's forced to retreat, or risk having his eardrums shattered. Oh, and speaking of, give me a good constitution check for that.
A big old 19.
You manage to keep your eardrums, well, intact, despite the deafening onslaught happening right above your face. From the far distance, you can hear Gervasius's bell ring too, and pretty much the entire city is now aware of your presence.
Now I'm gonna have to make these guys lose me. Can I roll a perception check to see if there's anything for me to jump down on?
Yep, go ahead.
Ah, crap, natural one.
In your stress and hesitation, you find nothing, as the looming threat of death stops you from thinking straight.
Well, then there's only one option left. I take a leap of faith and I jump off the bell tower.
Joe, are you sure you want to do this? That's about a 60-foot drop to the bottom. Even with your class path passive, at best, you'll have broken legs, or worse, a broken neck.
Nah, I'd live. I turn around and give a humble bow before jumping backwards off the tower.
Calzin, who's just re-engaged flying up to your level, looks on in astonishment as Jackdaw performs his damn near-suicidal maneuver, plunging down from the bell tower.
Asha, he's jumping off the damn building!
He's what? Is he stupid or insane?
I'm both. Sayonara, suckers.
Well, you're now in a free fall down to the bottom. Do you want to do anything to reduce your impact? Or are you just going to take it?
I'm going to cast a gale trap right where I'm about to land, which should push me up a bit to slow my acceleration, decelerating me and allowing me to fall more smoothly.
Wait, what? Wow. I really didn't expect that sort of play from you.
In order to confuse the enemy, you must first confuse the DM. Sun Tzu said that, probably.
It sure did confuse me. You're still going to take damage from your own gale trap.
I got 5 wind damage on my roll.
All right. You make your dramatic performance, confusing your pursuers, before bouncing on your own mantra and landing decently smoothly for a 60-foot drop.
Now I'm going to have to meet up with Gervasius at the elevated gate, but I can't have them following me. I'll try to juke them in the streets to make them lose sight of me.
Give me a good stealth check for that.
That's a 14.
That won't cut it. As you begin to run through the city, the Ganymede, which you now know as Asha, appears right in front of you, with her fingers locked into a hand sign of some kind. Even though she doesn't have a mouth, you can tell she's grinning maliciously.
Ah, crap.
Phantasmal
But suddenly she is shoulder bashed by an armored guard, losing focus of her mantra. It is in fact the same zombified guard that you met at the entrance of the city. They swing their trident above the head, and Pommel strikes the Ganymede to the ground and puts his sabaton to the magician's chest as he begins to speak to you.
Hello, friend. You should run.
Mr. Guard, sir, what are you doing here?
Suddenly, Calzin swoops in to attack you from behind, swinging his whip right at you. But in a sudden feat of athleticism, the guard rushes past you, and they jump up into the air, catching Calzin off guard with his trident and ripping him down from his umbra sucker, pinning him to the ground.
Why are you saving me?
The guard doesn't look at you. It appears they're too busy keeping their focus on pinning Calzin down.
You said thank you. It was very kind. Please run. Save yourself.
Thank you. I won't forget what you did for me. I'll run as fast as I can muster. I won't let his sacrifice be in vain.
And so, you run past Asha and Calzin, who now have been distracted by the valiant undead guard. You can hear their angered clash in the distance. You look over your shoulder and see the guard put up their final stand, fighting 2 superior opponents, overwhelming the brave protector with mantras of shadow.
I hope he makes it out.
Gotta keep a low profile, otherwise he might spot me. Been hard to keep track of him since he left my view. Shit, I hope Jackdaw's all right.
In the distance, at Jackdaw's bell tower, you see a blurry outline of a man with a distinct white hair color, climbing up, barely avoiding a dark-robed man's shadowy attacks. He successfully makes it to the top and begins frantically waving for your attention.
Ah shit, Calzin's found him. I'll give the bell a good old shoulder check to get it moving and then protect my ears.
The bell resonates with thunderous clangs, harmonizing with Jackdaw's distant bell tower. A grinding noise of steel is heard in the far distance as a massive dark metal gate is opened, allowing entrance to the Tower of Interstice.
I need to make sure Jackdaw is safe first. I'll begin running to his bell tower so we can group up again.
You safely make your way down the tower as the megalodont is still chewing on the leg, oblivious to the events that have taken place. You take a shortcut, jumping down and parkouring on the nearby rooftops. But as you're running, you begin to hear frantic shouting way below you. Perched on the rooftop, you look down to see an Adredian mother and her young son, cornered by a mud skipper clad in leather armor, wielding a dagger. It strides slowly towards them as the helpless parent embraces her crying child for the last time.
I know it's a waste of time, but... I leap down off the building, Planter kicking it in the face while doing so. 23 to hit, and well, the damage is up to you.
You leap gracefully off the rooftop, slamming your boot into the face of the groaner, shattering its skull as you land, killing it instantly. The kid looks up at you in awe as you stand with your back turned to him. He asks you a single question.
Whoa, who are you?
I look over my shoulder, meeting his gaze. Gervasius.
The kid's mother responds with teary eyes, relieved.
Gervasius, the thank you.
Think nothing of it. I'll walk around the corner, flapping my mantle.
Wait, I know you've already done more than enough for us, sir, but do you know anywhere safe we could respite? Please, we promise to bother you no more.
You notice now that the mother has a pretty massive gash at her side, a wound which she's holding tight with her left arm.
Varicosa District, the one to our left. Head up the marble high rise and search for a small house with a round roof. The basement there is quite robust. No one will look for you there. If you ever see one of those freakish watchers, take it slow and hide in the shadows. I turn around again, before running off to Jackdaw in a flash.
As you dash, you hear the kid shout behind you.
Yo! You're the coolest!
The coolest? Damn right, I am the coolest.
After a brief dash, you stumble upon Jackdaw, reuniting you both. However, the Vigil appears to be a bit apprehensive, barely even noticing you as he runs by.
Hey, Jackdaw, I saw Calzin was on your ass. What's happened?
Phew. Gary, you have no idea what's been going on? I'd run if I were you.
If there's no time for explaining, then let's dash. Come on, follow me.
Shadow gun.
Shows that shit bucket what's for.
A pointless victory. Even with reconnaissance, I'm afraid this mission has gone awry.
Not quite.
Huh?
They've rang the bells, so there's only one logical place they'll go. You do not need to follow me anymore. You've done your job as recon. They're right where I want them now, and they won't be able to run.
What are you trying to pull off?
My ultimate gambit, as per the Lord's instruction.
Good luck. I'll be on the prowl for something else.
Fine, just get back on time. Otherwise the Prophet will blame me for your insubordination.
Mother, who is that man following us?
Huh?
How precious. Such brimming innocence.
Who are you? Please, sir, we don't have anything to give you.
Oh, but you do.
Stay away from us.
Oh, please, do not deny me my tender reward.
Mother!
Run, Killian!
Don't worry, you will get to know me soon enough. Huh? What in the... Where did they go? Have I gone mad? Not unlikely.
You're both now standing in front of a massive opened gate, leading to the final boundary between life and death. You pass through and are greeted with the base of a massive hollow spire, constructed from unblemished stone. The path you tread on is fashioned out of decorous black bricks, untouched by the wastes of the depths or litter from the common city. Arriving inside of the spire, you step on a black carpet as you look up to see massive hollow chambers up above, braziers burning with light blue pyres, and resplendent statues of figures you do not recognize. One of the statues catch your attention. It appears to resemble a man in a ceremonial cloak, fitted with platinum plates and wielding a large trident spear. Instead of a regular human head, it appears to be animalistic. It almost looks like a two-headed raccoon, if you could believe that.
Strange. What kind of freaky arts and crafts projects were the Celtorians into?
I think it's supposed to resemble some important figure. A god, maybe? Hey, maybe it's one of those celestial guys we learned about some time ago.
I don't know. Maybe. We really don't have time for sightseeing. Calzin's probably still looking for us, and I don't know about you, but I'd rather get the hell out of here. There's got to be like a staircase up into the tower, right?
In front of you, you spot a quite large elevator platform, presumably around 25 feet in diameter, held up by 4 massive chains. The original purpose of the elevator is lost on you, but by looking at the few barrels resting on it, it was probably for escorting heavy wares. On the floor on which the platform rests on, there is a heavy-duty lever waiting to be pulled.
Well then, let's get on the platform and get moving.
Yep, I'll get on and take a quick rest.
I'll pull the lever and walk onto the platform, ready for whatever might happen.
The lever reels back as you pull it, being lighter than you thought. The elevator begins to creak loudly as it's being pulled up by the chains. You jump on, standing right next to Jackdaw. Just above you, you can see a bright light, a hopeful shine of the warmth and comfort of the overworld.
Can't believe we've made it so far. I surely thought we would have been killed somewhere along the way.
Not me, though. I always knew we could make it, no matter what.
That's quite naive.
It's not naivety, it's optimism. And hey, look how well it turned out.
You know what? You might be right about that. But we're not in the clear yet. Who knows what lies ahead in that godless trial?
Yeah, we've got to be ready for whatever they might throw at us. Oh, and speaking of that, I could really use a potion. I took some damage trying to escape Calzin and his friend.
You mean Pax?
No, not at all. It was some kind of Ganymede wizard. They were a really tricky fella.
Strange, but hopefully we won't have to deal with them. Here, have this healing potion and drink up. We'll need to be as ready as possible.
Thanks, I'll chug this thing pronto. I got a 9 on my roll, which should heal me up to 26 out of 27 hit points.
Nice. That should get us ready. So, do you always cling to people like this?
Huh?
Oh, sorry. That might have come off a little more aggressive than I thought. It's just that, why do you feel so compelled to befriend me?
I mean, you seem like a nice guy.
Bah, I'm really not. But thanks, I guess.
It's also that you're the only person I've met in a while that takes me seriously. People always seem to make fun of me, call me names like Snake Eyes and stuff. And well, sometimes I laugh and sometimes I don't. It's hard to tell whether they're doing it out of malice. At least with you, I know you don't really mean it. I know you're not the biggest fan of me, the stuff I do, and what I believe in, but you're at least honest with your words.
Wow, I didn't really expect that. You're an all right guy, I suppose.
Oh, maybe after we make it out of this, I could visit you and your mom at Mini Tursa. I could bring some matcha.
Haha, all right, let's not get crazy. You'd need one hell of a coat to survive that trip.
I'll make it up there somehow.
The elevator continues to ascend as a feeling of restlessness begins to bubble within you. After a few minutes, you finally arrive at your final destination. The elevator platform stands as the centerpiece of a dome-shaped arena with a dark green stained glass roof right above, reflecting the light above it in a radiant light show. The room shows signs of battle, with small yet noticeable chips on the nearby walls. The walls are decorated with marble pillars, and along with 4 distinct statues. One is of a swirling sea serpent, the other of a massive ominous knight, the third of an arrogant warrior wielding a staff, and the final one shows a faceless commander with their arms crossed. Suddenly, the eyes of the 4 statues light up as several inauspicious voices begin to coalesce within the arena, their voices echoing on the wide walls. Their words are unclear. It seems they are mumbling to each other, sentences starting and fading at a rapid pace. The trepidation of the ill-fated choir dies down, and a single male voice speaks out with odium. However, it doesn't converse with you directly.
How quaint. I knew you lovelies would arrive here sooner rather than later. Welcome to the Tower of Interstus, the fine line between the realm of the drowned and the realm of the living.
Speak to these pests as you know them.
Oh, but worry not, my charming odium. These are acquaintances with my beloved husband. Anything less than a proper introduction would be contemptuous, no?
The fact that you are giving low mortals, even a mortal attention, is already contemptuous enough.
However, in the midst of their eloquent yet pointless feud, a voice screeching out in enmity assaults your ears, interrupting quite literally everything.
Disgusting cowards! These detestable organisms seem to overwhelm the trial with sheer numbers. Pathetic. Look for yourselves, unhallowed ones. Over half a dozen horrid mortal souls take these chambers, making a mockery of our trial. Despicable. They deem themselves worthy of the challenge. Allow me to personally educate them on their folly.
Enmity. That is your wrong carcass. There's not all of that. But now, it appears you're right this time.
Are we allowed to talk? What's going on?
This has to be some sort of cruel joke, right?
How unfortunate. They are unaware of the interloper amongst them.
Unusual, yet highly entertaining. Perhaps you should thin numbers before continuing.
Can someone please explain? I'm still confused.
Suddenly, all the barrels on the platform whir to life in a crescendo of radiant feathers, every single one of them appearing as a Ganymede caster. You have been tricked, duped, falling for the ploy of a vision shaper. Without any time for you to react, the clones all unanimously point with finger guns towards you.
Shadow gun!
Darn, I got a 4. That's almost the worst thing I could have got.
A 14 for me, not great either.
The mysterious casters get a huge advantage for ambushing you, and rolled a 21. The turn order will go. Casters, Gervasius, and finally Jackdaw. All of the clones take aim at Jackdaw, like a firing line of demonic proportions. 4 of them connect, with one of them being a natural 20. You take 30 shadow damage in total, which is reduced to 15. The Vigil is ambushed on all fronts by a barrage of shadowy bullets. The damage is reduced greatly by Squibhoss' blessing, yet he still suffers from a drain. For future reference, all damage from Shadow will from now on be halved, since constantly bringing up the Crulian blessing would get annoying and repetitive. Anyways, back to the fight. The clones speak in unison, surprised by seeing Jackdaw tank their ultimate attack.
What the? How are you not dead?
That's because I eat my greens.
Jackdaw, was this the one who attacked you before?
Yeah, it definitely was. They're kind of really strong. I think their name was Ash or something like that.
It's Pad Parasha, you imbeciles. And remember it well, for it will be the last name that shall ever grace your ears.
All copies of Pad Parasha now begin to spread out within the arena, confusing you further.
Could I make an attack of opportunity on the one to my southwest side?
Sure, go ahead.
A 14 to hit, 8 frost damage plus 2 bleed.
You slash at her with your Chilling Saber, dealing visual damage, but they don't recoil or react when struck.
Well, I'm betting that's one of the clones then.
It is now your turn, Gervasius.
First, I'll move up north of the elevator platform and cast ice daggers to the one north of me. 19 to hit and 8 frost damage.
You materialize ice shards from your hands into sharp blades before tossing them at your target. However, as they fly, they suddenly snap and switch targets, speeding towards the copy on the east. They make immediate contact, and the target flinches physically. It appears you've struck bullseye, completely unintentionally. All of the other clones disappear in puffs of radiant feathers as your true target stands to the east.
Impossible. How did your daggers home in on me?
Heh, my little seeking daggers simply know not to fail me. Caught you off guard, didn't they?
I can attest to that too. Back at Erisia, his daggers detected me even while I was hiding and out of sight.
I'll get as close as possible with my remaining movement before ending my turn.
Then it's my turn. I'm going to have to make use of my final mantra before it's wasted by another drain. I'll start off strong by running up to Asha and hitting her with a main hand attack, then following it up with a Master's Flourish. 18 to hit on my main hand attack, dealing 8 slashing damage. My Master's Flourish got a 10, which I'm unsure if it hits or not.
Yeah, only the main hand attack hits. Jackdaw rushes forth, unsheathing his blade, and lands a good hit to Ash's chest, which she fails to deflect. However, as you go in for the combo, she parries both of your hits with just her hands before pushing you back to a neutral state. The turn orders back to Pad Parasha. She pulls out a scabbard hidden under her cloak and reveals a dazzling scimitar, which she flourishes around in the air before rushing to Jackdaw's south and casting Master's Flourish.
Why is she casting Master's Flourish before her main hand attack? Is she stupid?
A 17 to hit and 7 slashing damage. Her sudden maneuver catches Jackdaw by surprise before hitting the Vigil with a sudden onslaught of rending cuts. Jackdaw is pushed back 5 feet, landing right next to Gervasius. A sudden gleam flashes from her eyes as she cackles.
I've got you right where I want you, fools. Oblivion Chain!
She activates her aggrandized talent, turning her single-hit move into a 3x3 AoE.
I take back what I said. That was actually kind of smart.
A 14 to hit. Portals open up mid-air as several dark chains aim to impale you. Jackdaw manages to quick-step them with pure reactions, but Gervasius is caught off guard and is impaled by the ghostly chains, taking 4 shadow damage, and now suffers disadvantage on hits and saving throws for 2 turns.
Phew, that was a close one. How's it going for you, Gary?
Jackdaw, I have a giant shadowy chain shoved firmly up my rectum. Things could certainly be going better.
Oh, right, I shouldn't have asked.
Well, now it's my turn again, and I probably need to cover for Jackdaw so he doesn't get one tapped. I zigzag to the north of Asha before casting Rising Frost on her. Darn it, that's a 12.
And it just barely misses. Perforated by shadowy chains, Gervasius rushes in with an icy lance, but swings sluggishly, allowing the Ganymede Harbinger to easily weave your move.
Is that all you've got, Mothman?
As a matter of fact, it's not. I use my bonus action to stab her with my offhand blade. There we go, a 17 to hit, even with disadvantage. I rolled max damage too, which is 11 frost.
Gervasius instantly retaliates after his failed attack, as Pad Parasha is suddenly struck by a frigid blade to the gut, which begins to glaciate her body, applying the frostbite status effect, lowering her AC by 3 points and removing 10 feet of movement.
And now it's my turn. I'll quickly run over to her south side and hit her with a main hand attack. 16 to hit and 7 slashing damage, and after that, I'll use my bonus action to spit. A 10 on my hit roll, and I restored 4 HP.
Because of her lowered AC, the spit connects, slightly restoring your HP, whilst heavily disrespecting your opponent.
Yuck, you nasty bugger. Where's your honor?
You didn't show us any when you ganked me with all those clones.
Huh, a fair point, actually.
After that, I'll use my Adrenaline Surge talent to regain my main action, to then try to grapple her.
All right, roll a contested athletics check for that.
15 for athletics, that's gotta be enough. She's like 4 foot tall minus the hat.
Your athletics check just barely succeeds as she rolled a 14. You hit her with a quick slash to the back before hooking your arm around her fragile neck in a headlock.
Get your nasty hands off of me.
Nice work. Let's finish this quickly.
I said, get off me!
Asha's anger intensifies and explodes into a shockwave of ether, venting you both off her and granting disadvantage on hit for 1 turn to the both of you.
How'd you like being choked out, huh?
She then casts Clutching Shadow on Jackdaw, attempting to choke him with dark ether. You've got to be kidding me, that's a 15 to hit, which misses? Joe, are you ever going to get knocked?
Nope, I'm too awesome to die.
Asha lifts her hand and sends out a shadowy hand to choke slam you, but alas, Jackdaw avoids it in the nick of time, much to the Harbinger's dismay. She runs southwest, making sure to avoid Jackdaw's melee range, before standing prepared in a combative stance with a gleam in her eyes.
Wait a sec. She never used a bonus action. She could have probably knocked me with Master's Flourish.
That little bastard is up to something. I'll move close to the middle of the arena and throw out some ice daggers to see if I can catch something. Dirty 20 to hit and 7 frost damage.
Well, your daggers fly as planned. No sudden movements. However, as they're about to make contact, they vanish into thin air, and so does Asha. Suddenly, you feel your own daggers pierce your back, dealing 7 frost damage. Along with this, an identical clone of yourself materializes right in front of you, and the caster reappears once more, about 10 feet east from where she once stood.
Have fun fighting yourself.
Damn it. I still have a main action left, but that clone is going to hit me with an attack of opportunity if I try to leave its range.
Wait, use your Ice Spike instead. It consumes a main action and also has range.
Hey, that's actually a good idea. I'll move just enough to be in range, but close enough to my clone so I don't get attacked. Then I'll use my final mantra slot to cast my Ice Spike on Asha. A 14 to hit and 10 frost damage.
Gervasius ignores the summoned clone of himself and maneuvers himself to the south, conjuring a massive growing icicle from the floor, which catches Asha by complete surprise. She's launched several feet into the air from the impaling ambush. Also, the Gervasius clone disappears as Asha receives damage.
Guess what time it is, guys? That's right. I activate my airborne initiative to teleport to Asha midair and strike them down. Dang it, that's a 7 to hit.
As you close your eyes and teleport in for an aerial attack, Asha quickly answers and blocks your strike. However, she suffers a harsh landing and takes 2 bludgeoning damage from the fall. You both notice now that she's looking a little worse for wear, holding her arm to her stomach, yet her determination remains intact. Her attention is focused on Jackdaw, with her eyes glaring at him with hatred and malice.
How's it going, buddy? You getting tired yet?
She doesn't respond at all. Something insidious is brewing.
Since I haven't ended my turn yet, I'll use my remaining movement to get closer to her.
All right, now it's my turn. I'll first use a main hand attack. Dang it, I'm getting trash rolls. That's an 8. All righty then. I'll sheathe my blade to prepare for my super strong symphony.
Jackdaw performs a quick rising slash, but it's easily deflected by Pad Parasha's scimitar. The Vigil sheathes his blade, getting ready for an enhanced attack next turn. However, this doesn't seem to bother the Harbinger in the slightest. In fact, it seems to have gone exactly how she wanted. It's now Pad Parasha's turn. She locks her fingers into a sort of hand sign, casting something you've never seen before. Even though she lacks a mouth, you can tell she's grinning ear to ear as she speaks a diabolical mantra into existence.
Phantasmal Dominion. Illusory Realm.
The attack lands on Jackdaw, but not on Gervasius. Jackdaw suddenly feels his brain collapse in on itself. As it clears, you find both you and Asha standing in an infinite white void. On the outside, Gervasius quickly blinks off the attack and stands surprised. All he can see is both Jackdaw and Asha kneeling, as a strange constant surge protects them both from being hurt.
What the? Where am I? Where have you taken me?
This is my dominion. We're currently sharing our conscience. Yours seems to be pretty empty, though. There's not much going on inside of your hollow skull.
Huh? You're telling me we're inside of each other's brains?
A boorish yet fitting way to put it. Yes, our neurons are interlinking, except I'm the one with the superior psyche, meaning you stand under my mercy, and thus I cannot be hurt. However, your annoying bandit friend has brought me pretty low. Crafty as bandits always are, he might prepare something while we're here. You know, healing, hiding, and instantly backstabbing me the second my domain ends. That's not something I'd enjoy happening to me.
How long does it last, and what's happening to me outside of here?
Heh. Outside of this realm, it lasts for a measly 20 seconds. But inside, it can last hours. Only a few milliseconds might have passed in reality. Attacks from the outside cannot reach us. The forces of my oath prevent any exterior interferences. However, I'm not going to stay here any longer.
Wait, then what will happen to me?
I'll be leaving you with your demons. As a wise man once said, we suffer more often in imagination than in reality.
Reality contorts once more, and you find yourself gazing onto a strange landscape, standing on a cliff with long grass growing beneath your feet. You recognize this place as Erisia. Yes, it has to be. In the distance, you see a strange, run-down shack. All around you, you hear strange breathing noises, growing louder and louder. As you blink, you suddenly find yourself standing inside of the broken-down building. In the corner is the rotting corpse of a man, bloodied and bruised, clad in a hakama, similar to yours. His eyes are wide open, and his mouth is agape.
Wait, no, that can't be.
As you come closer, the man whirs to life, rising back to his feet like a marionette, just as his eyes lock with yours. A sickly, screeching tone emanates from his vocals, and he looks at you with a regretful expression.
Why? Why did you leave me to die?
I didn't. I was on my way, but I...
Liar, weakling. You are no vigil. You bring dishonor to our clan.
And no, I was trying my best.
Your best is not enough. Face the consequences.
Asha reawakens with a confident look in her eyes, rising from where she once kneeled. Gervasius, you look on in horror to see Jackdaw foaming at the mouth, being tormented in whatever mental prison he's been trapped in.
You let him go right now.
What do you mean? He looks so comfortable like that.
Asha quickly spins her blade and uses her scimitar's symphony dazzling crescents as a bonus action. A 15 to hit and 9 slashing damage. She lands a stylish combo of slashes, ending in an overhead swing as she twirls. The frostbite effect has now subsided. It's now your turn.
Well then, it looks like I'm going to have to reapply it once more. I'll pierce her with my saber with my main action to begin. A 23 to hit, and a decent damage roll, dealing 7 frost damage. Now for my offhand saber. Shit, natural 1.
You start off strong with a devastating thrust to Asha's gut, making her dark purple blood freeze on contact as you rip it out. However, as you go for the second strike, she parries it immediately. But not only does she parry it, she pimp slaps you right across the face, then enveloping her leg with swirling dark energies and kicking you 15 feet across the arena. You land painfully, feeling death knocking on your doors as you bring yourself back to your knees, taking 4 shadow damage, plus 1 bludgeoning from the slap. Jackdaw's mental torment continues, as Asha chuckles in amusement, with the turn order going back to her.
It's been real fun, Mothman, but I'm going to end this here and now.
She sheathes her scimitar and goes into a wide pose with her arms fully stretched out. Ether begins to swirl around her feet as she begins levitating a couple feet off the floor. From the palms of her hands, icy energy begins to crystallize, barely containing itself.
What? Impossible. Are you a frost drawer too?
Ha ha ha! Hardly. I'm simply using your little frostbite against you. Consider this, your ultimate retribution.
She brings her palms together, aiming them towards you, ready to unleash her full might against you.
All shall crumble before Pat Parasha, the harbinger of death. Vengeance! Flame!
Natural one. You choose what happens.
Hell yeah. As the beam is about to make contact with me, I quickly leap forwards, soaring just above the massive stream of glacial energy below me. Asha looks up in horror as I come barreling towards her with a flying kick straight to her jaw, knocking her to the floor.
Sick. She takes 4 bludgeoning damage from the flying kick and loses her attacking options for the rest of her turn. She brings herself back to her feet, but realizes she's lost.
What? No! This can't be... That was all of my remaining ether!
Am I supposed to have sympathy for you? After you trapped my only friend here inside of a mental prison? Disgusting.
An eye for an eye, right?
I use my weapon symphony, triple rend, to finish her off. A 14 to hit, 15 frost damage, and 6 bleed.
That's enough to finish her off. How do you want to do it?
I slash with full force, ripping her arteries apart in a storm of blood, before embedding both of my glacial sabers into her heart, creating a huge icicle which pierces all the way through to her back.
She falls dead onto the floor, with her eyes turning blank with a grim smile, completely tenderized by your attack.
That was for Jackdaw, bitch.
Your mere presence is an affront to what we stand for. Accept your death.
No, I won't give up like this.
You are a miserable excuse of a warrior. To think Maestro had such pity for you, when he should have let you drown.
Shut up, you're not real. You say I'm a disgrace when you don't even know what makes me a vigil in the first place. You're done for.
Flash strike!
You completely slash through the vigil illusion. His upper body slides off his lower half, as the rest disintegrates into nothingness. The realm crumbles into a black void, and you wake up inside of the Tower of Interstus, drooling profusely. The wounds you received while in the realm are nowhere to be found on your body, but half of the damage you've taken has instead been converted into psychic damage. As you wake, you see Gervasius hack and slash through Asha, as a massive icicle pierces her through the chest and out the back. She falls dead onto the floor, smiling creepily. But alas, the battle is now over.
That was for Jackdaw, bitch.
I'll wipe my mouth and try to get over to him.
What the? Jackdaw? I thought you were comatose.
Yeah, but I got better. The guy in my brain stood no chance against my katana.
All right then. Great to have you back.
Great fighting, everyone. Defeating a powerful ministry member has fulfilled a milestone, and you now get to level up. Also, this will work as a neat little break for us. We've been at this for a while.
Wait, we're still continuing, right?
Of course. But I think we all need a little breather, especially after that intense battle. You can pick your talents and mantras while I sort my documents.
Hey, how about we order some food, fellas? Grub's on me tonight.
Joe's coming in clutch with the food. Hell yeah!
That's incredibly generous of you, Joey.
No problem, guys. Let's see what's open tonight.
Oh man, this is delicious. Thanks, I really needed this, Joe.
You're welcome. But man, too bad no pizzerias were open, though. I was really fiending for a calzone.
Well, hey, kebab's similar enough. In the end, they're both just bread with meat and sauce.
I mean, sort of, I guess. But I really like it when the guy working there calls me bossman. It makes me feel like royalty.
All right, now that we've got the food situation sorted, let's go through the level ups real quick. At level 4, your characters get an HP milestone, which means you're guaranteed to get the highest roll possible for your HP hit dice this level up. Encounters will get a lot more difficult from now on, and having your character's resilience get shafted by pure RNG wouldn't exactly be fun, so I've added these to help make things more fair. You will also get the ability to choose between 1-star mantras now, but it's up to you whether you want to get some or not. And most importantly, for this level up, you feel now that your dormant shadow casting has begun to uncover. Because of your various interactions within the depths and experience against other shadow users, you've managed to awaken a sliver of your innate abilities. For this specific level up, you've been able to pick between a pool of shadow talents and mantras too. Now that I've got that out of the way, let's get on with the talents. George, you go first.
Alrighty now. For the mantra, I picked Rapid Slashes.
Oh, come on, we got so many new shadow options and you picked an attunementless mantra.
Listen, I don't want to follow in Calzin's footsteps, You can choose whatever you want, but I'm not going down his path.
Okay, that's actually fair. So what does it do?
It's a solid teleport move, which allows me to teleport up to 2 squares or 10 feet to an enemy and hit them with a quick barrage of slashes, dealing 1d8 plus 3 slashing damage. As for my talent, I really didn't want to pick it, but I took Dark Rift, since it's incredibly strong. After an enemy fails an attack on me on their turn, I can choose to become invulnerable for the rest of their turn as a reaction, basically forcing them to switch targets or waste their turn. This can only be used 3 times per encounter though, with a 1-turn cooldown between each use, since it would be game-breaking otherwise. Since the HP milestone was this level, I rolled an automatic 11, bringing my total to 38 hit points. Now, on to Joe.
Okie dokie, so my first mantra is a really cool shadow summon called the Shadow Boa. It's a cool snake summon that can constrict enemies with its special move, dealing bludgeoning damage over time. It's got decent bulk and alright offense, but it's not too fast. My talent is one I honestly should have gotten a long time ago. It's called Tempest Wind, and what it does is pretty cool. If I cast Windblade on someone in melee range, it will instead turn into a sick, nasty melee rising tornado attack, which brings us both into the air, and you know what that means, right? It hits all around my melee range, dealing the same damage as my Windblade usually does. But here's the thing, Tempest Wind requires me to have a bit of momentum before using it, so I must have expended at least 3 squares or 15 feet of movement for it to work, and running around in someone's melee range doesn't count towards that. It's a bit situational, but as long as I can proc my class combo by myself, then it's good. I got an automatic 13 on my hit dice roll, so my total is now 40 hit points. I think that's all.
Indeed it is. Let us continue with the session.
Looks like we got him good, Gary.
I guess so. Well then, what's the next step of the trial?
You hear a strange noise from behind. You both turn around to see Pad Parasha's corpse completely missing, with just a few spectral feathers in her place. At the northmost section of the room, you begin to hear pained grunts as Asha crawls along the floor, leaving behind a snail trail of blood. She waves her hands in the air and begins to conjure a dark portal to escape her imminent death.
Crap! We've got to stop her. I'll run over to finish her off.
I'll bring my arm out to stop Jackdaw. Don't rush in yet. Knowing who we're dealing with, she could be setting a trap.
And so the portal is created. Asha lethargically brings herself to her feet and jumps into the portal. However, she's completely rejected by the gateway and is launched off.
No! Why isn't it working?
A mocking laugh is heard from above as the voices of the trial witness her pathetic attempts at escape.
Lovely fool, this is my prayer. Justice and escape into the trial is completed. In magical or physical, there is only death for you. True cowardice. Mortals truly are such wicked creatures, Odia. I will relish in scraping her pathetic remains off the floor.
Asha's failed portal begins to whir ominously, and you feel the entire tower trembling as something dire begins to materialize from the other side. Suddenly, all light fades, and the entire arena turns pitch black. The voices of the trial begin to murmur to each other once more, but not out of any worry. No, they seem to be brimming with excitement.
This power. Oh, this is getting good.
Magnificent.
A familiar presence.
From the ashes of Pad Parasha's failed rift, a crowning gateway is forged, showing an exact image of its endpoint. And who you see is none other than the Lord Prophet himself, sitting on his coral throne.
Shit, back away.
Heard you loud and clear.
The defeated caster begins to grovel and plead for salvation on her knees in front of her lord, but the lord simply smiles unfeelingly.
What a pathetic sight to behold.
Please, my lord, you said this was risk-free.
Indeed, risk-free for me, not for you.
What? What in the depths do you mean?
Riddle me this, Harbinger. What's the most efficient way to kill off a traitor?
What?
It's a rhetorical question. Don't bother answering. I've known of your connection to the Great Hive of Aratel for quite some time now, but I didn't feel like disposing of you until now, where we could get an oh-so-pleasant 2 for 1 deal.
No, That's absurd, my lord. I'd never betray you.
Do not even attempt to fool me. Your screeching cadence is riddled with lies. Some of my scions found your sister not too long ago, and before we disposed of her, our methods made her spit out everything, including your little act of duplicity.
No! Acedia, what have you done to her?
Suddenly, Pax chimes into the conversation.
What haven't we done to her? Oh, but you don't gotta worry. She's definitely not escaping the lair we've sent her to.
You bastard!
Upon learning of her sister's demise, Pat Perisha instantly unleashes a powerful shadow gun into the dark portal, aiming to annihilate the Lord Prophet, Pax, and anyone else who might be in there. An oversurge of dark ether flows out of the portal from the blast of her attack. Asha begins laughing, believing she's avenged her family. But, as the shadowy ether clears, the Lord Prophet remains, unscathed and unbothered, and Asha's face turns to immediate shock.
And that seals it. Know your place, filth.
The Prophet casts his judgment upon his renegade underling through the portal, and countless black strings dig into her limbs. But unlike what happened to you, she isn't harmlessly lifted into the air. The Prophet begins to slowly clench his fist, and the dark strings begin to pull harder and harder, until the unfortunate caster is ripped limb from limb, with only her torso and head remaining. The most horrifying, blood-curdling screams you've ever heard fill the arena, as the limbless caster helplessly flails around on the floor, drenched in her own blood. She briefly looks towards you, and in her terrified eyes you can sense a hopeless call for salvation.
Oh gosh.
Out of character for a moment, Jesus fucking Christ. It's not often I sympathize with the enemy.
The Prophet, irritated by the screams, sends an additional string into her vocal cords, silencing her for good.
Now, that's been taken care of. However, there is still a final spot to rub clean. Kalzin, do you mind finishing what you've started?
It would be an honor.
From the corner of the portal, Kalzin steps into frame, with an Invictus smile across his face. He steps out of the portal and into the arena, but not before crushing Asha's head to bits, ending her misery. The arena itself begins to tremble as the adjudicator declares his presence, and their voices begin to murmur quickly once more, until a final decisive voice begins to boom.
A fitting challenger. Let him fill the role of the trial.
And so, the dark portal closes behind Kalzin, and you now stand face to face with your previous killer, the umbral torturer, vile adjudicator Kalzin.
How fitting to have you fight me once more. This time, I'll wipe you off the face of this world for good. Let this battle decide the fate of your revival.
I got a 16.
I rolled a 15. Not great, but not terrible.
Kalzin got a 17. The turn order will go Kalzin, Jackdaw, and then Gervasius. Kalzin begins by performing a showman's bow before immediately creating shadow puppets with his hands. They got an 11 as their initiative. The shadow pods rise from the darkness of the floor and scutter along Kalzin's sides, protecting him. He then activates his talent, Darkness Aegis, granting an AC boost equal to his intelligence stat for the next 10 turns. Swirling shadows surge around him before being absorbed by his cloak. He doesn't move an inch and instead finishes his turn by chuckling and making a grand pose, as if he's saying, "Come on, try and hit me."
All right, Jackie, I've got a plan. Kalzin's not the type to play fair, so he'll summon as much shit as possible. I'll need you to handle him while I deal with the summons.
How are you going to do that?
I've got just the thing. Just do your best to stall him out.
Got it.
Kalzin hears you chatting from afar and begins goading you.
Are you discussing your surrender already? Are my puppets too frightening? Ha, how pathetic.
It's not unlike you to rely on cheap summons.
Bah ha ha, says you, with your little vigil sidekick by your side.
You know what? I'm done catching strays. Kalzin, you're going down. I rush towards him, creating my own shadow puppet with my fingers, summoning my shadow boa, and I'll command it to protect me to the best of its ability. It rolled a 14 as its initiative.
A slithering, spectral serpent emerges from the floor and begins coiling in defense. Its thick, slender body would be almost 20 feet long when outstretched. It raises its body and hisses, defending Jackdaw from any danger on the northern front.
After that, I'm summoning a gale trap right behind him. I'm sure we can get some use out of it when his little crabs have been distracted.
Then it's my turn. I'll move to the northwest side of the arena and bring out the wormwater lantern that Malakia gave to me. I saw what that gunslinger did back at Erisia, and I'm sure this'll do the trick.
All right, I see what you're trying to do here. For your information, using the wormwater lantern consumes a main action and has about the same properties as the flame blind mantra, except it can't apply blindness to target's hit. Instead of consuming a mantra slot, it has a 1-turn cooldown.
Perfect. I'll use it on the shadow pod on the one left of Kalzin. I got a 13 on my roll.
Well, that hits, and it completely incinerates the shadow pod with a blinding flash before turning dormant.
How'd you like that, Kalzin?
I've seen better.
Fine then. Just because of that, I'll be throwing my ice daggers at him. 18 to hit and a pretty crappy damage roll, which is 4 frost damage.
Only a single one of your thrown daggers make contact, hitting Kalzin in the shoulder. He nonchalantly pulls it out and tosses it away, as if he was merely pulling out a splinter. Jackdaw, you now get to control your shadow puppet.
All right, awesome. I command my Shadow Boa to constrict Kalzin.
Roll a contested strength check for that.
I got an 11.
Unfortunately, Kalzin rolled a 14, even with his low strength stat. Your summon lunges for Kalzin, but the adjudicator swiftly grabs it by the neck and hurls it several feet away to the right side of the arena, and the serpent splats painfully. Kalzin's shadow pod also takes its turn, and it quickly rushes for Jackdaw, slicing with its bladed legs. Oh wow, a 21 to hit and 6 slashing damage.
Man, even the crabs are getting godly rolls.
The turn order's now back to Kalzin, and he begins by summoning another creature. He brings his hands together in a wing pattern and summons his trusty Umbra Sucker. But instead of using it to fly, he commands it to lunge at Gervasius and carry him away. For that, I'll need you to roll a contested strength save.
Shit, I didn't even know they could do that. A 9 on the strength save, by the way.
The Umbra Sucker rolled a 12, so it succeeds. Without any warning, the horrifying bat-like creature swoops in, grabbing you by the shoulders and lifting you up. You are carried with immense speed, as it flies and rams you into the wall to the south, dealing 5 bludgeoning damage to you.
Well, that's annoying.
The Umbra Sucker got a 23 as its initiative, so it'll be first in the turn order. Kalzin spends his by moving over to Jackdaw's south, preparing for a pincer attack whilst conjuring his whip.
Well, that's not good. But now it's my turn. I'll start off by giving Kalzin a good old slice with my trusty katana as a main hand attack. 18 to hit and 7 slashing damage. I'll follow it up with a quick Master's Flourish to get him away from my melee range. 17 to hit and 9 slashing damage. Awesome.
After moving behind Jackdaw, Kalzin is caught by surprise and hit with a flurry of slashes before being knocked back by a powerful overhead. Is that all for your turn?
Actually, I'll use all of my movement to run to the northernmost part of the arena just above my gale trap.
All right, but as you're running away from the Shadow Pod's range, it finds an opportunity to attack. It rolled a natural one. It tries to scuttle in front of Jackdaw to stop him, but is instead run over by the speeding Vigil, making the foolish crab receive 6 bludgeoning damage. You are now positioned at the northernmost point of the map, standing just above your gale trap.
Perfect, right where I wanted you. Puppets, corner him.
Oh, yikes. I might have screwed up.
It's now Gervasius' turn. He is still pinned down by the despicable airborne pest as it begins to claw away at him. To escape, you will have to succeed in a contested strength check.
I rolled a 12.
The Umbra Sucker rolled an 8, so you've succeeded. Now proceed with the rest of your turn.
I won't be wasting any mantra slots, so I'll use my main hand and offhand sabers to deal some damage to it. Dirty 20 on my main hand attack, and an 8 on my offhand saber, dealing 14 frost damage in total.
Nice. Your frost damage has inflicted the frostbite effect, and the Umbra Sucker is looking very weak. Joe, you get to control your Shadow Boa again.
All right, it doesn't have a lot of movement, but I'm going to order it to bite the Shadow Pod to take some pressure off me. Oh, nice, a 17 to hit and 4 shadow damage.
Your summoned serpent moves forwards in a rush, clamping down with its massive fangs onto the crab's carapace, cracking it slightly. As for the Shadow Pod, it keeps moving, following Kalzin's order, making it vulnerable to an attack of opportunity.
Yep, I'm taking that chance. It rolled an 11. Does that hit?
It unfortunately doesn't. The shadowy crab scuttles over to Jackdaw with no further injury and slashes with its claws. A 9 to hit, which misses. It's now the Umbra Sucker's turn. Following Calzin's order, it begins to fly away from Gervasius.
A bone-headed move. Little does it know I get advantages on all attacks of opportunity. 26 to hit, dealing 7 frost damage and 1 bleed.
That's enough to kill it. How do you want to do it?
All right, sick. The Umbra Sucker tries to fly away, but I quickly jump onto its exposed back, and I effortlessly slice its throat wide open as it immediately crashes down into the ground. For good measure, I crush its disgusting worm-tongued face under my boot to make sure it's done for.
Awesome. Calzin hears his trusted carrier screech horribly as it fades, yet he does not seem to be worried in the slightest. In fact, he seems to be awfully audacious about the whole situation.
My Umbra Sucker's gone already? Good.
That can't be a good sign, right?
That fucker's up to something.
It's now Calzin's turn. He consumes all of his movement to rush towards Jackdaw and goes to flank him from the other side of the shadow pod, conveniently and unknowingly avoiding the Vigil's gale trap.
Oh, come on. Why couldn't he just walk forwards?
Calzin conjures his whip and cracks it against Jackdaw as his main hand attack. Damn, a nat 20 to hit and 11 shadow damage, inflicting drain onto Jackdaw. And because of Calzin's talent, overwhelming drain, a burst of darkness erupts from within him, dealing an additional 2 points of shadow damage around Calzin's melee range after inflicting drain. He follows this successful attack up with his dark synergy talent. An 11 to hit, which fails. Calzin unleashes powerful umbral strikes onto the cornered Vigil, siphoning the warrior's ether into himself. He follows this up with a brutal knee kick, but Jackdaw blocks it with his palm, and you're both pushed back into a neutral state. It's now Jackdaw's turn.
Crap. If things keep up like this, then I don't know if we can win. I might have to resort to the thing.
Resort to what?
Well, you'll see now. I pull my enchant stone out from my inventory and apply it to the flat of my blade.
The bleeding rock vanishes into swirls of red dust, and the room momentarily turns red for but a moment. In his hands, Jackdaw now wields a steel blade, encompassed by a constant ominous red mist. Your katana has now been enchanted with the Curse of the Bloodthirsty. Curse of the Bloodthirsty. All your weapon-based attacks now deal an additional 1d6 bleed damage, and your sword now gets a +1 to all damage in general. However, missing a weapon-based attack now deals 1d4 blood damage to yourself, so choose your targets and moments to strike carefully.
Oh my gosh, that's so sick!
And as a final bonus, inflicting enough bleed damage unlocks a hidden additional weapon symphony, but we'll get there when we get there.
What the hell did you do?
Calzin, you fool! By using the fabled ketchup rock, my katana has gained unimaginable power.
Humph. Whatever it may be, it doesn't matter. You'll both be dead in the end.
We'll see about that, Hatman. I'll attack him with my katana.
Joe, enchanting your blade consumed your main action, so you're left with your bonus action and your reaction.
Aw, dang it. I'm not exactly in a good spot right now. Gary, should I vent?
No, we need to conserve our ether. God knows what he'll throw at us when we least expect it.
Actually, wait. I got an idea. I'll move over here to Calzin's west side and hit him with a Master's Flourish to get him right into my gale trap.
That'll risk an attack of opportunity from the Shadow Pod. It rolled a 14, which misses. Jackdaw simply moves too fast, and the blade-legged crustacean has no time to attack. Joe, continue with your turn.
A 17 to hit, 10 slashing, and 5 bleed damage.
That also knocks him into your gale trap, dealing an additional 5 wind damage and silencing him for a turn. After infusing his blade with the cursed stone, Jackdaw immediately rebounds, running on the walls of the arena before delivering a brutal combination of attacks onto the Adjudicator, who is caught completely off guard. The final strike sends him tumbling into the gale trap placed at the beginning of the encounter, and he's struck by a rending vortex of gales. Anger grows on Calzin's face, and he puts his hand to his throat, feeling the effects of the suffocation. The constant smirk he once had is now replaced with silent fury. It is now Gervasius' turn.
I won't be going for offense this turn. Instead, I'll sneak and carefully position myself to the middle of the arena, so I can sneak attack Calzin next turn. That'll be all for me.
All right, it's Shadowboa time. I'll command it to move between Calzin and the Shadow Pod, and then constrict the shadowy crab so it won't bother us anymore. Oh, nice. That's a dirty 20 on the strength roll.
The shadow pod rolled a 14, so your boa wins. The slithering serpent lunges forwards, wrapping its entire body around the umbral crab, slowly crushing it, dealing 4 bludgeoning damage, reduced to 2 because of shadow skin. It's now the shadow pod's turn. It will have to win a contested strength save in order to do anything this turn.
My boa got a 19 on the strength.
Shadow pod got a 9, so it fails and takes more damage. 3 bludgeoning damage. Its shadowy shell is beginning to falter as it hopelessly squirms around, unable to move. You can tell it doesn't have much more energy left to fight.
All right, almost all shadow puppets are done for.
The turn orders back to Calzin again. Since he can't use mantras, he instead opts for his weapon symphony, Lambast. You hear an angry, suffocated growl as a second whip is generated in his offhand. He cracks both whips at the same time in an overhead maneuver, aiming to cripple Jackdaw with his shadowy tendrils. Dirty 20 to hit and 6 shadow damage. The strings of the elemental whips catch you by the feet, and you suddenly feel yourself lose your footing. Jackdaw, roll me a con saving throw.
Oh, nice. That's a dirty 20.
Even when struck by the calculated attack, Jackdaw's foothold remains solid, and he keeps himself upright. It's now your turn, Jackdaw.
I'll be doing some regular attacks. Maybe I can apply blood loss to him. Oh, dang it. That's an 11.
Jackdaw swings quickly, but Calzin sees it coming and backsteps the attack. The Vigil Warrior feels a sudden pain in his chest, and his vision momentarily turns blurry. A clump grows in his throat, but as he tries to swallow, he instead throws up a small amount of blood onto the floor. He takes 4 bleed damage from the missed attack.
Ah, crap. That can't be good in the long run. Missing a spit could screw with my AC, so I'll use my bonus action to try to push him off me instead.
Oh wow, it's been so long since someone did that. I almost forgot push existed. All right, roll for athletics against his AC.
That's a 9. Not great.
After a failed strike, Jackdaw goes in for a quick shoulder bash, gritting through the pain. However, Calzin quickly steps out of the way, laughing smugly at you. He winds his hand back and backhands you across the face, dealing no damage, but is disrespectful nonetheless.
Behold! A grown man weeping like a...
Did you forget about someone?
Holy shit, Gary, where'd you come from?
Well, as he was running his mouth, I snuck up on him and hit him with a sneak attack. I rolled an 18 to hit, by the way. That's 13 frost and 3 bleed damage. And for my offhand attack... Damn it, that's a 9. I was so close to a frostbite proc, too.
Calzin is suddenly impaled by a glacial saber through his back. He tilts his head around to see Gervasius, standing right behind him. As the bandit lord goes in for a second hit, Calzin willingly lunges forwards, escaping the impalement and ducking swiftly to avoid the second thrust. As for the boa and the pod fails the contested strength save and receives 3 more bludgeoning damage, hanging on by a thread. The turn orders back to Calzin. In this now precarious situation, he counts his options and sighs.
Well then, this is going to take a bit more effort than I thought.
What, you mean to tell me you weren't trying before? Get real.
Oh, well, I sure was. But I could always try harder.
Wait, what?
Calzin begins to laugh uproariously as a vortex of dark energy begins to surround him, being absorbed into his very being.
If it works for the cat, it'll work for me! Shade Devour!
Move the fuck away!
You don't gotta tell me twice.
The shadows intensify, and you both instinctively move back to the south to avoid whatever the hell Calzin's doing. He grunts and breathes heavily as if he's restraining something deep within him. He bellows as the shadows dig into his flesh, corrupting him further and further. Dark scars form on his face and upper body, and black blood flows from his wounds. A strange runic symbol begins to show on the floor beneath him, and then... A shrieking blast is heard all across the depths. The technique has carved a crater into the arena, pretty much vaporizing anything in a 5-foot radius around the adjudicator. As the shadows settle, your sight sets upon a man who barely resembles the foe you once fought. Most of his kimono has been shredded to bits, barely recognizable. His frame was once thin and frail, but now he stands bare, chested and muscular, with shadow-scorched burns all over his upper body. His form is entirely synthetic and unstable. It appears almost as if the universe itself is trying to tear him apart, yet his shadows restrict it, keeping his volatile shape intact. Calzin has now forged himself into a vessel of pure darkness. From his own technique, he suffers 21 points of shadow damage. Every second of the process is agonizing, yet Calzin simply smiles through it, as the unimaginable power flowing through him keeps him sedated.
Holy shit.
Can we still win this?
We have no choice but to win.
There is no victory for you fools. I will bludgeon you, break you, grind you down, and reduce you to dust. After that, I will reshape you in my vision.
Calzin wastes no time and instantly rushes for Gervasius, casting the Shadow Assault mantra. 16 to hit. The aberrant Calzin surges towards you, cloaked in darkness. You have no time to react as he headbutts you right in the face, before unloading an overwhelming barrage of shadow-infused punches at your body, dealing 9 shadow damage and inflicting drain. Gervasius is sent flying 15 feet across the arena from Calzin's finishing punch. The adjudicator hollers cruelly at the sight.
God damn, we'd be so dead without the Crulian blessing.
This strength, it's extraordinary.
Calzin raises his arm and admires his new form, inspecting it from different angles.
Such fleeting force. What feeble flesh could withstand this power?
He then clenches his fist, turns around in an instant, and fires a quick shadow gun at Jackdaw in the blink of an eye. A 13 to hit, which misses. Jackdaw reacts instantly and weaves it. It's now your turn, Joe.
I'll run up close to Gary and snatch a potion. I'm really going to need it.
Fine by me, as long as we make it out of here alive.
All right, thanks. Let's see what I get on this healing roll. I'll first drink this potion as a bonus action. I restored 13 HP from the minor healing flask. That's basically the best possible roll. Now, I'm going to head to the southwest side of Calzin and see if I can land a clean hit on him. Dang it, that's a 13 to hit.
Jackdaw receives 1 point of bleed damage from his missed attack.
Then it's my turn. We need to proc Frostbite on this guy. So I'll start off by moving a step closer and casting Glacial Impale on Calzin as a main action. That's a 16 to hit and 11 frost damage.
Calzin's too self-absorbed to realize the growing ice spike beneath him, and he's suddenly launched airborne, with parts of his umbral skin slightly shattering, freezing solid.
It's time to do the thing. I activate my airborne initiative talent to slap him midair as a reaction. Oh, dang it. Natural one.
Damn. As you teleport up with the power of your gales, Calzin reacts much quicker than you anticipated. Before you even have time to swing your sword, the aberrant Calzin swiftly drop-kicks you in the gut, sending you flying into the northwestern wall, dealing 6 bludgeoning damage as you crash with your back and fall onto your knees. Calzin lands without taking any damage, smugly brushing off his shoulder as he witnesses Jackdaw struggling to pull himself back up. Gervasius, what will you do with the remainder of your turn?
Now that he's got his back turned and his AC is lowered, I'll run behind him and backstab him with my offhand saber. A 14 to hit and 6 frost damage.
Because of his lowered AC, this attack actually connects. As he's busy laughing at Jackdaw, Calzin feels a frigid blade enter his trapezius. Once more, he tilts his head to see the Chrysid bandit stabbing him.
You persistent little bastard!
All that intellect, and still you can't calculate a way to not get stabbed.
Fuck off! Gah!
Calzin swings brutishly, but you easily pull your blade out and duck his primitive attack, putting you both at a neutral state once more. Meanwhile, the shadow creatures have been engaged in a battle of strength, constantly fighting for supremacy. The shadow pod rolled a 5.
My boa rolled a 19. Awesome.
With a final crunch, the dark crab is completely crushed, reduced to bits and pieces, which procs Jackdaw, replenishing knockout talent by proxy, restoring 4 hit points. However, the death of his final summon seems to only bring joy to the adjudicator.
Perfect. That's one way to deal with it.
Why is he so damn pleased?
Maybe he needed them to die for something.
Shit, have we walked into a trap?
Took you long enough.
Calzin pulls out a strange vial of black blood from his pockets and crushes it in his palm. A shadowy pulse emanates through the air, instantly cleansing his frostbite status and restoring 27 hit points. He then assumes a fighting stance, and with renewed vigor, he begins to speak a mantra.
With this nightblood, I summon unholy fist-corrupted slayer of the innocent, Mud Skipper Raga.
In the middle of the arena, a massive shadowy rift opens, and from it, a towering humanoid monster rises, clawing its way up. Its form is incredibly top-heavy, with a massive crest on its face, concealing any eyes. Its body is hulking and muscular, much like Calzin, and like other puppets, its form is completely inky black, and all you can see as a contrast is an ominous set of teeth. It cracks its neck, before roaring with all its might, shaking the tower of Interstus.
Mudskipper Raga, go take care of the bandit. He's all yours.
The hulking puppet bellows with trepidation, and it erupts in a strange aura, which drags Gervasius into his melee range. It then attempts to grab you with its massive arms, prompting you to roll an acrobatics check to dodge it.
Oh god damn it, I rolled a 7.
Mudskipper Raga grabs your entire body, lifts you up into the air, and begins to crush you in its doomed grasp, dealing 4 shadow damage, before tossing your shadow-bruised body into the air, grabbing you by the legs, and attempting to slam you headfirst into the ground to its south. However, the lumbering demon accidentally slips with its grip, giving you an opportunity to escape with a successful acrobatics save.
A dirty 20, that's what we like to see.
As it attempts to sledgehammer the bandit into paste, Gervasius twists his boot free and jumps out, backflipping and landing 10 feet south of it in relative safety. The demon grunts in frustration.
Oh shit. This is going to be so much harder. Joe, can we still win this?
Hey, it's like what you said. We have no choice but to win.
Mudskipper Raga is going to be fighting last in the turn order. Joe, it's now your turn.
I might be able to proc some blood loss with my sword, so I'll do a main hand attack on Kalzin to bleed him out. I'll run towards him and stab right through him. A 19 to hit, 10 slashing, and 6 bleed damage. And for the rest of the turn, I want to taunt him for funsies.
Jackdaw dives in for a powerful lunge with his katana, piercing Kalzin straight in the rib. He coughs up a small amount of blood, realizing that his end is actually drawing close.
What's wrong? Have you realized that you're about to lose yet?
Not even close.
Then come on, stand up and give me a good old sword fight.
It's now Gervasius' turn, as he stares down the giant beast in front of him.
This'll be over quick. I grab my Wormwarder lantern and shine it to death. 14 to hit.
It connects. The bandit lord unleashes a radiant flash with the Wormwarder lantern towards the hulking puppet. Mudskipper Raga sees the attack coming and uses its massive arms to block. However, the harsh light completely shreds through its defenses and erases its arms in an instant, dealing about 126 points of radiant damage as the creature reels back from the shining blast.
Nice. Now it won't be able to attack me.
Sheesh, that's a lot of damage.
Mudskipper Raga roars angrily, and its arms regrow in an instant.
Fine then, I guess we'll have to do this the hard way. I'll run up and slice its ankles with my offhand saber as a bonus action. 21 to hit and 5 frost damage. I run up low and quickly slash at its legs to weaken it.
Good. Now it's Jackdaw's Shadowboa's turn.
All right, Emma Havoc, try to lunge and restrict Kalzin from behind so I can get some good hits in. Well, good old natural one. Sorry, Snaky.
The grab fails horrendously. As the boa lunges, Kalzin simply grabs it around the neck, holding it in a perfect chokehold. He then sees an opportunity, one too humorous to pass up.
I suppose it's similar enough.
He cracks your boa against the floor like a whip, and then uses it to attack you as an improvised weapon. A 13 to hit, which misses. He swings it around wildly, but to no avail. Frustrated, he hurls it back at the wall to the north, dealing 10 bludgeoning damage to it.
That's got to be considered some kind of animal cruelty. I'm going to be honest, I don't think this guy would care for animal rights.
Well, no shit, bro.
It's now Mudskipper Raga's turn, and the monstrous puppet crashes down with a hammer fist towards Gervasius. A 12 to hit, which just barely misses.
Finally, I can activate my Dark Rift talent and become invincible for the rest of his turn as a reaction.
Gervasius' entire form transmutates into a shadowy blur, and the puppet simply punches through him, dealing no damage. The brute looks on in confusion and tries to stomp the bandit into a puddle, but you simply sidestep it as a phantasmal shade, taking no damage. The turn order goes back to Kalzin. In a sudden, gruesome maneuver, he digs his hands into his broken sternum, now a cauldron for the shadowy void. He laughs in pain as he forges an umbral longsword from the power of his own body and rips it out of his chest.
So, Jackdaw, what was that you said about a good old sword fight?
Holy shit, I stand corrected.
Kalzin swings for Jackdaw with his newly forged ether blade. 12 to hit, which misses. He instead braces himself and attempts to tackle you as a bonus action. A 15 to hit, which misses too. Kalzin swings brutishly, allowing Jackdaw to parry the dark blade with ease. The adjudicator then rushes in to elbow strike Jackdaw, which takes the vigil by surprise, but manages to dodge it by the skin of his teeth.
Then it's my turn to counterattack. I'll swing at him with my katana to hopefully get a bleed proc. Darn, that's a 6 to hit.
The Vigil lunges in for a quick counter, but Calzin quickly deflects it, while Jackdaw suffers 2 bleed damage from the missed attack as blood begins to flow from his nose.
I'm starting to get a hang of this thing. Come on, Jackie boy, run it back!
I'll wipe my nose, activate my adrenaline surge talent, and slice at him again. 16 to hit, 10 slashing, and 1 bleed damage.
Jackdaw engages once more against Calzin, and you proceed to have a tight-paced duel, trading parries in quick succession. In the heat of battle, after a failed feint from Calzin, Jackdaw finds an opportunity and slices the aberrant tormentor right at the cheek, creating a minor cut.
You leave yourself wide open after every swing. You've got a lot to learn.
As if I'd heed the advice of a wide-eyed fool like you. My power only grows as I battle.
Then stay ignorant. It'll be your downfall.
With that banger of a line, the turn order goes to Gervasius.
I actually choose to hold my turn, and I'll move after Mudskip Araga takes their turn.
An interesting play. Jackdaw, anything you want to do with your boa?
I'm going to make it bite Calzin. Grabs just don't seem to work against this guy. And of course, that's a 9, which misses.
Yeah, wow, that's quite unfortunate. All right, on to the big skipper himself. The shadowy brute lowers their stature and goes in for a powerful jab towards Gervasius. 17 to hit and 6 shadow damage. Gervasius receives a crushing blow to his ribcage, feeling all the air getting pushed out of his lungs as the hulking puppet goes in for another slamming fist attack. 10 to hit, which misses. Mudskip Araga slams down with great force, but Gervasius manages to roll out of the way.
Perfect. They're wide open. I'll take my turn now and use his fist as support to climb onto its back to get some good hits to the neck.
Oh, so that's why you held your turn. That's pretty sick. I'll allow it as long as you get a good acrobatics check.
A 24 on the roll.
Of course, I should have known. Well, you find an opportunity and speedily use Mudskip Araga's failed attack to take the advantage, climbing onto the beast's back.
And now, I'll use my weapon symphony right on its neck.
All right, if this connects, I'll let you have max damage on the attack.
Nice dirty 20 to hit, 20 frost damage, and 6 bleed.
Gervasius unleashes a combination of devastating, freezing slashes into the Dark Hulk, and it roars out in agony as the frostbite begins to set in. As a response, it angrily tosses and turns to try to shake you off its back. Roll me a con saving throw.
Yikes, that's an 8.
The bandit can't hold his footing for long, and he's forced to jump off, landing to the east. The turn order returns to Calzin. In the middle of his duel with Jackdaw, he finds an opportunity to thin some numbers down. He quickly whirls around and fires off a shadow gun towards the unsuspecting bandit. 22 to hit and 5 shadow damage. Gervasius is hit by a pot-shot shadow blast as Calzin snickers.
Ah, you cheap bastard.
Oh, sorry. Did you think I was going to fight fair?
Calzin continues with his turn. He maneuvers to the north of Jackdaw and generates a tendril from his offhand to strike the samurai. An 8 to hit, which misses. Jackdaw spins his blade and deflects the speeding tendril. However, something feels strange about the attack. With your passive perception, you notice that he was holding back on purpose.
I'll roll a quick perception for that. Oh, nice. That's a dirty 20.
From a quick glance, you notice from his stance that he's purposefully goading you to counterattack for whatever reason.
Well, if he's going to be tricking me, I won't be falling for it. For my turn, I'll use my bonus action to spit and then sheathe my blade to prepare for my symphony. 18 to hit and 3 HP restored.
Seeing through Calzin's poorly executed counter, Jackdaw spits in retaliation and sheathes his blade in response. The adjudicator naturally takes it personally.
Is this the respect those worthless vigils speak of?
Vigils only respect those who are deserving. To think you're entitled to the same treatment is laughable.
Humph, how classy.
It's now Gervasius' turn.
The cooldown on the Wormwater Lantern is off, so I'll be blasting Mudskip Araga to bits. 16 to hit. Does that finish it off?
Gervasius brings out the recharged lantern and unleashes a luminous beam of light towards the dark beast, carving a hole right through its torso and splattering its shadowy remains on the floor below it, dealing 114 points of radiant damage. Its life hangs on by a literal thread. Only one more hit and it'll perish.
If that's the case, then I'll finish it off with my offhand saber as a bonus action. 21 to hit and 4 frost damage.
That's precisely enough to kill it. How'd you want to do it?
As it hunches over from the blast to its body, I run up to its face and stab my saber right through its skull, freezing it solid before ripping it out and breaking chunks of its skull and brain off.
The lumbering beast bellows in a deep tone as its inanimate body falls onto the floor. The icy skull cracks, breaking apart into pieces, as all seems to be quiet for once. But suddenly, it wakes with dying fervor, clawing at you one last time as its energy fades away. 22 to hit. Its massive claws shred right through your cloak, dealing 7 shadow damage. You can hear a grim chuckle from its headless body as Mudskipperaj implodes in on himself. The Vigil and the Bandit both shield themselves, but the blast appears to do no damage. Jackdaw's summoned Shadow Boa is evaporated as the dying shriek of Mudskipperaga destroys all living shadow puppets. The beast now fades into the shadows from whence it was born.
Finally, that shit's gone, but I'm not looking too good right now. I'll use my remaining movement to move closer to the fight and try to stay out of Calzin's vision. I don't really have any actions left to hide or sneak.
The turn order goes back to Calzine, and he finds a great opportunity as Gervasius halts back to the fray.
You aren't safe, fool.
Calzin ignores Jackdaw and instantly targets Gervasius. He moves just a step closer and channels a vortex of dark ether into his longsword, casting an awfully familiar mantra as he thrusts his blade towards you.
Shadebringer.
Ah, son of a bitch.
Gary, no!
A 24 to hit and 10 shadow damage. Calzin approaches with a momentum too great for the injured Gervasius to dodge, and he is completely impaled by the shadowy blade. You feel the shadows corrupting your very soul as your helpless body is torn apart by the doomed greatsword. He then kicks you off the blade, and you slide off the edge, falling to the hard floor powerless. Your insides begin to unravel as the doomed shadows begin to rot your mortal body. Gervasius has now been knocked unconscious, but because of Calzin's talent, consuming darkness, the Bandit Lord will need to be either healed or helped within one turn, or else he will perish.
You bastard.
Don't die on me. I'll run over to Gervasius and help him up.
No. Don't you see what he'll do? Haven't you noticed the fact that he hasn't used a single maximized mantra?
Oh shit.
The second you help me, he'll kill us both with his maximized shadow gun. With the consuming darkness, it's a perfect trap. There's no way we'll win like this, Jackdaw. He's got us in a checkmate.
But then what can we do? What can we do to win this?
Maybe we can't do anything, but you alone can. I need you to kill me.
What? You don't mean...
You'll get health from replenishing knockout. And that cursed sword you have is probably our only hope left. So go drain my blood with it. Listen, if there's any solace in this, it'll be that my life was ended by a warrior and not a child torturing bastard pervert. Do it, Jackdaw. Fulfill my wishes.
I understand. Honoring Gervasius's wish, I stab him right in the heart, ending his cruel misery.
The attack instantly crits, dealing 22 slashing damage and 12 bleed, and restoring 4 hit points from replenishing knockout. As your katana digs into him, its color evolves into a glowing crimson-red hue, absorbing Gervasius' life fuel into itself.
Hey, if you somehow make it out of this, Jackdaw, please find my mom and tell her I won't be coming back for dinner.
And now it dawns on you. Gervasius' physical body fades away, too weak to pass on to the second layer. His body will be shredded into nothingness. You are alone, once again. Teardrops begin to form in your eyes, but you hold them back, if briefly. Seeing your heartfelt moment, the vile adjudicator laughs with condescension.
A pathetic death for a pathetic soul. May it be writ upon his derelict grave. Here lies the Lord of Weaklings, missed by nobody.
Funny. The same thing will be written on yours.
Oh, please. Your sword got more red, and you seriously believe that'll make a difference? Gaze upon your piteous self. Do you actually think you can kill me?
Kill you? No. I will fucking end you.
Oh, really? Then let us dance with death. Let's see how long you can keep this up. Shadow gun! Fool. Tired already?
Fine. I suppose you have no more words to fail. Consider this fight over.
It's not over.
What?
I said, it's not over until I win!
No shit! My Aegis!
There's no saving you from this. Shitai no umi.
Huh? What in the...
What have you even accomplished in your life? You take shortcuts every way of the journey, bringing pain and death to countless of innocents. For what? You should only feel shame.
You sanctimonious prick! You do not decide how I should feel! Die! Countless have died, and countless more will perish by my hand. Gervasius will not be my last victim. Now perish along with him.
Natural 1.
Yoarida. Biden Blade!
No!
It's all finally over. With a decisive slash, you completely cleave Calzin into two, bisecting him. His parts fall onto the hard stone brick floor of the trial chamber. The adjudicator groans and rattles pathetically, but his false strength wanes. The shadowy scorch marks begin to decompose his skin from the outside, and all he can do is glare at you with malice. He attempts to speak, but stutters and gurgles on his own blood. He manages to utter a single sentence out of sheer spite.
Go. Fuck yourself, jackdaw.
Mm-hmm. Cool. Anything else you have left to spit out? These will be your final words.
Yes. You see, Shadowgun!
Shadowgun. Really? What an idiotic choice of final words.
The conditions have been fulfilled. They are to leave unscathed.
Be seeing you soon, Lila, please.
This feels familiar. Wait, I'm not dead. I'm alive. Yes, I'm alive. I'm wide awake in the second layer. I know Chaser's down here. He works for the Ministry too. I'll just find him and I'll get out of here in no time. Ha! No one will be able to stop.
No one, you say?
No, impossible. That sound.
That's right. I was the one who stopped that mom and her kid from being diddled by you. You see, I'm not really a fan of kid diddlers, so I'm currently practicing what the youngsters call spawn camping.
Oh, shit.
Say, Calzin, I hear you like 'em young.